broad strip of land extending to the north. To meet the lawless chiefs who opposed him, he was followed by his 3 sons, and again the vast empire was divided. The sons were not satisfied, and they went to war. After much fighting, a treaty was made at Verdun in 843. The eldest son, Lothair, received the title of emperor. His part of the domain was northern Italy, and a broad strip of land extending to the North Sea. The kingdom of the youngest lay to the east of this, and that of the second son, Charles the Bald, to the west. Charles the Bald held more than half of what is now called France, and it is from this treaty and the reign of Charles that the French count the beginning of the Kingdom of France. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 10 The Coming of the Teutons to England. The Celts, as has been said before, left their old home in Asia in very early times and moved slowly across Europe. At length they came to the ocean. The tribes behind were pressing upon them, and the Celts were not to be stopped by so narrow a body of water as the English Channel. Many of them crossed to Britain. There they lived in small huts made of poles fastened together at the top. They knew how to make boats with planks and nails, but oftener they made them by covering wicker frameworks with skins. Their priests were called Druids, and it is thought that the great stones at Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain.
Hi. Shout out Ashton's Fishing too. Nice. Lice.
Lice. Painted their bodies blue, for they thought this would make them seem more terrible to their enemies. Rough as they were fond of pretty things, and they made themselves bracelets and necklaces of gold. Those who lived inland were savage, but those who dwelt nearest to the continent were somewhat civilized. They raised wheat and barley and kept many cattle. They had no towns, but gathered in little villages. This is the way the Britons lived when the Romans came upon them. The Romans were always ready to conquer a new country, and they meant to subdue Britain, or Albion, as it was then called. They obliged the Britons in the greater part of England to obey them, but they were unable to subdue the savage tribes of the northern part of the island, and finally, to keep them from raiding the land which they ruled, they built 2 great walls with watchtowers and strongholds across the country. Some of the Teutons on the continent were also troublesome, and therefore the Romans erected a line of forts around the southeastern shore of England. These Romans were famous road makers, and they built excellent highways, some of which exist to this day. They made settlements. They erected handsome townhouses and country houses with statues and vases and pavements of many-colored marble, and they built many of their famous baths. The Romans were the rulers, and the Britons had to obey. It is probable that many of the Britons were obliged to enter the Roman army, and that many of those who did not become soldiers were treated as slaves. The Romans could have conquered the troublesome northern tribes, but as we have seen, the Goths were pressing upon the boundaries of their empire, and Alaric had invaded Italy and plundered Rome itself. Every soldier in the Roman army was now needed to help protect the empire, and so officers and men sailed away from the British shores and left the people to take care of themselves. The Britons were better able to do this before the coming of the Romans. They were excellent fighters, but they had become so used to being led by Roman officers.
Yes, these are dogs. They're good dogs.
The savages were coming down upon them from the north, and the three tribes of Teutons, the Saxons, Angles, and Jutes, were threatening them from the region between the Baltic and the North Sea. The Britons could not protect themselves, and they sent a pitiful appeal to the Roman commander Aetius to come and help them. The barbarians, it said, drive us to the sea, and the sea drives us back to the barbarians, and between them we are either slain or drowned. Aetius, however, was too busy trying to keep other barbarians from Rome to help people so far away as England, and he could do nothing for them. The Britons believed that of all their enemies the Teutons were the strongest, and they decided to ask them to come to Britain and help drive away the others. They might have the island of Thanet for their home, the Britons promised. The Jutes came first under the two brothers, Hengist and Horsa, it is said, and they were followed by the Angles and Saxons. These Teutons helped to drive away the other tribes, according to the bargain. But soon they found Thanet too small for them, and so, just as one tribe had been driving another to the westward for centuries, they drove the Britons to the westward. Some Britons were killed, some became slaves, and some hid away in the mountains of western England. The Teutons called these Wel, or Welsh, that is, strangers or foreigners, and it is from this that the country of Wales takes its name. The Britons were not conquered all at once by any means, for they fought most courageously, and it was many years before the Teutons became masters of the entire country. The Angles scattered so widely throughout the land that it took its name from them and became known as the land of the Angles, or Angleland, and finally England. The Saxons, however, were strongest of the three peoples, and therefore their name is generally given to all the invaders. Their descendants take both names and are known as Anglo-Saxons. The Britons had become Christians long before the coming of the Saxons, but the Saxons were heathen. After these savage invaders had been in England about a century, some young people of their race were sold in Rome as slaves. They had golden hair and blue eyes, and to a saintly monk named Gregory, who was passing through the marketplace, they seemed exceedingly beautiful. "Who are they?" he asked. The answer was Angli, that is, Angles. He declared that they would be not angels but angels if they were Christians. Gregory never lost his interest in the Angles, and if he had been permitted, he would gladly have gone to England as a missionary. After some years he became Pope Gregory the Great, and then, although he himself could not go, he sent St. Augustine to preach to them. The King of Kent had a Christian wife, and therefore St. Augustine went first to him and asked if he might tell him about the religion of Christ. The king was willing to hear him, but not in a house, for if there was any magic about this new faith, he thought the evil spirits would have far less power in the open air. He listened closely, and then he went home to think over what he had heard. After a while he told St. Augustine that he believed the Christian faith was true. This teaching spread over England, and soon the country was no longer heathen. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 11. The Story of Beowulf. The Saxons were fond of singing at their feasts old songs about a hero named Beowulf. Those of them who left their earlier home and came to England did not forget these songs. More incidents were added, and by, Just as in the case of the tale of the Nibelungs and that of King Arthur, someone wove them together into one long story. The following is the story of Beowulf. The old king, Hrothgar, who ruled in the land of the Danes, built a mighty hall in which his heroes might feast when they returned from their hard-fought battles. Everyone who saw it admired it, but a wicked monster called Grendel, who prowled about in the darkness, was angry. He could not bear to hear the merry sounds of music and feasting, and one night, while the men lay asleep, he crept up to the hall and slew 30 of the warriors, dragging their bodies away with him to devour. Night after night the same slaughter went on, and the old king was almost broken-hearted at the loss of his beloved heroes. But help was coming. The young champion Beowulf of the land of Gotland had heard of the trouble, and he determined to free the king and his men. So, with some brave comrades, he sailed away from his home, and soon reached the land of the Danes. The young warriors had hardly stepped on shore when the warden of the land, who had been watching them from the cliffs, demanded sharply who they were, for he feared they might be enemies. Upon learning Beowulf's name and the purpose for which he had come, he conducted the strangers to the hall of Hrothgar. Then the king was glad at heart, for he had heard of the amazing prowess of Beowulf. That night, while the warriors lay asleep, Grendel stole up through the mist as usual. His eyes shone like fire as he stretched out his arm to seize the newcomer. But Beowulf caught his hand and held it in such a grip as the monster had never known. He was afraid and tried to flee, but he could not. The heroes awoke and drew their swords, but no weapon could pierce the skin of Grendel. He must be overcome by strength alone. At length he escaped, but his arm was torn from its socket and left in the iron grasp of Beowulf. In the morning there was great rejoicing. The king loaded the hero with lavish gifts. The queen brought him handsome garments and hung about his neck a fair golden collar, and all were glad and happy. Alas, on the following night, Grendel's mother, another monster as terrible as he, came up from her cavern beneath the lake for revenge. She seized and carried away with her one who was very dear to the aged Hrothgar. The king grieved sorely, but Beowulf promised vengeance. Then Beowulf and Hrothgar and a company of chosen men found their way by a lonely path to the lake, on which was the den of the fiends. The head of him who was dear to Hrothgar lay on a rock, and swimming in the water were fearful serpents and dragons. Beowulf put on his armor and sprang into the lake. Down, down he sank through the gloomy water. Grendel's mother clutched at him and dragged him into her frightful den. The men by the shore saw the water become red with blood, and they grew very sorrowful. But after a long, long while, they saw Beowulf swimming towards the land. He had slain Grendel's mother, and he bore with him the terrible head of Grendel. Then there was great joy in the beautiful hall of King Hrothgar. Many costly gifts were bestowed upon him who had delivered the followers of the king. And then Beowulf bade them all farewell and set out for his homeland. Beowulf was soon chosen chief of his people and ruled for many years. When he was an old man, a fire-breathing dragon that dwelt in his country came forth by night and went through the land, killing people and burning towns and cities. This dragon guarded a vast treasure, and King Beowulf said to himself, "I will win this treasure for my people, and I will avenge their wrongs." He did slay the dragon, but he himself was mortally wounded. His men grieved sorely. They built a great funeral pyre, all hung about with helmets and shields and coats of mail, and on it they laid gently the body of their dead leader. Afterwards they reared in his honor a mighty mound on a hill beside the sea, and in it they buried many rings of gold and other treasures, which they had brought forth from the dragon's cave. In after days they often spoke together of Beowulf, and they said, "He cared more for glory than did any other king who dwelt on the earth. He was kind and gentle too, and he truly loved his people." End of chapter 11.
Good dogs.
Chapter 12 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 12 St. Patrick preaches in Ireland. A few years before Alaric invaded Italy, a boy was born in Britain, probably on the western coast, who was to become the famous St. Patrick. It was a wild, rude country. There were bears and wolves and wild boars. It was damp and cold. There was much fog and little sunshine. There were worse troubles than a disagreeable climate, for pirates from Ireland or Caledonia sometimes dashed up to the shore, made savage forays in the country, and sailed away with bands of captives to be sold as slaves. This fate befell Patrick when a boy of about 16. For several years he was a slave in Ireland, and spent much of his time tending cattle. He had been brought up as a Christian, and as he watched his cattle on the hills, he prayed, some days 100 times. At length there was a chance to escape, and he fled to his home. All his kindred welcomed him and begged him, now that he was rescued from such great dangers, never to go away. Still his heart was with the Irish. He dreamed one night that a man held before him a letter which began, "The voice of the Irish," and as he read, he seemed to hear the people who dwelt by the Western Ocean calling, "Come and dwell with us." And he made up his mind to spend his life preaching to them. When the time had come that he felt himself prepared, he returned to the island where he had been a captive. Other preachers went with him, and they traveled up and down the land, telling the people everywhere of the religion of Christ. They wore sandals and a sort of long cloak, which was no more than a large round piece of cloth, with a hole in the middle, to put the head through. The forepart of their heads was shaved, and the rest of their hair hung down upon their shoulders. When they went on long journeys, they rode in clumsy, two-wheeled wagons. But if the journeys were short, they traveled on foot, staff in hand, chanting psalms as they walked. They carried mass books and copies of the Gospels and portable altars, and bells made by riveting two pieces of sheet iron together into the form of a rude bell, and then dipping it into melted bronze. Generally the people were willing to listen to the strangers, but nevertheless the lives of the missionaries were often in danger. The chiefs were always at warfare among themselves, and it was not safe to go from one district to another without an escort. In one place the people thought the long, narrow writing tablets of the preachers were straight swords, and that they had come to make trouble. It was some little time before they could be made to understand that the strangers were their friends. There is a story that at one time the missionaries were in danger from Laogai, the chief king. At twilight, King Laogai went out with his nobles to light the fire of the spring festival. On the hill of Slane he saw another fire. It was forbidden on pain of death that anyone else should kindle a fire so long as the king's was burning, and Laogai sent men to learn who these daring strangers were, and to bring them before him. It is thought that Patrick's poem, called "The Deer's Cry," was written at this time. Part of it is as follows. At Tara today, in this fateful hour, I place all heaven with its power, and the sun with its brightness, and the snow with its whiteness, and fire with all the strength it has, and lightning with its rapid wrath. and the winds with their swiftness along their path, and the sea with its deepness, and the rocks with their steepness, and the earth with its darkness, all these I place, by God's almighty help and grace, between myself and the powers of darkness. The thought of the poem is that everything that God has made will help to guard the man who puts trust in his protection. The missionaries told the king that their fire was not to celebrate the coming of spring, but Easter and the resurrection of Christ. He listened closely and finally gave them permission to preach to his people. The grateful Irish loved St. Patrick and were eager to make him gifts, but he would never accept them. There is a pretty story that the little son of an Irishman, whom he had baptized, loved the good preacher so dearly that when the tired man had fallen asleep, the child would creep up softly and lay sweet-scented flowers upon his breast. The boy afterward became a bishop and succeeded his beloved master. For many years, St. Patrick preached and taught and built churches and schoolhouses and monasteries. These monasteries and others that were founded not long afterward became the most famous schools of the age. Thousands of pupils came to them from the neighboring countries, and from these seats of learning and piety, earnest teachers and missionaries went forth, not only to Britain, but to every corner of Europe. This is the work that was begun by one fearless, faithful, and selfish man. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 13. The Legend of King Arthur. The old legends say that the Teutons who invaded Britain were opposed most valiantly by Arthur, a British king. Tales of his valiant deeds were told over and over again, and new ones were often added. By and by they were put into book, formed by one Thomas Mallory, and it is from this that Tennyson took the stories that he made into the splendid verse of his Idylls of the King. These stories say that after the death of Arthur's father, King Uther, the little boy was brought up by one Sir Ector and was called his son. When Arthur had grown old enough to be a squire, the throne of Britain became vacant. In the churchyard there was seen a great stone, wherein was an anvil. In the anvil was a sword, and about it was written in letters of gold, "Whoso pulleth this sword from this stone and anvil is rightwise king, born of all England." Many tried to lift the sword, but Arthur was the only one who succeeded. Therefore he was made king, and he swore that he would rule justly and truly all the days of his life. Arthur and the enchanter Merlin rode one day by a broad lake, and afar out in the midst of the lake, an arm, clad in white samite, a rich cloth like satin, rose from out the water and held up a fair sword. Then came the lady of the lake, moving upon the water. "Enter into yonder barge," she said, and rode to the sword and take it and the scabbard. So it was that King Arthur found his magic sword Excalibur, which so often helped him to overcome his enemies in battle. The barons wished the king to take a wife, and Merlin asked, "Is there any fair lady that you love better than another?" "Yes," the king replied, "I love Guinevere. She is the gentlest and fairest lady that I know living." The father of Guinevere consented joyfully to the marriage, and as her dowry he sent the famous round table which King Uther had given him long before, with 100 knights brave and true. Then Arthur rejoiced. He welcomed Guinevere, and he sought out 28 knights, of his own to sit at the round table, and it was found that by some magic the name of each knight had been written upon his seat, or siege, in letters of gold. But on one seat, called the Siege Perilous, there was none. The bravest of these knights was Lancelot, but they were all strong and valiant. They jousted, they avenged maidens in distress, and they punished all wrongdoing that came to their ears. They were brave and true, but no one of them had dared to place himself in the Siege Perilous. At last there came to Arthur's court a fair and poor youth named Galahad, and when the silken cloth was lifted from the Siege Perilous, behold, upon it was written, "This is the seat of Galahad." One evening, when every knight sat in his place, a cracking was heard and the sound of thunder, and a sunbeam 7 times brighter than day was seen. And in the sunbeam was the Holy Grail, the cup from which the blessed Christ drank at the Last Supper. But it was veiled with white samite, so that none might see it. Thereupon most of the knights took vows that they would search the world over till the glorious vision of the Grail should come to them. It was a long and almost hopeless search. Even the pure Sir Galahad made many journeys in vain, but at last he had a vision of the Holy Cup. Then a multitude of angels bore his soul to heaven, and never again has the Grail been seen upon the earth. At length King Arthur was sorely wounded in battle, and he knew that the time had come for him to die. "Cast my sword Excalibur into the water of the lake," he bade Sir Bedivere, his companion, "and come again and tell me what you have seen." And when Sir Bedivere had thrown the sword, there rose from water an arm clad with white samite. The hand took the sword, and both sword and arm vanished beneath the waters. Then came close to the shore a barge, and in it was King Arthur's sister with 2 other queens and many fair ladies in waiting. The king was led softly into the barge, and Sir Bedivere went away into the forest to weep. In the morning he came upon a chapel, wherein was a tomb by which a hermit was praying. The hermit told Sir Bedivere that the man who was buried in the tomb had been brought there by some ladies at midnight. Then the faithful knight knew that it was the tomb of his king, and by it he abode all the days of his life, fasting and praying for the soul of his lord, King Arthur. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 14. Alfred the Great rules England. It was about 449 when the Teutons landed on the island of Thanet. More and more of them came, until finally not the Britons, but the Teutons ruled England. Each company tried to make their settlement a little kingdom by itself. Sometimes a little group of these kingdoms were allies for a while, then they were enemies. Gradually the West Saxons became more powerful than the others, and at length their king, Egbert, induced 7 of these kingdoms to make a sort of union. It would have been far better if this union could have been strong and lasting, for all England was now in dreadful peril. The reason was that still more tribes were pushing on to the westward. These tribes were Teutons who lived in Norway, Sweden and Denmark, but the English called them all Danes. The Danes thought it a disgrace to live quietly on the land, and they dashed off in the fiercest tempest and over the stormiest seas in search of treasure. They would steal up to a church or a convent in a village, in the mist and darkness. Then, with wild shouts to Odin and Thor, They would kill, burn, and plunder. They destroyed bridges. They set fire to the growing crops. They tossed little babies to and fro on the points of their spears. They tortured the helpless dogs and horses. Then they set off for their homeland to display the treasures they had won. Their code of honor was that a Dane who fled from fewer than 5 disgraced himself. The warriors had no fear of death, for they believed that the Valkyries would come and carry those slain in battle to the delights of Valhalla. These were the enemies whom the grandson of Egbert, the Saxon king Alfred, a young man of 23, had to meet. At the death of his brother he had become king, but just at that time the Danes were coming in throngs, and there were no rejoicings in honor of the new sovereign. There was no feasting, there was not even a meeting of the councillors of the kingdom to declare that they accepted him as their ruler. The Danes landed first on one shore, then on another. Alfred built warships and won a battle on the sea. Then he was surprised by the Danes, and most of his people were subdued. Their king, however, had no thought of yielding. He and some of his faithful followers withdrew to Athelney, an island in the swampy forest of Somerset, where they made themselves a fort. A few people lived in this wilderness, who tended the swine of their lord. Their homes were tiny huts of brushwood plastered with mud. 2 legends of his stay at Athelney have been handed down to us. One is that he once took refuge in one of these tiny huts, much to the wrath of the housewife, for her husband had not told her who was his guest. The story says that she bade the visitors sit by the fire and turn her cakes when they were done on one side. The anxious king forgot all about them, and the angry housewife scolded. According to an old ballad, she cried, "There, don't you see the cakes are burnt? Then wherefore turn them not? You're quick enough to eat them when they are good and hot." The second legend is that in order to find out the number of the Danes, he put on the dress of a harper and went to the Danish camp. There he sang all ballads, perhaps even part of Beowulf. The Danes were delighted, and never guessed that they were applauding the king of the English. Alfred went back to his friends with a good knowledge of the Danish camp, and a heart full of courage. When the spring came, he surprised his enemies and forced them to promise to be baptized as Christians. He was not strong enough to drive them from the country, but it was agreed that they should remain in their settlements in the eastern and northern parts of England, while Alfred should rule the southern and western parts. Then Alfred set to work to do what he could for his kingdom. The King of England was in a hard position. Much of the country had been ravaged again and again. Churches, libraries, and convents had been destroyed. Alfred built a line of forts around the southeastern coast, for he knew that other Danes would be likely to come. He built at least 100 warships. He made a code of laws for his people. He appointed judges who were punished if they were not just. One judge was hanged because he condemned a man unlawfully. Alfred built churches and convents. He brought learned men to his kingdom, following the example of Charlemagne in earlier times. He established schools, and he commanded that every freeborn boy in the kingdom should learn to read English, and that, if he showed ability, he should go on and learn to read Latin. Now arose a difficulty. In those times, books were written in Latin as a matter of course, and there were very few in English. So the busy king set to work to translate books for his people. One of them was a sort of history and geography combined. In this is the story which Longfellow has put into his poem, The Discoverer of the North Cape. The story of Althea the old sea captain who dwelt in Helgoland. Alfred had received a barren land, overrun by enemies. He left it a peaceful, prosperous kingdom with schools, churches, just laws, vessels, and fortifications. It is no wonder that he is called Alfred the Great. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 15. Rurik the Norseman becomes ruler in Russia. The people who lived in the central part of Russia in the 9th century did not all belong to any one nation. Many tribes had come from Asia and passed through the land, and some members of the tribes went no further. These people were tall and strong. They could climb cliffs which one would think only goats could scale, and they could swim across the swiftest rivers. They taught their children that every injury must be avenged, and that it was a disgrace to forgive a wrong. They had no idea of what it meant to be afraid, and when they went to battle, it was the same to them, whether they were fighting with some tribe as wild as themselves, or with the well-trained Roman soldiers. And they had but one fashion of attack. When the enemy drew near, the whole body flung themselves furiously upon their foes. If they had once taken any plunder, they would die rather than give it up, no matter how useless it might be to them. There are two good things to say about these people. The first is that they were kind to one another. The second is that they were most hospitable. They had a custom of putting some food inside when they left their huts, so that no chance wayfarer need go away hungry. Indeed, their hospitality went so far that if a stranger came to them and they had no food for him, it was regarded as entirely proper to steal whatever was needed. They believed in a great God, whom they called the Thunder Maker, and in a vast number of less powerful gods. They never thought of their deities as kind and gentle, but always as fierce and savage, and they carved most hideous images into which they believed the spirits of the gods would enter that they might be worshipped. After a while, the wisest and bravest among them became chiefs. Still, they were a rude, savage folk, and some tribes were more like beasts than human beings. In northern Russia, around the Baltic Sea, lived people who were more fierce than these in central Russia. They were always ready to leap into their boats and go as fast as wind, and oars would carry them wherever they thought they could find plunder. These were the people whom the English called Danes. They were also called Norsemen or Norsemen, because they came from the north, and Vikings, which meant pirates. Some of them entered the service of the emperors at Constantinople. They were most loyal bodyguards, and they could be trusted freely with the keys of both palace and treasury. In battle they were valuable friends, but sometimes the officers must have been a little puzzled to know how to manage them. Once the odds were so much against them that the Greek commander, whose allies they were, sent a herald to them to ask, "Will you fight or will you retreat?" "We will fight," the Norsemen shouted. And one of them was so enraged at the suggestion of retreat that he gave the herald's horse such a blow with his fist as to strike it dead. The Norsemen usually went to Constantinople by launching their boats in the headwaters of the Dnieper River and floating down to the Black Sea. They had seen a good deal of the world, and they were bright and keen. They succeeded in making the people of Central Russia pay them tribute. According to the old story, there came a time when the people determined not to pay it any longer. They united and drove the Norsemen away. But they did not stay united. They quarreled among themselves, for each man did whatever he chose, and no one cared for the rights of his neighbor. It is said that one among them, who was wiser than the rest, thought that they needed some ruler to govern them. He knew how much more civilized the Norsemen were, and he persuaded several of the tribes about him to send envoys to the Rus, a tribe of Norsemen, to say, "Our country is large and rich, but we have no order. Do you come and rule over us?" A Norseman named Rurik and his 2 brothers said, "We will come." And the 3 set out with their followers, all well armed, as were those who had come as envoys. Rurik built his stronghold at Novgorod. One brother went farther south, and the other farther northeast. After a year or 2, the younger brothers died, and Rurik was left to rule alone. He chose men whom he could trust and gave them land. In return, they built fortresses and helped him to keep peace in the land, to govern the unruly tribes, and to teach them to obey. As soon as he had them well in hand, he conquered neighboring tribes, and so his little kingdom grew rapidly, until it became a large kingdom, which took the name of Russia from the Rus tribe. Rurik himself was now called Grand Prince, or Veliki Knyaz. After Rurik had reigned for 17 years, he died, leaving his throne to his little son. So it was that the first ruler of Russia was a bold and daring warrior, and the second a boy, only 4 years old. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 16. Rollo the Viking makes settlements in France. The story is told that while Charlemagne was sitting one day at dinner, a fleet of long, narrow boats came swiftly towards the land. "Those must have come from Brittany," someone declared. And another said, "No, they are surely Jewish merchantmen." But Charlemagne had noted the vessels, that they had only one sail, that bow and stern were shaped alike, and were gilded and carved to represent the head or tail of a dragon, and that a row of shields was ranged along the gunwale. "Those bring nothing to sell," he said. "They are most cruel foes, they are Norsemen." Then there was hurrying and scurrying to put on armor, snatch up swords and spears, and hasten to the shore to drive away the pirates. But the Norsemen had heard of the prowess of Charlemagne, and as soon as they knew he was there, they rowed away as fast as their boats could be made to carry them. The Franks had much to say about these enemies, but Charlemagne stood silent, gazing at the sea. At length he turned toward his friends. His eyes were full of tears, and he said, "I am not afraid that the Norsemen will harm me, but I weep to see that they have ventured so near our shore, and to think of the evils that they will bring upon my children and their people." Charlemagne was right, for it was not many years after his death before 120 pirate vessels were rowed swiftly up the river Seine, and a horde of Norsemen or Vikings poured into the little city of Paris, ready to kill, burn, and steal as usual. But suddenly a heavy fog hid them from one another. There was some enchantment about it, they thought, and they made their way back to their ships as best they might. They came again and again, however. Sometimes they were met with arms, sometimes with tribute. Still they came. "Did not we promise you 12,000 pounds of silver if you would leave us in peace?" demanded the Franks in despair. "The king promised it," replied the Norseman insolently, "and we left him in peace. He is dead now, and what we do will not disturb him." The following year the famous leader Rollo led the Vikings in an attack upon Paris. They hammered at the walls of the city with battering rams. With great slings they hurled stones and leaden balls. They dug a mine under one of the walls, leaving wooden props. Then they set fire to these and scrambled out of the narrow passage as fast as they could. The beams burned and the earth fell in, but the walls did not crumble as the Vikings had hoped. Then they built a fire close to the wooden walls, but a sudden rain put it out. There were 30 or 40,000 of the Vikings, and only 200 of the Franks in the besieged city. But the Franks had wise leaders, and all this time they were boiling oil and pitch and pouring them down upon the besiegers. The blazing Norsemen leaped into the river to extinguish the flames, but they never thought of giving up. They collected food and encamped near the city. Months after months the siege went on, and still the king did not come to help his brave people. At last the valiant Eudes, or Odo, one of the chief leaders of the Parisians, determined to go in search of aid, and one stormy night he managed to slip through the gate of the city and the lines of the Norsemen and gallop off to the king. Soon the king came with his army and went into camp. After he had dawdled a month away, news came that more Vikings were at hand. The king was so frightened that he offered the Norsemen 700 pounds of silver if they would depart, and told them they might go farther up the river and plunder Burgundy as much as they chose. The brave defenders of Paris were indignant. They rushed out of the city and struck one fierce blow at their departing foes. The following year the cowardly king was deposed, and at his death they chose the valiant Eudes for their ruler. The Norsemen were bright, shrewd people, and, wild as they were, they could not help seeing that the Frankish way of living was better than theirs, and that the worship of the Christian God was better than that of Odin and Thor. Rollo led them again to France some years later, and this time the Vikings ranged themselves on one side of a little river, and the king with his Franks stood on the other side to talk about peace. Rollo was willing to give up his pirate life, be baptized, and live in the Frankish country, if the king would give him land. "I will give you Flanders," said the king. But Rollo replied, "No, that is too swampy." "Then you may have the parts of Neustria nearest to the shore." "No," declared Rollo, "that is nothing but forest land." At length it was agreed that he and his followers should have the land which afterward took its name from them, and to this day is called Normandy. They were to hold it by what is known as a feudal tenure, that is, it was to be theirs so long as they were faithful to the king and gave him loyal military service. There is a story that the bishops told Rollo he must kiss the king's foot in token of his having received this great gift and having become the king's vassal. The haughty Norseman had no idea of doing any such thing, but when the bishops insisted, he motioned to one of his warriors to do it for him. The warrior was as proud as his lord. The old account says that he would not kneel, but lifted the royal foot so high that the king fell backward. The Franks were angry, but the Norsemen roared with laughter. The Norsemen, or Normans, as they were afterwards called, went into their new domain. Rollo ruled them strictly, for he was as anxious to be a successful ruler as he had been to be a successful pirate. The same story is told of him that is related of Alfred the Great and several other kings, that one might leave a golden bracelet hanging on a tree in perfect safety anywhere in his possessions. Whether that is true or not, it is true that any robber who fell into the hands of Rollo was promptly hanged. It is also true that it was exceedingly difficult for a criminal to escape, because Rollo made the whole land responsible for him. Whenever anyone committed a trespass, the first man who found it out must cry, "Haro!" and the cry must go through the whole kingdom until the man was captured. So it was that the Vikings, who had come to France to plunder, gave up their wild, savage life, and became permanent dwellers in that country. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 17. William the Conqueror conquers England. The Danes not only invaded France and settled in that land, but they won so much power in England that a little more than a century after the death of Alfred the Great, one of them drove away the weak King Ethelred and took possession of the English throne. The son of this Dane was the famous Canute. Canute was not only kind and just to his English subjects, but he seemed to love them and to wish to do his best for them. During his absence from England on one occasion, he left the government in the hands not of a Dane but of an Englishman. Canute was a very sensible man, and he disliked flattery more than kings are usually supposed to do. Once, when his foolish courtiers assured him that even the sea would obey him, he bade them place his chair on the beach. Then he gravely ordered the ocean to retreat and not wet even the border of his robe. The courtiers stood about him in some alarm, for they were afraid of being punished for their untruthfulness. Soon the waves flashed the king, and then he turned to the flatterers and said gently, "He who is King of kings and Lord of lords, he is the one whom the earth and the sea and the heavens obey." Ethelred had fled to Normandy, and there his son Edward, afterward known as the Confessor, grew up. His mother was a Norman, and his own ways of thinking were French rather than English. After Canute's two sons had died, the English sent for Edward to come and rule over them. The young Duke William of Normandy, a bold, ambitious man, was his friend and kinsman, and Edward promised to bequeath to him the English throne. After Edward had been in England a while, however, he learned that he could not give away the throne as if it were a bag of gold, but that the English people had something to say about who should rule them. When Edward died, therefore, they asked a brave Englishman named Harold to become their king. Duke William of Normandy was indignant. He was a descendant of Rollo and was as energetic as the Viking himself. He set out with a great force of men and ships to seize the kingdom that he believed was justly his own. He sailed straight for the English coast, and not a ship came out to fight him. He landed at Pevensey near Hastings, and not a man cast a spear at him. He began to pillage the country, and no one opposed him. There were good reasons why the English were so quiet. One was that their fleet was made up of fishing vessels, which were now scattered here and there, for according to custom, their owners were allowed at stated times to take them away in order to attend to their fishing. Secondly, the army was made up chiefly of farmers, and they had been permitted to go home to attend to their harvesting. Harold, meanwhile, was in the north with a few followers, repelling an invasion of the Danes, led by his brother Tostig and Harold Hardrada. These he conquered at Stamford Bridge. Then, making a rapid march to the south, he brought together what troops he could, and with no chance to train them, he fought a fierce battle with the Normans, and was defeated. It is possible that the invaders might not have won the day if they had not used a favorite trick of their pirate ancestors of pretending to run away. The English forgot their orders to keep in their places and dashed forward in pursuit. Then, when they were unprotected and scattered, the Normans suddenly turned upon them and overcame them, and Harold was slain. This was the famous Battle of Hastings, or Senlac, one of the most important battles in all English history, because it decided that England should be ruled by the Normans. In France, there are some very interesting pictures of this invasion, embroidered upon a strip of linen 70 yards long, called the Bayeux Tapestry. These pictures look as if a little child had drawn them, but there is a good deal of life in them, and they do tell a story. It is possible that they were worked by William's wife, Matilda, and her ladies-in-waiting. After the Battle of Senlac, William marched to London. No one dared to oppose him, and the chief men of the nation went to his camp and asked him to become their ruler. So on Christmas Day, 1066, William the Conqueror, as he is known in history, was crowned king in Westminster Abbey by the Archbishop of York. The English watched anxiously to see how their new sovereign would treat them. Those who wished to keep their land had to go to him and swear to be faithful. The land of those who would not take the oath, and of those who had fought at Hastings, came into his hands, and he gave it to his Norman followers. He also gave the highest offices in church and state to Normans. That was natural, but it was hard for the English to bear, especially as the Normans looked upon them as a rude, ignorant folk, much their inferiors. The English rose against William again and again. 4 years after the Battle of Hastings, a valiant leader named Hereward, with a large number of men, encamped on the Isle of Ely, and resisted him for more than a year. William built a causeway through the marsh that surrounded the island, but for a long time his efforts to break up the camp of refuge, as it was called, were unsuccessful. Finally, through treachery, some believe, the English were overcome. Hereward escaped, but this was the last rising of the English against their conqueror. William was severe, and those who broke his laws rarely escaped punishment, but even the English admitted that he was just. On one occasion he threw one of his own brothers into prison for wronging his English subjects. 3 of his acts, however, they never forgave. One was his driving away the tenants from many thousand acres of land near his palace in Winchester. He may have done this to prevent any sudden attack upon him, but the people believed it was in order to provide him with a convenient hunting ground, the New Forest as it was called, and they were angry. Again, they were indignant because he ordered that a curfew, or cover fire, bell should be rung every evening, and that at its sound all fires should be covered and all lights put out. William may have felt that this was necessary to prevent people from coming together at night to plot against him. Moreover, it was an old French custom to prevent the burning of houses. But the English objected stoutly to being told when they were to go to bed. On the whole, however, nothing else made them quite so angry as William's Doomsday Book, so called because its records were supposed to be final. In order to assess the taxes fairly, he sent men throughout the kingdom to find out just how much property each person owned. The men went into every house, barnyard, and sheepfold, and wrote in their accounts not only who held the land, but even how many animals there were. Then the English were enraged. They were afraid their taxes would be made larger, but worse than that, they felt that it was a great insolence for strange men to come into their homes and write down the value of their property. They had to yield, however, to this, and whatever else William thought best to do. Altogether, the English people were not very happy, but to have such a king was really what they needed. They were a little slow and grave, while William was quick and liked to jest. They were good followers and steady fighters, while William was a bold leader and could change his plans on the battlefield in a moment if those that he had made failed. William still ruled Normandy, and he had to go back and forth between the two countries. Normandy was a fief of France, that is, It was held by feudal tenure, but it was a most independent duchy, and was not at all afraid to resist the French king. In one of their struggles, the city of Mantes was burned. When riding over the ruins, William was thrown from his horse, and afterward died of his injuries. The English royal family is descended from William the Conqueror and Matilda, his wife, and Matilda was descended from Alfred the Great. Therefore, the present King of England represents both Alfred the Great and William the Conqueror. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 18. Leif Erikson visits the coast of New England. There was once a Northman called Erik the Red. For some reason he was exiled to Iceland, but in a little while he was in troubles there also. He had lent his seat posts, or wooden posts carved into images of the gods, which stood by the high seats at the feasts, and the man who held them refused to return them. A quarrel had arisen, and in the course of it Erik had slain the man. For this reason he was now exiled from Iceland for 3 years. He knew there was a country lying to the westward, for a sailor caught in a storm had been thrown upon its shores, and he determined to seek it. He found the land and spent 2 or 3 years exploring it. Then he returned to Iceland. He meant, however, to found a colony in the new country, and therefore he called it Greenland. People will not like to move there if it has not a good name, declared this wise colonizer. Probably he had obtained some new seat posts by this time, for the custom was to throw them overboard when land was near and to settle wherever they floated ashore. A few years after, Erik founded his colony in Greenland. His son Leif, or Leif Erikson, spent a winter in Norway. There he became a Christian and was baptized. When he was about to return to his home in Greenland, King Olaf of Norway said, "I beg of you to see that the people in Greenland are told of the Christ, for no one is better to attend to this than you." So it came about that when Leif returned to Greenland, he carried with him a priest and several other religious teachers. A little later he saved a ship's crew from drowning, and because of this people called him Leif the Lucky. But his father said rather grimly that Leif might have done a good thing in saving the man, but he had done a bad thing in bringing a priest to Greenland. After a while, however, Erik himself became a Christian, and so did his wife, and most of the people followed their example. Now among those who came to Greenland was a man named Bjorn. On the voyage he had been blown out of his course close to an unknown land lying to the south of Greenland, and when he finally reached the colony, he told of how he had seen this land. So Leif and the other young men gathered around him. What sort of country was it? Were there any people there? What grows in the place? Are there mountains or lowlands? They questioned, and Bjorn had to own that he had not gone ashore. He was not very eager for knowledge, said the young man rather contemptuously. They talked a great deal about the unknown lands, and finally Leif bought Bjorn's ship and made ready to go on a voyage of discovery. "Do you go with us as a leader?" he urged his father, but Erik replied, "Oh, I am growing too old for a hard voyage at sea." "But no one else of all our kin will be as lucky as you," pleaded Leif, and at length Erik mounted his horse and rode toward the ship. Suddenly the horse slipped and he fell off. That settled the question. "It is fated," he said, "that I should never discover any other land than Greenland." And so Leif and his men were obliged to sail without him. After a while, they came to a shore where lofty mountains rose, covered with snow. This is thought to have been the coast of Labrador. Then they passed a flat and wooded shore, which is believed to have been Nova Scotia. At length, they reached a coast that seemed to them most inviting. The shores were of white, shining sand, and beyond them were pleasant woods, which seemed to stretch far inland. There were rivers full of salmon and meadows covered with rich grass. Leif and his followers carried their beds to land, sent up their tents, and made ready to explore the country. He divided his men into 2 parties, and made them take turns in staying by the camp and going out to explore. One of the older men on the voyage was a German. One day he came back chattering away in his own language. "Weintrauben," he exclaimed. "Ich habe Weintrauben gefunden." The Norseman could not tell what he meant, and at first he was too much pleased and excited to talk Norwegian. At length he told them he had found grapes, such as he used to have when he was a boy, and that was what had pleased him so much. It was because of this discovery that Leif named the country Vinland, or the land of wines. This is thought to have been Rhode Island and the southern part of Massachusetts. Then the men set to work to gather grapes and hew wood. Toward spring they took their cargo of wood and dried grapes and sailed back to Greenland. This is a story that the Icelandic sagas or hero stories tell. The voyage took place in the year 1000, and if we may trust the old saga, Leif Erikson was the first white man to set foot on the continent of America. There is little more of the saga story that ought to be told. After Leif went back to Greenland, a wealthy merchant named Thorfinn Karlsefne went to visit him. On this visit, Thorfinn met Gudrid, one of the shipwrecked people whom Leif had rescued so long ago, and married her. She persuaded her husband to go to Vinland to found a colony. The first autumn in the new home, their little son, Snorre, was born, at Stavfjord, which is thought to have been what is now Buzzard's Bay. Snorre was the first white child born in Massachusetts. When he was 3 years old, the colony was given up, and the baby explorer with his parents returned to Greenland. It was a rough voyage, but the little American boy lived through it, and became the ancestor of a long line of wise and excellent men. The sagas tell of many later voyages to America, but at length a terrible plague came upon the northern lands. In Norway, 6/7 of the people died, and Vinland was forgotten. End of chapter 80. Chapter 90 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 19. Henry the Fowler founds the German monarchy. About 100 years after the death of Charlemagne, one of his descendants, a little boy only 6 years old, succeeded to a part of his kingdom. Although the child had guardians, they did not seem to be able to defend the crown. There was trouble from without the kingdom and more trouble from within. The trouble from without was because the Hungarians, or Magyars, were making fierce and bloody invasions of the country. The trouble from within came from the 5 dukes, each of whom was afraid that the others would become more powerful than he. The child king died when he was only 18, and then there was quarreling indeed, for every duke wanted to be sovereign. At length Conrad, Duke of Franconia, was set upon the throne, but that did not quiet matters, for some of the dukes had not agreed to his election. Conrad was a gentle, thoughtful man. He defended his people as well as he could, but perhaps the best thing he did for them was to give them a piece of good advice when he was dying. He had sent for the nobles to come to him, and when they stood around his bed, he talked to them as if they were his children, and begged them to live peaceably together. I do now command you, he said, to choose Henry, Duke of Saxony, for your king. He is a man of energy in battle, and yet he is a strong friend in peace. I can find no one else so well fitted to rule the kingdom, and therefore I send to him the crown and the scepter, and bid him shield and protect the realm. The nobles were amazed, for this Henry of Saxony had opposed most strongly of them all the election of Conrad. But the more they thought of their king's advice, the more they saw that it was good. And after Conrad was dead, they carried the crown and the scepter to Henry's castle. He was not there. Where is he? The nobles demanded. And the attendants replied, he is in the forest, hunting with his falcons. Then the nobles and their followers set out into the forest to search for a king. It was several days before they found him. And when they did discover him, he was standing in his hunting suit, and on his wrist was a falcon, waiting patiently until its master should give it the signal to fly after a wild duck or whatever other bird he was pursuing. The falcon and the duke were both surprised when the company of nobles and their attendants appeared, and Henry was still more amazed when they showed him the crown and scepter and told him that they had followed the will of Conrad and had chosen him for their king. This is the way that Duke Henry of Saxony became King Henry I of Germany and won his nickname of the Fowler. The Magyars came upon the land in swarms. Henry met them bravely, but in every battle the invaders had one great advantage. They fought on horseback, while the Germans were skilled only in fighting on foot. Something happened very soon, however, that changed the whole face of matters. Henry captured a Magyar chief, said to have been the king's son. The Magyars were ready to do almost anything to secure his release, and at length Henry said to them, if you will leave my country and promise to make no attacks upon it for 9 years, I will give back your chief and pay you 5,000 pieces of gold every year. The Magyars were glad to accept this offer, and soon they were rejoicing over the return of their chief. Henry, however, was not spending time in rejoicing. He had much business to attend to in the 9 years, and he set about it at once. First, he brought his people together in cities which could be fortified, instead of allowing them to live in scattered villages. Next, he trained his men to fight on horseback. To test their ability, he tried his new cavalry in battles with the Danes and some tribes around him. Then he waited. The Magyars were in no haste to give up the tribute of gold, and when the 10th year had come, they demanded that the king should send it as usual. But now he was ready to fight them, and he refused. They started out with a great army to make this defiant ruler yield. But to their surprise, he drove them out of his kingdom. They never succeeded in entering the northern duchies again, and it was many years before they were seen in any part of Germany. The wisdom and courage of Henry the Fowler brought peace to his country, and when he died, he left to his son Otho a quiet and prosperous kingdom. Otho was quite as energetic as his father. He took the title of Emperor of the Romans, as if his rule were a continuation of the ancient Roman Empire, and for 900 years after him, every German king claimed the same title. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 20. Hugh Capet becomes the first king of the French. It has already been said that Charlemagne was a German. He of course spoke German, but even in his day, the people in the western part of his kingdom, in what is now the land of France, used a language that was beginning to approach somewhat to what is now known as French. This change had begun long before, in the days when the country fell into the hands of the Romans, who introduced their own language, the Latin. Now, if a new language were introduced into any country today, few people would speak it correctly, and it was so in France. The people mixed the new tongue with their own. For instance, when a Roman wished to say of or to, he usually added a letter or two to the noun following. The people of France used the prepositions de or a, and did not trouble themselves to change the noun. Other words or expressions were made simpler or altered in much the same way, and before the end of the 10th century, the people of France were speaking a language that was composed of a little Celtic, a little German, and a great deal of Latin. But the Latin had become quite different from that used in Rome. This mixture was rapidly turning into French, as it is spoken today. The French people then differed in language from the Germans, and many of the nobles were feeling more and more strongly that they did not wish to be ruled by a German, but by one of themselves, who would talk French and feel and think like a Frenchman, one who would be satisfied with ruling France and would not be ever thinking of forming an empire and becoming emperor. In 987, there was an excellent opportunity to put a new family upon the throne, for the last of Charlemagne's direct descendants, Louis the Child, had just died. The great barons met together to choose a ruler. They decided upon Duke Hugh Capet, and he became king. He had little more power, however, than some of his counts and dukes, and it may be that he sometimes wished he was still a duke, for some of the nobles refused to accept him as their ruler. There is a story that one of his vassals, that is, one who held land from him by feudal tenure, overran the district of Touraine, and forthwith began to call himself Count of Tours and Poitiers. "Who made you count?" demanded Hugh, and the independent vassal retorted, "Who made you king?" Indeed, if the brave men of Normandy had not stood by him, Hugh would have had a hard struggle to keep his throne. He meant not only to keep it, but to hand it down in his family, and only a few months after his election, he asked his nobles to elect his son Robert king also. Then, while he lived, he reasoned shrewdly. Robert would help him govern the kingdom, and at his death there would be no question as to who should rule, and no division of the kingdom. At first the nobles hesitated a little. "We cannot elect 2 kings in 1 year," they gave as an excuse, but at length they yielded, and Robert was crowned. This was the beginning of the rule of the powerful Capetian family, which was to hold the throne of France for more than 3 centuries. Gaul, or France, had been ruled for many years by Romans and by Germans, but Hugh Capet was a Frenchman, ruling French people, the first king of France. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 21. The Cid captures Valencia. A little while before Charles Martel fought the Battle of Tours and drove the Mohammedans or Moors out of Gaul, they came into Spain, and before long the southern part of that country was in their hands. They became very prosperous and founded splendid cities, of which the most famous were Granada and Valencia. The earlier comers, the Goths, held the northern part of Spain, and there were continual wars between the two peoples. The Goths, now called Spaniards, also fought among themselves, and in their quarrels they were glad of anyone's help, no matter whether he was Christian or Mohammedan. Of all these warriors, Rodrigo Diaz, or the Cid, was the greatest. The poem of the Cid was afterwards written about his exploits, besides a countless number of ballads. The following are some of the stories that were told about him. Long before he was made a knight, two of the Spanish kings had a quarrel about a certain city that lay on the line between their two kingdoms. Each wanted it, and the dispute would have come to war if one of them had not suggested that each should choose a warrior, and that single combat should settle the question. One king chose a famous knight, but the other chose the young Rodrigo. I will gladly fight for you, he said to his king. I have vowed to make a pilgrimage, and I must do that first. So on the pilgrimage he went. On the way he saw a leper, who begged for help. Rodrigo helped him out of the bog in which he was fast sinking, set him in front of him on his own horse, and carried him to an inn. There he and the leper used the same trencher or wooden plate, and they slept in the same bed. In the night Rodrigo awoke with the feeling that someone had breathed upon him so strongly that the breath had passed through his body. The leper was gone, but a vision of Saint Lazarus appeared to him and said, I was the leper whom you helped, and for your kindness God grants that your foes shall never prevail against you. Upon returning from his pilgrimage, Rodrigo vanquished in single contest the knight opposed to him, and so gained the city for his king. After this, people called him the Campeador, or champion. Even before this, he had won his title of the Cid, or chief, by overcoming 5 Mohammedan kings. Instead of putting them to death, however, he had let them go free, and they were so grateful that they agreed to become his vassals and to send him tribute. But this was not the end of their gratitude. A while later, some of the counts of Castile became so envious of the Cid's greatness that they plotted to bring about his death. They made what they thought was a most excellent plan. They wrote to a number of the Moors, saying that in the next battle that should be fought, they all intended to desert the Cid, and then, when he was alone, the Moors could easily capture him or slay him. The Moors would have been delighted to do this, but, unluckily for the plotters, some of the letters went to the 5 kings to whom the Cid had shown mercy. They had not forgotten his kindness. They sent him word of the proposed treachery, and the wicked counts were driven out of the kingdom. The greatest exploit of the Cid was his capture of the Moorish city of Valencia, the richest city in all Spain. After a siege 9 months long, the city yielded, and the people were in terror of what the Cid might do to them for having resisted him so long. But he was a human warrior. He called the chief men together and told them that they were free to cultivate their lands, and that all he should ask from them was 1/10 of their grains. The ruler of Valencia was a man who had slain their rightful king. While the siege was going on, he had sold food to the starving people at a great price. And after the surrender he offered to the Cid the money that he had made in this way, but the Cid would not accept it, and he put the wicked man to death with many tortures. The Cid was now a mighty ruler and a very wealthy man. Even the Sultan of far-away Persia sent noble gifts to him and earnestly desired his friendship. After some years the Cid heard that the king of Morocco was about to come upon him with 36 other kings and a mighty force, and he was troubled. But one night Saint Peter came to him in a vision. In 30 days you will leave this world, he said, but do you atone for your sins, and you shall enter into the light. Be not troubled about the coming of the Moors upon your people, for even though you are dead, you shall win the battle for them. Then the Cid made himself ready for death. He ordered that, after he was dead, his people should put his body in battle array with helmet and armor, with shield and sword, and fix it firmly upon his horse, with arm upraised as if to strike. This they did, and they went forth with the body of the Cid at their head to meet the 36 kings. The knights of the Cid came so suddenly and fought so fiercely that the 36 kings fled and galloped their horses even into the sea. We saw an amazing sight, the Moors afterwards declared, for there came upon us full 70,000 knights, all as white as snow. And before them rode a knight of great stature, sitting upon a white horse with a bloody cross. In one hand he bore a white banner, and in the other a sword, which seemed to be of fire, and he slew many. 22 of the 36 kings were slain. The others went their way, and never even turned their heads. Then when the body of the Cid had been lifted down from the horse, his friends robed it in clothes of purple, and set it in the ivory chair of the conqueror, with his sword Tizona in its hand. And after 10 years it was buried close by the altar of St. Peter in a monastery at Cardina. One of his followers cared for Banisa, the horse that had been so dear to the Cid. Every day he led it to water and led it back, and gave it food with his own hand. When the horse died, he buried it before the gate of the monastery. He set an elm at its head, and another at its feet, and he bade that, when he himself should die, he should be buried beside the good horse, Banika, whom he had loved so well, and for whom he had cared so tenderly. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 22 Magna Carta, signed by King John. Less than 200 years after the reign of William the Conqueror, one of his descendants, King John, sat upon the throne of England. He was an exceedingly bad ruler. He stole, he told lies, and he put innocent people in prison. If he wanted money, he simply demanded it of any persons who had it, and if they refused to give it, he did not hesitate to torture them till they yielded. Men who had committed crime and deserved to be punished, he would set free if they could raise money enough to make him a present. If two men disagreed and brought their difficulty before him for trial, he would decide in favor of the one who had made him the larger gift. Sometimes, for some very small offense, he would demand money of a poor man who had only a horse and cart with which to earn his living. And if the man had no friends to bribe the king, his horse and cart were sold to help fill the royal treasury. King John was even believed to have murdered a nephew, the young Prince Arthur, who had claim to the throne. John ruled not only England but also the Duchy of Normandy, which had descended to him from William the Conqueror. As Normandy was the fief of France, Philip, King of France, called upon his vassal John to account for the death of the prince. John refused to appear. Then Philip took away nearly all his French possessions. That loss made his income much smaller. Moreover, the cost of carrying on the government had increased. There was then some reason for his constant need of money, even though there was so little excuse for his manner of obtaining it. When the Archbishop of Canterbury died, there was a dispute about who should succeed him. The Pope was appealed to, and he bade the monks of Canterbury name a good, upright man named Stephen Langton to take his place. This choice did not please the king. Therefore he seized the monastery and its revenues and banished the monks. For 6 years John resisted the Pope and refused to allow Langton to become archbishop. Finally he became afraid that he was going to die, and then he yielded most meekly. He even went to Langton to beg for absolution or the pardon of the church. "When you promise to obey the laws of the land and to treat your people justly, I will absolve you," replied the archbishop. John was always ready to make a promise, but he never kept it unless it was convenient. He promised what the archbishop asked, but, as might have been expected, he soon broke his word. Now, next to the king, the barons were the most powerful men of the kingdom, but even they did not know what to do. Fortunately, the archbishop knew. He called the barons together and read them what had been the law of the land since a short time after the death of William the Conqueror. Then the barons understood what their rights were, and they took a solemn oath to defend them. But we will wait for 1 year, they said. The king may do better. They waited a year, then they waited till Christmas. The king had not improved, and the barons went to him and asked him to repeat the promises that he had made to the archbishop. John was insolent at first, but when he saw that the barons were in earnest, he became very meek, and said that what they asked was important to be sure, but also difficult, and he should need a little time before making the agreement. By Easter he should be able to satisfy them. The barons did not believe him, and so, when Easter came, they brought to the appointed place a large body of armed followers. After a while, John sent to ask what it was that the barons insisted upon having. Then bold, dignified Stephen Langton read aloud to him from a parchment such articles as these. A free man shall not be fined for a small offence, except in proportion to the gravity of the offence. No free man shall be imprisoned or banished, except by the lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land. John grew more and more angry as these were read, and when the archbishop went on to read other articles declaring that the king must not take bribes or impose taxes without the consent of his council or body of advisers, and finally one giving the barons the right to elect 25 of their number, to keep watch over him and seize his castles if he did not keep his promise. Then he went into a furious passion. I will never grant liberties that would make me a slave, he declared. Nevertheless, he had to yield. There was a famous green meadow with low hills on one side and the river Thames on the other. Its name of Runnymede, or Meadow of Council, was given it long before William the Conqueror landed in England, because there the Saxons used to hold their councils. To this meadow the barons and their army marched from London. Then out of a strong fortress that rose near at hand, and across the drawbridge that swung over the meadow, rode an angry and sulky ruler of England. He promised that his seal should be fixed to the parchment, and then he went back to his palace. He was well nigh mad with rage, but the barons cared little for this, and they caused many copies of this parchment to be made, and sent over the land to be read aloud in the churches. This parchment was the famous Magna Carta, or Great Charter, sealed in 1215. The barons were then the most powerful men of the kingdom, and they saw to it that as long as he lived, the king kept his word. About 50 years later, not only the barons but representatives of the towns were admitted to the council. This was the beginning of the English Parliament. And now, if a king ruled unjustly, he must account, not only to the barons, but to the whole people. From that day to this, no monarch has been able to remain on the throne of England who has not kept the promises that King John was obliged to make that June day at Runnymede. End of chapter 22.
Willa, up. Willa. Up.
Chapter 23 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 23 The Life of the Knight. when a knight galloped into the courtyard of a castle, his helm and armor glittering, his sword clanking at his side, his plume waving, and his horse prancing and caracoling. It is small wonder if the boys of the place gathered to see him, and if each said to himself, "I wish I were a knight." The boy who was to be a knight must be of noble birth. His training generally began when he was only 7 or 8 years old. He was taken away from his mother and his father's castle, for it was the custom for boys to be brought up in the castle of some friend of their father's, or perhaps of someone of higher rank than he. A castle was a gloomy stone building, with strong walls and towers, usually placed either high up on a cliff or in a swamp, so that it could not be easily captured. Within it were dungeons and treasure rooms, and rooms for the lord and his family. It had also a well and perhaps a garden, and it was protected by a moat and a drawbridge. The little boy about to begin his training at such a castle was first called a page, and before he could hope to become even a squire, there was much for him to learn. Until he was 14 or 15, his first business was to wait upon the ladies of the household, to run on their errands, carry messages for them, and ride with them when they went out hunting or hawking. He must always be polite and obedient, for no one could imagine such a thing as a knight who was rude or would not obey the laws of knighthood. He must learn to play chess and draughts, to read, to sing, to dance, to play on the flute and harp, and to say his catechism. He was also taught that he must choose some lady and must serve her truly. There's a story that a lady of the French court once asked the little page who was the mistress of his heart. "I love my mother best, and my sister next," he replied. "Yes, but who is your lady love in chivalry?" she asked. And he finally chose a little 10-year-old girl. "That is not the way," declared his teacher. "You must not choose a child, but some lady of noble birth who can advise and help you. Some day you must do daring deeds for her sake, and you must be so humble and faithful to her that she cannot help being kind to you." Most of the training of the page was given him by the ladies of the household, but he was also taught to ride and leap, to hurl a light spear, and to fight in sham battles with the other pages of the castle. He waited upon his lord and the ladies at the table, and sometimes he accompanied his lord to battle. He did no fighting there, but simply served in any way that a boy could. He was in no danger, for it would have been a disgrace to any knight to wound a page. Of course, all this time the boy was looking forward to the day when he would be promoted and would become a squire. That came to pass when he was about 14. Then he not only served at table and brought water for the lord and his guests to wash their hands before and after the meal, but he learned to carve. He brought his lord's special cup of wine at retiring, and waited upon him in every way. In a large castle, where there were many squires, one cared for the dining hall, arranged it for singing, or made the tables ready for chess. A squire was not permitted to sit at table with a knight, not even if the knight was his own father, but he might join in the amusements. Each in turns was the squire of the body, and the one in office was he whom all the others envied, for when his lord went to battle, this squire was his regular attendant. The young page might carry the helm, but the squire bore the armor and shield, and it was his task, no easy one, to enseize his lord in the heavy armor that was then worn. If the knight lost his weapon, the squire must be ready with another. If he took prisoners, they were handed over to the squire to guard, and if the knight was thrown from his horse, the squire must help him to mount again. Although a squire was rarely made a knight before he was 20 or 21, he had little chance to be idle. He was still expected to keep up his attendance upon the ladies of the castle, and he now learned to use, not the light weapons with which he had practiced as a page, but the battle axe and sword and lance of the knight. He must become a master of horsemanship and be perfect in leaping and swimming and climbing. He must learn to bear heat and cold and hunger without a word of complaint, and he must accustom himself to wearing the heavy armor of the time and to moving easily in it. There was one exercise in particular which he was expected to practice until he had become perfect. This was called the quinte. A figure of a man arrayed with sword and shield as if for battle was fastened to a post in such a way that it swung about easily. The young squire rode up to the figure, full tilt, and struck it with his lance. If he hit it on the breast, nothing happened. But if he aimed badly and hit the legs or the arms or was slow in getting away, then the courtyard re-echoed with shouts of laughter, for the figure whirled about, and the unskilful squire was struck a heavy blow with a sandbag. When the time had come for the young man to become a knight, there was such ceremony, and every act had its meaning. He went into a bath and afterwards put on a white garment to indicate purity. A red one was placed over it to show that he would shed his blood for the right. One whole night he spent fully armed, praying and meditating in a church. On the following day he gave his sword to the priest, who laid it upon the altar, blessed it, and returned it. He made solemn vows to defend the church, to be true to the king, and to help every lady who was in distress. Then the knight of highest rank came forward. The young man kneeled before him with clasped hands and declared solemnly that his earnest wish was to maintain religion and chivalry. After this, the knights and ladies put on first his spurs, then the other pieces of his armor. The chief knight fixed on the sword and struck him upon the neck a slight blow, called the accolade, and said aloud, "Add up thee, knight, in the name of God and the saints." The other knights embraced him, and the priest prayed that he might ever be faithful and loyal. Then the people all went out of the church, and the newly made knight sprang upon his horse, and rode about in his gleaming armor, flashing his sword and spurring on his steed to prance and curvet and crackle. After this he dismounted. He made as generous gifts as he could afford to the servants and ministers of the castle, in which he had received his training. The rest of the day was given to feasting and entertainments. Of course, this ceremony differed somewhat in different countries, and sometimes a man was made a knight on the battlefield because he had just performed some deed of valor. If a knight broke his vows, his spurs were cut off, his sword broken over his head, his armor taken from him, and he was laid in a coffin. Then the burial service was read over him as if he were dead. The great pleasure and amusement of the knights was the tournament, or mock battle, and they would journey long distances to see one or take part in one. The battle took place in what was called the lists, a large oblong space marked off by railings. Close to these were the galleries, or seats for the spectators. It was all made as gorgeous as possible, with a vast display of banners and tapestry and coats of mail, and especially by the brilliant robes of the ladies. When the trumpet sounded and the cry was heard, "Come forth, knights, come forth!" the two bodies of knights that were to tilt, one against the other, galloped forward at full speed from opposite ends of the lists, with their lances in rest, and met with a terrible shock. The ribbons of their lady-loves waved from their helmets. Pieces of wood were fastened to the points of the lances, for the object of the charge was not to kill, but to unhorse opponents. There were strict rules for the behavior of knights during a tournament, and an accurate method of counting their honors. To strike an opponent out of his saddle counted 3, to break a lance on his helm counted 10. The ladies were the judges of all questions, but they usually resigned their power into the hands of an umpire called the Knight of Honor. After the tournament had come to an end, some fair lady who had been chosen Queen of Beauty and Love presented the prizes. Knighthood flourished from the 11th to the 15th centuries. Armor grew heavier and heavier till it became almost impossible to mount his horse without help, and if his horse was slain, he rode off helplessly and became an easy prey for his foes. About the middle of the 14th century, the English won two great battles at Crecy and at Poitiers against the French, not by the power of the knights, but by the valor of the foot soldiers with their bows and arrows. Then came the invention of gunpowder, and after that the knight became little more than a useless encumbrance. His time was past, and his armor is now exhibited as a curiosity in museums. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 24 Country Life in the Middle Ages. The people of the Middle Ages would have thought it exceedingly strange for one man to ask another the price of a piece of land, pay for it, and then call it his own. As a general thing, they obtained land in a quite different fashion. The theory was that the king owned the whole country, but he could not cultivate it all or even defend it with a single sword. Therefore he gave the use of large districts to his chief men. Each man, when he received a share, kneeled before the king with uncovered head, laid his hands in those of his sovereign, and vowed to be his man and to serve him faithfully. Then the king kissed his vassal or liegeman, and gave him a bit of turf and a twig to indicate that he was to hold the land and what grew upon it. Often when land was granted to a man, he was required to make a small payment of money or produce. This was no rent, but merely an acknowledgement that the property was not his, but his lord's. It was sometimes nothing more than a measure of grain, or a fish or two from some river flowing through the land. In 1492, a piece of land in Newcastle on Tyne was granted on condition that a red rose be paid every midsummer day if it should be called for. The service that the king wanted for his grants was almost always service in war. When there was need of fighting, he had a right to call out his vassal to fight for him. But every vassal divided his land into portions and gave it to people who were his vassals and had vowed to be faithful to him. Therefore, when the king needed men, he called out his vassals, the great nobles. They called out their vassals, and these vassals called out those who were under them, and all had to go forth to do battle. This was the feudal system. It was a sort of endless chain, except that it did finally come to an end in the manor, or village. Exactly how it arose is still a subject of great dispute. The early manor usually consisted of one house of fair size, perhaps even a castle, and, gathered around it, a number of little cottages. These were thatched with straw and had generally only one room. The large house was the abode of the lord of the manor, and the little houses were the homes of his tenants. Some of these were called free tenants, and they generally paid in money for the use of the land and the protection of their lord. The others were called serfs, or villeins, from the word ville, meaning village. They paid some rent in money, or in fowls or produce, and they also had to spend a goodly share of their time, sometimes as much as half of it, working on the land which the lord reserved for himself. The lord of a manor always had a list of the tenants, called an extent, which stated what each one was bound to pay and what work he must do. For instance, on one manor a man who had a cottage and an acre of land had to pay at the feast of Saint Michael 3 pence, and at Christmas a cock and a hen worth 3 pence. Another, who had only a little piece of land, had to bring to his lord one goose, worth 2 pence, every year. The labor varied greatly in kind and in amount. One man, among other sorts of work, had to provide a cart and 3 animals of his own, and carry wood from the forest to the manor house 2 days every summer. This was worth 9 pence, but his lord was to give him 3 meals worth 2 pence, halfpenny each. Twice every summer he was to carry half a load of grain, but his meals in this case were not to be so extravagant, for they were to be worth only 2 pence each. The arable land of the manor was divided into 3 or more great fields. One field was planted with wheat or rye, another with oats or peas or barley, and the third field lay fallow for a season. The next year the arrangement was changed about, and thus every field had its rotation of crops and its year of rest. These lands were divided among the tenants in what seems now a strange fashion. They were marked off into strips, usually 40 rods long and 4 rods wide, and instead of a tenant having a field to himself, he had a certain number of strips. Moreover, these were not together, but were scattered, 1 or 2 in a place. Even the lord's land was generally scattered in the same way. The villeins were not allowed to leave the manor, and if it passed into the hands of another owner, they went with it as the oxen or the houses did. And even if a man wished to run away, where could he go? The whole country was divided into manors. Each one had its own tenants, and there was seldom room for any new ones. There was no work by which one could earn his bread. For a long while there was only one way by which a boy could escape from the manor life, and that was by becoming a priest. If he wished to be a priest and showed that he had the ability, his lord had to let him go free. Farm work was exceedingly hard in those days, for the implements were rude and clumsy. The ploughs, for instance, were made of wood, and were so heavy that 8 oxen were needed to draw them. The manor life could not have been very agreeable, but it had one great advantage. It was safe, for the lord was bound to protect his tenants, and in those days of strife and disorder, it was a great thing to have protection. Indeed, it often happened that, for the sake of being protected, a free man would go of his own accord to some powerful noble and offer to become his vassal. Between the 11th and the 13th centuries, many knights went on crusades or warlike expeditions to try to rescue the Holy Land from the Mohammedans. These knights required large sums of money, and they allowed many of their tenants to pay their rent in money instead of work. Sometimes they would even let them have a piece of land. This made the villeins feel a little more independent, but until after the battles of Crécy and Poitiers, it did not occur to them that they were well able to protect themselves with their own weapons. They had supposed that to be an efficient soldier, it was necessary to have a horse and armor, and to be trained as a knight. But these 2 battles were won by men who had no armor and no swords, but only their bows and arrows. 2 or 3 years after the Battle of Crécy, a terrible disease known as the Black Death swept over the land. So many villeins died that now a man could find plenty of work at good wages wherever he chose to go. Moreover, if he did not wish to work on a manor, he could live in a city if he chose, for fine wool weaving had been introduced from Flanders, and he could easily earn his living as a weaver. Thus, little by little, the old way of living in manors was given up, and the feudal system gradually disappeared. In a few places in Europe, however, the ground is still cultivated in great fields, wherein each person holds 1 or more strips, and in the little town of Mannheim, in Pennsylvania, there is some land that is held by a sort of feudal tenure. It was given by a wealthy baron a century and a half ago, as a site for a church, and the rental was to be, as in the case of the land of Newcastle, 100 rows payable in June, when the same shall be lawfully demanded. Twice the baron asked for the rows, and then the old custom was forgotten until it was revived a few years ago. Now 1 day in every June is set apart for the payment of the rows to some descendant of the baron. There is always a pleasant little celebration. Then, after the music and the addresses in the church, the people present all walk past the cancel, each one laying down a red rose as he passes. The roses are afterwards gathered up and carried to the sick folk in some hospital. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 25 Town Life in the Middle Ages. People living in a town in the Middle Ages had to make sure that it could not be easily captured by an enemy. For this reason, they often built a heavy wall around it, with watchtowers where men were always on guard. Battering rams and other machines for knocking down a wall could not be used unless they were brought close up to it, and therefore, just outside the fortifications of the city, a deep ditch was often dug and kept full of water. There were only a few gates, and those were carefully protected. Outside the walls were forests and fields, and every morning the public herdsman drove the oxen of the townspeople to pasture, bringing them back again at night. There were gardens and cultivated fields around the town, and indeed there were many gardens and orchards within the walls. If everything had been kept clean, a town might have been a pleasant, sweet-smelling place. But rubbish was heaped up in front of the doors, and pigs roamed about the streets at their own will. These streets were usually narrow and crooked. There were no pavements, and the upper stories of the houses sometimes projected so far that people living on opposite sides of a street could shake hands from their windows. The nearer one came to the center of the town, the closer together were the houses. Merchants usually had shop and home in the same building. The lower part of the front was the shop, and the rear of the house was the home. This was by far the pleasanter part, for it often looked out upon gardens filled with bright flowers. Besides the merchants, there were the humbler folk, the craftsmen, that is, the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and others. Every trade had its apprentices, boys who were bound to remain with some craftsman a certain number of years to learn his business. The master fed and clothed the boy, gave him a home, and taught him. When he had finished his apprenticeship, he became a journeyman or workman. Of course, he was eager to become a master, but before he could do this, he must make a masterpiece, that is, a piece of work excellent enough to be accepted by the guild or society composed of the men of his trade. There were guilds of bakers, weavers, coopers, brewers, goldsmiths, carpenters. Indeed, every trade had its guild. The guild did a great deal for its members. If one of them became poor or was ill, his guild gave him assistance. If he died in poverty, the guild paid his funeral expenses and aided his family. If a journeyman, a cooper for instance, came to a strange town, the guild of coopers in that town would find work for him, or, if there was none, to pay his way to the next town. The guild not only helped its members, but saw to it that they did not impose upon the public. If a baker made his loaves too small, or a dyer gave short measure of clothes, or a maker of spurs gilded old ones and sold them for new, his guild punished him by a fine or by expulsion. The master himself was punished, and not the workman who had, perhaps, done the actual work. In many places men were forbidden by their guilds to carry on their trades after the curfew bell, lest they should not do good work, or should disturb their neighbors, or perhaps set their houses ablaze. The craft guilds were also religious societies, and each one had its patron saint. They gave altars and painted windows and generous presents of money to the cathedrals. The whole guild often went to church in solemn procession. They also presented what were known as mystery plays, that is, plays showing forth scenes in the Bible. One guild presented the creation of the world, another the flood, another the flight of the Holy Family into Egypt, and so on. The presenting of these plays was often very expensive, but it was looked upon as a religious duty. When the morning for the plays had come, the members of the guild met together, and after prayers those who were to act clambered into a clumsy two-story wagon called a pageant, and went to the corner or open square where the play was to be shown. When it was enacted, they moved on to present the same play elsewhere, while another guild acted the second play of the series in the place that they had just left. When the play had been repeated in all the places chosen, the members of the guilds went to their homes, feeling that they had performed a religious duty that would be good for them and for the crowds that had been listening to them. Another latter kind of was known as a morality play, in which characters representing the virtues and vices took part. The incidents in these plays were not drawn directly from the Bible, as was the case with the mystery plays. Ultimately, this rude acting developed into the great Elizabethan drama. The merchants, too, had their guilds, and these were very powerful associations. They won a great deal of liberty for the towns, for when a king or noble was in need of money, the rich merchant guilds would say, "We will provide it if you will agree no longer to lay taxes upon our town at your own will." Sometimes the guilds made rather hard bargains. If a king or a nobleman wished to go on a crusade, or if he had been taken prisoner and needed a large sum of money for his ransom, he was ready to give many privileges to the town that would supply him with gold, or even to grant it the right to govern itself in all things. Many a city literally bought its charter with its gold. These merchant guilds were afterwards called corporations, and from them was gradually developed the town council of the present day. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 26. Peter the Hermit leads the First Crusade. During many centuries, if a man asked, "What can I do that will be most pleasing to God?" not only the priests, but nearly all his friends would answer, "Make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, to the place where our Lord suffered and was buried." To go from England or any part of Western Europe was a long journey, and often dangerous, but it was not expensive, for all Christians felt it a duty to give the pilgrims food and lodging. Jerusalem was in the hands of the Saracens. They were Mohammedans, but they had no objection to allowing pilgrims to visit the city, especially as the wealthier among them spent much money during their stay. Good Harun al-Rashid even erected a Christian church and a building in which the pilgrims might lodge. About the time that William the Conqueror took possession of England, the Seljukian Turks captured Jerusalem. Then it became a different matter to make a pilgrimage to the Holy City, for the pilgrims were robbed and tortured and sometimes put to death. The emperor in the East and the popes, one after another, were most indignant. Finally, Pope Urban II determined that the church should be aroused to capture the Holy Land from the Turks. He had a powerful helper, a Frenchman known as Peter the Hermit. Peter had been on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and on his return he traveled about Europe in coarse, woolen shirt and hermit's cloak, telling people everywhere of the cruelties of the Turks. At Clermont in France, Pope Urban went out into a wide-spreading plain and made an eloquent address to the thousands of Frenchmen who were gathered together. He told them that God had given their nation glory in arms, and that he wished them to use their power, not in fighting one another, but in winning the city of Christ from the infidels. The multitude shouted, "God wills it! God wills it!" And it was not long before hundreds of thousands had fastened the red cross to their shoulders and had set out for Jerusalem. The Latin word for cross is cru, and from this the expedition was known as a crusade. The Pope had urged that none should go unless they were able to bear arms, and that the rich should take soldiers with them, but people paid little attention to this advice. The first company started under Peter the Hermit and a knight known as Walter the Penniless. Not all its members, however, were real pilgrims. Some went for gain, some to see the world, and some were mere robbers and thieves. Peter had no authority over them, and they did what they chose. While they were passing through Germany, the people were kind to them and gladly brought them food. But when they came to other countries, they were not treated so generously. Then they demanded food, often most insolently, and when it was refused, they stole it. They killed flocks and herds and even their owners. Of course, the people avenged their wrongs with the sword. The pilgrims fought or fled as best they might. On arriving at Constantinople, they were received kindly by the emperor and given food, but even there they stole from houses and gardens and churches. They pushed on towards Jerusalem, and soon were attacked and slaughtered by the Turks. But there were hundreds of thousands of others making ready to join the crusade, who were not wild, turbulent folk like the first company, but were far more earnest and serious. It is thought that at least 100,000 of these were knights. They came by different ways, but all met at Constantinople. Then they marched on into Asia Minor. They were in need of food and even of water. Thousands perished. The others were saved by some dogs that had followed them. These dogs deserted their masters, but finally came back to the camp. "See their muddy paws, they have found water," cried the thirsty people. They followed the dogs' tracks and came to water. A pigeon, too, did them a good turn. One ruler had pretended to be friendly, but just after they had left his territory, they picked up in their camp a dead carrier pigeon, bearing a letter to the ruler of the next district, bidding him destroy the accursed Christians. So they went on. Sometimes they captured a town. Sometimes many of them died of famine or plague. At length they came in sight of the holy city, and then all their troubles were forgotten. They cried, "Jerusalem, Jerusalem!" They fell upon their knees, they kissed one another with joy, they cast off their shoes, for had not the very soil become holy, where the Lord had once walked? They threw themselves down upon it and kissed the ground. With shouts of "God wills it! God wills it!" they attacked the walls. After a savage combat, the city was captured. Then came a massacre of Saracens as brutal as any in history, for even the gallant knights had not yet learned that it is better to convert an enemy than to kill him. The most valiant leader among the Crusaders was Godfrey of Bouillon, and he was chosen king of what was called the Kingdom of Jerusalem. He was escorted to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and there he would have been crowned. But he said, "No, I cannot wear a crown of gold in the very city in which my Lord and Master wore a crown of thorns." He was willing to be called Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, but he would not take the title of king. Godfrey and a few other knights remained in Jerusalem, and the rest of the pilgrims went to their homes. They had spent 4 years in this crusade. Hundreds of thousands of Christians, and perhaps as many Saracens, had been slain. But the holy city had been taken from the infidels, and there was great rejoicing. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 27. Richard the Lionhearted leads the Third Crusade. There were several expeditions to rescue Jerusalem, but the third may fairly be named the Royal Crusade, because of the number of sovereigns who took part in it. There was Frederick the German Emperor, nicknamed Barbarossa, because of his long red beard. There was Philip II, King of France, and there was Richard I of England, the famous Coeur de Lion, the lion-hearted soldier. After being 88 years in the hands of the Christians, Jerusalem had been recaptured in 1187 by a great Saracen commander named Saladin. He was far more merciful, however, than the Christians of the First Crusade, for when the women of Jerusalem begged for the lives of their fathers and brothers and husbands, he forgot all his stern threats and not only freed his prisoners, but loaded them with presents. The Emperor Frederick could not bear the thought of Jerusalem being in the hands of the Saracens, and he set off with his army to regain it. He was a brave and wise soldier, and would have led his troops most nobly, but by some accident he was drowned before reaching the Holy Land. His subjects were heartbroken at the news of his death. They could hardly believe it possible, and the legend arose that he had hidden himself away in the depths of the mountains. And fathers said to their children, "The good Barbarossa is not dead. He and his daughter and his brave comrades sit about a marble table in some mountain cavern. His red beard has grown through the marble, so long has he waited. But by and by there will come a time when the ravens no longer fly around the mountain. Then he will come forth, and in that day our land shall be great indeed." King Richard of England was eager for glory, and would gladly have set out for the Holy Land at once. But first the money for an army must be raised. How it was raised he did not care. More than one man who wanted to be a bishop obtained his wish by paying for it. If a man was guilty of wrongdoing, he need not go to prison if he could send a goodly sum of money to the king. England held 2 fortresses in Scotland, but Richard willingly gave up all claim to them and to the whole country for 10,000 marks. He and Philip Augustus of France were enemies, but now they swore to be most faithful friends. "If one of us is slain during the crusade," they said, "the other shall take all troops and money and go on with the great work of freeing the Holy Land." Richard meant to have better order than during the First Crusade, and he made some remarkable laws. If one man killed another, the murderer was to be tied to the body of his victim, and both were to be thrown into the sea. A man who stole was to have hot pitch poured upon his head, and over this feathers were to be shaken. At length, both French and English were on the way, but long before they reached Syria, the 2 kings quarreled. They patched up a sort of peace and went on to Acre, a seaport town of Syria that the Christians were besieging. That soon fell. Both kings put their banners on the ramparts. But Richard took up his abode in the royal palace, leaving to Philip a humbler place. Indeed, in whatever they did, Richard always took the first place, and before long Philip declared that he was sick and should return to Europe. "If you are really sick or afraid of the enemy, you would better go home," said Richard scornfully. He easily guessed that Philip's real reason for wishing to go home was that he might try to seize some of the English possessions, and he made the French king swear not to make war upon any of the English lands while he himself was away. Richard marched south toward Jerusalem. Every night when he halted, heralds cried 3 times, "Save this holy sepulchre," and all the army kneeled and said Amen. The hot-tempered Richard had already had trouble, not only with Philip, but with Duke Leopold of Austria, for at Acre the Duke had set his banner upon a tower that he had taken, and Richard had torn it down and flung it into the ditch. There was also trouble at Ascalon. Richard was bent upon rebuilding the walls. With his own royal hands he brought stones and mortar. Leopold refused to follow his example, and he declared, as the old poem puts it, My father was mason and a carpenter, and though your walls should all to shake, I shall never help him to make. Then, as the story goes, Richard not only stormed at the noble Duke, but struck him. Naturally, the Duke too went home. On the whole, none of the warriors seems to have behaved in so praiseworthy a fashion as the Mohammedan Saladin. This brave and knightly leader greatly admired the daring deeds of Richard. They exchanged many courtesies, and when the English king was ill, his enemies sent him fruit and ice for his comfort. Richard's boldness amazed everyone. He was always in the thickest of the fight, striking off a foeman's head with one blow of his sword, or swinging his terrible battle-axe with 20 pounds of steel in its head. One of his enemies declared, "No man can escape from his sword. His attack is dreadful. To engage with him is fatal, and his deeds are beyond human nature." Saladin's brother, too, looked upon his enemy with warmest admiration, and when Richard was once dismounted in battle, the Saracens sent him as a gift 2 noble horses. It is said that 50 years later, if the horse of a Saracen shied, his rider would say, "What? Do you think you see King Richard in that bush?" But the Germans and the French, and even many of his own troops, had left Richard. Therefore, as he had not men enough to take Jerusalem, he made the best terms he could with Saladin, and departed from the Holy Land. On the way home overland through Austria, he was captured by his enemy, Duke Leopold, given over to the Emperor of Germany, and put into prison. There is a pleasant story that Blondel, one of his minstrels, roamed over Europe in search of his beloved master. A minstrel might go safely wherever he would, and Blondel wandered about for a year without success. At last some country folk pointed out a castle belonging to the emperor and said, "Folk say there is a king kept prisoner in that tower." Then Blondel sang beside the tower the first stanza of a little French song that he and the king had written together. He paused a moment, and from the tower came the voice of Richard singing the second stanza. Blondel straightway went home and told the English where their king was, and they were ready to pay ransom for him. Philip of France and Richard's younger brother, John, the John who had to sign Magna Carta some years later, did all they could to have him kept in prison, for Philip thought he could seize Normandy if Richard was out of the way. As for John, he had been ruling England during his brother's absence, and he was determined not to give up the kingdom. But the Pope threatened Philip and the Emperor with excommunication from the Church if they did not let Richard go, and at last they yielded. It was not easy to raise the large ransom demanded, but the English had a hearty admiration for their king, and finally it was paid, and Richard was set free. He hastened to England, and the whole English people rejoiced, save John and his followers. To John, Philip had sent a message saying, "Take care of yourself. The devil has broken loose." Richard, however, made no attempt to punish his brother, and even when John again showed himself unfaithful, Richard forgave him, saying, "I hope I shall as easily forget his injuries as he will my pardon." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 28 The Children's Crusade. A marvelous thing now came to pass, for the children of France and Germany went on a crusade. Stephen, a French shepherd boy 12 years old, declared that Jesus had appeared to him and bidden him lead a company of children to rescue the Holy Sepulchre from the infidels. Other children joined him, and they went about from village to village, bearing crosses and candles, swinging censers, singing hymns, and crying, God wills it, God wills it. Soon a great army of boys and girls, including the humblest shepherd lads and the children of wealthy nobles, started to march for the Holy Land. No one could stop them. The king bade them return to their homes, but they only cried the more, God wills it. They broke away from their friends, from the very arms of their parents. The older folk knew not what to think. Some said this was the work of Satan to destroy the children. Others believed that it was the will of God, that where armed men had failed, innocent children should succeed, and they dared not hold them back, lest they should be fighting against God. In Germany too, there was a boy preacher, one Nicholas, and he aroused the German children as Stephen aroused the French. The little German boys and girls set out, 20,000 strong, many of them wearing long grey coats upon which crosses were sewn. They had broad-brimmed hats, and they carried the staffs of pilgrims. As they marched, they sang hymns. One of these had come down to us. It begins, Fairest Lord Jesus, ruler of all nature. But the way grew rougher and rougher. The air of the mountains was cold. They came to desert places where there was no food. Thousands died, and when the others reached the city of Genoa, there were only 7,000. Still the children did not lose courage. God would open a way from them through the sea, they believed, and soon they would be in the Holy Land. They would tell the story of the good Jesus. The infidels would listen and would become his followers. The morning came. They waited patiently on the shore at Genoa, but no path was open through the sea. There is a tradition that part of the children sailed for Syria, but what became of them is not known. Some pressed on to Rome. They told the Pope about their journey and their sufferings. He said that it was of no use for them to try to reach Syria, but as they were bound by their woes, they must go on a crusade when they were older. By this time only a few children were left. Many had died, as has been said. Some had been stolen or sold as slaves, and still others had stopped in one place or another. Nothing now remained but to suffer the long, hard journey home, and at last this, too, was ended. Tell us of your wanderings. Where have you been? Begged their parents and friends, but all that the tired little crusaders could answer was, we do not know. Meanwhile, the French children, 30,000 in all, had set out for Marseilles. Their way was less rough, but the heat of the summer was terrible. Many of the little ones had never been farther from their homes than some neighboring village, and whenever they came in sight of a city wall or a castle, they would ask piteously, "Isn't that Jerusalem?" After a journey of 300 miles, about 20,000 of them came to Marseilles. "Let us stay here tonight," they begged, "and tomorrow God will open a way for us through the sea." No path was opened, and many started to return to their homes. At length 2 merchants offered to provide vessels for all who wished to go to the Holy Land. "We do it for the cause of God," they said, "and we ask no reward but your prayers." Then the children were happy. "This is the path through the sea," they cried joyfully. "This is what God promised us." 7 vessels full of the bravest of the children set sail to cross the blue Mediterranean. 18 years later, an old priest came to Europe and told the sad ending of the story. 2 of the 7 vessels had been wrecked, but the hundreds of children on board the others had been carried to the coast of Africa and sold to the Mohammedans as slaves, for the generous men of Marseilles, who had so kindly offered to carry them across the sea, were slave traders. Not one of the 7 shiploads of children ever saw his home again. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 29. Roger Bacon, a pioneer in science and philosophy. Whilst the 13th century was by no means free from wars, the Western nations of Europe were beginning to feel the results of ordered government, and a great impetus was given to intellectual pursuits. To a very great extent, this took the direction of theological disputes, but secular knowledge also shared the inspiration. The scientists of that day were concerned almost solely with astrology and alchemy, and, owing to the superstitions then so prevalent, all who studied these so-called sciences were liable to be suspected of practicing the magic arts. Roger Bacon was not the man to be turned from the pursuit of knowledge by any fear of evil consequences that might spring from the ignorance of his fellow men. Born of a good Somerset family, he was sent to Oxford, where he studied the works of Aristotle, which had been forgotten for centuries, and thus became acquainted with the greatest of the classical scientists. He also took a great interest in mathematics, and was the first to apply this knowledge to the science of astronomy. After some years at Oxford, he went to the University of Paris, returning to Oxford again in 1250. He then entered the Franciscan order, and hence is often called Friar Bacon. Having acquired all the learning of the age, he spent all that he had, and much that he borrowed from friends, in his scientific researches into the secrets of nature. He was especially interested in the science of optics, as being useful to the study of astronomy. But this resulted in the invention of the magnifying glass, but he was greatly hindered by the need of proper apparatus. Such a man would naturally gather many students around him, and we learned that he was a kindly teacher, and never hesitated to impart his knowledge freely, when his scholars were too poor to make him any payment. From my youth up, he writes, I have labored at the sciences and tongues. I have sought the friendship of all men among the Latins, who had any reputation for knowledge. I have caused youth to be instructed in languages, geometry, arithmetic, the construction of tables and instruments, and many needful things besides. Returning to Paris, his great gifts brought him many enemies, and he was at last accused of the practice of magic and imprisoned in 1257. He was forbidden all intercourse with the world, and even the privilege of writing was denied him. Then Pope Clement IV became interested in his work, and it was at the Pope's request that Bacon wrote his Opus Magus, and the manuscript was sent to Rome by the hand of his favorite pupil, John of London. We do not know how it was received, for Clement died shortly afterward. This wonderful book sums up the state of knowledge, both in philosophy and science, of the time. Many other books were written by Friar Bacon, some of which have never been translated from the Latin, in which all learned books were written in his day, for Latin was still the common language of European scholars. In his later years, Bacon drew up a rectified calendar, invented gunpowder, and was, as Mr. Lecky says, the greatest natural philosopher of the Middle Ages. It seems strange to us that such a man could believe in astrology and in the philosopher's stone, but Bacon was sufficiently a child of his time to feel the fascination which these idle pursuits had for nearly all the learned men of that day. Bacon's greatest achievement was his application of new principles to the study of science. He believed that experiment was necessary, and not merely the acceptance of beliefs handed down from ancient philosophers. To his optical and astronomical researches he brought to bear his knowledge of mathematics, in which he had learned much from the Arabs, who in that day were especially renowned in that science. Although his work had no great immediate effect, owing to the decay of learning during the next 2 centuries, when all the energies of the Church were devoted to preventing schism, his influence during the Renaissance in the 16th century was marked, for many of his books were amongst the earliest printed. Bacon was released from prison in Paris about the year 1267, and for 10 years enjoyed his freedom in spite of the attacks of his enemies. In 1278, the chief of the Franciscan order declared his books to be unorthodox and kept him in confinement until 1292. 2 years later, he died at Oxford. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 30. Marco Polo visits the Great Khan of China. In the days of Marco Polo, Venice was one of the richest and most powerful cities in Europe, and nowhere else, perhaps, could one see so many magnificent palaces and churches. Venice had shrewd merchants, daring sailors, and many ships, and it was chiefly through the enormous trade which she had built up with the East that she had grown so wealthy. Among the most enterprising of the Venetian merchants were the father and uncle of Marco Polo. Indeed, when Marco was a little boy, he used to hear stories of his father and his uncle that must have seemed to him almost like fairy tales. They went away from Venice to make a voyage to Constantinople, the little boy's friends said, and in Constantinople they bought a great quantity of rich jewelry. We think they must have gone into the unknown countries of Asia to trade, perhaps even to China, where the great Khan lives. When the boy was about 14, his father came home, and then he had stories to tell indeed. He had gone far into Asia, had sold the jewelry brought from Constantinople, had been at the court of the great Kublai Khan, ruler of China, and now he and his brother had come back to Italy with a message from the Khan to the Pope. He showed the boy the Khan's golden tablets, which he had given to the brothers. The royal cipher was engraved upon them, and a command that wherever in the Khan's domain the brothers might go, his subjects should receive them with honor, and should provide them with whatever they needed. The brothers were going back to China, and now the boy was happy, for his father promised that he might go with them. Then they made the long, leisurely journey from Venice to Constantinople, and across Asia to China. They traveled through fertile valleys and sandy deserts, over stony mountains and through gloomy passes. They saw strange birds and fruits and peoples. They visited handsome cities and lonely tribes that had no settled homes. It was a slow journey. In one place, the sickness of the young Marco delayed them for many months. Sometimes they had to wait for company before they could venture through dangerous countries. Once they had to go far out of their way to avoid passing through a region where two tribes were waging war. At length, they came within 40 miles of the home of the great Kublai Khan, ruler of China. Here, they were met by a large escort sent out by the Khan, and were brought into the city with every mark of honor that could be shown them. The Khan took a strong liking to the young Marco, and gave him a position in the royal household. The young man put on the Chinese dress, adopted the Chinese manners and customs, and learned the 4 languages that were most used in the country. The Khan was delighted with him, and often gave him a golden tablet, and sent him off on a journey, so that on his return he could describe to him the wonderful things that he had seen. Marco's father and uncle were also given positions in the Khan's service, and by his generosity they soon became exceedingly wealthy. China was not home, however, even after they had lived in that country for many years, and they longed to see their own Venice. They begged the Khan to allow them to return. But why? He asked. It is a dangerous journey. You might lose your lives. Do you want money or jewels? I will give you twice as much as you now have. But I care for you too much to let you go away from me. Without the Khan's tablets, the journey would be impossible, and the Polos began to fear they would never see their home again. Some months before this, the ruler of Persia had sent an embassy to beg that a granddaughter of the great Khan might become his wife. The princess and her suite set off for Persia, but the way lay through a country that was at war, and they had to return. The Persian ambassadors, however, had been away from Persia 3 years, and they did not dare to remain longer at the Chinese court. Just then Marco Polo arrived from a voyage to some of the islands of the coast. The idea occurred to the ambassadors that they might take ship and go by water to the Persian Gulf at less expense and with greater safety than by the overland way. They talked with the Polos and found that they would be only too glad to go with them. Then they begged the Khan to allow the 3 Venetians, who were experienced sailors, to escort them. The Khan was not pleased, but he finally yielded. He gave the Polos his golden tablets, loaded them down with presents of jewelry, and they and the ambassadors and the fair young princess sailed away with a fleet of 14 vessels, furnished with stores and provisions for 2 years. It was 21 months before they came to Persia. The Polos rested a year in the leisurely fashion of those days, then returned, not to China but to Venice, having been absent 24 years. At Venice, there had been rumors long before that the famous travelers were dead. They were of course greatly changed, and they spoke Italian rather stiffly and queerly. It was hard to believe that these foreign-looking men, in their long, rough Tartar coats, could be the members of the wealthy family of Polo. They had some trouble in getting possession of their own palace, and even after they had succeeded, many thought they were impostors. The story is told that to convince these doubting friends, they invited them to a magnificent banquet. After the feast, the coarse, threadbare coats were brought in and quickly ripped open. There rolled out such a store of rubies and emeralds and diamonds and sapphires as the bewildered guests had never seen. The whole room blazed and sparkled with them. For the sake of safety on the dangerous journey, the Polos had brought their immense wealth in this form. Then the guests were convinced that the 3 men were not impostors, and they were treated with the utmost respect. War broke out between Venice and Genoa, and Marco Polo was put in command of a warship. He was taken prisoner by the Genoese, and it was while he was in prison that he dictated to a gentleman of Genoa the stories of his travels. All Genoa became interested, and their famous prisoner was soon set free. Copies of his book in manuscript went everywhere. Some doubted its truth, and when the author was on his deathbed, they begged him to take back the parts of it that they thought must be exaggerated. There is no exaggeration in the book, he declared. On the contrary, I have not told half the amazing things that I saw with my own eyes. End of the chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 31 Francesco Petrarch and the Revival of Learning. Hundreds of thousands of men returned from the Crusades with their minds full of new ideas. They had seen the distant countries of the East with their mountains, rivers, plains, and seas. In the great cities they had gazed upon hundreds of handsome buildings, different from anything in their own lands. Many of the French, German, and English crusaders had gone to Venice to take ship to cross the Mediterranean, and there they had seen most superb structures of colored marble. The outside of the Venetian palaces was generally adorned with bas-relief, and the groundwork was often colored a deep rich blue, while the sculpture was covered with gold leaf. Moreover, the Crusaders had learned that their own ways of living were not always the best and most comfortable. They had found that there were kinds of food and materials for clothing better than those to which they had been accustomed, that there were beautiful furnishings for houses, of which they had never dreamed. Having seen such things or heard of them, people wished to buy them. The cities about the Adriatic Sea, especially Venice and Genoa, were ready to supply all these newly discovered needs. Long before this, the Venetians had driven the pirates from the Adriatic and had claimed the sea as their own. To symbolize this victory, they had a poetical custom. Every Ascension Day, the Doge, or ruler of the city, sailed out in a vessel most magnificently decorated, and with a vast amount of ceremony dropped a golden ring into the water to indicate that the city had become the bride of the sea. Venice had built ships and carried the armies of crusaders across the water. She had gained stations on the eastern shore of the Adriatic, and might fairly claim to rule the whole sea. She had used her ships for other purposes, however, than carrying armies, for she had an enormous trade, as we have said, in the beautiful things that were made in the distant lands of the East. She brought home cargoes of rich tapestries and silks, jewels, glassware, and most exquisite pieces of work in iron and gold and enamel. Her workmen copied them and found in them hints and suggestions for other work. These things were carried over Europe and even to far-away England. The Crusades not only taught people about other lands and other customs, but they taught them to wish to see more of the world, to know what men of other countries were doing and thinking. People began to have more interest in what was written in books. They had thought that a man encased in armor, carrying a sword and a lance, and set upon a horse, was the ideal hero. Now they began to have a glimmering idea that the man who had noble thoughts and could put them into noble words was greater than the man with the sword. The most famous scholar of the age was an Italian poet called Petrarch. Even as a boy he loved the writings of the early Latin and Greek authors. His father wished him to become a lawyer, and the boy listened to some lectures on law. But all the while he was saving his money to buy the works of Cicero and Virgil. His father threw the precious manuscripts into the fire, but when he saw the grief of the boy, he snatched them out again. Thus Petrarch slowly won his way to being a poet and scholar. He became a great collector of manuscripts, especially of the Greek and Roman writers, and moreover, he showed people how to study them. Before his day, even students had felt that if two copies of an author's work did not agree, one was unlikely to be correct as the other. Petrarch taught people to compare manuscripts, to study them, and so learn whether one was copied from another, or whether those in existence had all been copied from some older writing that was lost. Princes, another great man of Italy, admired his poetry and showed him much respect, but there were two special honors for which he longed. One was to be crowned as poet by the Roman Senate. The other was to wear a similar crown in Paris. On one happy September day, invitations to receive both these crowns came to him. He had always taught that it was wrong for a man not to make the most of himself, and even when he was 70, he did not think of giving up work. His physicians said, "You must rest." But instead of resting, he engaged 5 or 6 secretaries and worked as hard as ever. One morning he was found in his library, his head lying on an open book. He was dead. His influence, however, did not die. Others too began to collect the long-forgotten manuscripts of the Greek and Roman authors. They searched monasteries and churches and made many copies of the precious writings. Italy was all alive with the interest in the great works of the ancient writers. The Italian students thought wistfully of the manuscripts that must be stored away in Greece. They didn't know how soon they would be able to read them for themselves, and without leaving their own country. Thus it was that, although the Crusaders did not win Jerusalem, and though the Holy City is even today in the hands of the Mohammedans, yet the Crusades did much to encourage commerce, to give people new ideas on many subjects, and to prepare them to receive the knowledge that was coming to them slowly from the east. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Chapman. Chapter 32 The Fall of Constantinople. While the Italian scholars were wishing that they had more of the precious old manuscripts, there were exciting times in the country known as Turkey in Europe. This country had been part of the Eastern Empire even after the fall of Rome in 476, but it had come to be so little Roman and so completely Greek that it is spoken of as the Greek or Byzantine Empire. It was destined, however, to belong to neither Romans nor Greeks, for the Mohammedans were pressing hard upon its boundaries. They had won Asia Minor and the lands lying directly south of the Danube. Gradually they got Greece, north of the Isthmus, into their power, and in 1453 Mohammed II led the Ottoman Turks, who were of the same race as Attila and his Huns, against the capital of the Eastern Empire, the great rich city of Constantinople. Gunpowder had been invented before this time, but the cannon were small. When the great Turkish gun fired its heavy stone balls, men and women rushed into the streets, beating their breasts and crying aloud, "God have mercy upon us!" Day after day the besiegers continued the attack. They used arrows and catapults for throwing stones. They wheeled a two-story tower covered with hides near enough to the city, so that archers in the second story could shoot at the defenders on the walls. But the Greeks threw their famous Greek fire upon it, and it was consumed. Both parties dug mines. Sometimes these were blown up, sometimes the workers in them were suffocated by smoke or gas. Finally the Turks dug a narrow canal 5 miles long from the Sea of Marmora to the harbor of Constantinople. They paved it with beams, well greased, and one morning the Greeks found 30 Turkish ships lying almost under their walls, for the oxen of the Turks had dragged them to the shore during the night. Then the people of the city were in despair, and begged their emperor to escape and flee for his life, but he refused. "I am resolved to die here with you," he declared. When it was seen that the city must fall, thousands of the citizens crowded into the vast church of St. Sophia, for there was an old prophecy that some day the Turks would force their way into the city, but that when they had reached St. Sophia, an angel would appear with a celestial sword, and that at sight of it the Turks would flee. The emperor kneeled down in prayer, received the Holy Communion, and then begged the priests and all the members of his court to forgive him if he had ever wronged them. The sobs and wails of the people echoed in the great building. The Turks made their way without hindrance into the city. They did not stop at the church, and no angel brought a miraculous weapon to drive them back. The emperor fell, sword in hand, fighting to the last for his empire and the Christian faith. The Turkish commander gave over the city to his soldiers, and they stole everything worth stealing: wonderful treasures of gold, silver, bronze, and jewels. Thousands of citizens were roughly bound together and dragged off to the boats to be sold as slaves. The cross was torn down from beautiful St. Sophia, and the crescent, the emblem of Mohammedanism, was put in its place. The emperor's body, however, was buried by the Turks with all honor. A lamp was lighted at his grave. It is still kept burning, and at the charge of the Turkish government. This was commanded by the Turkish ruler as a mark of respect and regard for Constantine Palaeologus, the last Christian emperor in the Empire of the East. At the coming of the Turks, many of the Greeks had seized their most valued treasures and fled. The scholars carried away with them the rare old manuscripts of the early Greek writers. More went to Italy than everywhere else, and the Italian scholars gave them a hearty welcome. There had been learned Greeks in Italy long before this time, and the Italian scholars had been interested in the Greek literature. But now such a wealth of it was poured into the country that the Italians were aroused and delighted. They read the manuscripts eagerly, they sent copies to their friends, and gradually a knowledge of the literature of the Greeks and a love for it spread throughout Europe. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 33. John Gutenberg invents printing. The fall of Constantinople had brought the Greek scholars with their manuscripts to Italy, but it would have been a long while before even the most learned men of Western Europe could have read their writings, had not a German named John Gutenberg been working away for many years, trying to invent a better process of making books than the slow, tiresome method of copying them by hand, letter by letter. When Gutenberg was a boy, this was the way in which all books were made. Moreover, they were generally written on parchment, and this added to the expense. The result was that a book was a costly article, and few people could afford to own one. When Gutenberg became a young man, a way of making books was invented, which people thought was a most wonderful improvement. For each page the printer took a block of fine-grained wood, drew upon it whatever picture he was to print, then cut the wood away, leaving the outlines of the picture. By inking this and pressing it upon the paper, he could print a page. Only one side of the paper was used, and so every pair of leaves had to be pasted together. At first only pictures were printed, but after a while some lettering was also done. Such books were called block books. Many were printed in this way with pictures illustrating Bible history, and these were known as poor men's Bibles. Although the block books were much less expensive than the books written by hand, still they were by no means cheap. It was long, slow work to cut a block for each page, and after as many books had been printed as were needed, the blocks were of no further use. Gutenberg wondered whether there was not some better way to print a book. He pondered and dreamed over the matter and made experiments. At last the idea which he sought came to him, an idea so simple that it seemed strange no one had thought of it sooner. It was only to cut each letter on a separate piece of wood, form the letters into words, bind them together the shape and size of a page, print as many copies as were desired, then separate the letters and use them in other books till they were worn out. Here was the great invention, but it was a long way from this beginning to a well-printed book. Now people began to wonder what Gutenberg could be working at so secretly. In those days, everything that was mysterious was thought to be witchcraft. So the inventor, in order to avoid any such charge, made himself a workshop in a deserted monastery outside of the town. He had yet to learn how to make his types of metal, how to fasten them together firmly in forms, how to put on just enough ink, and how to make a press. At length, he carried through a great undertaking. He printed a Latin Bible. This was completed in 1455 and was the first Bible ever printed. But Gutenberg was in trouble. He had not had the money needed to carry on his work without help, and he had been obliged to take a partner by the name of John Faust. Faust was disappointed in not making as much money as he had expected. The Bible had taken longer to complete and had cost more than Gutenberg had calculated, and at length Faust brought a suit to recover what he had lent. The judge decided in his favor, and everything that the inventor owned went to him. Gutenberg was left to begin again. Nevertheless, he went on bravely with his printing, trying all the time to print better and better. By and by, the Elector Adolphus of Nassau gave him a pension. This is all that is known of the last few years of his life. He died in 1468, but the art of printing lived. Printing presses could hardly be set up fast enough, for every country wanted them. England, France, Holland, Germany had presses within a few years after the death of Gutenberg. The Jews carried one to Constantinople, and a century later even Russia had one. So it was that the knowledge of printing spread over Europe. Of course, those old Greek manuscripts were printed and sent from country to country. A Venetian printer named Aldo Manuzio issued especially accurate and well-made copies, which became known as the Aldine editions. The Crusades had aroused people and made them ready and eager to learn. Now they found in the ancient writings of the Greeks and Romans nobler poems, more dignified histories, and more brilliant orations than they had known before. By this new learning, as it was called, men were stimulated to think. They felt as if they were brighter and keener than they used to be, as if they were not their old slow dual selves, but were becoming quick and clear-minded. They felt so much as if they had just been born into a new, fresh world, that the name Renaissance or New Birth has been given to this period. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 34 Columbus Discovers America. The Crusades, the Renaissance, the invention of printing, and the travels of Marco Polo in the East had set people to thinking about matters in the great world beyond the limits of their own little villages or towns. India was especially attractive to many. The reason was that Europeans had learned to demand the spices and silks and cottons and jewels of the East. The old way of bringing these to Europe was up the Red Sea and across the Mediterranean to Venice, or through the Black Sea past Constantinople and through the Mediterranean to Genoa. Now that the Turks held Constantinople, communication with the East was made very difficult. Just as people were beginning to desire Eastern luxuries, it became more and more difficult to obtain them, and the nation that could find the shortest way to India would soon be possessed of untold wealth. One man who was thinking most earnestly about India was named Christopher Columbus. He was born in Genoa and had been at sea most of his life since he was 14. He had read and studied and thought until he was convinced that the world was round, and that the best way to reach China and Japan was not to make the wearisome overland journey through Asia, but to sail directly west across the Atlantic. He had asked the city of Genoa to provide money for the expedition, and he had also asked the King of Portugal, but to no purpose. Finally, he appealed to Ferdinand and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain. This was why, towards the end of the 15th century, a company of learned Spaniards met together at Salamanca to listen to the schemes of a simple and known Italian sailor. Columbus told them what he believed. Then they brought forward their objections. A ship might possibly reach India in that way, said one gravely, but she could never sail uphill and come home again. If the world is round and people are on the opposite side, they must hang by their feet and with their heads down, declared another scornfully. Another objection was that such an expedition as Columbus proposed would be expensive. Moreover, he demanded the title of admiral of whatever lands he might discover, and 1/10 of all precious stones, gold, silver, spices, and other merchandise that should be found in these lands. This was not because he was greedy for money, but he had conceived the notion of winning this holy sepulchre at Jerusalem from the Turks, and to do this would require an enormous fortune. Columbus had formed a noble scheme, but there seemed small hopes that it would be carried out by Spanish aid, for the Spaniards were waging an important war with the Moors, or Mohammedans. The Moors had a kingdom in the south of Spain, containing a number of cities. In the capital, Granada, was the palace and fortress of the Alhambra, a wonderfully beautiful structure, even in ruins as it is today. Granada was captured, but even then the Spaniards seemed to have no time to listen to Columbus. At length he made up his mind to leave Spain and go for aid to the King of France. With his little son Diego he started out on foot. The child was hungry, and so they stopped at the gate of the convent of La Rabida, near the town of Palos, Spain, to beg for the food that was never refused to wayfarers. The prior, who was a student of geography, he heard the ideas of Columbus, put faith in them, and invited some of his learned friends to meet the stranger. Spain must not lose the honor of such an enterprise, and he even went himself to the Queen. He had once been her confessor, and she greeted him kindly. King Ferdinand did not believe in the undertaking, but the Queen became thoroughly interested in it. She was Queen of Aragon by her marriage to Ferdinand, but she was Queen of Castile in her own right, and she exclaimed, "I undertake the enterprise for my own crown of Castile, and will pledge my jewels to raise the necessary funds." Thus, after 18 years' delay, the way opened for Columbus, and he set sail from Palos with 3 small vessels. But even after they were at sea, Columbus must have felt as if his troubles were just begun, for his sailors were full of fears. They were not cowards, but no one, they thought, had ever crossed the Atlantic, and there were legends that in one place it was swarming with monsters, and that in another the water boiled with intense heat. There was real danger also from the jealous Portuguese, for it was rumored that they had sent out vessels to capture Columbus' little fleet. It is small wonder that the sailors were dismayed by the fires of the volcanic peak of Tenerife, but they were almost equally alarmed by every little occurrence. The mast of a wrecked vessel floated by, and they feared it was a sign that their vessel too would be wrecked. After a while, the magnetic needle ceased to point to the North Star, and they were filled with dread lest they should lose their way on the vast ocean. One night a brilliant meteor appeared, and then they were sure that destruction was at hand. The good east wind was sweeping them gently along, but even that worried them, for they feared it would never alter, and how could they get home? Some of them had begun to whisper together of throwing Columbus overboard, when one day they saw land birds and floating weeds, and finally a glimmering light. Then the sailors were as eager to press onward as their leader. Early on the following morning land appeared. Columbus, wearing his brilliant scarlet robes and bearing the standard of Spain, was rowed ashore. He fell upon his knees and kissed the ground, thanking God most heartily for his care. Then he took possession of the land for Spain. The natives gathered around, and he gave them bells and glass beads. He supposed that of course he was just off the coast of India, and as he had reached the place by sailing west, he called it the West Indies, and the people Indians. The island itself he named San Salvador. It is thought to have been one of the Bahamas. He spent some little time among the islands, always hoping to come upon the wealthy cities of the Great Khan. At length he returned to Spain, dreaming of future voyages that he would make. When he reached Palos, the bells were rung and people gave up their business to celebrate the wonderful voyage and the safe return. Columbus made 3 other journeys across the ocean, hoping every time to find the rich cities of the East. His enemies claimed that he had mismanaged a colony that had been founded in the New World. Another governor was sent out, and he threw the great admiral into chains. Ferdinand and Isabella were indignant when they knew of this outrage, but yet they could not help being disappointed that China had not been found. Neither they nor Columbus dreamed that he had discovered a new continent, and even if they had known it, they would have much preferred finding a way to trade with the distant East. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 35 Vasco da Gama reaches India by rounding Africa. We have seen that Portugal missed the honor of sending out Columbus, although the people of that age scarcely realized that it was an honor. 6 years after he crossed the Atlantic Ocean, a Portuguese sailor named Vasco da Gama made a voyage that was looked upon as being of far more importance, because it opened the way for trade with the Far East, for which merchants had been longing. He reached India by sailing around Africa. Navigators were already familiar with the western coast of Africa, and a few years earlier one of them had doubled the Cape of Good Hope. But of what lay beyond, little was known. Vasco da Gama, therefore, had been chosen by the King of Portugal to sail down the western coast, round the Cape of Good Hope, and then sail north up the eastern coast. When the day of departure had come, da Gama and the men of the fleet and the courtiers all went down to the water's edge. The ships were ablaze with flags and standards. A farewell salute was fired, and the vessels floated down the river of Lisbon and out into the open sea. On the voyage there were tempests and stormy winds, and the sea was rough day and night. When at last they thought that they must have sailed as far south as the southern point of Africa, they steered directly east. Alas, the shore soon came in sight. There is no end to the land, declared the sailors. It goes straight across the ocean. Stand out to sea, commanded da Gama. Trust in the Lord, and we will double the cape. On they went. The days grew shorter, the nights grew longer, and the cold rains fell constantly. Now the ships began to leak, and the men could never cease pumping. There was so little hope of safety that they no longer called upon God to save their lives, but bade him to have mercy upon their souls. In the midst of all the distress, da Gama strode about the ship, angry and fearless. If we do not double the cape this time, he declared, we will stand out to sea again, and we will stand out as many times until the cape is doubled, or until whatever may please God has come to pass. By and by the sea grew calm, the wind moderated, and however far they went to the east, no land was in sight. Then they knew that they had doubled the cape. They were full of joy, and they praised the Lord, who had delivered them from death. The Christmas season was at hand, which the Portuguese called Natal. They gave this name to the part of the coast of which they lay, and it had been so called ever since that time. After the shattered vessels had been repaired, da Gama sailed onward up the coast of Africa as far as
Yes, these
35
dogs,
who guided his ships
they
across the
are
Indian Ocean
so
to Calicut in
cozy.
Hindustan. After many adventures, he returned to Portugal. The king gave him generous rewards, made him a noble, and bade that holidays should be celebrated in his honor throughout the kingdom. Da Gama made 2 other voyages to India. On one of these he led a fleet of 12 ships, and brought them back richly laden with spices and silks and ivory and precious stones. Finally he was made Viceroy of India, and there he lived in much luxury and magnificence until his death. For time, the voyages of Columbus were almost forgotten. Vasco da Gama had found the way to India, and several countries of Europe, especially Portugal, were becoming rich by their trade with the East. What more could be asked? End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 36 Ferdinand Magellan leads first voyage around the world. When the year 1519 had come, people knew much more about the world that had been known 30 years earlier. Other voyagers had followed Columbus. Vasco da Gama had sailed around Africa and shown that it was quite possible to reach India by that method. Several other bold mariners had crossed the Atlantic and explored different parts of the American coast. One had crossed the Isthmus of Darien and had seen the Pacific Ocean. It was known, therefore, that there was land from Labrador to Brazil, but no one guessed how far to the west it extended. Most people thought that the islands visited by Columbus, and probably the lands north of them, lay off the coast of China. No one had been around South America, but even those who thought it to be a great mass of land supposed that somewhere there was a strait leading through it to the Chinese waters. No one guessed the wide Pacific Ocean lay between this land and China, for no one had yet carried out Columbus' plan of reaching India by sailing west. This, however, was just what a bold navigator named Ferdinand Magellan was hoping to do. He was a Portuguese, but his own king would not send out the expedition he was planning. Therefore he entered the service of the King of Spain. This daring sailor did not know any better than others how far South America might extend to the southward, but he promised the king that he would follow the coast until he came to some strait that led through the land to the Chinese seas. He was not going merely to make discoveries, he meant to bring home whole shiploads of spices. He knew how cheaply they could be bought of the natives, and he expected to make fortunes for the king and for himself. No one knew how long the voyage would take, but the ships were provisioned for 2 years. They carried also all kinds of weapons and vast quantities of bells and knives and red cloths, and small looking-glasses, which they intended to exchange for spices with the natives. The vessels crossed the Atlantic and sailed into the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. Then everyone was hopeful. This must be a strait, they thought, and we are almost at our journey's end. They sailed cheerfully upstream for 2 days. Then their hopes fell, for the water grew more fresh every hour, and therefore they knew that they were in a river. So they turned back and continued their voyage along the coast. By and by they came to another opening. This might be the passage, and Magellan sent 2 of the ships to explore it. When they returned, there was rejoicing indeed, for the captains reported that at last a deep channel had been found. This was surely the passage to the seas of China. But the ships were shattered and food was scanty. Since the passage had been found, why not return to Spain? The following season they could set out with new, strong vessels and a good supply of food. So said some of the captains and pilots, but others felt that the hardest part of the voyage was over. China must be close at hand, and they might just as well go home with shiploads of cloves and other spices. On Magellan went, through the straits later named after him, into the calm blue ocean, so quiet that he called it the Pacific. He sailed on and on. When he entered this ocean, he had food for only 3 months, and 2 months had passed. Now the explorers had no choice about turning back, for they had no provisions for a homeward voyage, and their only hope was that by keeping on they might come to the shores of India. At length they did reach a little island, but it had neither water nor fruit. They came to a group of islands, and these they named the Lodrones, or Thieves' Islands, because the natives stole everything that they could lay their hands upon. Then they landed at the Philippines, and here was plenty of fruit, oranges, bananas, and coconuts. They were now in the land of clothes, but unfortunately Magellan agreed to help one native chief against his enemies, and in the fighting that followed, he was slain. The little fleet had at first consisted of 5 vessels, but one had deserted, one had been wrecked, one had been burned as unseaworthy, and one had fallen into the hands of the Portuguese. The Victoria, the only one that remained, pressed on to the Moluccas, and when she sailed away, she had such a cargo as no vessel had brought before. For besides all that the men had bought for themselves, she carried 26 tons of clothes. From some of the other islands they took ginger and sandalwood. Then they crossed the Indian Ocean and rounded Africa. They stopped to buy food at the Cape Verde Islands, and here they were astounded to find that while they called the day Wednesday, the people of the islands called it Thursday. They had travelled west with the sun, and so had lost a day. At length they reached Spain, and there they received a royal reception. After Magellan's death, Sebastian Delcano had become captain. The courage and perseverance that had made the voyage possible belonged to Magellan, but he was dead, and the rewards went to Delcano. He was made a noble, and for a coat of arms he was given a globe with the motto, "Your first encompassed me." During the 200 years when Europe was making especially rapid progress in learning and in discovery, some of the noblest painters the world has ever known lived in Italy. One of these died while Magellan was slowly making his way around the southern point of South America. This was Raphael. His most famous picture is the Sistine Madonna, now in the Dresden Gallery, the Mother of Christ with the Holy Child in her arms. Raphael is said to have thanked God that he was born in the times of Michelangelo, a brother artist. Angelo was painter and poet, but greatest of all a sculptor. His most famous statue is that of Moses. This is so wonderfully lifelike that one feels as if it must be alive. It is easy to believe that, when it was completed, the artist gazed upon and cried, "Speak, for thou canst." Angelo lived to be an old man, but till almost the last day of his life he was occupied with some work of art of such rare excellence that everyone who loves beautiful things is glad of its existence. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 37. Robert Bruce wins at Bannockburn and frees Scotland. In the days of King John, the English had their hands full with only one king to manage. But a time came in Scotland when there were 13 persons who claimed the throne. Finally, it was clear that 2 of them had stronger claims than the other 11. They were John Balliol and Robert Bruce. Balliol was the grandson of the eldest daughter of a certain royal David, and Bruce was the son of the second daughter of the same king. People in Scotland took sides, some in favour of Balliol and some in favour of Bruce, and feeling was so strong that there was danger of civil war. "King Edward of England is a wise king. Let us leave the question to him," said the Scottish nobles, and it was done. This was a fine chance for King Edward. He declared at once that neither Balliol nor Bruce, but he himself had the best claim to the Scottish throne. Balliol, however, might rule under him, he said. But Balliol did not prove obedient enough to please him, so Edward carried him and the famous Stone of Scone off to London together. The Scots prized the stone highly. They had the tradition that Jacob's head had rested upon it the night that he had his dream of angels ascending and descending between heaven and earth, and whenever a Scottish king was to be crowned, he always took his seat upon this stone. Edward had it put underneath the seat of the chair in Westminster Abbey, in which English sovereigns sit at their coronation, and perhaps he thought that Scotland had used it. And there would be no more trouble. On the contrary, in a very little while William Wallace led the Scots against the English and defeated them in a great battle. Soon after this, however, he fell into the hands of Edward and was put to death. After a few years, the Scots found a new leader. This was the grandson of Robert Bruce, and his name too was Robert Bruce. He was crowned King of Scotland, and the Scots flocked to his standard. Then came Edward with a large force, and soon the King of Scotland was hiding first in the Grampian Hills, then on a little island of the north coast of Ireland. He was almost in despair, for he had tried 6 times to get the better of the English and had failed. One day, it is said, he lay in a lonely hut on a heap of straw, wondering if it would not be better to give it up and leave Scotland to herself. Just then he caught sight of a spider trying to swing itself from one rafter to another. 6 times it tried, and 6 times it failed. Just as many times as I have failed, thought Bruce. And he said to himself, if it tries again and succeeds, I too will try again. The spider tried again, and it succeeded. Bruce tried again, and he too succeeded. Edward died, and before his son Edward II was ready to attend to matters in Scotland, Bruce had captured most of the castles that Edward I had taken, and had brought an army together. When Edward II was at last ready to march into Scotland, some 2 or 3 years later, he came with a large force as far as Stirling. Bruce met him with one only 1/3 as large, but every man in it was bent upon doing his best to drive away the English. Bruce dug deep pits in front of his lines. Many of the English cavalry plunged into these and were slain, and the rest were thrown into confusion. Then, as the English troops looked at the hill lying to the right of the Scottish army, they saw a new army coming over the crest. It was really only the servants and wagons and camp followers, but Bruce had given them plenty of banners, and the English supposed they were fresh troops. Then King Edward and his men ran away as fast as they could, but the Scots pursued, and the king barely escaped being taken prisoner. This was the Battle of Bannockburn, the most bloody defeat the English ever met with in Scotland. The victory of the Scots freed Scotland from all English claims, and a few years later England acknowledged her independence. It was of this battle that Robert Burns wrote, Scots, who Harvey Wallace fled, Scots, whom Bruce has often led, welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day, and now's the hour. See the front of battle lore. See approach from Edward's power, chains and slavery. Why will be a traitor knave? Why can fill a coward's grave? Why see, base as be a slave? Let him turn and flee. While for Scotland's king and law, freedom's sword will strongly draw. Freemen stand, or freemen fall, let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by our sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow, let us do or die. In 1603, James VI of Scotland became James I of England, but although for the next 100 years the kingdoms were ruled by the same sovereign, the parliaments were not united. This followed, however, in 1707. England and Scotland were henceforth one country, under the name of Great Britain. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 38 William Tell and Arnold von Wickelried. In early times, some tall, strong people who had light hair, blue eyes, and fair complexions took up their homes in Switzerland. They were a proud, independent race, and proudest of all were those who dwelt in 3 districts far up in the mountains, known later as the Forest Cantons. Even after those who lived in the lower parts of the land had been obliged to give up much of their liberty, the Forest Cantons were still free. They yielded to the Emperor of Germany, they said, and to no one else. At one time, Rudolf of the family of Habsburg was emperor. He was of Swiss birth. He loved his people and protected them. But after him came his son Albert, a cruel tyrant. He was determined to bring the Swiss under the rule of Austria, and he was especially bitter against the Forest Cantons. He set governors over them who were free to insult the people, steal from them, imprison them, or even put them to death. The worst of all the governors was a man named Gessler, and the land was full of tales of his insolence and wickedness. Gessler seemed determined to humble the Swiss in every possible way. One day he put an Austrian hat on a pole and set it up in the marketplace, with the command that everyone who passed should bow down to it as if it were the emperor himself. William Tell, a bold mountaineer, walked through the place with his little son and did not salute the hat, wherefore he was seized by the guards. Gessler, in cruel sport, told him that since he carried a bow, he might display his archery by shooting an apple from the head of his son, and if he succeeded in doing it without killing the child, his own life should be spared. Tell pleaded not to be compelled to make so unnatural a trial, but the tyrant forced him to do it. The mountaineer was a skillful archer, and he hit the apple, to the great joy of all the people who stood round. But Gessler had noticed that Tell had taken another arrow in his hand, and he demanded suspiciously, "Why did you take out a second arrow?" Tell replied boldly, "If I had slain my child, this should have wound your heart." Gessler was furious. He threw Tell into chains, and that night started to take him across the lake of the 4 cantons to a prison on the other side. It is not at all uncommon for a storm to rise suddenly amidst the mountains that surround the beautiful lake. Without warning, the waters will be lashed into fury, and woe betide the boats that are not lying safely at anchor. Such a storm now overtook Gessler and his company. "Tell knows the lake, and he is the only man that can save us," declared the peasants who were rowing. "Unbind him then," bade the frightened governor, "and give him the helm." Tell did know the lake, and he guided the boat through the darkness to where a rock jutted out into the water. Coming as near as he dared, he made a bold spring to the rock, gave a thrust to the boat, and in a moment was free on the land, while Gessler and his men were fighting for their lives to prevent the boat from being swamped. Eventually the governor was saved, but the next day he and his escort had to pass through some deep woods. He was exclaiming, "Let him surrender, or one of his children dies tomorrow, another on the second day, and his wife on the third," when suddenly an arrow whizzed through the branches, and the tyrant fell dead. Whether the arrow came from Tell's bow, no one knew. Before this, some of the bold mountaineers had met under the stars one night on a little point that stretched out into a lake, and had sworn to stand together to free themselves from the tyranny of the Habsburgs. The Duke himself came with an army to subdue the rebellious Swiss, but as his troops were marching through a deep narrow pass, suddenly rocks and trunks of trees were hauled down upon them, Then came the Swiss with their clubs and pikes, and the proud Austrians were overpowered and driven back by the mountain peasants. Again, some 70 years later, the Austrians tried to conquer Switzerland. When the moment of battle had come, the knights dismounted and stood with their long spears in rest, a wall of bristling steel. The Swiss had only swords and short spears, and they could not even reach their enemies. The Austrians were beginning to curve their lines so as to surround the Swiss, when Arnold von Winkelried, a brave Swiss, suddenly cried, "My comrades, I will open a way for you," and threw himself upon the lances, clasping in his arms as many as he could, and dragging them to the ground. In an instant his comrades sprang into the opening. The Austrians fought gallantly, but they were routed. It was by such struggles as these that Switzerland freed herself from the yoke of Austria. These two stories have been handed down in Switzerland from father to son for many years. People doubt their truth, but in one way at least there is truth in them, namely, they show how earnestly the Swiss loved liberty. They came to hate everything connected with Austria, even peacock feathers, because they were the symbol of Austria. It is said that once an ardent patriot was drinking from a glass when the sun shone through it and the detested colors appeared. Straightway the man dashed the glass to the floor, and it was shattered into 1,000 pieces. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 39. The Black Prince, Hero of Crecy. The war between England and Scotland, which ended with the Battle of Bannockburn, would not have lasted so long if the French had not feared the growing strength of England. They had done a great deal to help Scotland, and this did not make the English feel very friendly towards them. Moreover, Edward III, King of England, claimed the French crown because of his relationship to the late King of France. The result was a struggle which lasted more than a century, and which is, therefore, called the 100 Years' War. It was in the early part of this war that the famous battles of Crecy and Poitiers were fought, which showed the English yeomen, that is, the sturdy common people, that they could defend themselves with their bows and arrows, and could stand up in battle without protection from the knights. At the Battle of Crecy, King Edward shared the command with his son, called the Black Prince from the color of his armor. In the course of the battle, a messenger came galloping up to the king and told him that his son was in great danger. "If the Frenchmen increase, your son will have too much to do," he said. The king asked, "Is my son dead, unhorsed, or so badly wounded that he cannot support himself?" "No, sire," answered the messenger, "but he is in so hot an engagement that he has great need of your help." The king must have longed to go to his son, but he replied firmly, "Tell those that sent you not to send again for me, so long as my son has life, and say I command them to let the boy win his spurs, for I am determined, if it please God, that all the glory and honor of this day shall be given to him, and to those to whose care I have entrusted him." The brave prince did win his spurs, that is, he performed deeds which proved him worthy of knighthood, and when the battle was over, the king kissed him and said, "You are worthy to be a sovereign." After this battle, the English pressed on to besieged Calas. One whole year the French refused to yield, and they would not give up the town until they were starving. Edward was so angry at the long resistance that he told the people of Galas there was only one way in which they could look for any mercy from him. If 6 of their principal men would come to him in their shirts, bareheaded, barefooted, and with ropes about their necks, he would be merciful to the others. The richest man in town offered himself first, and 5 others followed. Take them away and hang them, commanded King Edward. But his wife Philippa fell upon her knees and said, Since I crossed the sea with great danger to see you, I have never asked you one favor. Now I must humbly ask for the sake of the son of the blessed Mary, and for your love to me, that you will be merciful to these 6 men. The king replied, Ah, lady, I wish you had been anywhere else than here, but I cannot refuse you. Do as you please with them. The queen feasted them, and gave them new clothes, and sent them back safely to their homes. This story was told by Queen Philippa's secretary, a man named Froissart, who wrote a famous history of the time, which is known as Froissart's Chronicles. Froissart tells another story about the courtesy and modesty of the Black Prince after the French king had been taken prisoner at the Battle of Poitiers. Here it is just as the old chronicle told it. The Prince of Wales gave a supper in his pavilion to the King of France, and to the greater part of the princes and barons who were prisoners. The prince seated the King of France and his son, the Lord Philip, at an elevated and well-covered table. With them were Sir James de Bourbon, the Lord John d'Artois, the Earls of Tancarville, of Estampes, of Dalmatin, of Granville, and the Lord of Parthenay. The other kings and squires were placed at different tables. The prince himself served the king's table as well as the others with every mark of humility, and would not sit down at it, in spite of all his entreaties for him so to do, saying that he was not worthy of such an honor. Nor did it appear to him to seat himself at the table of so great a king, or of so valiant a man as he had shown himself by his actions that day. He added also with a noble air, Dear sir, do not make a poor meal because the Almighty God has not gratified your wishes in the event of this day. For be assured that my Lord and Father will show you every honor and friendship in his power, and will arrange your ransom so reasonably that you will henceforward always remain friends. In my opinion, you have cause to be glad that the success of this battle did not turn out as you desired, for you have this day acquired such high renown for prowess, that you have surpassed all the best knights on your side. I do not, dear sir, say this to flatter you, for all those of our side who have seen and observed the actions of each party have unanimously allowed this to be your due, and decree you the prize and garland for it. At the end of this speech there were murmurs and praise heard from everyone. And the French said the prince had spoken nobly and truly, and that he would be one of the most gallant princes in Christendom, if God should grant him life to pursue his career of glory. The Black Prince never came to the throne, for he died 1 year before his father. If he had lived, his courage and gentleness and kindly tact might have prevented some of the troubles that England had to meet. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Heroes of the Middle Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Chapter 40. Joan of Arc, the Girl Commander. The 100 Years' War was renewed when Henry V came to the throne, and by his great victory at Agincourt in 1415, France was quite at his mercy. At length the French became so discouraged that they agreed that when their king should die, they would accept an English ruler. The daughter of the French king was married to Henry, who died shortly afterwards. At the death of Henry V, the new king of England was a little boy. His guardians tried to enforce his claims, and they invaded France. They succeeded in getting possession of northern France, but they could not press further into the country without capturing Orleans. This they made strong efforts to do. They laid siege to the city. It grew weaker and weaker, and all saw that it must soon fall into their hands. The French were good soldiers, but they needed a leader. They were fighting for the rights of the young King Charles, but it did not seem to enter his mind that he should do aught except wear the crown after they had captured it for him. At length word came that a young peasant girl named Joan from Domremy insisted upon seeing him. She declared that she had seen visions of angels and had heard voices bidding her raise the siege of Orleans and conduct the king to Reims to be crowned. She was brought before the king, but he had dressed himself more plainly than his courtiers to see if she would recognize him. She looked about her a moment, then kneeled before him. "I am not the king," said Charles. "Noble prince, you and no one else are the king," Joan responded, and she told him of the voices that she had heard. Now there was an old saying in France that some day the country would be saved by a maiden, and both king and courtiers became interested. They gave her some light armor, all white and shining, and set her upon a great white charger with a sword in her hand. Her banner was a standard of pure white, and on it was a picture of two angels bearing lilies and one of God holding up the world. The French were wild with enthusiasm. They fell down before her, and those who could come near enough to touch her armor, or even her horse's hoofs, thought themselves fortunate. Joan of Arc, as she is known in history, was only 17, and she had seen nothing of war, but she succeeded in leading the French troops into Orleans. When once she had made her way within the walls, the French shut up in the city began to believe that she was sent by heaven to save them. She bade them follow her to do battle with the English, and they obeyed joyfully. The English had heard of this. Some thought she was, indeed, sent by heaven. Others said she was a witch, and they were all half afraid to resist her. It was not long before they withdrew. The city was free, and the French were almost ready to worship the Maid of Orleans, as they called her. They were eager to follow wherever she led, and with every battle, the English were driven a little further to the northward. Joan now urged Charles to go to Reims to be crowned, but he held back. So did his brave old generals. "It is folly," they said, "to try to make our way through the country where the English are still in power. Let us first drive them from Normandy and from Paris. Let the coronation wait until we have possession of our capital." Still Joan begged Charles to go, and at length he yielded. There was much fighting on the way, but the French were victorious, and Joan led her king to Reims. He was crowned in the cathedral, and she stood near him with the white war banner in her hand. So Joan prayed to be allowed to go home, but Charles would not think of giving her up. His people had come to believe that they would win a victory wherever she led. They even fancied that they saw fire flashing around her standard. "I work no miracles," she declared. "Do not kiss my clothes or armor. I am nothing but the instrument that God uses." She continued to lead the army, but at length she was captured and fell into the hands of the English. Those were hard and cruel days, and the English fired cannon and sang the Te Deum in the churches and rejoiced as if they had conquered the whole kingdom of France. Joan was kept in prison for a year, loaded with irons and chained to a pillar. She was tried for witchcraft and was condemned and sentenced to be burned. Charles, to whom she had given a kingdom, made no effort to save her. A stake was set up in the marketplace of Rouen. To this she was bound, and faggots were heaped up around it. "Let me die with the cross in my hands," she pleaded, but no one paid any attention
Really?
to
You
her
want to eat
request,
some feeder fish?
until at length an English soldier
There you go.
tied two sticks together in the form of a cross and gave it to her. She kissed it and laid it upon her heart. Then a brave and kindly monk ventured to bring her the altar cross from a church near at hand. The flames rose around her. Those who stood near heard her say, "Jesus, Jesus," and soon her sufferings were ended. Her ashes were thrown into the sea, but today on the spot where she died, a noble statue stands in her honor. End of chapter 40. The end of Heroes of the Middle Ages by Eva March Tappan. Recorded by Christine, April 2008, in Greifswald, Germany. Thank you for listening.
Chapter 1 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. Chapter 1. Jean-Marie Vianney walked down the lane, a shepherd's crook in one hand, a little statue of the Madonna in the other. The sheep and the donkey he was driving pushed on instinctively toward a small valley where the lush land was fed from a cool stream. Jean-Marie liked the little place because of a hillock in the center of the field, a hillock which, as soon as he arrived, became an altar to Our Lady. A horseman clattered down the road. "Boy," he called to Jean-Marie, "have you some cool water you can give me?" "I'm sorry, I don't have any with me, but in the valley there is a spring of the best water to be found in these parts." "What valley? How far away is it?" "Just a little way ahead. I'm taking these animals to graze there," explained Jean-Marie. "Good." The man alighted from his horse. "I'll walk along with you." Jean-Marie looked at him with interest. He was dressed in clothes made of cloth, like that in the suit the mayor wore on very special occasions, and this man wore it to ride the dusty roads. The leather in the saddle he rode was soft and fine, so soft it barely creaked as he dismounted. How different from the leather the farmers used for their harnesses and saddles! The man led his horse, fitting his steps to those of Jean-Marie and the flock he drove. "I'm tired from hours in the saddle," he said. "Have you come far?" "From Paris." "This morning?" The man laughed, a loud booming roar which startled the sheep and sent them scattering. Jean-Marie had some trouble calming the skittish creatures, and started them on their way again. "I'm sorry, young shepherd, that my amusement caused you trouble, but I found the idea of riding here from Paris in one morning very funny. You are an ignorant peasant, aren't you?" "Yes," the boy agreed simply. He went on. "Is Paris so far, then?" "Yes, Paris is much more than one morning's ride, and I have come really much farther than that, for I have been in Italy with Napoleon Bonaparte's army." "And who is Napoleon Bonaparte?" The man paused for a moment, considering. "He is a Corsican, a young man who loves France and who has led the French army to victory in Italy, and he is the greatest general the world has ever seen." "Is he a good man?" "A good man? You are stupid. Didn't I just tell you that he's the greatest general that—" "My mother says that people use the brains the Lord gives them and can't do more," returned Jean-Marie with dignity. "By good, I meant, does he say his prayers? Does he—" "I wouldn't know anything about that, although I would suppose that he has more sense." The horseman seemed angry at the mention of prayers. "Where is that spring you spoke of?" "Halfway down this hillside, sir. The water comes out pure and cool from between some rocks. Your horse can drink from the stream below, if you wish it." "Good. He must be dry, too." They soon reached the spring. The man slaked his own thirst, and then led his horse the rest of the way down the little hill to the stream below. When the beast was satisfied, the stranger walked over to where Jean-Marie had seated himself on the grass. "How far is it from here to Iculi?" he asked. "I don't know in miles, but it takes my father several hours to go there in the wagon. My grandfather and aunt and uncle live there," the boy added. "Do you know what time it is? I want to get there before noon, and would like to take it slowly, if I can. My horse is tired, and we have far to go." "I don't know the time. My father and brother can tell time by the sun, but I cannot. We used to hear the Angelus ring, and then I knew the hour. But of course there are no church bells anymore." "And quite right, too," the man growled. "You don't seem to know very much, do you?" "No, I don't know a great deal. I don't learn quickly, although I like to study and would be glad." The man was not at all interested in Jean-Marie's desires. He mounted his horse and rode up the hill toward the lane along which they had come. "Does that general, Mr. Bonaparte, does he let the church bells ring?" Jean-Marie called after the horseman. Whether the man did not hear him, or whether he thought the question foolish, rode away without answering. The French village of Dardaly, in which the Vianney's lived, was far removed from Paris, but the actions in the capital pressed hard on all the people of France. It had been in July 1789, when Jean-Marie was 3 years old, that the citizens of Paris stormed the Bastille, released the prisoners there, and seized the guns and ammunition stored within the walls. It was the beginning of the French Revolution. The country people decided that they would no longer pay taxes to the feudal lords who owned the villages, and to make sure of not being forced to do so, in many cases they burned down the castles where the lords lived, and drove them and their families away. Next, they declared they would no longer pay tithes to the church. Earlier, the King of France, Louis XVI, fearing that trouble was coming, had made a few changes for the betterment of his people, but he had not made enough. And many times, having made a change, he was easily persuaded to swing back to the old ways again. Tired of this insecurity, the people took things into their own hands, and themselves made the changes they wanted. Some of these were good, but, as is often the case, the unwise and disorderly among the citizens came into power. They seized all the church property. They declared that hereafter all bishops would be appointed by the state. Further, it was announced that all priests must take an oath to be loyal to the state first, the church second. Most of the priests refused to do this. So in May 1792, the assembly which then ruled France ordered that within the week all priests who did not take the oath must be driven from the country. Some left France. Some remained there in hiding, wandering about dressed as farmers or laborers, bringing the sacraments when and where they could. In September of the same year, kingship was abolished in France. The following January, the king was executed. Before the end of 1793, France was at war with all the countries around her, and there was terrible poverty in the land. But to Jean-Marie Vianney, all this was very far away. His world was in the field where the sheep grazed. He watched them until evening came, and then he started home, driving the flock before him. In the Vianney kitchen on this particular evening, the water in the great pot hanging on a crane over the blazing fire was boiling so fiercely that it forced the heavy pot lid into a clattering dance. Mrs. Vianney hurried to the fireplace, and seizing a pair of tongs, swung the crane a little away from the blaze. "The potatoes will all burst their jackets if they boil so fast," she commented. "Have you sprinkled the spice into the cabbage?" The question was not directed to anyone in particular, but her son Francois answered, "The cabbage is ready, mother." "Then put the bread on the table." The boy opened a cupboard and took out a large loaf of dark bread, big and round and weighing many pounds. "And the cheese, mother?" he asked. "Will there be enough for all?" He measured it with his eye. "Enough for 15 or 20, he reported. "It should do unless Jean-Marie brings home a flock of children along with the sheep." "Jean-Marie knows that he should always bring in anyone who is hungry and has no one to turn to." There was a little sharpness in Mrs. Vianney's voice. "Ever since your father and I were married, it has been well known that food and lodging were given here free to any wayfarer. Jean-Marie is doing only what he always seen done." She sighed as she bustled about, placing all the eating utensils the house afforded on the table, to be ready for whoever might come. These were dreadful days, when a strong and able man could not find work that he was willing to do, and when, much worse, church bells were silent and many churches destroyed. She whispered a prayer for the brave priest who, although they were hunted like animals, still contrived to live and do the duties for which they had been ordained. What had happened to her beloved France that it seemed determined to wipe out all that was good, to cultivate only evil? A stir in the yard outside the kitchen drew Freckles to the window. "Father has 9 men with him," he reported, "and one of them, oh, Mother, one of them is the poorest looking man that has ever come to be fed." "Then we must give him the place of honor," said his mother quickly. "Has Jean-Marie come back with the sheep yet?" "He is just driving them down the lane. The sheep and donkey are his only companions, except, of course," he added jokingly, "for his little statue of Madonna, that he always has with him." "He is a good boy, our Jean-Marie," said his mother fondly. "He is responsible and very trustworthy for a boy of 8, and devout, too." "He knows his catechism well," said the older brother proudly. "I questioned him last night, and he was ready with almost every answer." The next few minutes were full of bustle and confusion. Some of the poor people who had come to be fed were abashed when they found themselves expected to eat indoors with the family. But in the poor unfortunates Mr. Vianney saw Christ, and he always insisted that they must be fed with the family. The great pot of potatoes was emptied into a wooden bowl, the spiced cabbage placed on the table, and after making the sign of the cross on its crust, Mrs. Vianney began slicing a loaf of bread. "The cheese," she whispered to Catherine, her oldest child. "There will be enough." There was little talk during the simple meal, but when potatoes and cabbage had filled most aching cavities, some of the strangers tried out unaccustomed voices and talked with the children. Under cover of conversation at the far end of the table, the beggar on whom Freckles had commented spoke in the tone of Mrs. Vianney. "I have a message for you." Mrs. Vianney started and turned to face the man, whom she had seated beside her. She found him intent on sopping up the good liquid from the cabbage with a crust of bread. "Is it something secret he wishes to tell me?" she said to herself. "What can he have to say that must be kept from the others?" She leaned over to pull the slab of cheese nearer to him, and with her lips close to his ear said, "Later, my husband will show those who wish to sleep here the way to the hayloft. You remain behind." The cabbage, the bread, the cheese were gone. Everyone was filled, and there was even a potato left. The 6 Vianney children knelt at a little shrine in the corner of the kitchen and said their night prayers. 2 of the strangers joined in, the others left. Already the faith was losing its hold in France. Prayers finished, the children went to bed. "You will not stay the night?" asked Mr. Vianney of the man who still sat near his wife. "No, thank you, sir. I must push on." "Then I will show this friend where the hayloft is. You will excuse me?" His wife and the stranger smiled permission, and the father of the family left the house with the overnight guest. "It will be well if your husband can drive a load of hay to the farm of Mr. Dufour tomorrow," the stranger said. Mrs. Vianney's heart leaped up. "Mass?" she breathed. "Yes, in the loft of the barn." "Are you the priest?" "No," smiled the man. "I am just the messenger for Father Gervase. The man in the barn is a friend, too, but we thought it best not to seem to know each other." "What terrible times!" The stranger smiled. "The church was strong in the years when Christians fled to the catacombs," he said. "It is still strong. Now you must tell me to which farms hereabout I should bring the message." Together they went over the list. Mrs. Vianney sent him only to those families of whose fidelity she was perfectly sure. "There might be others who would like to go, but we must be sure, Mrs. Vianney," said the guest. "We are staking our lives on each one we tell." "And the life of a good priest," said the woman solemnly. "What about the man in the barn?" she asked suddenly. "What will he do?" "He will ride on a load of hay. He is on his way to Ecouly, and it is reasonable that he should get a lift for part of the way." "What time should we leave?" "I don't know just how long it will take you to get there, but Mass must be finished and most of the wagons gone before daylight." "Won't the neighbors think it strange that so many loads of hay go to Mr. Dufour's, and then home again?" The stranger smiled. "Only half a dozen families will be notified of the Mass. You and your husband will come on the hay load, and perhaps one other couple will do the same thing. If either of the men has hay or produce for sale, he can go on into Ecouly. With each of the others I will make a different arrangement. All that is necessary is that we should have a few hay wagons backed up to the barn door, so that entrance would not be easy for anyone who wished to interfere with the Mass. You spoke of other couples. The children may not come. We cannot have the children. It would make the group dangerously large, and if there were trouble... I understand, Mrs. Vanny sighed deeply. Catherine is a wise and sensible little person. I will tell her to take care of the smallest ones while I am gone. And my poor Jean-Marie, he would so love to go to Mass. How am I to make Christians of my family when they cannot receive the sacraments, cannot go to Mass? I think you are doing your part very well, the man said smilingly. As for the rest, it will come. He left the warm kitchen and went out into the cool April dusk. He and Mr. Vianney spent a long time talking together. Then, with the help of the other mendicant, they tossed hay from the bulging loft, where it had been carefully stored, into a wagon standing below. Somewhat after midnight, the two Vianneys and their guests climbed onto the wagon and started out for the home of Mr. Dufour. They saw that the messenger had done his duty well. One load of hay was already there when they arrived, as well as a farm wagon with a load of poles off which runner beams would be trained. A donkey which had been ridden to the place was tethered nearby. I will give the hay to Mr. Dufour, Mr. Vianney told his wife. Grazing will be good very soon, and we will not need it. Does he need it? Asked Mrs. Vianney. He will find use for it. The children may need new mattresses to sleep on, and it will be less conspicuous if we do not carry the great load home. The little gathering of people knelt on the wide planks of the hayloft, and by the moonlight which filtered in through a dusty window, watched preparations being made for Mass. A manger carried in from the sheepfold, with a plank laid across the top, was to serve as an altar. A linen sheet, woven half a century before by Mrs. Dufour, was the altar cloth. Wax candles stood in treasured candlesticks, ready to be lighted when Mass began. Over in a shadowy corner of the loft there was a low murmur. Father will hear confessions and give us communion, whispered Mrs. Dufour. Tears sprang to Mrs. Vianney's eyes. It was so long since this blessing had been given them. If only her little Jean-Marie could be there, all the children. But for Jean-Marie, somehow, it would seem especially right. When confessions were over, the Mass began. Mass celebrated by a priest whose frail body and sunken eyes told of the difficulties under which he had come to them. Just before the Pater Noster, there were voices on the road which ran past the farm. Loud, unpleasant, drunken voices. Even if they don't actually hate Catholics, they would know we are fair game, and might decide to have what they call fun at our expense, thought Mrs. Vianney. She saw the men of the congregation exchange uneasy glances. Et ne nos inducas in tentationem, and lead us not into temptation, said the priest, intent on the prayer. One of the worshippers arose and tiptoed to the window to see if the voices meant any trouble. Luckily, the men were moving off, shouting and laughing foolishly. Even if they had known, these drunken, cursing rowdies would not have cared that inside the stable Christ had once again come down to lie in a manger. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 2 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 2. Jean-Marie was disappointed, very deeply so, when he learned that his parents had been to Mass without him. I could have gone, he insisted. I am almost a man, and I know all my prayers and catechism lessons. But no children were there, no children at all, his mother explained. Not even the Dufour children, and the Mass was said in their father's barn. Well, I suppose I couldn't expect to go then, but I would have liked to, replied the boy with a sigh. In the days which followed, no one told Jean-Marie that soon after the Italian fighting, the whole French army was under Bonaparte's control. Prussia decided that she didn't care to continue the war any longer. Shortly after that, Spain followed her example. A little later, Austria, too, made peace with France. So France now remained at war only with England and Sardinia. The Vianney family lived much as they always had. Things cost more and there was less money to buy them. More beggars than ever came to be fed. More and more families whom they knew lost fathers or sons in Napoleon's army. But except for these things, the Vianney's were almost unaware of the mighty struggle for power which was going on in the world. The General Bonaparte, of whom the passing horseman had spoken to Jean-Marie, was becoming a person of growing importance, was becoming more outspoken about his ambitions. Do you suppose that I have gained my victories in Italy just to further the ambitions of the people ruling France? He asked. Do you think that my object is to establish a republic? Nonsense. Napoleon Bonaparte was shrewd, and he was ruthless. He had the army largely with him because men liked to serve under a victorious leader, and Bonaparte had great skill as a military commander. While he climbed step by step into a position of power, he shrewdly changed some of the laws and regulations which were most irritating to the people of France. He did not believe, any more than the king had believed, that the people could rule themselves. But, when it did not interfere with his plan, he lessened some of the pressures which were making them unsettled. He did not return the church property that had been seized, nor did he at once change the laws which had sent most priests into hiding. But there was less open persecution of them. They were able to travel a little more openly, although they still had no parish churches in which to say Mass. So it came about that in the early spring of 1799, the Sisters of St. Charles arrived quietly in the little town of Eckeley to teach the children there. They could not have a parochial school, but they could at least live in a convent, and at regular intervals could gather the children into their home or the home of a neighbor to teach them something of their religion. Mr. and Mrs. Vianney talked over the situation. Jean-Marie knows the answers in his catechism, Mrs. Vianney said. At least he knows all the answers we have. All we have? Her husband asked. What do you mean? The baby got the book and chewed up some of the pages, was her reply. Mr. Vianney shook his head sadly. Not many, his wife added hastily, and she didn't swallow them. But they are of no use, and I forget what was on them. But even if we had them, I would not feel able to prepare Jean-Marie for his first communion. There was silence between them for a moment. Mr. Vianney watched the glowing embers in the kitchen fireplace as he thought the matter over. I suppose it will be best to send the boy to stay with his uncle at Eckeley, he said at last, though I will miss him. He is such a dependable boy, but his religion must come first. I was hoping you would say that, Mrs. Vianney explained. I will miss him too. But it would be wrong not to take advantage of the chance to have him properly instructed, and he will learn to write and to figure too. Not people to waste time once an action had been decided upon, the parents told the plan to the children
Jett.
and awakened them at daybreak and called
Good
them to bed.
boy.
Your father will drive into Eckeley this morning, explained Mrs. Vianney, to discuss the matter with your uncle and with the sisters. Then I will go in tomorrow? Jean-Marie asked eagerly. That remains to be seen, answered his mother. Today you and Frankels will take the pickaxes and loosen the earth in the far field where I plant the cabbages, instructed Mr. Vianney. When the two older boys worked together, Jean-Marie was always disheartened because he never could keep up with Frankels. But he is bigger and stronger, his mother would explain. Not so much bigger, Jean-Marie would protest. If I tried a little harder, I think I could do as much. This particular morning he had a plan. The little statue of the Madonna had been given him some time before by a nun
big
who was
stretch,
Paris,
Willa.
when all the convents had been closed during the Reign of Terror.
Is that a good boy, Jett?
She had found shelter for a while at her brother's home in a little farm near Beverly. Her one treasure, the little statue, she had given to Jean-Marie because of his great love for Our Lady. When Mr. Vianney left for Eckeley, Frankels and Jean-Marie took their pickaxes and went out to break up the heavy clouds of earth. As always, Jean-Marie had his little statue with him. The two boys measured by the light of
release
their
the
poniards,
girl!
the
That's a
distance
good
that should be
girl!
between rows. Then they set to work swinging the pickaxes down into the hard earth, turning up the clouds, and breaking them into fine particles. Jean-Marie ran a few yards down the road he was working on, set his statue on the ground, and said, Dear lady, help me to keep up with Frankels this far. When he reached the statue, he and Frankels were even. He set the statue a little farther on, and again asked for help. When the sun set, the field was ready, and Jean-Marie had done a full half of the work. Jean-Marie kept up with me right through the day, Frankels reported. He seemed a little unsure whether to be proud of the younger boy or annoyed with him. Mrs. Vianney smiled.
Pull it down.
He had a good alley, she commented.
Wait.
Come, get yourselves washed, then look in the yard
Sit.
and the lane, and see if there are any people waiting to be fed. With your father away, that is your charge, Freckles. Oh, I
Okay,
hope
release.
the nuns are willing
Good
to
girl.
teach me, and that my uncle takes me to stay with him, said Jean-Marie longingly. Whatever God decides is best for you is what will happen, said his mother. Yes, I know that, but will Uncle and the nuns understand what God says? His mother was spared an attempt to answer that question by the entrance of Freckles leading 3 hungry men. The meal was hardly begun when they heard the sound of Mr. Vianney's wagon in the stable yard. He came into the house, greeted the family, and made the guests welcome, then sat down to eat. In spite of the fact that Jean-Marie had spent a hard day working in the fields, his appetite suddenly left him. Had his father come home with a yes or a no? Other problems suddenly arose in his mind. Suppose the answer was yes. How would it be living away from his parents and sister and brothers? Would his aunt let him mold the clay statues and candlesticks, the making of which was his favorite recreation? The idea of leaving home to live in a strange place suddenly became a little frightening. Then he began to think of the nuns. He was not quick to learn, he knew. Would they be as patient as his mother and his big brother were? He would try his best, but would it be enough? Or would he make his mother's sister and her husband, Mr. and Mrs. Humbert, ashamed of him? His mind was in a turmoil, and his stomach very uneasy. By the time the meal was over, the poor people bedded down in the haymow, and the family gathered around the fire. Well, Jean-Marie, I won't keep you in suspense any longer, smiled his father. Your uncle and aunt are delighted at the thought of having a boy in the house again, and the sisters of St. Charles will gladly instruct you. Jean-Marie drew a deep breath. He looked around at the family gathered in the kitchen. Eckerley was the best part of a day's walk, so he would not see them often while he was at school. And, somehow, he had never loved them so much as he did just then. Well, when will I go? He asked in a rather small voice. The day after tomorrow. I must put a patch on your shoe tonight, and I'm sure your mother will find things to be done before you are ready. Indeed, yes. He can go barefoot tomorrow, while I wash both of his pairs of stockings. And Freckles, let him wear your underclothes, so I can lend you both of his sets. Jean-Marie, she added, turning to the young would-be traveler, give me your suit when you go to bed, so I can darn any thin spots, and make sure no buttons are loose. I will get up early and make you a package of food to carry, offered Marguerite. That won't be necessary, Mr. Vianney assured his daughter. We will be there before noon. Just think of it. Jean-Marie will sleep here tonight, and tomorrow night and the next night he will be in Eckerley. None of the Vianney children had ever been out of their village of Dirtily. As far as they were concerned, the neighboring town was at the end of the earth. They looked with great respect at the brother who not only was going so far away, but was going to remain there for a while. Freckles, run to the workshop and bring me a piece of leather, directed Mr. Vianney. A piece about so big. He measured the size he wanted between his thumb and forefinger. The shape is cracked here, and will break right through if I don't stop it now. Freckles sped to the workshop at one end of the barn. Mrs. Vianney got her sewing basket, lighted a candle on the kitchen table, and settled down to her mending. Jean-Marie set to work waxing and polishing the shoe, which didn't need mending. The other children tried to find jobs to do in this important family project, but succeeded only in confusing things. So all the young people were sent to bed, while Mr. and Mrs. Vianney worked to prepare Jean-Marie to go out into the world. The next morning but one, Jean-Marie's clothes were folded neatly and packed into a small box. The boy's mind was in a less orderly state than his wardrobe. He was afraid to leave home, even though he would not be with strangers.
They're the
Yet
coziest
he was
dogs.
burningly anxious to go to school and to prepare for his first communion. One emotion and then the other took possession of him until he was completely confused. Before he could sort out his thoughts, he and his father had arrived at Eckerley. He was settled in his uncle's home, and his father had left. Then began the difficult days. Jean-Marie was a hard worker, a conscientious student who toiled ceaselessly to learn his assigned lessons. Learn them he did, but when he was called on to recite, his memory always failed him. He stammered and stuttered and lapsed into miserable silence. Despite this, the nun sensed the quality in the boy which made them willing to give him special attention. He moved along with his class, and at last the great day came. June in 1799 had been unusually fine so far, but one particular morning seemed to outdo all that had gone before it. From before daylight, wagons and carriages had been leaving the farms around Eckley, and though the people in the various vehicles pretended not to recognize or even see one another, they all seemed to be heading for the same place, the home of the neighborhood nobleman, Count de Pignon. Quietly they tied their horses in the stable yard, and as quietly went in through the wide doors of the great house set among the tall trees. A big room on the first floor had been arranged as a chapel. "See," whispered Mrs. Vianney to her husband, "the Countess has decorated the altar with flowers." Her husband nodded and ushered his children before him. Soon everyone was settled and waiting breathlessly for Mass to begin. At last the priest came into the room and stood for a moment facing the congregation, but looking beyond them to the back of the chapel. "They come." No one really said it, but at once all heads turned to look toward the door. 2 by 2, white veils on their heads and carrying lighted candles, the little girls of the First Communion class walked down the aisle between chairs and up to the seats near the altar. Then came the boys, faces shining, clothes well brushed, and wearing white ribbons on their arms. "Just as when we were children," whispered Mrs. Vianney. "The veils, the ribbons, the candles." "Not quite the same," pointed out her husband. "Then it was a church. Now it is a parlor with curtains drawn." Their whispers stopped and Mass began. When the services were over, the people arose to leave. It had been arranged that they wouldn't all leave at once.
I know.
Such an outpouring would attract too much attention, rouse too much curiosity. "May we stay until the last?" Jean-Marie whispered to his father. Even when the others were all well on the way to their homes, the boy still didn't want to go. He fingered the rosary which had been his first communion gift, and gazed lovingly at the little altar. The next day, at home with his own people in Darley, he was called early. "You are a man now, Jean-Marie," said his father, "so you will do the work along with Francois and me." So Jean-Marie, though small for his 13 years, put on his work clothes and started sharing the heavy labor,
Jett,
while one
you
of
going
the younger
outside?
boys took on the duty of caring for the sheep. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 3 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 3. "Jean-Marie, come and play quoits with us. We'll beat you this time, Jean-Marie." "You never have, so why should you expect to this evening?" "Because. Come on, Jean-Marie." The day of hoeing in the vineyard had been long and hot, and Jean-Marie was very tired. But he did enjoy playing quoits with the other boys. It was the only game of skill he played, and he was very good at it. So good that he invariably won. "Wait until I put my tools away." It was the custom in Dardalee to play for stakes, a custom which Jean-Marie didn't like. "Let's play just for the fun of it this evening," he suggested. "It's so long since I've played. I'm rusty. We'll call this a practice game for me." But his hopes for an unstaked game were not to be gratified. No, here's my red top. I'll wager that." "I have 2 suits my uncle gave me." "Here is a knife. The blade is broken, but the haft that's there cuts very well."
Yes, these dogs
As each
are
boy laid his treasure on a little
cozy.
heap, Jean-Marie's heart sank lower. The boys had few possessions, and he knew what the outcome of the game would be. But he started to play, and, as always, he did the best he could. It would not have occurred to him to play this honestly, even though it would be playing to lose. One by one, his competitors would beat
Besides
him.
that, you don't
He was
like
the undisputed winner.
fruits.
Unhappily, he walked homeward carrying the winnings he did not want.
You like
All
fruits.
during supper, his mind was absorbed with the problem of how to give the things back to the boys. Simply to return them would, he felt, insult the former owners who had wagered them and lost. But they can't refuse presents, he suddenly decided. No one is so rude as to refuse a gift. Delighted with the idea, he could hardly wait for the evening meal to be finished. When he had done his part toward the cleaning up afterward, he ran to his mother. "I have some errands to do, Mother," he said, hoping she would not inquire what they were. "I'll be back very quickly, but I must go now." Mrs. Vianney opened her mouth as if to ask where he was going, but decided against the question and simply said, "Run along." So Jean-Marie ran first to one house then the next. "I have a present for you, Thomas." "A present?" Yes, I heard you needed a knife. I have two, so I brought one to you. The blade is broken, but what is left cuts well. His eyes were cast down, so if there was a twinkle in them when he described the knife, it didn't show. But that's not. This is a present, Thomas, said Jean-Marie firmly. The boy was torn by conflicting desires. Politeness was esteemed in Dardaly, and politeness taught that one didn't refuse a gift. And he did want the knife. But he had no wish to be considered a poor loser either. Yet Jean-Marie was insistent. Well, all right, Thomas said gruffly, if it's a present. It's a present, Jean-Marie assured him. And so one boy after another got back what he had lost. Much happier, Jean-Marie ran home. I like to play quoits, he thought, but I must see if I can't get them to play without stakes. I really can't run around the village this way every night. By the following year, 1800, Napoleon Bonaparte was first consul of France. Austria had once more taken the field against him, but his army defeated the Austrian soldiers in several important engagements, and in 1801, Austria was glad to sign a peace treaty with Bonaparte. This man seemed to be blessed with great military genius combined with amazing luck. Other nations with which France had been warring followed the lead of Austria. From each, Napoleon collected tribute in the way of money or lands. In a few short years, he had changed the map of Europe. Inside France itself, conditions were bad. There had been waste and destruction during the Reign of Terror. There had been waste and extravagance in the years which followed. Now the country was almost bankrupt, and, what was worse, the people were so depressed that they did not seem to care. Our roads are dilapidated. Our harbors are filled with sand, so that ships are afraid to come into them with trade, Napoleon's counselors told him. We will rebuild the roads and clear the harbors, he replied. Our industries are nearly dead. No one can afford to buy lace or linen or soap any longer. The government will set them on their feet. The government has no money. Few people pay their taxes, and what little income there is goes to the army. Taxes will be collected from all who owe them, roared Napoleon. The people are resentful and unhappy. Free all priests from jail, that may please the people. And where churches still stand, let them be opened again. By 1800, a few of the priests who had been exiled had begun slipping back to their old parishes and taking up their duties, unofficially though more or less openly. In 1801, Napoleon signed an agreement with the Vatican, returning some of the church lands which had been taken. He still claimed the right to appoint bishops, but at least the churches could be opened again. Father Grabose and Father Bailey were already established in Eckerley. As soon as it was safe, they began to paint and repair the church to get it ready for the parishioners once more. In 1802, Father Ray reopened the little church at Dardaly. Jean-Marie was one of his first volunteer assistants. Jean-Marie could read fairly well, and he loved to read the Bible. One day, working in the vineyards, he mentioned the miracle of Cana to some of the lads who were helping Mr. Vianney with the vines. What's a miracle? Where is Cana? Jean-Marie was somewhat startled by the questions. He tried to explain, but found the boys uncomprehending and very soon uninterested. Oh, if it's all about God, don't bother, said one. Jean-Marie was aghast. Don't you like to think about God? What's there to think about? I suppose there is a God.
Up. Dogs. Up.
Stop, don't talk that way.
Jet.
This is not the last time Jean-Marie was distressed almost beyond endurance.
Come on.
As the days
Back.
passed, he realized more and more that many of the boys knew little and cared less about their Creator. If I only had some more schooling, he thought, I could teach them. Someday I might even become a priest. He, a priest? He grunted, dismissing the idea. There's no use thinking of anything like that. I'm a peasant farmer, and a farmer I must continue to be. The idea had come to his mind, however, and no matter how much he tried to argue it away, it would not leave. He read his Bible and the Imitation of Christ, and wished that he had more time for prayer. Then he reasoned out a solution. When I'm working in the fields, he decided, I can be working with God. I'll do the sowing and the weeding, but he will be blessing it. When it's hard, I'll offer up the blisters on my hands. When it's cold, I'll offer up my shivers. And so it went on for a few years. But at last, at 17, he could not stand the pressure of the great idea any longer. I am sure God wants me to be a priest, he told Father Ray. What should I do? You have had very little schooling, the priest said doubtfully. You can read? Quite well, Father, Jean-Marie answered happily. And write? Not too well. There was less joy in his voice now. Have you had Latin? No, Father. No Latin at all? Nor Greek either, I suppose. Most boys who wish to study for the priesthood are well on in both languages by the time they are your age. Jean-Marie's heart sank. Then he brightened up a bit. Father, couldn't you teach me some of these things? I would work so hard. I'm sure you would, Jean-Marie. The priest smiled sadly. But I'll tell you a secret. I may not be here much longer. At the desolate look on Jean-Marie's face, the old man hurried on. Oh, I'm not preparing to die, or not any more than we should always be preparing at any rate. But my years as a hunted priest have taken their toll of my strength. I am sick and unable to do the work which should be done in the parish, so I have asked to be relieved. Jean-Marie left the house disheartened. He almost wept when he told his mother of his conversation with Father Ray. I have often thought you had a vocation, said Mrs. Vianney, but don't mention it to your father now. You would need more education before you could study for the priesthood, and an education would cost money. Just now your father is having a hard time raising money for your sister Catherine's dowry. So Jean-Marie kept silent, hoping that after his sister's marriage, his own chance would come. But when he did at last mention it to his father, Mr. Vianney would not hear of it. Jean-Marie was too old, he argued. Jean-Marie was a good farmer, a fine, steady workman. Couldn't he serve God and save his soul while working on the farm? And education was very expensive, and he had no money. However, he soon had to find some money for another purpose. Frank was just conscripted into the army, and his father had to find and pay a substitute to take his place, as was often done at that time. Another year went by. Daily, Mr. Vianney beheld the pleading eyes of his son, and knew the special intention of his wife's prayers. Mr. Vianney gave in. All right, you will have no peace, nor will I suppose, until you find out if you really have a vocation. We'll find the money somehow, but where will you go to study? That was indeed a question. I understand that Father Bailey has classes for boys at Eckerley, said Mrs. Vianney hesitantly. Perhaps I can go in and talk with him. I want to go with you, Mother. He must see what a big, clumsy lad I am before he commits himself. Big, perhaps, smiled his mother, but to the clumsy lad, I can't agree. When Jean-Marie and his mother reached Eckerley, they went at once to the rectory. Mrs. Vianney entered the house to talk to Father Bailey. Jean-Marie waited outside in an agony of alternating hope and despair. Indoors, Mrs. Vianney suffered from the same emotions. We need priests, yes, Father Bailey said kindly. But your son, you say he is 19. Yes, Father. That in itself would be a difficulty, but when we add to the fact that he is late beginning specialized subjects, the further fact that little or no schooling has come before, I don't see how it can be managed. But he is such a good boy, and he wants so much to become a priest. I know, and I am very sorry, but you see, I have classes of boys who are already well advanced in Latin. I do not see how I could take him. He would not fit in anywhere. Mrs. Vianney twisted her handkerchief between her fingers unhappily. I don't know how I can tell him. He has waited so long, she sighed deeply. Father, may I ask a favor? Certainly. Will you see Jean-Marie? Talk with him? Tell him? There was silence for a moment. Yes, bring the boy in. I will try to make him understand and accept the situation. Perhaps I can suggest something. His mother opened the door and beckoned to Jean-Marie, who came running. She watched as he came, with tears in her eyes. He is so thin, she thought. He has prayed so hard about this. I hope Father Bailey will be gentle in explaining. The boy, his thin arms much too long for the sleeves of the jacket which barely spanned his chest, was panting not from the running but from excitement. This was the moment he had wished for, worked for, prayed for, so long. Today he would take his first step toward the priesthood. Shall I let him go in after all? Asked his mother. His mother wondered when she saw his eager face. Shall I let him go in, or shall I tell him myself? The decision was taken out of her hands by Jean-Marie, who moved swiftly around her and into Father Bailey's little office. You sent for me, Father? Priest looked up. studying the eager, aesthetic young face with its burning eyes. He started to speak, hesitated, studied the boy a moment longer. Then he smiled. Yes, Jean-Marie, I wanted to tell you that I would be glad to take you as a student. And so it was that Jean-Marie went back to Eckley to live and study. The months which followed would have discouraged completely any less determined person. At 19, Jean-Marie was in a class of 11 and 12-year-olds, and even so was far from the brightest in the class. And the children, not meaning to be unkind, couldn't help but laugh when the man, as they called him, stuttered and stumbled over answers they could give with ease. It's my memory, or rather my lack of it, Jean-Marie would groan. I know the lessons when I am studying them, but when it comes time to recite, the thoughts fly from my mind like birds from a cat. I just have no memory at all. He worked and prayed with equal intensity. There were moments when he lost all courage, but he always found it again. The people of Eckley grew to love this quiet, intense lad who worked so determinedly to reach his goal. Then, in 1809, a new problem faced Jean-Marie. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 4 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 4. In 1806, Napoleon had decreed that young men studying for holy orders would be exempt from military duties. In 1807 and 1808, Father Bailey had sent Jean-Marie's name as such a student, but in 1809 he forgot to do so. So, in early October of that year, Jean-Marie was notified that on the 26th of that month, he was to report to the military barrack at Lyons, the nearest large city, and begin his military service. Although that was the year Napoleon established the University of France, he was much less interested in educational work than he was in raising an immense army to keep his enemies in check. And for that war, unpopular with most of the people of France, he needed more and ever more men. But students for the priesthood are exempt from service, protested Mrs. Vianney when she heard the news. They are, Jean-Marie agreed, but for some reason my name was left off the list. I'll hire a substitute for you, Mr. Vianney promised. Jean-Marie expressed neither agreement nor disagreement with that plan. His father at once set about finding a young man who, for a sum of money, would serve in Jean-Marie's place. Any luck? Mrs. Vianney would ask each day when her husband came home. None. All the young men I can find have either served already or don't care to do so now. But one day he came home smiling happily. On a farm some distance from Dardilly, he had found a boy willing to substitute for Jean-Marie. The Vianney's household was happy again, and Jean-Marie was deep in the studies which came so hard to him. But on the morning of the 25th, when Mrs. Vianney opened the kitchen door, she found a package and a note on the doorstep. The package was filled with coins. The note made her gasp. What is it, Mother? Catherine was worried by the shock on her mother's face. What's all the money for? And what does the note say? The young man who was to substitute for Jean-Marie, said Mrs. Vianney with a little sob. He came during the night and returned the money your father paid him, because he has changed his mind and does not care to serve. Changed his mind? Catherine was aghast. But he can't. He has, her mother repeated. And that means that Jean-Marie... Yes, it means that Jean-Marie must stop his studies and serve in the army. The news depressed the whole family, and Mrs. Vianney was especially distressed when, toward evening, Jean-Marie became sick with a burning fever. You can't possibly go tomorrow, she said. You should be in bed until this fever has left you. I must go, Mother, her son said firmly. When Jean-Marie arrived at Lyons, he was told that he would train at Bayonne. Before his detachment was ready to leave, however, he was in the hospital. He had always been eager to do any job assigned him, and now, even though he was in the army against his wishes, he fretted at the confinement and inactivity of the sick room. Out of bed by November 12th, he marched with his detachment, but he was still far from well, and when they stopped en route to Rouen, he was again thrust into the hospital, suffering from a violent chill. However, the officer in command had been given a certain number of recruits to deliver at Bayonne, and when in early January he was told to take his unit on, Jean-Marie, though not yet recovered, was ordered to leave the hospital and move with them. On the evening of January 5th, therefore, he crawled out of his bed, dressed, and started over to the captain's office to get his marching papers. On the way, he passed a church and stopped in for a short visit. The church was cold and dark, lighted only by the little glow of the sanctuary lamp, and Jean-Marie, as usual, was sad that so few people had stopped in to call at God's house. He said a few prayers of love and reparation for the coldness of others. He spoke of his longing for the priesthood and asked for help in this strange life in which he now found himself. It was hard for him to tear himself away, but at last he did. He came out of the church quite unaware of the amount of time he had spent there. He hurried to the captain's office and found it closed for the night. At first he was distressed and could see no way out of his difficulties. He was supposed to march with his unit in the morning. He could not march without orders, and he could not get orders because the captain had left for the night. I should have come here first, he berated himself. Then when I had the papers, I could have spent all the time I wanted to in church. I should have remembered that the office closes at 6 o'clock. Remembered? How could I when I have no memory, no brain at all, I sometimes think. After a few minutes of such turmoil, he settled down and tried to think of a way out of the dilemma. Of course, he smiled. Why am I so upset? I'll get up at dawn tomorrow, be there when the office opens, and have my papers by the time the unit is ready to move. He did get up at dawn, was there when the office opened, and got his papers promptly. But there was one thing wrong with his plan. His unit had marched an hour before sunrise. The captain was furious. And so, Recruit Vianney, you feel that the army should be run to suit your convenience? No, indeed, sir. You were told to come here last evening for your marching papers, I believe. Yes, sir. Then why didn't you come? I did, sir, but the office was locked. Why didn't you come earlier? Or did you think I should wait here until it pleased you to arrive? Oh, no, sir. I started early, but I stopped in the church on the way, and... In the church? What are you? An old woman preparing for her last end, or a man preparing to be a soldier of France? France will need help, surely, if this is the kind of recruits we get. Red-faced with anger, the captain looked at Jean-Marie's papers spread before him. I see you have been in the hospital, he said. You were supposed to have ridden on one of the wagons because the doctors thought you were not fit to march. Well, you'll march now in a double-quick time. He scrawled a few lines on a sheet of paper. Your unit has started for Beyond on the Clermont-Ferrand road, he said. You will set out immediately, follow, and overtake them. At the first long halt, you will report to the sergeant in charge. Heavy-hearted, Jean-Marie started off. He was still a recruit, had not been sworn into the army yet, so he had no uniform. But he did have his heavy regulation pack, which seemed to grow heavier each mile he covered. As a child driving his father's sheep or running errands for his mother, it had always been his custom to say the rosary as he walked along the road. He started now saying Hail Marys, begging for strength, for the ability to overtake his unit. The cold wind cut his face and made more difficult the breathing, which was already painful because of his weakness and exertion. The strap of his heavy pack cut into his shoulder, and the road seemed full of round stones lying in wait to roll underfoot and twist the ankle of the hurrying recruit. He had had no breakfast. At first he had not minded this. When noon came, however, he realized that his weakness was not being helped by his fast. The sun passed overhead and was moving down the western sky. Lengthening shadows announced that the day was nearing its close. Jean-Marie, each time he climbed a small hill, would anxiously scan the road as far ahead as he could see. A large group of marching men, accompanied by several wagons, would stir up an identifying cloud of dust. A cloud that the recruit hoped with all his might he would soon locate. Each time he had a hill to climb, therefore, the ascent was made a trifle easier by the hope in his heart. But each time he reached a crest and found nothing, disappointment became harder. A horseman approached, coming from the direction in which Jean-Marie was going. The boy hailed him. "Have you seen a detachment of troops on the road?" he asked. "Yes, some time ago, about 2 hours perhaps. Why?" "I am supposed to overtake and join them." "On foot?" The man was unbelieving. "That wouldn't be possible. I've ridden 2 hours since I saw them, and they used the same 2 hours to march in the other direction." He looked with sympathy at the sick, tired boy. "Better give it up," he advised. "You'll never make it." The horseman cantered off about his business, and Jean-Marie looked longingly after him. Then he settled his pack so it was less uncomfortable and began slogging ahead, There was no hope of hurrying now, just to keep going took all his strength of will in her body. Birds flew overhead, returning to their nests for the night. A man drove a yoke of oxen across the road, bringing them back to their barn after a day in the fields. Jean-Marie was glad to be compelled to stop for a moment as the lumbering animals went their way. When they had gone, it was very still. The day was over, and man and beast were preparing to rest. A single star appeared, cold and far away, and at last Jean-Marie accepted the obvious fact that he was not going to overtake his unit before they reached Bayonne. He finished another decade of his rosary, put the beads into his pocket, and looked about him for a place to spend the night. The rutted fields at either side of the road did not offer much in the way of shelter or comfort, but at the far corner of one of the fields, an untouched stand of trees marked the beginning of a forest. Jean-Marie decided to bed down there, rest his weary bones, and get a little sleep if he could. The fallen leaves of other seasons would make a satisfactory mattress. For a pillow, he would use his pack. He knelt to begin his night prayers. "Hello, who are you?" Jean-Marie started. He had heard no one approaching, and he looked about to find the speaker. It was some moments before he distinguished a young fellow of about his own age standing among the trees. "Hello," he said. "I am Jean-Marie Vianney from Darderly. And what are you doing here?" "I am saying my prayers," answered the little old Jean-Marie. "You came all the way from Darderly to say your prayers?" Oh no. I am here because I am a recruit in the army, and..." "The army?" The stranger looked about him uneasily. "Where is your unit? I thought you were alone." "I am alone." Jean-Marie told his story to the stranger, who listened with interest. "Then you are not really anxious to serve in the army?" "No, I'm not," Jean-Marie agreed, "but I was called up and I have a duty." "Well, come along with me for tonight anyway. I'll find a more comfortable place for us to sleep." Jean-Marie rose. "Thank you, sir." "Call me Guy, never mind the rest," he added hastily as he saw Jean-Marie about to ask his family name. Jean-Marie stooped to pick up his pack, but when Guy saw the effort it required, he lifted it himself and swung it easily over his own broad shoulders. "This way," he said, and strode off through the woods. It seemed to the exhausted Jean-Marie that he followed his guide for hours through dense forest, up hills, down steep declivities, through streams. He had about reached the limit of his strength when they came to a clearing in the center of which was a small house. Guy strode over and rapped on the heavy door. For some moments there was no response. Then, through a window, they could see a slight flare as of a lantern being lighted. The door opened a crack, and a man's voice asked, "Who is it?" "It is Guy. I want to talk with you." The door opened wider, and Jean-Marie saw the householder lifting the lantern high so that its rays would fall on Guy's face. Over the man's shoulder was the frightened face of his wife, peering out to see who had disturbed them so late in the night. There was a long, low-toned conversation. The guy turned and spoke. "You can sleep here tonight, Jean-Marie," he said. "And in the morning I will..." "We will see what happens in the morning," interrupted Guy gruffly. Thoroughly spent, young recruit Vianney slept heavily, so heavily that it was well after dawn before stir and movement in the house awakened him. When he realized where he was, remembered what had happened the day before, a wave of depression surged over him. He did not want to be in the army. He wanted to study for the priesthood. He had no affection for Napoleon Bonaparte, now self-crowned Emperor of France, no sympathy for the unjust war he was waging. But he had been summoned to serve in the army, and knew that his duty directed him to obey. He started out to do his duty, and through his own stupidity, as he saw it, had landed in an awful mess. He cringed at the thought of being brought to Bayonne in handcuffs, yet he was sure that would be the fate of a deserter, even an unintentional one. He had no appetite for the breakfast offered by the couple who had sheltered him, but he took it, feeling it would be ungracious to refuse. They asked about his home and family, and told him that they had been married the previous year. "I am a shoemaker by trade," said the man of the house, "but I am not doing so well because there are few people now who have the money to buy shoes." "We would be happy to have you stay with us," the wife put in shyly, "but we do not always have food enough for ourselves." "Stay here? I couldn't do that, anyway," said Jean-Marie gloomily. "I must move on." "Yes, I will take you myself to the home of Mr. Fayette, our mayor," said the young host. "Must I go there?" Jean-Marie saw himself paraded by the head of a local government, handcuffed, set off in disgrace. It will be best. Come, let's get started. Jean-Marie thanked his hostess for her kindness, shouldered his pack, and followed his host through the forest. The mayor does not live in the town where the town hall is, but in the settlement of Robins. Here is his house. Recruit Vianney remained in the yard, miserable and somewhat frightened, while his companion went in to talk to Mr. Fayot. It seemed a long wait, but before Jean-Marie had finished the second decade of his rosary, the front door of the house opened and a pleasant-faced middle-aged man came out. Well, Jean-Marie, he said, we have been planning how we can dispose of you. Dispose of me? Quavered Jean-Marie with visions of scaffold and guillotine before his eyes. Yes, I already have 2 young men living in my barn, and I think it would not be wise to have a third. But my cousin's widow, Claudine Fayot, will be happy to shelter you, I know. But sir, perhaps you don't understand. I'm a recruit. I stupidly missed my unit. I am at this moment supposed to be in Bayonne. Too many young men are having their lives disrupted by a war which has gone on too long, which seems to us to have no justice in it, said Mr. Fayot firmly. There are many men in these parts who do not feel bound to answer the self-crowned emperor when he calls. Do you think that is right? Jean-Marie was troubled because obedience to authority had been instilled in the Vianney children from the cradle. Of course it is right. France needs young men at home, not dying in foreign lands in an unjust war. Mr. Fayot spoke very positively, and Jean-Marie assured himself the mayor was the person in authority, a representative of the government. If you think it is best for me to stay here, he began uncertainly. I know it is best, said the mayor. End of Chapter 4. Recorded by Maria Therese. Chapter 5 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 5. Aside from the welcome he might have expected from his mother, Jean-Marie would not have believed anyone would receive him with such kind warmth as Mrs. Fayot showed. Sick, bewildered, unhappy recruit Vianney was swept into the hearts of Claudine and her children. He was put to bed, cared for tenderly, nursed back to health again. As his strength returned, he took stock of his situation. Without ever intending it, he had become a deserter. He was an exile from his family, a man outside the law. Yet to give himself up now would be to risk the safety of all who had been so kind to him. And, too, he considered the fact that his call to the army was the result of an error on the part of Father Bailey. It would be best, he decided, to leave things as they were. He began a strange life, hiding in the barn most of the day, coming out only after dark had fallen. His emergence was always eagerly awaited, especially by the smaller Fayot children, for when he entered the house, story hour began. He told stories from the Old Testament and the New, the lives of the saints and legends about them. He read passages from the Bible each night, much to Mrs. Fayot's delight. Since her husband's death, there had been no one in the house who could read. By March, a more normal way of life was possible for Jean-Marie. He took the name Jerome Vincent and was introduced as a cousin of the Fayots. And with this new name and new identity, he could go out in public once more. It was safe even to go to Mass on Sunday, a privilege for which he had been longing. The townspeople, completely unsympathetic with the Emperor's grandiose plans, did not inquire too closely when a new cousin appeared in the household of one of the neighbors. And if they noticed that the guests were all males and much of the same age, they never commented on the coincidence. Jerome Vincent soon established a little school in the Fayot home. At first it was meant only for the children of the household, but when the neighbors learned that the young Fayots were learning not only to read, but also something about their religion, for Jean-Marie used the prayer book as a textbook, children from all the surrounding farms were sent to the classes. It was not long, in fact, before young and even older men began drifting into the school. The language Jean-Marie used was simple. His own education had been sketchy, but he seemed to have something in him which reached out to his hearers. To each, whether child or man, the words seemed a message meant just for him. Through the month of March, the classes continued. In April, the snows melted, and the earth was ready for turning and seeding. Jean-Marie had had enough of life indoors. and now that it was safe for him to be seen, he took up a spade and joined the men working in the fields. "Hello, the schoolmaster is joining us." Although by now he was very popular with the people of Robbins, the men smiled at the thought of the frail-looking schoolmaster doing heavy work. But when he threw off his coat and began digging, the men saw that he was no novice at the job, and that experience made up for lack of brawn. And as he proved that he was able and willing to do his part in the manual labor of the place, the affection in which he was held became even stronger. His classes, moved to the evening hours now that preparation for crops filled the days, became larger and larger. Men came at first out of respect for the young man. They continued to come because of the information and the guidance he gave them. The people of the settlement of Robbins and of the town of Noah's were proud of Teacher Jerome and determined that he should stay with them, that he should not waste his youth and perhaps his life in army service. Since the police were aware that the woods around Noah's were full of deserters, they sent out search parties at intervals. The searchers were rather half-hearted in their efforts, did not exert themselves too much, but when they drew in their nets, they usually had a few young men. In order that Jean-Marie should not be included in any of these captures, self-appointed sentries along the various roads leading to the Fayette farm watched for searchers. When a group of police rode past, a child was sent flying across the fields with a warning. One hot day in July, a red-faced, panting lad rushed to the fields where the Fayettes were haying. "They come! The men looking for soldiers are coming!" "Run to the house, Jerome. You know where to hide," called Mrs. Fayette. "Not the house," warned her son. "The soldiers will see him as they come down the hill." "To the barn, then. You go with him, Jean," she said to her own son. "Take him up into the haymow and fork a good pile of hay over him." The two young men ran. Claudine kept the neighbor's child with her and thrust her son's hay fork into his hands. "Work," she directed. "Look busy." Jerome's fork she took herself and set to work with vigor. "Good day," called a voice from the road. "We are looking for deserters from the Emperor's army, and we are going to search your farm." "Search my farm? Why should you do that?" Mrs. Fayette tried to keep her voice steady. "We have told you." "But there is—" "We are searching your farm, madam. You and your son remain here." "I'm not—" The young messenger had been bewildered enough when pressed into work with the hay fork, but now that he was being counted as son in a family not his own, he started to protest. A sharp glance from Mrs. Fayette silenced him. "You are not what?" asked the soldier suspiciously. The little boy suddenly understood the situation. "I'm not going to stay here in the sun," he said, pouting. "I'm going to wait there in the shade of the hedgerow. If you do not object, that is." "All right, you both may go over there. It's farther from the house, anyway." The soldiers wheeled their horses and rode toward the farm buildings. The house was so small and so sparsely furnished that a few minutes' casual search satisfied them no one was concealed there. Then they went to the barn. "Who's there? What do you want?" Joan Fayette stepped out of the cool dark of the barn and shaded his eyes against the sun. "Police, looking for deserters." "Come right along if you must. You won't mind if I keep on with my work. The handle of my hoe's broken, and I'm putting a rivet in it." "Go right ahead. You won't disturb us." Jean Fayette seated himself on the great grain chest and went calmly on with his task. The soldiers jumped around the barn, searching in dark corners and behind piles of lumber. "Try the haymow," directed the leader. Jean Fayette smiled a little and moved to seat himself more securely on the chest. One of the soldiers noticed the smile and spoke to the officer in charge. "Come down," he ordered the men who were climbing the ladder to the haymow. "Search that chest." They descended and walked over to Jean Fayette. "Get off there," they ordered. "There is nothing in here but grain," he said, continuing his work. "Off." The order was sharp and angry. "You're wasting your time," said Jean Fayette. But as the determined men moved toward him, he slipped from his perch and stood watching. The police moved toward the grain bin, and one took hold of each end of the heavy lid which covered it. The officer in command and a companion stood back, ready to seize the man they expected to leap out and make a break for safety. The lid was thrown back. The chest was full of grain. "You see, I spoke the truth," said Jean Fayette, suppressing a smile. "Fortunately for you," the leader of the police was embarrassed and angry. "Come, we're wasting time here. We'll go to the forest and do our hunting there." The clatter of hoofs in the stable yard drowned out a mighty sneeze from the haymow above. Joe and Fayette looked out of the barn door and saw that the police were now on the high road and hurrying away from the house. He quickly ascended the ladder and began tossing the great heap of hay to one side. "It's fortunate you held back that sneeze," he said. "If it had come a few minutes earlier, you'd be in irons now." "I know." The schoolmaster's face was uncovered and he was wiggling to get his arms free. "I had been fighting it for a long time." He was interrupted by another sneeze. "I never before realized just how dusty hay is, and I seem to have had some field mice for companions, too. Oh, I don't like this being an outlaw." Jean Fiat stopped his work. "You don't like living here?" "It's not that at all. Your mother is a second mother to me, and you are my brother. But it's such a disorderly, unnatural life I am living. I want to become a priest and teach the word of God." "You are teaching," said Jean Fiat quietly. "The children hereabouts know their prayers and catechism, thanks to you. And many men who hadn't been to church in years now go regularly after hearing your teaching." "Yes, I know, and I'm grateful for that," agreed the schoolmaster. Months passed. By now the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte ruled most of Europe. He had established a system of dependencies, which included so much of the continent that it was possible to travel from the Baltic Sea to Naples and never leave land controlled by France. He wanted a son to inherit this vast power, and since his wife Josephine had none, he divorced her and married the Archduchess Marie Louise of Austria. By this marriage, the adventurer from Corsica became allied to the oldest and proudest royal family of Europe. Napoleon ordered great celebrations all over his empire to mark his illegal marriage. There were fireworks and feasting, and as a gift to the people, he ordered an amnesty, forgiveness for all the young men who had avoided service between the years of 1806 and 1810. So it was that, just after New Year's Day, 1811, Jean-Marie Vianney returned to his parents' home. The people of Noes and of the little settlement of Robins hated to see him go. All loved him, and many had come to depend on the wisdom of his advice. "He always seemed able to see what the listener needs to hear," they agreed. And when they at last realized that he was really leaving them, they determined that he must do them credit when he reappeared in his own home. There was real competition among them to see who could contribute most towards sending him back in style. A cloth merchant who had some good black material on hand offered that as his share, and the Noes tailor gave his services in making it into a soutane. Jean-Marie had to try it on and be viewed by all his friends. "But your shoes, they are old and cracked and look very bad showing under your fine new soutane." The shoemaker got to work with donated leather and made a sturdy pair of boots. "You will have your own parish soon," said Mrs. Fayette, "and you will need—" "But Mother Fayette, I am a long way from being a priest yet, let alone having a parish." "You will be a priest," said Mrs. Fayette with assurance, "and your table must look well when important people come to dine. Here are a dozen linen napkins, my wedding napkins. I want you to take them." Little souvenirs, treasured for years, came from almost every home. One woman brought a bag of 3 gold coins. "But this is all the money you have in the world," protested Jean-Marie. "I can't take this." "You'll need to buy books," the woman argued, "and I'll have more soon. I'm fattening a fine pig." Mrs. Vianney welcomed her son with joy almost too great to endure. His father, although happy to see him, was somewhat less enthusiastic. "You gave me a hard time running away and hiding as you did," he said sternly. "But I didn't run away. I've told you how it happened, Father. Almost every day the recruiting officer was here. He would not believe. I did not know where you were." Mr. Vianney continued, paying no attention to Jean-Marie's protest. "I was threatened with the loss of my home and all my property if I did not tell where you were." "But I was sick at first. I did not realize." "You got well. Then you should have joined your regiment. You gave us all a very bad time." When he saw the distress on his son's face, Mr. Vianney relented a little. "It's all over now, anyway, and we are glad to have you back again." And he went on about his business. "Do you think I can continue my studies?" Jean-Marie asked his mother when they were alone. "Oh yes, you must. But perhaps Father Bailey—" "Father Bailey expects you," his mother interrupted. "When we did not know where you were or what had become of you, I was so worried I was almost sick. So I went into Eckerley to talk with the good father." Jean-Marie waited eagerly. He listened patiently for a while, but then he became a little angry. Angry? You? Yes, you said I had no confidence. Go away, he told me. I assure you that your son will be a priest. 2 weeks later, Jean-Marie was back at Eckley. This time, instead of living with his cousins, he stayed at the priest's house so that he could have constant help and direction in his studies. He was 25 now and knew less Latin than many boys half his age, but he was more than ever determined to study and learn, to move ahead toward the priesthood. Day and night he tried to crowd the lessons into his mind, to master the Latin, which he must know if he was really to understand the lessons taught and recited in that language. For relaxation he worked in the rectory garden, alternately praying and reciting lessons to himself as he did so. Vegetable seeds produce vegetables, vines produce grapes, he would mourn. Everything does its duty except my stupid brain. I wonder if I will ever be able to learn all I must know. Work, and don't be proud, counseled Father Bailey. Proud? I certainly have nothing to be proud of, Jean-Marie answered. The time was coming when he would have greater lessons in humility. After Jean-Marie had been with Father Bailey about 6 months, the priest decided it was time for young Vianney to begin the year of philosophy, which he must take in the seminary. This was the foundation for the theological studies which would precede ordination. So Jean-Marie was sent to the minor seminary at Verrières, a sort of preparatory school for the major seminary of St. Irénée at Lyons. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Maria Therese.
Happy birthday, Marty. Oh, no, you don't. Let me get this.
It's gonna be hard for a little bit.
Chapter 6 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 6. Although about 200 students were assembled at Verrières, there were only 2 classes in philosophy. With a group of 100 to be taught, no pupil could receive individual attention. Learning had been hard enough for Jean-Marie when Father Bailey could concentrate time and attention on him alone. Now he was almost frantic. He was sitting under a tree one day when a new student approached him. "Sir, I wonder if you could explain this to me," the boy requested. "I explain something?" Jean-Marie was amazed. "Yes, Father, I don't quite understand." "But I am not an instructor, a priest. I am a student." "You, a student?" It was the boy's turn to be surprised. "But you are a grown man." Jean-Marie flushed and agreed. "I supposed you had a long service in the army," said the boy, finding this a natural excuse for the older student. "No, I was not in the army," replied Jean-Marie. "Well then, you must be very stupid," observed the arrogant youngster. "I believe I am," said Jean-Marie humbly. This incident began a purgatory of teasing which Jean-Marie was to endure from the heedless and the malicious among his classmates. On the other hand, others among the students realized that there was something rare and unusual about the young man who worked so hard against seemingly overwhelming odds. The teachers, too, found student Vianney so worthwhile that an exception was made in his case. Instead of requiring him to recite in Latin, which always threw him into a panic, they allowed him to give his answers in French. Some of the students rebelled. Who is he that he should be given favors? A clumsy farm boy with no manners, others added. A simpleton. But among the wiser ones, more than one said, I'm sure he rates high in God's eyes. And before many months, even those students who had started out by making fun of their older classmate began to go to him for advice and encouragement in their problems. When they sought to consult him about some petty rivalry, some difficulty they were having, they always knew where to find him. He would be in the chapel, praying for help in his own problems. At the year's end, it seemed to him that he knew no more than he had in entering Verrières. He was very homesick, completely discouraged, and more than a little tempted to give up the whole thing. I could help my father on the farm, he would think. He is growing old and could make good use of me. I work hard all day in field or vineyard, and in the evening I could teach religion to the children. That would be doing God's work. But then those thoughts would be swept away. God has called me to be a priest. I am sure of it. And in spite of the fact that he, the oldest student in the class, was at the tail end of it, his philosophy teachers were sure of his vocation, too. They sent him on to the major seminary at Lyons. There again he had a chance to practice humility. While the more perceptive and spiritual among the seminarians appreciated the true worth of the backward student, there were others who saw him only as a stupid butt for rather cruel wit, a figure of fun or scorn. He was industrious. There never had been a better worker at St. Irene. But in spite of that, and of the further fact that the teachers gave him private tuition outside his classes, he could not seem to accomplish anything. A subject which he grasped in the quiet of his study left his mind entirely when he was questioned in class. Nevertheless, the rector of the seminary allowed him to continue his work there. "We will wait and see how you do in the examinations," he said to Jean-Marie. He too felt that there was something not at all ordinary in this young man, who worked so hard, who desired so fiercely to be a priest. Examination day came. For one of the few times in the history of the seminary, a candidate for the priesthood received 0 as his mark. In December 1813, a heartbroken Jean-Marie returned to Father Bailey to tell him of the disaster. "I will never become a priest now," he said sadly. "Of course you will," said Father Bailey sharply. "You have been called and you will serve. But it won't be easy." Easy it certainly was not. In fact, it required a high form of heroism to disregard the raised eyebrows of some of the people in Ecoli, to start in again, trying to make his memory retain the lessons learned with such agonizing labor. The misery of those days would have been too great to endure if his ears had not rung with the echoes of Father Bailey's words. "Don't worry, you will be a priest one day." As the weeks passed, Father Bailey grew to love and respect his people more and more. France was desperately in need of priests, he knew, since so few boys had found vocations during the Reign of Terror and the years which followed. He could not believe that the heart of God would not be moved to help a young man so determined to reach the altar. So Father Bailey intensified his efforts. This time he taught in French, and before long he rejoiced to see that Jean-Marie was getting a firm grasp on his lessons and retaining what he learned. When examination time came around again, Father Bailey went to Lyons with the request that his pupil be examined. "He is a most remarkable young man, and I am sure he has a true vocation. I have the feeling that as a priest he will do very good work." The Board of Examiners, made up of the best theologians in the diocese, agreed to let young Vianney try. "You must be very cool and calm," said Father Bailey when he returned to Jean-Marie. "You know the answers to all the questions they might ask. Just think carefully and answer slowly. Don't get stage fright." But stage fright was exactly what Jean-Marie did get. When he saw the stern-faced examiners, he went into complete panic. Their questions he either didn't answer at all, or answered so incoherently that he might better have kept silent. Father Bouchard, chief of the examiners, was an old friend of Father Bailey. He tried to give the decision of the board as gently as he could. "We do not find the young man at all ready, or ready for our diocese, at any rate. Perhaps somewhere else he could pass an examination, or he might serve God in another way." "Father, please, no. He is a gem, this young Vianney, and we should make sure that he is a priest of this diocese. He was frightened today by all you grand people, and that is why he did so poorly." Father Bailey paused. "Perhaps you could come to Ecoli tomorrow, and if possible, bring the Vicar General with you. Examine Jean-Marie there. You will see that he is ready." The two priests did go to Ecoli, and in the quiet of the house he loved so well, Jean-Marie did much better. So much better that the Vicar General was convinced. "We will accept him," he decided. "We will work with him and do what we can. The grace of God must do the rest." On July 2nd, 1814, Jean-Marie Vianney received minor orders at the cathedral in Lyons, and in August of the next year, in the chapel of the seminary at Grenoble, he was ordained. The physical act of getting to his ordination had required some of the same courage and persistence needed in preparing for it. Austria was once again at war with France, and the country Jean-Marie covered on his 60-mile walk from Ecoli to Grenoble was infiltrated with enemy troops. likely to begin action at any time. But that difficulty seemed slight to Jean-Marie when compared with those he had already overcome. After his ordination, he made a 3-day retreat of Thanksgiving, and then set out on a long walk back to Eckley. There, to his great joy, he was to serve as assistant to his beloved curate, or, as we would say, pastor, Father Bailey. The people of Eckley were as delighted to have Father Vianney with them as he was to be there. Father Bailey's joy was deep and very real. He was still a comparatively young man, but worn out by the hardships he had suffered during the terror. He saw much to be done, and knew that his own strength was limited. But he was so familiar with the consuming zeal and dogged determination of his former pupil that he counted greatly on the help the 29-year-old priest would give him. Yet the very unworldliness of Father Vianney, which made him so excellent a priest, created problems for the curate. The younger man was so intent on the spiritual life and priestly work that he had no interest at all in the world of appearances. While never dirty, he was almost always a little disheveled and shabby. At last Father Bailey could stand it no longer. He bought a complete new outfit for his curate: clerical frock coat, knee breeches, and fine black stockings. And shortly after he got them, Father Vianney had opportunity to wear them. "Mrs. Vincent wants to consult me about the education of her sons," Father Bailey said one morning. "I do not feel able to take the long walk, and anyway, your advice will be as good as mine. So will you walk up there today and see her?" "If you wish me to." "I do. And put on your new clothes. Spruce yourself up and do us credit. We don't want it said that the priests of Eckley are Slovens," said the curate. Obediently, Father Vianney dressed in his new outfit. He stopped in at the church to say a prayer that his advice might be good, and then went his way in the sunshiny morning. Mrs. Vincent lived more than a dozen miles outside Eckley, merely a pleasant walk for the former country boy. The afternoon was nearing its close when Father Bailey glanced out of his study window and saw a bedraggled tramp nearing the house. He was about to hurry out to the kitchen to prepare food for the man when a second glance showed him that it was no tramp, but his own assistant. He sat down with a thump and waited for Father Vianney to come in. "Good afternoon, Father," the young man greeted his pastor. "I think we have solved Mrs. Vincent's problems." He paused, expecting to be questioned about the advice he had given, but there was silence of several minutes' duration. Then the curate spoke, spacing his words to give them weight. "Father Vianney, what happened to your good clothes?" Father Vianney looked down at his ragged breeches and smiled. "Oh, it was so fortunate," he said happily. "On the way home I met a beggar. He had lost everything, had no family, no home, and no hope. I talked to him of the love of God, and when he seemed to be encouraged a little, I exchanged suits with him to help his confidence in Providence." There was another long silence. "You were on the way back from Mrs. Vincent's?" "Yes, Father." "Well, I can be grateful for that much anyway," said the pastor. The days and weeks and months went by. Father Bailey had long been noted as a preacher. Father Vianney was young and simple, with much to learn. But it was the masses and other services at which Father Vianney preached which were crowded with attentive people, hurriedly breathing for fear they would miss a word. People came from surrounding towns to hear him, because, they said, he tells us what we need to hear. He had endless patience, especially with the children, spending hours with them teaching, explaining, and reteaching those who forgot. The children, as well as their parents, loved him dearly and would have liked to include him in their simple social life, but he had no time for that. There were so many things to be done and not enough hours in the day to do them. Then, too, the only intimates he wanted were Christ and his mother. The little boy who had always carried the statue of Mary with him was now the priest who always had her in his heart. Father Bailey was naturally delighted at the way his protege had developed. Seeing that more and more parishioners were seeking out Father Vianney as confessor, he decided that he and the young priest should take up the study of theology again. In his early days as a student, we have seen, Jean-Marie had studied and been instructed in Latin, and Latin was always hard for him. Now the curate instructed and discussed in French, learning for Father Vianney was no longer a feat of memory, but an exercise in understanding and reasoning, and both priests were delighted at the progress made. These were happy days for the younger priest, and days of warm satisfaction for the older one, who knew now with certainty, if he had ever doubted it, that his efforts to see Jean-Marie ordained were more than justified. The rectory housekeeper, Mrs. DeBost, knew that the curate's bed was seldom slept in. She suspected that he spent most nights kneeling in prayer or sleeping on the board floor. She knew the tiny amounts of food the two priests allowed themselves. She did not know, could not even suspect, their private mortifications and penances. But she did know, and the whole parish knew, that they had two very saintly priests directing them. It was toward the end of 1816 that Father Bailey became ill, and most of the parish work fell on Father Vianney's shoulders. He became more haggard and weary, and also more shabby. One of the parishioners gave him cloth for a new cassock, and another supplied money to pay the tailor. "When will you get your new cassock, Father?" he would be asked. "Oh, soon, very soon, but I haven't time to see about it now." Before he found the time to see about it, and the tailor could set to work, Father Vianney had a visitor, a woman who came of a wealthy family, but who had lost her fortune, as well as her husband, during the wars. Sick and almost desperate, she came to the priest for advice. He talked with her a long time and sent her away comforted. He felt, however, that he himself should do more. He hurried to the tailor's house to ask for the money deposited to pay for the making of his cassock. The tailor was not at home, and his wife was most unenthusiastic about their losing the job. She thought of all sorts of excuses for not relinquishing the money, but in the face of Father Vianney's persistence, she at last gave in. That night, Father Vianney secretly stole to the home of the woman who had called on him and left the money where she would find it in the morning. Before another attempt could be made to get the cassock finished, Father Bailey's illness took a mortal turn. The people of Eckeley were grieved by the death of the good old priest, who had served them so long and so well, but they found their grief lightened because Father Vianney was still with them. That he would be appointed curate, no one doubted. Even when young Father Trippier was sent to replace Father Bailey, the people, though surprised, were not deeply disturbed. They still had Father Vianney. Then in February of 1818, word was sent to Jean-Marie that he was to report to the office of the Vicar General of the diocese. He was startled at what he was told there. "About 20 miles from here," said Father Corbin, the Vicar General, "is a little parish of ours. There is a chapel there without a pastor. The curé recently died. The people, I am afraid, are mostly a worldly and godless lot, with little interest in religion." The Vicar General paused for a moment and studied the face of the priest before him, looking for signs of disappointment or displeasure. Father Vianney, he knew, had grown up largely in Eckeley. He had studied there, worked there, been happy and successful there. It would be quite natural to have at least a little regret about leaving it, especially since he would be going to a smaller, poorer, more indifferent parish. But no smallest sign of unhappiness appeared on Father Vianney's face. "How do I get there?" he asked. "Ours is remote," Father Corbin said. "It can be reached only by a narrow little road. But a cart can get through if you want to borrow one to carry your goods." "How soon do you want me to be there, Father?" "Within 2 weeks, if you can manage it." The Vicar General paused. "I seem to remember that you were determined to become a priest in spite of odds against you, that you wanted to do God's work and teach His word." "That is right, Father." "Well, I must tell you this. When the Reign of Terror came and priests and sacraments disappeared, their disappearance from ours was permanent. The people there are cold and unfriendly, most of them. They feel that religion would interfere with their pagan way of life, so they keep religion out. A few will welcome you as a curate, but very few. On the whole, you will find that your presence is resented, your work ignored or hampered. They certainly need a priest, the people of ours. God bless you and give you strength for your work there. You'll need it." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 7 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This Liverbox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 7. It was foggy and rainy and cold the morning of February 9th, 1818, when Jean-Marie left Eckeley to go to his new parish at Ars. He had hired a man to carry his scanty clothing, his books, and Father Bailey's bedstead, which, with a few blankets, was his inheritance from his beloved old pastor. Unaccustomed to riding, Father Vianney walked on ahead of the cart. Men left their work, women ran to the doors of their houses to wave goodbye to their beloved priest. The children, his particular charge, cried as they kissed his hand and asked for his blessing, and tiny tots, unstrung by the sadness they did not understand, added their wails to the general lamentation. The priest, however, was intent on the parish to which he was going. The picture of it with the vicar general had given him showed a place in sad need of reorganization. He framed a greeting to have ready for the first of the parishioners who should come out to welcome him. On that early contact, a great deal would depend. As he moved into the valley where ours lay, the air seemed to become heavy and depressing. A great chateau stood on a hill to the north of the village. In it, Father Vianney had been told he would find a friend, one of the good women whose family had clung to the faith when others were letting it go. When he crossed the boundary line of his new parish, he knelt on the ground to ask divine help and guidance in his work there. Darkness came down as the short, thin, almost emancipated priest trudged onward. Once in a while, now, he would see yellow lamplight shining out of the windows of houses hidden among the trees. But no one seemed aware that their new pastor was coming, or if they did know, they did not care. No one came out with a greeting, no word of welcome was spoken. When he reached the village of Ars, he went directly to the little church which was to be his care. The steeple was gone, destroyed by the revolutionaries in 1793, though the bell had been saved, and now hung on a crazy structure of beams across the rafters of the building. His heart was unhappy at the all too evident neglect in the church itself, a church in which no sanctuary lamp burned because the Blessed Sacrament was not there. The carter unloaded his wagon, said a sad goodbye to his beloved Father Vianney, and started home. The priest cleaned the church as well as he could, straightened out his own mud-walled cottage, and went to bed for his first night in Ars. Before daybreak the next morning, the new curé of Ars rang the Angelus, wondering as he did so if bell, rafters, and even part of the roof would come crashing down. A small handful of older women, no men and no young people, hurried in for Mass. Knowing that almost all of his parishioners were farmers, Father Vianney decided after Mass that he would walk around each morning and meet them at their work, or call on the families at meal times, when all would be at home. Having been a farmer himself, he knew how their day went, and knew, too, what to talk about with them. His face in repose was certainly not handsome, but his smile, illumined as it was by goodness and love, usually won over the people whom he greeted. When he called at their homes, he was always able to make friends with the children, whom he then urged to come to catechism classes. The oldest and the youngest among his flock were no particular problem. If they had forgotten their way to church, or had never learned it, he felt that it would soon become familiar to them. The young adults were a different matter. A madness for pleasure had swept France in the past years. Work was hard, tiny incomes were heavily taxed. God had been ridiculed as an ancient superstition. The result was that a whole generation had grown up with no knowledge of any commandment except the one which said, "Have a good time wherever and however you can." Sundays and holy days were ideal to these people for a round of worldly pleasure. Those who did not care for roistering simply carried on with their daily work. On Saturday evening, a band concert gave the signal for the revels to begin. Sunday morning resounded to more band music, followed by public games and dancing, which continued well into the next morning. There was one church in Ars largely ignored, but there were 4 taverns which, particularly on Sundays and holy days, were full to bursting. In a pleasure-mad section of a pleasure-bent country, Ars stood out as the center of wild carousals, and people drove in from many miles around to take part in the unrestrained celebration. Father Vianney was sick at heart. In his pulpit he used plain, strong language about these things. But the people who heard him were not the ones he wanted to reach, were not the ones who skipped Mass, to go to licentious dances, or to get drunk in taverns. Though his congregation did carry the message home, it made little impression. One Sunday he got up very early, long before Mass, and walked down the road to meet the musicians coming to play for the dance. "How much do you get for playing?" he asked. They told him, It was a good deal of money, considered in terms of his own $100 a year income, but he did not hesitate. "Here, I'll give you twice that sum," he said. "Now go home and forget the dance." There was great resentment when the would-be dancers learned what had happened, but a few people, having no other way to fill their time, drifted into the church to see what was going on there. The sermon, as usual, was what people needed to hear, and some of them heeded. The priest had driven in the first wedge in his campaign to separate the people from their evil way of life. His sermon, in which he assured the farmers that in making a practice of carting their hay on Sunday, they were carting their souls to hell, had some effect. But the priest was anxious for a quicker reaction. So, once again, he decided on the direct method. Each Sunday before Vespers, he took to walking down the lanes which farmers might use on their way home from work. Although the men strongly opposed the new ideas he was trying to introduce, they now had great respect for Father Vianney, the man, and would rather not be caught by Father Vianney, the priest. One Sunday, when the curé was going down the road, he saw coming toward him a wagon piled high with sheaves of grain. The weather had been good, and showed no signs of changing, so there was no excuse for the full day of Sunday work that the load represented. The driver of the wagon was not visible, but the priest recognized the horses as belonging to a wealthy farmer of the district. He seized their reins and brought them to a halt, then called the farmer by name. "Come out of there," he cried. "From whom are you hiding?" The grain sheaves shifted, and from under the heap there crawled the red-faced, sheepish farmer. "Why did you cover yourself with the grain that way?" Father Vianney's large eyes flashed fire. I didn't want you to see me," the embarrassed man stuttered. "And did you think you were hiding from God, too? Did you think he couldn't see you under the grain? Does he not see everything you do?" The direct, powerful personality of the priest reached the conscience of the farmer. He, at least, would do no more unnecessary Sunday work. Life in the little French towns had, for centuries, been regulated by the bells of the village churches. The day's work started, paused at noon, and came to its close to the sound of the Angelus. The year after Father Vianney reached ours, he decided that the crazy structure which supported his bell should be replaced by a proper belfry. From his own pitifully small store of coins, he himself started a subscription list. The Viscount of Ars, who lived in Paris, was visiting his mother in the chateau outside the village when the first moves towards restoring the church were made. He was so impressed by what had already been accomplished by the new curé that he joined his mother in generous donations of money and material. The church roof was repaired, little shrines were erected, and God's wardrobe, as the curé called the vestments, was refurbished and enlarged. The curé's own home was a peasant house built of clayey mud. Of the 2 rooms on the ground floor, kitchen and dining room, the stone-floored kitchen was used most. Father Vianney's own meals were frugal, almost non-existent, just as they had always been, but he kept food on hand to give the hungry passers-by, the homeless and neglected children. And while he fed their bodies, he instructed their minds in the hope of awakening their souls. Of the 3 bedrooms on the second floor, the one nearest the church was his, although the few hours of sleep he permitted himself were more often than not taken on the bare floor with a piece of wood for his pillow. Most of his time was spent in working and praying, and, after Christ and his mother, the one to whom he prayed with the greatest faith was St. Philomena. Not long before Father Bailey's death, there had been visiting in Ecouly a young woman named Pauline Jerichot, who later, we shall see, launched a great mission work. She, for good reason, had deep devotion to this young martyr. Miss Jerichot had told the 2 priests the story, not well known at the time, of the girl Philomena, who had died for her faith in the reign of the Emperor Diocletian. Miss Jerichot had been gravely ill some time before, so ill that doctors had given up all hope of her recovery. She had been carried, almost unconscious, to the shrine where St. Philomena's relics were kept, and there had been miraculously cured. Quite naturally, she was eager to tell as many people as possible of the young saint's power in heaven. At once, Father Vianney had been greatly attracted to the dear little saint, as he called her, and he turned to her in all his perplexities. To Philomena he would say, when he instructed the children, nothing is refused. She loved God so much that when she was just a little girl, she died for him. So of course he listens when she asks. He credited to her all the success he had in Ars. However, he never simply turned a problem over to her. He worked hard and asked for her help in the work, and the work continued successful. His one feat in stopping a Sunday dance did not, of course, end those pagan revels, but things began to be a little different. Several times when the crowd gathered, he walked over and stood quietly looking at the people, drinking and rioting, when they should have been in church. The deep, earnest eyes, burning in the sorrowful, aesthetic face, spoke the words his tongue did not. Many of the revelers went home, and the spirits of those who remained were dampened. This angered the tavern keepers. "We have built up a good business here," they growled. "What does he want to do? Ruin us?" Father Vianney did not want to ruin anyone or anything except sin. He would have liked to see the disappearance of the places which contributed so much to the drunkenness and debauchery of ours. And, bit by bit, he moved toward his goal. When he rebuilt and refurbished his little church, he had installed a new confessional. There he began to spend more and more of his time. His fame as a confessor and advisor was spreading. In his early days in Ars, there were but 2 people in the village itself on whom he could count for help in the church. One was Mrs. Bigloss, his housekeeper, who lived near the rectory, and the other a Miss Pignot, who boarded with her. These 2 women cleaned the church, dressed the altar, and tried between themselves to supply periods of daily adoration. This, of course, pleased the curate, but he wanted more. He wanted church societies. One day, a group of the giddiest girls in town had gathered in the village square, ready to start off on a round of drinking and dancing. Father Vianney saw them. "Here," he said to himself, "is my rosary confraternity ready-made. I'll go out and talk to them." He advanced to the green and greeted the girls pleasantly, pretending not to know what their plans were or where they were bound. "Come," he suggested, "let's go into church and say the rosary. We'll pray that whatever it is you're going to do, you will do well." The girls were upset and confused. To go into the church and pray was the thing furthest from their minds. Yet they did not know how to refuse this gentle man with the penetrating eyes. Each waited for someone else to laugh at the suggestion, to walk away. If one did, they all would, but no one had the courage. Against their will and wishes, compelled by a stronger personality than their own, they went rather sulkily into the church, knelt and prayed. There was silence when they finished. Then one of the girls spoke. "I'd like to go to confession, Father," she said timidly. "I would too," said another. And so he got the nucleus of a little band who would help in his war against evil. Through these girls, among others, it became known that Father Vianney told penitents what they needed to hear. He scolded some, comforted and encouraged others. Often when crowds were waiting outside his confessional, he would step out and select one far down in the line to come first. For he knew unfailingly when the effort to come had been hard, when the long wait might give Satan a chance to persuade a penitent to leave. And, strangely enough, no one ever protested when a latecomer was given precedence over those who had waited for hours. They were convinced that Father Vianney's decisions were inspired. When Pope Gregory XVI, impelled largely by the work of Pauline Jerichot, authorized the cult of St. Philomena, the curate of Ars at once built a little shrine in her honor at the site of the church. He was delighted when it became a center of pilgrimage. What he did not know, would not have believed, was that many of the people traveled to Ars only incidentally to visit the shrine. Their primary reason was to see, to talk with, to go to confession to Father Vianney. Now, the town itself had changed, so much so that the 4 taverns functioned no longer as such. They were now small hotels for the convenience of the many pilgrims. The old Ars was no more. When Father Vianney had been curate for 5 years, the bishop, amazed at all that had been accomplished, sent for him. The town of Salos was larger than Ars, the prelate said, but as much in need of conversion as Ars had been. Father Vianney therefore was to take it for his new parish, his new battlefield. The people of Ars were heartbroken and indignant. Father Vianney was theirs. Through him they had given up their old evil ways. Through him they had made their peace with God and received spiritual and material blessings. Although they knew their priest himself would do as he was told, they were less anxious to cooperate. "I'd like to strangle that vicar general," one young woman declared. "He must have told the bishop about the curate. It's all his fault that we are losing our saint." "Hush," said her mother. "That's a dreadful thing to say. It is the will of God that our good curate should leave us." "I don't believe it's God's will," insisted the girl, and it almost seemed as if she were right. The priest packed his few possessions and loaded them on a cart, ready to leave after Mass the following morning. But heavy torrents of rain fell that night, and the next day, when the cart reached the little river over which they had to pass on the way out of Ars, it was so flooded that crossing was impossible. So Father Vianney went back to the town to wait for the flood to subside. The parishioners, having ascertained that the curé did not really want to leave them, but was acting rather from obedience, started collecting signatures on a petition to the bishop, asking that Father Vianney be left with them. The mother of the Viscount of Ars, the great lady of the chateau herself, headed the movement, and before they could present their request, Father Vianney packed up again to try to follow the bishop's orders. Again there was distress in the village, unhappiness that they had not moved faster in their efforts to keep their priest, dismay that all hope seemed gone. But again rain came, the river flooded, there was no crossing. This time there was no relaxation in Ars. They had had their hopes raised, dashed, and raised again. They felt unsure and insecure as they waited for word from the vicar general in reply to their petition. But where, in the past, disappointment and worry would have meant cursing and drunkenness among many of the villagers, now they turned to prayer, to daily mass, and to more frequent communion. The flooded river subsided again, and across it came a messenger from the bishop. Father Vianney was to stay with his people. Now, more than ever, the pastor was the beloved shepherd of his flock. Almost every home had a warm welcome for him. He was in touch with every facet of their lives. Their work, their health, their herds, their crops, all were of interest and importance to him. In time of joy and sorrow or fear, the people turned to Father Vianney. The children, always his greatest care, knew that they had an unfailing friend in him. He planned a school for girls, where the future mothers of families could learn to read and write and figure, but, most important, learn of the love of God. Pilgrims came in great and greater numbers, and one dreadful visitor came. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 8 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 8. In one of his earliest sermons in Ars, Father Vianney explained why he preached so bitterly against the evil in his parish, why he marshaled all his powers to do battle. He could never, he explained, but must speak out against it, even if in doing so he made the people hate him. Even if a priest were certain of being lynched when he came down from the pulpit, he said, that must never stop him from speaking out against wrong. Although by far the greater part of the parish were now leading holy, useful lives, the devil still had a few followers, who liked the old ways better. Many of the men now said their beads as they walked to and from their work, but among them were some almost insanely angry at the changes Father Vianney had made. They composed drunken, wicked songs about him, threw filth on his house and even on the church, and they wrote anonymous letters to the bishop, accusing the curate of dreadful things. Some of the letters seemed well written and well reasoned, so the bishop thought it best to send one of his aides to examine Father Vianney, to inquire into his life and habits, and see if anything he did could really give rise to scandal. It was a grief and a humiliation for the curé of Ars to be investigated in this way, but he answered humbly and simply all the questions, discussed all the problems, and the bishop's emissary went away convinced that he had talked with a very saintly man. But the devil, who had spoken through the scandal-bearing mouths of the angry villagers, was not giving up so easily. It had seemed, before Father Vianney's arrival, that a large part of the citizens of Ars were headed for damnation. Now, not only had most of them reformed their ways, but people from all parts of France were going to Ars to confess the sins of years to the curé, to get help from him in living better lives. Hundreds of souls whom the devil had counted as surely his were slipping from his grasp. He would take direct action. For a while, he taunted the curé, tortured his mind. "You are not a good priest," he would whisper. "You are not doing God's work. If you ever hope to save your own soul, get out of here. Go to a monastery and spend the rest of your life in prayer. You are not equal to the duties here," would come on another day. "You were stupid as a boy, and now you are a stupid man. Too stupid even to see what a failure you are." Poor Father Vianney was torn with anguish. Were those thoughts only temptations, he wondered, or was the truth at last forcing itself on him? He fasted more strictly than ever, and imposed severe penances on himself, praying all the while that he might know positively what he should do. The devil grew impatient. He couldn't worry the priest out, so he would frighten him away from the place where so many souls were being saved. The curate had bought a house, which he was fixing up to be used as a school for girls. Here, catechism would be taught. Here, feet would be started on the road to heaven. The devil could not endure the thought. One night, as Father Vianney worked over plans for the school, he heard noises outside his door. There was something indefinably threatening about them, so the next morning he spoke to some of the young men of his parish. "I'm afraid some ruffians may be planning to break into the church," he explained. "Let us take turns watching, Father," one of the young men suggested. "We'll each take a night on guard duty, until we are sure no thieves are around, or until we catch them." The noises continued for 2 or 3 nights, but try as they would, the self-appointed guards could not see where they came from or who might be making them. Then came the turn of Andre Verture, the young man who had originally proposed the night watch. After night prayers, the curate and Andre left the church, entered the little house, and talked as they warmed themselves in front of the kitchen stove. They had been there some minutes when Andre shuddered. "Are you still cold?" asked the priest. "Can I heat up some milk to warm you?" "No, thank you, Father. I am not cold even though I shivered. I feel strange somehow." The priest looked at him for a moment, saying nothing. "It's 10 o'clock. He broke the silence. "I'll give you my blessing and then we'll go to bed. I've not had much sleep lately," he added with a smile. The curate went to his room and Andre to his, but hardly had young Ruggieri closed his door when there was a great pounding on the door leading to the churchyard. Andre seized his gun and ran downstairs, determined that whoever was disturbing Father Vianney's rest in this way would pay dearly for his fun. Before he was halfway down the stairs, there was a rattling of the door latch, and from the other side of the house, a banging as if someone were pounding on the wall with a wooden hammer. Then the house began to sway and tremble, as if an earthquake were beginning. Andre Verture yelled to the priest, Father Vianney, come out quickly! There's an earthquake and I think the house may collapse." The priest opened his door. "You have heard the noises, then?" he asked. "Of course I heard the noises. Why else would I have run out with my gun? But it's not the noises that I'm worried about. We're wasting time talking. Let's get out before the house falls in on us." "I don't think it will fall," said the priest soothingly. "See, the trembling has stopped. We'll go back to bed." The pounding and hammering, as well as the tremor, occurred at intervals all through the night. Neither the watcher indoors nor some others who had hidden outside were able to catch any sign of an intruder. After about 2 weeks of such doings, Father Vianney came to a decision. This attack on his rest and his nerves was not the work of hate-filled men. It was, the curate felt certain, the work of Satan himself. Furious because so many souls he had counted as surely his were now, through Father Vianney, changing their ways and earning their salvation, the demon was striking. The priest realized that the attack was being made on him, personally, and he would have to stand up to it alone. He thanked the guards and told them not to come anymore. The confessions continued, conversions mounted, and Satan became wilder and wilder in his efforts to tire out or frighten away this priest who was the cause of it all. Sometimes, just as the weary curate fell asleep, there would be a roar above his head, as if hundreds of mounted troops were galloping through the attic. Sometimes there would be shrieks and groans from inside the walls. Other nights a harsh, very loud voice would sing in the chimney of the fireplace in the curate's bedroom. "What a very ugly voice old Scratch has," Father Vianney would say to himself. "If more people heard him, fewer might listen to what he says." Sometimes the racket would continue all night. Again, it would stop suddenly, only to start up louder than ever as the weird priest dozed off. "Ha, Vianney," the rasping voice would sneer. "You can't sleep and you can't pray. I'll have you yet, Vianney." Those were the worst nights, the nights when the awful voice actually spoke to him, taunted him. But the devil was wrong in one thing. The curate of Ars could and did pray unceasingly. The neighbors, of course, all became aware of what was going on in their beloved priest's home. They, too, prayed harder and longer than they ever had before. They were deeply distressed when the curé would appear for Mass with face and hands bruised. This meant his enemy had thrown him from bed and dragged him across the floor. Satan was fighting fiercely. At this time, Father Vianney's sister Marguerite came to visit him, knowing nothing of the torture her brother was enduring. After they had spent a pleasant evening together, the curé went to his room and his sister to the guest room. She had just put out her candle when the pounding and hammering started. She rushed to the hall. "Jean-Marie, brother, come quickly! I am afraid!" Father Vianney ran from his room. "Has something disturbed you, sister?" he asked. "Yes, there was a terrible noise and something shook my bed. I had an awful sense of—" "Oh, that was only Old Scratch," the curé said consolingly. "However, he won't hurt you. He's after me. And he won't hurt me because God protects me." He paused for a moment, his eyes twinkling. "Do you know, Marguerite," he continued, "Old Scratch is not half so clever as people think he is. He gives me signals he doesn't intend to. Whenever some soul in deep trouble is coming to see me, some hardened sinner, Old Scratch is particularly anxious to hold on to. He makes an unusually dreadful den, gets especially violent in his acts. So I am prepared and can pray for strong guidance. No, Old Scratch is not so smart." In spite of his parish duties, the growing number of confessions, sleepless nights, Father Vianney found time and strength to continue the work on Providence, as he called his school for girls. To procure the house, he had used every cent he could beg or borrow. Now he had the house, but no money to operate it. But he had a much more valuable asset. He had faith. 2 girls of the parish were to run Providence, 2 girls he himself had taught and trained. And they, too, had faith. The first morning they entered the house, the only provisions they found were a pot of butter and a little dry cheese. "Shall we go home for dinner?" asked Benoit Lardette, who was in charge. "Let's wait," her assistant, Catherine Lassagne, suggested. "We are living in Providence, so let us see what Providence will provide." Very soon, Benoit's little brother appeared at the door, carrying a basket covered with a white napkin. "Mother had a feeling we'd have no dinner," he explained, "so she cooked enough for you both and sent it over." The 2 girls looked at each other. Then they bowed their heads in prayer, grateful for this proof of God's care. We have already seen that the school had been planned as a place for the education of the girls of ours, but from the first it was so well run, had such a fine spirit, that soon parents from outlying farms and nearby villages sent their daughters to take advantage of the Christian training which Providence offered. Without at all intending it, the curé of ours found before long that he was running a boarding school for 16 girls outside his parish. The Emperor Napoleon had waged long wars, draining money and men from a country already poor at both. He had been defeated at Waterloo on 1815 and died 6 years later. But changes in government had made little change in the conditions of the population of France. Poverty laid cruel fingers on the people, and the people became cruel in turn. Boys were of help to their families. They could work and bring in a little money. Girls, on the other hand, were a care and expense, so they were sometimes lost or abandoned by their parents. If parents died, the boys they left behind might be adopted, but the girls rarely were. So the French countryside became accustomed to the sight of girls wandering around, looking for a little work they might do in exchange for food and shelter. The people might become accustomed, but the curé never. In 1827, he told his parishioners that he wanted to build a shelter next to the school where the homeless girls might be cared for. He drew up plans for the structure at night. His ears might ring and his head ache with the shattering din made by his enemy, the arch-fiend, but he prayed and worked and completed the drawings. Then he took up his axe and chipped stone. He mixed mortar and carried it. He did anything and everything to help speed the completion of the building. More than one fashionable lady or grand gentleman who had come out of curiosity to see the saint was startled when he was pointed out to them. For the man they saw was a shabby little workman staggering under the weight of a heavy beam or load of planking. "Why?" the visitor would gasp. "I thought the famous curé of ours was a big man." "Big? A big man?" The guide's eyes would flash. "Sir, there is no bigger man in all France." In almost no time after the building was finished, the dormitories were full. New arrivals were never questioned about their faith, or even whether they had any. If they were homeless, hungry, they were admitted. There was no age limit. Abandoned babies, miserable girls in their teens, their need was their key of entry. The little money which Mr. and Mrs. Vianney bequeathed to their priest's son, he at once gave it to Providence. When it was gone, he started selling his furniture and his few possessions. He redoubled his prayers, spending much of the night in the shrine of St. Philomena, his dear little saint to whom nothing was refused. But one day in 1829, it looked as if the end had come. There was only a handful of wheat left on the floor to make the orphans bread, and there was no way of getting more. No one around who had not already given all the alms he possibly could. Catherine Lasagne went to the curé. "What shall we do, Father?" she asked after she had told him the situation. "Do? What do you mean?" Can we keep the orphans?" "Keep them? Of course we'll keep them." "But how can we when we have no food?" "You have no faith?" The curé stole to the granary where the wheat, when there was any, was stored. Under the pitiful handful of grain, he had a relic of St. Francis Regis. Years before, when Jean-Marie had found learning impossible and had feared he would never reach the priesthood, he had made a pilgrimage to Paris, to the tomb of the great missionary St. Francis Regis, to pray for aid in his studies. His prayer then had been answered. Now he called once again on the saint for help. The following morning, when Catherine and Benoit rose to wake their charges in time for Mass, they heard a creaking and groaning of timbers. "It sounds as if part of the building were getting ready to fall," said Catherine, white-faced with alarm. "We better hurry and get the children out." "Let's look first," suggested Benoit, "and see where the trouble is." They went to the cellar, but all was normal there. They inspected the stairway, but that too seemed secure. Bit by bit they went over the building, until at last they reached the granary. It was literally bulging with grain. The two young women fell to their knees to thank God. Some time later, supplies once again were low. There was flour for 1 loaf of bread when 10 were needed. "Go and tell the curé," suggested Benoit. The little girl who was helping in the kitchen was sent running to Father Vianney. He shook his head. "Don't worry so," he chided. "You seem to have no faith at all. Go back and say your prayers and make the bread." The girl went back and put the flour in the mixing trough. It looked like a tiny white island in a huge wooden bowl, and it was with great care that she dribbled in water. But the dough was still thick and needed more water, so she added more. When she began to knead it, however, it was still too heavy to be worked, so she added more water. The child now seemed to have as much dough as was usual on baking days, so she let it rise, pounded it down, and let it rise again. From the flour for one scant loaf, she baked 10, 20-pound loaves. All of the great oven was cold. The girls at Providence ate heartily, and said that the bread was even better than usual. They needed good food, their days were busy ones. They learned to read and write and to figure a little. They worked in the garden. And since
Jett,
either in other homes
are you
or
being
in
a
homes
naughty
of their
boy?
own, they were taught to sew
Jett.
and knit, to wash and iron, to spin and weave. But most of all, they learned to know and love God, to understand His commandments, and to keep them. The girls of Providence Orphanage began to be known for their sweetness and ability. When a mother needed help with her children, or a housekeeper required aid, it was to the school of the Curé of Ars. When the girls were old enough or well enough trained to leave the home, there was always a good position waiting for them. They were not permitted to leave until this was certain. They were never happy when the time for parting came, for Providence was a good and happy place, the only good of obedience. So they went when the time came and carried the results of their training with them as missionaries might. "We are the spoiled children of God," Father Vianney often told me with a smile. "When have we ever wanted anything? My children, always remember that you are constantly surrounded by the love of God. He is only waiting for you to come home." The years went on. In 1830, the French seized Algiers. Greece broke away from Turkey and became independent again. Belgium separated from Holland, and the Polish struggle for independence began. All the world seemed in turmoil, but none of these things had any meaning for the Curé of Ars. 50, 60, 80 people a day were coming to the village to see the saint. The story of his works was spreading, to get his advice and consolation, to go to confession to him. The farm boy, Jean-Marie Vianney, had always loved the open air, had loved to watch the changing seasons, to walk in field and lane. Now from dawn to dusk, he was shut up in an airless box, listening to stories of misspent lives, pouring himself out in advice and help. How long could he stand it? End of Chapter 8. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 9 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 9. Since he had first come to ours, Father Vianney had never had a day, or even half a day, that was his own to do with as he liked. Now the pressure was much greater. He would go to church at 1 in the morning, or even at midnight, and hear confessions until Mass at 6 or 7 o'clock the next morning. Always awaiting him were long lines of people who had stood outside the church since the previous evening. After Mass, he would return to the confessional until 11 o'clock, when he held his catechism class. At first, the class had been for the children, both those who lived at Providence and those who came from the village and nearby farms. But adults, hearing of the helpful instructions the curé gave, crowded around windows and doors trying to catch his words. We will move the class to the church, where all can be seated, Father Vianney decided. But it was not long before the seats were all filled and people stood in the aisles and on the porch. And still there was not room. In the afternoon he was once again in the confessional, where he stayed until it was time for the rosary and benediction which closed the day. At 9, as a rule, he went home, with his office still to be read. The crowds grew larger, 60, 70, 100 people a day, then 200, 300, 400. 5 horse-drawn bus lines were now serving ours. The parish reached only by a cart track when Father Vianney became its curé. The railroad, which stopped at the station of a nearby town, extended round-trip tickets to a week. This was because people often had to wait 3 or 4 days before their turn came to make their confessions to the curé of ours. The 4 hotels were always filled, private homes were opened, and through the summer farmers set aside special fields in which the pilgrims might sleep. Ours, which had drawn small crowds of noisy, drunken revelers in the old days, now drew vast armies of quiet, intent, and prayerful people. Sick people were cured at St. Philomena's shrine. Suffering minds were eased by the curé. Diseased souls were made well again. Just to talk to him, the pilgrims would say. If I can just talk to him, I know everything will be better for me. But to talk to him required hours of patient waiting. Day after day, week after week, month after month, Father Vianney heard the recital of the people's sins, reprimanded and advised the penitents. Of course, not all who came were sinners. There were the pious and good, too, who wanted counsel and direction for the betterment of their lives. One such, going into the sacristy where the curé sometimes spoke with the people, saw a beautiful lady in blue talking to the priest. He had come upon the curé of ours, getting help and wisdom from the Mother of God herself. In 1835, Father Vianney was making preparations to go away on his own concerns. As he bustled about checking on various details before leaving, his hair, snowy white, although he was only 41, blew in the wind, and his cassock flapped around his hurrying legs. He had hoped for a long time to be able to make a retreat, and now he was arranging for a few days at his old seminary, where a group of his confreres were going for a time of spiritual reinvigoration. Before he could leave, of course, there were innumerable things to be done. He was happy in the thought that he would soon be having a few hours of recollection of the solitude which had been denied him for so long. He wanted help in deciding whether it was conscience or the devil, which constantly whispered in his ear, "You are no good as a priest. You are falling in your tasks. You should resign from your parish and leave it to us to really do the work." Torn as he always was, and would be to the end of his days, between his duty to God and his duty to man, the curé had decided that the people of ours could wait while he got the help he felt he needed. Monsignor Davy, who was in charge of the seminary, knew the sanctity of the curé, knew the immense and needed work for souls that he was doing. But the curé could never properly evaluate himself because of his saintly humility. "You do not need a retreat," Monsignor Davy said firmly. "The people of ours and those who come to ours need you very badly. And I repeat, you do not need to be here. You are to go back, and now." Slowly and sadly, before the retreat had even begun, the curé went back to his parish, back to the thousands of people who wanted his decisions and advice, to the long days and nights in the confessional. Again the days and weeks and months went by, and as they grew into years, an idea became more firmly fixed in Father Vianney's mind. Anyone, he felt in his humility, could do the work he was doing. To save his own soul, he was certain, he should live out the rest of his life in a monastery, where he could spend his hours in prayer and meditation, making himself a better priest than he believed himself to be. He asked Monsignor Devi for permission to make the move, but was refused. He prayed very hard and asked again. Again he was refused. He pondered the 2 great commandments and trembled with fear that in obeying the second, love of neighbor, he was slighting the first, love of God. He was torn between his duty as parish priest and his desire for a life of prayer and penance, for he saw himself as a miserable sinner. God wants every man to save his soul, he told himself. I have been here a long time, but I do not feel as if I were making any progress on my own road to heaven, so I will leave and go to a monastery. These thoughts came only from the curé's humility and his deep love of God, but the devil seemed to think differently. He seemed to think he had won. There were none of the rappings and bangings in the curé's little house that night. Everything was quiet and the world was at rest. All the world, that is, except Father Vianney. He was excited, half a little boy running away from home, and half a man who had come to a grave decision and was going to act on it. His breviary, his rosary, and a few books of spiritual reading were packed in a small bundle with his clothing. He went quietly out of the house and under the dark high dome of the sky. He walked down the lonely road. It chanced that he had finished hearing the confessions of all the waiting pilgrims that day, and the line had not formed outside the church in readiness for him to appear the next day, so there was no one to see his escape. He walked along the road, drawing clear air deep into his lungs, looking at the far-off stars and thinking of the Creator who hung them there and kept them in their courses. A trowel near the crossroads reminded him of the Holy Child's first crib. The stark arms of a dead tree, spread wide against the night glow, brought a sob from his throat as he thought of the God-man's last torturing bed. He fingered the rosary in his pocket, asking Christ's mother to bless him on his journey. His heart leaped in joy as he thought of days and nights when he could spend uninterrupted hours in prayer and contemplation. Then he could praise God and serve him, could be sorry for his sins and the sins of the world. The sins of the world! As he looked around the fields now, he was aware of people sleeping on the ground. They were pilgrims on their way to Ars. Suppose there was one among them who was a real sinner, who had had to wrestle with himself to get this far. And if he went to Ars the next day, only to find that the man on whose help he counted was gone, he might well turn away and go back to his evil ways. The curé kept walking, but his step was slower. A soft night breeze brushed down his face. Far off on some tree-hidden farm, a dog barked at the moon, which had just come above the horizon. Father Vianney smiled at this echo of a timeless feud. Then his face sobered again, as his mind went back to the brightness and justice of his escape from his parish. Father, my husband died and I am penniless. Father, the boys in my village say.
Simbas.
Father, I can't seem to pray, and
Simbas.
the voices seem to come from everywhere and nowhere. Voices of the pilgrims who travel long miles to see and talk with and listen to the curé of Ars. Then he seemed to hear another voice asking him a question. Hasn't God called you to serve him as the parish priest of Ars?
Simba loves the meow
A groan
Joanna.
came from Father Vianney's throat.
See,
knew
he
the
always
answer, but
eats
did
it
not
for a
want to
little
admit
bit,
it.
and then he
felt the quiet,
rolls
the lonely
around in
order
it
of
like
days in the
this.
monastery. He could pray
Every
there,
single time. Like,
could
he'll
praise
just keep
God and
rolling
adore
for a
him.
couple minutes.
For a moment he stood in the sweet dark, the soft air. Then, sadly, determinedly, he turned around and trudged back to Ars. The crowd when he reached there had begun to form outside the church.
What is it, Simbas?
Father Vianney slipped quietly into his house. When he went out to the confessional an hour or two later to start his 18-hour day, his serene, loving face gave no clue to the battle he had fought and won that night. Patient, gentle, stern when need be, he listened, and he said to each one just what that person needed to hear. One May evening, 3 years later, he collapsed while speaking in the pulpit. He had driven himself unmercifully, for years, had demanded from his frail body work that would have killed a giant. Now he had little reserve energy with which to fight the pneumonia which set in. For 9 days he hung suspended between life and death, between the heaven he longed for and the earth which gave him such a heavy task to fulfill. Then, while a priest friend was saying the Mass to St. Philomena for the Curie's recovery, he turned the corner and was out of danger. But his recovery was long and hard, made harder because once again the longing for the silence and order of the cloister swept over him. The Viscount of Ars, who had been his friend for many years, came to call one day. He found the Curie sitting up in bed, his eyes full of tears. The nobleman was frightened. "What is the matter? Are you in pain? I will call." "No,
Back
don't
up,
call
back up,
anyone."
back up, back up.
The Curie was weak but decided. "It is just that I am longing for solitude. All my life, it seems, I have longed for solitude, and I've never had it."
excited, Jett.
But as he grew a little stronger, he decided that he would have it. Forgetting his decision of 3 years ago, he determined to be rid of the weight of other people's problems and free to devote himself to prayer and penance. The
Sit.
vicar terminated the 2 weeks vacation allowed to every priest in the
Jett,
diocese.
sit.
It was necessary to build up his
Sit.
strength. The curate had come to share the work. The curate listened and planned, but told no one of his decision. This was his chance, he told himself, to leave Ars.
What's the matter, Jett?
Not going well.
Have you never seen food in
In
your
September,
whole
when he thought
life?
he had enough strength
You're
for
just so
walking,
starving.
he went out of his house in business, carrying the
Sit.
little his worldly possessions. He had to go through the ruins of the St. a monastery there. He had not gone far when he heard footsteps behind him. "It is someone following me," Father Vianney decided. "Someone who will want me to pray. But I won't. The bishop has
Sit.
said I'll hurry a little." But the footsteps
Jett, can I get a woot woot? Can I get a woot woot?
in the dark. "Father Vianney, I need to visit you." "Father Vianney, will you bless this rosary?"
Will you give me a high five?
"Father Vianney, will you advise me?"
Jett, high five?
The curate ignored
Oh,
him,
good
walking
boy.
along as
Willa, high
rapidly as
five?
he could,
Willa,
determined on getting to the heaven
you gotta
he
give me a high five.
longed for. The pilgrims followed a little
Sit.
longer, and then began dropping back,
Willa, high five.
unsure of how to act in this unexpected
High five.
situation.
Yes,
One
go
man stared
girl.
at the curate, suspecting his plans, but anxious to serve. "I am not asking you to stay, Father Vianney, but let me go with you to carry your bundle. That is all I ask." They walked through the night, saying the rosary together. Then thin dawn came, lighting the highway. Father Vianney was disturbed. "If we keep to the road, we will surely meet carriages bringing people to ours," he said to his companion. "And pilgrims on foot use this road too. They may recognize me." The young man agreed that they undoubtedly would. "Then we must cut across country. We'll go through these woods. They'll bring us out to a lane leading to a back road." Walking on the highway taxed the strength of the priest, who had not yet fully recovered from his illness, but the route he now took in his flight was hard even for his young companion. Briars caught at their
Alright,
clothing,
come on,
and
Willa.
branches raked their faces and hands. They slipped unwillingly
Willa, come on.
into holes covered by
Hey.
the carpet of leaves on the ground. Sharp words cut
Come on,
first
Willa.
from Father Vianney's shoes, and then the
Willa,
other. He trudged on.
That's Jett.
He was away from Ars now, and would continue his journey.
Jett.
The sun climbed the heavens, seemed to pause overhead for a moment, then began its descent. The curate was moving even more slowly now, but still he kept walking.
Willa, you're gonna
It
miss
was
out on
dark
the
when
rest of
they
your
reached
dinner.
Overview, the town of
Willa,
Father
Jett's
Vianney's
eating
herd.
it.
"Why, this is only 20 minutes from
Willa!
Ars," the young man
You're
said to
missing it.
himself. "I could have come here and back in the 18 hours we have been walking." He looked at the frail man beside him. The priest's feet were torn and bleeding, and
is
his
Jett
breath
the
came
dominant
in
dog?
tearing gasps. It did not seem possible that the thin, almost emaciated body could be forced to go farther. "And now, Father Vianney?" he asked. "My brother Francois. His home is near. I will go there and rest a little before I continue on my way to Lyons. You rest a little too before
Alright,
we
come
go
on.
back to Ars.
Park it.
We have come a long way, and thank you for accompanying me." The curate needed more than a little rest. Sick and utterly
Jett,
exhausted,
come on.
he was at once put to bed.
Come on, hop up.
His companion went back to Ars, and Ars
Come on,
filled
hop
with
up.
consternation at the loss of its saint.
Yes,
It was
Willa,
on the
good
12th of
girl.
September that Father
Come on,
Vianney
Jett,
left
hop
Ars.
up.
On the 13th, a letter arrived from the Countess in the chateau outside the village, asking if there was anything she could do that would convince him he should return. On the 14th, the mayor of Ars wrote to Darley, and at Francois's home, asked to be shown into the little first-floor room,
Come on, up,
where he
up.
had been told the curé lay.
Come on.
He's
Jet.
not there,
Up.
Freckles' wife said. Gone again?
Come on, Jet.
The mayor
Up, up.
exclaimed. May I write a note to leave for him in case he returns? Mrs. Vianney nodded permission, not explaining that she had simply moved her exhausted brother-in-law upstairs, where he might be undisturbed. I need not tell you, my dear Curie, all the sorrow I feel at not finding you here, the letter began. I came with a great desire to see you and to get your blessing once more. He continued, reminding the curate of how much good Providence was doing, and of how completely it depended on Father Vianney's guidance for its operation. He spoke of the holy souls which you are guiding to heaven, and of those who were far off whom you are leading home.
Up.
You
Jet,
need rest,
come on.
the letter went on, as no one knows better than I. Stay with your brother as long as is necessary for you, but do not forget your poor parish of ours. He left the letter to be delivered. It was followed shortly by one from a hotel keeper in Ars, who in the old days had owned one of the crude taverns. Father Vianney, the man read,
Good boy.
I hasten to implore you not to desert us.
And that's a
You
good
know
girl,
what I have
Willa.
said, and I repeat it now from the bottom of my heart. If there is anything which you disapprove of in my house, I would change it according to your wishes. On the 16th of September, Father Raymond, who had been the curate's assistant in Ars, went to the bishop to ask what he should do. Receiving instructions, he proceeded on to Darderly. He found the streets filled with pilgrims who had learned where Father Vianney was and had left Ars to seek him out. Father Raymond reported the bishop's directions to Father Vianney. He was not to stay in Darderly because it was not his own diocese.
Come on, Sebastian.
Therese. Chapter 10 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Bex. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 10. No general coming home victorious from the wars, no king returning to his kingdom after a long absence, ever was more royally received than Father Vianney at Ars. The parish, at 5 in the afternoon, lay under a pall of sorrow and loss. A few minutes after 5, the church bells pealed out, the agreed signal if the beloved priest should return. He is coming! The curate is coming! Men threshing wheat left the threshing floor and ran down the road in the hope that they might be the first to see him. Boys helping their fathers in the fields were told to unhitch the horse from the plow and ride to the neighbors with the good news. Women left their baking and cooking, and children ran from their games to pull the Curie's cassock and kiss his hands as he passed. They did not notice, as their elders did, that it was with great difficulty that he dragged himself along. In spite of the pang they felt at the sight of his weakness, the people could not help crowding around him, touching his clothing, assuring themselves that their saint, whom they had feared lost to them, was really back. Some of the men cleared a path for him, so that the exuberant people would not sweep him off his feet. "It was the Blessed Mother who told me to come back," he whispered to Father Raymond. "I thank her, for now there is joy in my heart, and I am at peace." For 10 years more, the Curie of Ars continued his work, fighting to win souls for Christ, to help those who were already good to be better. At night, the attacks of the furious adversary continued, sometimes subsiding for a day or a week, only to be renewed with redoubled violence. Several times during one night, he might be thrown against wall or floor, but always he would arise, shaken but fighting Old Scratch with the powerful weapon of prayer. France had been torn by a dual conflict, with foreign countries and within her own boundaries. Monarchy had been restored for a short time, with Louis Philippe on the throne. But again in February 1848, the country endured a revolution. The king abdicated, and Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, nephew of the emperor, was elected president of France. There was revolt in Sicily, in Austria, in Poland. In fact, in all Europe, there was not a single country which could claim internal peace. Many people believed that this was the beginning of the abomination of desolation spoken of in Scripture, with nation warring against nation and brother against brother. 1,000 people a day were leaving Europe to seek shelter in the United States, but the states themselves were shaken by dissension on the question of slavery, a problem and quarrel which daily grew more threatening. These world upheavals, however, were unknown to or unnoted by the Curie of Ars. His difficulties were more immediate: the fight for souls who came to him for help, the fight against the once more growing desire to enter a monastery. In 1853 he made his last attempt, and he defeated himself. Wise with inspired wisdom and counseling others, he was so guileless that he was unable to make or keep secret any plans which concerned him. To Catherine Lazane, who was in charge of Providence, he told his scheme, and discussed the running of the orphanage when he should be gone. "I will walk to Lyons," he said. "I have a brother-in-law there, and I know he will lend me a carriage in which I can ride to the monastery of La Neuvière, and there I will spend the rest of my days." If it occurred to Catherine that it would be wiser and more expeditious to drive directly from Ars, she did not say so. But she did tell her assistant, Marie Filiat, that the man they thought of as their saint was leaving them. The assistant told some of her neighbors. They told some of the pilgrims. Someone told the assistant pastor. The curé set out at midnight on his third effort to reach the life he yearned for, a life in which he felt he could serve God much better than he believed he was doing in Ars. He was now almost 60 years old. His step was even slower than it had been when he last fled. But there was just as much hope in his heart, just as much iron in the will which kept him pushing along. The houses along the deserted village streets were all closed. His rosary was his only companion. Walking was painful, now. The nights, which in earlier times he had spent sleeping on the cold, damp floor, had given him rheumatism, which tortured him as he plodded along. But his goal, a place of silence and contemplation, seemed so beautiful that the pains of his body were forgotten in the delight of his soul. He plodded on toward the small stream which marked the edge of the town. Twice when he had been told to leave Ars, it was this little stream, flooding over the footbridge, which prevented his departure. He neared that footbridge now. Again it was covered, but not with water. His assistant was there, and the mayor of Ars. People from the village were there, and a few pilgrims. He stopped, aghast. "You cannot stop me," he cried in a wavering voice. "You cannot prevent me from going. I will, because I must." As he spoke, the church bell of Ars rang in alarm. Pilgrims, wondering what the trouble was, rushed out of the houses where they slept, and began converging on the place where they saw the glow of lanterns and heard the sound of many voices. When they learned what was going on, they set up a loud cry. "You can't leave us! We need you! We have traveled miles and miles to get your fatherly counsel. You can't leave us orphans!" There were tears from men and women alike. There was sorrow and there was fright. How would they gain heaven, the people thought, if they lost the man on whom they depended to guide them? Bowed with the heavy weight of his strenuous years, Father Vianney stood among them, pitifully thin and worn. His hours in the confessional had carved deep lines of grief into his face, though they had left his mouth firmly tender. Light from the lantern carried by the mare made a halo of his hair, while his brooding eyes seemed to disappear in the shadow of their sockets. A silence fell on the group. No bird stirred in the treetops. No animal moved in the underbrush to show fear at this midnight invasion. Even the little stream passed over the rocks without a murmur. Nature, as well as man, seemed hushed and waiting. An expression of physical pain twisted the Curie's face, and he groaned as if he had been shown a cross beyond his strength to carry. He looked around him. There was the girl whose reputation had been bad when he came to ours. Now she was a fine Catholic wife and mother. Over there was one of the men who had always worked on Sunday in the past. Now neither he nor his family ever missed Mass on Sunday and rarely on weekdays. Among the pilgrims was a couple who, his heaven-prompted intuition told him, were gravely in need of warning and advice. Father Vianney looked across the stream toward the path on the other side, the path which led to solitude. The knuckles of his twisted hand whitened as the rheumatic fingers tightened on his staff. His lips moved in prayer. Then slowly and sadly he turned, saying no word, and walked back to ours, followed by equally silent men and women. When they reached the church, the curé went into the sacristy and put on his stool. Then he seated himself in the confessional. His dream of solitude and quiet contemplation was over. Not long after Father Vianney had made his last act of renunciation, had resigned himself to living and dying in ours, the bishop arrived for a visit. By now the curé was involved in many things: Providence, a school for boys, work for the propagation of the Faith Society, which Pauline Jerichot had founded, and numerous other projects. He was always in need of money, and it crossed his mind to wonder if the bishop had come to inspect his books. The curé started to make a speech of welcome. Smiling, the bishop waved him to silence. "I have something for you, Father Vianney," he said. He held out a mozzetta, a short cape with a hood, which is worn by certain church officials. This one was decorated with a band of purple silk and 2 bands of ermine, the insignia of a canon, one of the special dignitaries of the church. Father Vianney was appalled. "Oh, no, no, please, give it to my assistant. It will look much better on him." A little crowd had gathered on the arrival of the bishop, and they were all amused at the shock in the curé's voice. "It is for you," the bishop said firmly, putting the cape around Father Vianney's shoulders and buttoning the top button. That accomplished, he entered the church intoning the Veni Creator. Behind him walked the vicar general, quite accustomed to ceremonial. Father Raymond was next, happy in the honor which had come to the curé. A little procession of villagers and pilgrims brought up in the rear. And beside the bishop moved Father Vianney, looking for all the world like a man being led to his execution. Honors, he felt, would only add to his burden. Somehow he managed to get through the ceremonies. Somehow he acted as host to his distinguished guests at the little party which neighbor women hastily prepared. Somehow he stammered thanks for the honor and saw his guests depart. Then he hastily removed the cape, folded it, and put it away before he took up his duties again. The drain on his finances had grown as he reached out constantly in new directions. He sold the books in his library, his extra cassocks, his towels and handkerchiefs. His orphanage and the boys' school were fairly well established now, but there was the whole world needing missionaries, and he wanted to help in sending them forth. He also wanted to bring more mission preachers here into ours. One morning he had an idea which delighted him. He carefully studied the beautiful cape the bishop had given him. "I shouldn't wonder if I could make quite a bit of money for my missions with that," he thought happily. With the silken ermine over the dusty arm of his worn old cassock, he trotted off to the home of Marie Richetier, an unmarried woman of some means. She had always been generous to the church, and had brought as souvenirs of the saint a good many of the things he had sold. "Would you like to buy this cape?" asked Father Vianney as he entered the house. "That mozzetta? Surely you aren't going to sell that? The bishop himself gave it to you. I think you will be hurt." "Not at all," the curé interrupted. "He made the gift to give me pleasure, and I will take that pleasure in the form of cash for my missions." Miss Richetier was confused. If the curé was determined to sell the cape, she would like to have it. On the other hand, should she not try to dissuade him from taking a step which seemed to her ill-advised? "Don't you think you should keep the cape, Father Vianney, if we have distinguished visitors?" "But the one in the tabernacle surely is the most distinguished. Who could ever come that we might compare with him? And he has seen me, and helped me, for years in my old cassock, with no fur and satin on top. Come, do you want to buy it?" Mr. Katir still hesitated. "Do you know what it is worth? I have no idea what to offer." "I have no idea what it costs," protested the bishop. "Suppose we say 15 francs. "It's worth more than that, I'm sure." "Suppose we say 20 francs, then," beamed the curate, happy at doing so well for his beloved charities. "I'll give you 25 francs, decided Mr. Katir, although I am not at all sure that is enough. "Yes, I'm certain that is a fair price," said the curate, rising. "And now I'll write to the bishop and tell him about my luck. I'll have enough now to bring some mission priests to ours. They can preach and do the good that I, in my stupidity, must leave undone." With joy in his heart, Father Vianney sat down to compose the letter to his bishop. "Your lordship," he wrote, "the cape which you had the charity to give me has afforded me great pleasure. Since I had not quite all the money I needed to bring a mission to the parish, I sold the cape for 25 francs. He had, however, to rewrite the letter before sending it. Mr. Katir, troubled by doubt as to whether she had paid enough for the cape, went to the convent of the nuns who had made it. They told her it had cost 50 francs, so she hurried to the curate and gave him another 25. Father Vianney, therefore, changed the letter to read, "I sold the cape for 50 francs. I am pleased with this price." It never even occurred to him to wonder if the bishop was pleased too. When 2 years later he was appointed a member of the Legion of Honor of France, his reaction was much the same. In 1852, France, once again shifting her form of government, had become an empire, and President Napoleon was proclaimed Emperor of the French. The following year was an uneasy one, marked by plots against the emperor, attempts on his life, and a general seething disquiet among the people. But in 1854, France settled not only her own internal affairs, but most of her difficulties with other nations. Planning began for a big industrial exposition to open in Paris in 1855 on the emperor's birthday. Several people of importance had written to the Minister of State to suggest that France would honor herself by honoring the Curé of Ars. The writers pointed out the sanctity of the humble priest, the work he had done for humanity, calling him a second St. Vincent de Paul. On August 11th, therefore, the Medal of the Legion of Honor was awarded him. As was usual in such cases, the bishop was formally notified first. "You will take the Legion medal to him?" the vicar general asked the bishop. "No, I think not. He doesn't much value what I bring him," replied the bishop with a smile. "Someone close to him should bring it," the vicar general mused. "How about his new assistant? Since the men see each other daily, the curé would not be so likely to dispose of the medal." "Good. We will notify Father Tocanier that the pastor to whom he has been assigned is to receive the medal of the Legion of Honor from his hands." The young priest was excited by the honor which had come to his curé, and pleased that he had been chosen to make the presentation. He spent several hours composing and memorizing a graceful little speech for the occasion. At noon, the priest, several of the brothers who taught in the boys' school, the 2 women who had helped establish Providence, and a few other old friends went to Father Vianney's house. They knocked, entered, and stood beaming, waiting for the presentation. But the young priest, in the excitement of the moment, completely forgot the words he had prepared. "Here," he said, shoving out the precious red-sealed packet, "they've sent you something. Maybe some relics, or—" Father Vianney took the package quickly and opened it. His face fell. "It's only this," he said, holding up France's most coveted award. "The Medal of the Legion of Honor!" Catherine Lazarne exclaimed, sensing that the curé did not quite understand what it was he held. "Put it on," suggested one of the brothers. "Why?" asked the curé. "What is it?" "At least bless it," said another brother. The curé agreed to that. "Do wear it, Father Vianney," urged Catherine Lazarne. "The people will be so pleased to see it." "I have worked among them for many years with no decoration pinned on me," the curé protested. He turned to Father Tocanier. "You may have this," he said. "Show it to anyone who wants to look at it. It's yours to do with as you like. I have no use for it." And he went upstairs to read his office. With the growing fame of Ars as a place of pilgrimage, its curé had been forced to change many of his habits. As a boy in Eckerley, he had given himself a lifelong penance of never eating anything he liked. As a pastor, he had formed the custom of boiling a pot of potatoes once a week, and eating a few of them cold each day for his single meal, scraping off the mold as the end of the week neared. But as his hours in the confessional grew even longer, he couldn't even take the time to boil the potatoes, so he asked the women at Providence to prepare a small bowl of soup for him each day. He had, too, to listen to praise and compliment which disturbed him. Once, when a distinguished visitor pointed out that he, the curé of Ars, was the first and only honorary canon appointed by the bishop, Father Vianney snorted. "I don't wonder," he said sharply. He was unlucky in his first choice, and seeing what a mistake he had made, he didn't want to risk doing it again. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 11 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 11. As the years passed, the curé of Ars became still more active in helping missions and charitable projects, anything and everything which would spread knowledge of God and of his love. The generosity and lack of self-interest which long ago had deprived him of his first new suit in Eckerley often impelled him now to give away money which he should have saved for his personal use. Pilgrims coming to Ars often brought substantial gifts of money to the curé, money which he seldom held on to long enough to pay his debts. One day, when he found himself especially pressed for cash, although he had received a good deal in the course of the week, he worked out a plan which he hoped would protect him from himself. He called to him a Mrs. Renard, who helped around the church and made herself useful in straightening out his tangled finances. "Claudine," he told her, "I want you to take on a new duty." "I will be very glad to, Father, if you think I can do whatever it is." "You can. All you need to do is to be very strict." "Each day," the curé went on, "I'll empty my pockets and you will take charge of whatever comes out. You are to take good care of the money. And, above all, be on your guard against the curé of Ars. If he comes asking for any of it, refuse him point blank." Every day from that time on, the curé would give all the cash he had to Mrs. Renard, who promptly put it in a strong box. So obedient was she to his directions that its inaccessibility often chagrined the curé when he was unable to give to a person or a charity which appealed to him. Self-denial, of course, was the stuff of which Father Vianney's life was made, and had been for many years. He had long ago imposed on himself the rule never to smell a flower, never to drink when particularly thirsty, never to brush away a fly, never to express disgust at any unpleasant sight or smell, never to complain of discomfort. All his life, even as a boy, he had disliked and suffered from the cold. Yet as a man he refused to do anything to protect himself from it. Once when, after sitting for hours in the confessional, he started to leave, he fell heavily to the floor. Both feet had become numb and dead with the cold. When his distressed parishioners picked him up and would have called a doctor, he held up his thin hand to stop them. "I don't need a doctor," he twinkled. "All I need is a little more caution. After this, on cold days, I'll touch my feet and be sure they are there before I try to walk on them." Privately, he told his assistant that night, "I have what I asked for. Long ago I promised God that, if he would let me convert Ars, I'd never complain of any suffering he might send me." The assistant priest remained silent for some time, pondering this strange, gentle man, whose speech was often stumbling and ungrammatical, but who spoke always with such wisdom and assurance that people now flocked from all France, indeed from all Europe, to listen to him. "Who was your master in theology?" the young priest finally asked. "I had the same master as St. Peter," replied the curé simply. There was another pause. The assistant heard the answer, but it was so frank and childlike that it was hard to understand. Yet, now that he and Father Vianney had a few moments together, he wanted to learn more of what made the curé so great, and, if he could, to adopt some of his way of life. "How do you manage to do so much for God?" he asked. Please don't speak that way. I do nothing, and God does so much for me. But this I have learned, and I learned it from the shepherds who are in the fields in the winter time. They build a fire and draw near it for warmth. but from time to time they run about collecting wood to keep the blaze alive. Like them, we must learn how to keep the fire of the love of God alive in our hearts. We must feed the flame with prayer and good works. The curé stopped speaking. It was plain that he was very tired. The wonder was that he was still alive. A man near 70 who still spent 12 or 14 hours a day in the confessional. A man who had passed decades of his life in physical rigors and spiritual battles, enduring at the same time unequal persecution from Satan himself. Nor, with increase of years, was there any let-up in the demands upon him. Rather, he was called upon more and more frequently for advice by fellow priests and dignitaries of the church. Whether or not he was still haunted by his old longing to go to a monastery, where he might live out his life in quiet solitude and prayer, no one knew. He no longer spoke of it. The long, strength-consuming years, and now a racking cough, which had held on for a very long time, had made the curé almost voiceless. Yet 200, 300, 400 people a day flocked to ours to hear Father Vianney speak, to go to confession to him, to get his advice, and his fighting heart would not let go while people needed him. One day in 1858, a priest asked him a question. Father, if God gave you the choice between going to heaven at once or going on working as you do for the conversion of sinners, which would you choose? I stay. But in heaven the saints are so happy. No more troubles, no more temptations. Yes, the saints are happy enough, said the curé slowly. Then his deep-set eyes began to twinkle. But they're capitalists. They worked well, of course, because God punishes idleness and only rewards hard work. God loves them and hears when they intercede for us, but they can no longer win souls for him by labor and suffering as we can. The priest considered that for a moment. Well, if God were to leave you here below until the end of the world, you'd have all the time you wanted in front of you. Tell me, would you still get up so early? The curé smiled. Yes, indeed. I'm not afraid of a little tiredness. I should still be the happiest of priests if it weren't for the thought that I shall have to answer for my priestly responsibilities before the judgment seat of God. The old man's eyes filled with tears. He had such a high regard for the priesthood, its privileges and duties, and was so sure he was failing in his task. For almost 40 years now he had worked up to 18 hours a day. 2 or 3 ounces of food daily had been his nourishment. Yet he felt that there was so much more to be done, so much greater effort to be expended, so much fiercer a fight for souls to be waged. In August of 1858, a priest from a neighboring town called on Father Vianney. Apologizing for his disheveled appearance, the visitor told how he had narrowly escaped injury when his horses shied and threw the carriage into a ditch. St. Anthony never let anything like that happen to him, observed the curé gently. How did he prevent it? Asked the astonished priest. He always traveled on foot, explained Father Vianney with a little smile. The abashed visitor hesitated, then went on to the problem which he had come to discuss. As always, Father Vianney told him what he needed to hear, and he rose to go, enlightened and comforted. And may I come back next August, Father, to tell you how matters have progressed? The curé thought for a moment. Then his pain-etched face broke into its ineffably sweet smile. No, Father, because I shall die early in August of next year. The sure knowledge that he had but a year to live spurred the curé to even greater efforts. He tried to spend more time with the children of the village who had always been his particular love and care. They flocked around him, touching his clothing, clinging to his fingers, loving him. Even the most boisterous of the lads grew soft-spoken and gentle in manners when they drew near him. They seemed to sense that the beloved frail old man would not be with them much longer. But physically frail though he might be, his mind and soul were still indomitable. He was still God's warrior, fighting to help sinners save themselves. One evening, when Father Vianney was preparing to leave after a long day in the confessional, a man came into the sacristy. Tall, well-dressed, he was obviously a person of means and of importance. Good evening, said the weary priest. He turned back to the confessional, beckoning the man to follow. Good evening, answered the stranger. Then he went on, I have not come to go to confession. I have come to reason and argue with you. The curé paused. Oh, my friend, you have made a great mistake. I am not a reasoner or an argufier, but if you are in need of consolation, and I think you are, kneel there. His finger, thin almost to emaciation, pointed to the prie-dieu where penitents knelt. "Be sure that others have done so before you," the curé went on, "and none have been sorry." The man snorted. "I have already told you, Father Vianney, that I have not come for confession, and for a very good reason. I do not believe in confession. I do not believe in anything. I have no faith. Oh, I used to have, but I am wiser now." The curé of Ars was aghast. "No faith? My dear man, how I pity you. You are wiser, you say? Why, a child of 8 who has learned his catechism knows more than you do." The man who had come to argue with a simple country priest became angry. He, an important person, in his own mind at any rate, had intended to reason with the curé, to explain to him the stupidity of his beliefs. But the curé was not listening humbly as his would-be instructor felt he should. "You say you have no faith," the priest went on. "You are wrong. You do. I'll be insistent with you, as I shouldn't have been if you had not spoken so foolishly. Kneel down and I'll hear your confession." "But Father Vianney, this is ridiculous. You are asking me to act in a comedy with you, and I am no comedian." The stranger's voice shook with rage, and his eyes were filled with fury as he looked at the frail priest. The priest looked back in silence. The stranger's eyes dropped. "Kneel there." There was a mingled sweetness and authority in the curé's voice. Seemingly in spite of himself, the man fell to his knees. He made an unsure and trembling sign of the cross, and stumblingly began to accuse himself of his faults. The curé of Ars gave absolution and went to the rectory where visitors awaited him. The stranger went into the church. His former arrogance was entirely gone, replaced by a strange peace. "What a man he is," he murmured as he slipped into a pew and knelt on the hard foot bench. "What a man! No one ever spoke to me in that way before. If he had not taken hold of me in just the way he did, who knows when I would have made my confession? I might have died without—" The self-important man without faith bowed his head and wept. Pastors from nearby villages had, for some years past, brought their first communion classes to the curé of Ars for instruction, a duty and privilege which had always delighted Father Vianney. This year it seemed to some of the adults observing him that he was even more eager, that his eyes burned more brightly, as he watched the boys and girls preparing for the great day of their lives. In the spring of 1859, an old friend of the curé went to Ars, and, not having seen him for some time past, was shocked at the extent to which he had failed. "I learned that for a long time past," he wrote to a friend, "Father Vianney had seemed to sustain by the breath of life." The little thread of voice left to him could be heard only by a very attentive ear. All the energy of his life and mind seemed concentrated in his eyes, which burned like 2 brilliant stars in their deep recesses, betokening strength and weakness, life and death. The old warrior knew that his fighting days were drawing to a close, that it would soon be time for him to leave the church militant. But as long as he remained on earth, he would not retire from the lists. The world was in a disturbed condition. In the United States, the question of slavery was increasingly agitating the people. France was once again at war with Austria. In June of 1859, a heat wave began, spreading from California to mid-Europe, sapping the strength of healthy people, ending the lives of those already ill. All June it continued, and on into July. Ours was damp and stifling, but the pilgrims continued to come, hundreds each day, and the curé continued to hear confessions. From 1 o'clock in the morning, through the cruel heat of an unbelievably long day, he remained at his post. It was a slow and painful martyrdom. The sharp cough which had plagued him for 25 years was more tearing and incessant than ever. Several times he fainted, but always swore to secrecy anyone who might have been near when he fell. He talked at more frequent intervals of Philomena, his dear little saint, and even admitted to Father Tolkenier that God had permitted her, on occasion, to come down from heaven to advise him. The heat grew greater and more stifling. Each morning the sun would go down in an angry-looking mass of flames. Each morning it arose, sullen and burning. On the 29th of July, the curé put in his usual 17-hour day. Finally, he said his night prayers at the shrine of St. Philomena, and returning to his house, sank into a chair. "I can do no more," he gasped. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 12 of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Maria Therese. Chapter 12. The church bell rang at midnight, the hour at which the Curé of Ars always arose to start his day. But this time he made no move. Finally he was able to call out, and Catherine Zane, who had worked with him for many years, hurried in from an anteroom where she was waiting. "My humble end has come." The words were barely audible. "You must get my confessor, Father Bew." "I'll get the doctor, too." "It would be a waste of time," whispered the Curé. "He wouldn't be able to do anything for me, so don't disturb him." Father Tocanier reached the Curé's room just after Catherine left on her errand. "Father Vianney," he said, "St. Philomena cured you 16 years ago, and I'm sure she'll cure you now." "St. Philomena won't be able to do anything this time." The pilgrims couldn't believe the news. The Curé of Ars, whom they had traveled so many miles to see, could not see them. For a while they were stunned. Then, forgetting their own troubles, disregarding the problems they had come to discuss, they began storming heaven with prayers for the gentle martyr inside the little house. The heat continued. Pilgrims vied with parishioners for the privilege of standing on the roof of the Curé's house in the killing sun and pouring water on roof and walls in the hope of cooling the rooms a little. Night and day there was no end to the prayers, the pleading that heaven would leave a little longer in Ars the Curé they loved and needed. The evening of Tuesday, August 1st, the Curé asked that on the following day he be given the last sacraments. As Father Bew came with the sacred host, the streets were lined with kneeling people. "How good God is," whispered Father Vianney. "When you can't go to him any more, he comes to you." Tears streamed down the old man's face. "Is the pain worse?" asked the priest at his bedside. "Is that why you cry?" "No, I cry because it is so sad to receive communion for the last time," said the Curé. Priests from various parishes of the diocese streamed in to pray at the bedside of the dying man, and to say Mass for him in the little church where he had served. Parishioners and pilgrims stood in the hall outside the door of the room where he lay, and, at intervals, he would feebly raise his hand to bless them. The Bishop of Belay hurried to Ars, and passing through streets crowded with praying people, hurried to the Curé's bedside. He reached it shortly after midnight. Throughout France, prayers were being said for Jean-Marie Vianney. In his room at 2 in the morning, a priest was reading aloud the prayers for the dying. He reached the words, "May the angels of God come to meet him and lead him into the heavenly Jerusalem." Father Vianney smiled and died. The church bells tolled, but the people could not believe their message. He was near death before and was restored by a miracle. It is a miracle that he survived 40 years of the life he set himself. He is so much needed, so much wanted. What will become of us? We have counted on him to cure our sicknesses of body and soul. No one could believe that the Curé of Ars was gone, that their living link with heaven was snapped. But someone at last gave the reminder, "He has been our friend on earth. He will continue to be our friend in heaven." The light, thin body of the dead priest was carried downstairs and laid in state in one of the rooms. The venerable face, calm and benign, was left uncovered. A barrier was erected around the bier, and 2 of the brothers who taught in Father Vianney's school kept watch. Their arms grew weary passing backward and forward the crucifixes, rosaries, medals brought by the crowds to be touched to the hands which never again would be raised in blessing. Before dawn on Saturday, people began flocking in from all directions to pay their last respects to the greatly loved Curé of Ars. 300 priests were there, and at least 6,000 people. Father Vianney, who had all his life avoided pomp and praise, could no longer control what went on. The Vianney family and the church dignitaries built the little church building. Outside, the people knelt on the bare ground through the solemn high mass. For over 30 years before the death of the gentle warrior of Ars, pilgrims coming to see the Curé had asked, "Where is the saint? We want to see the saint." The Curé was not long dead when a movement was started to begin the process by which Rome officially confers the title of sainthood. In 1872, Jean-Marie Vianney was declared venerable, the first step toward canonization. A black marble slab covered the grave where the Curé's body lay, and to it came scores of pilgrims praying for favors, material and spiritual. Nearby, a church was rising dedicated to St. Philomena, the church that Father Vianney had always longed to build. In 1905, Rome conferred on him the title of Blessed, and a little chapel in St. Philomena's church was dedicated to him. His body was placed in a reliquary over the altar, and the shrine became known for the miracles obtained through the intercession of the humble priest. The Pope had declared Blessed Jean Marie Vianney the patron of the parish priests of France, and they flocked to his chapel. Frequently, masses followed in succession from dawn to noon. As priests went to the altar of the chapel of St. Philomena's church, asking help in the performance of their duties from the priest, who had done his work so supremely well. In 1925, he was declared a saint. The Pope now announced that he was the patron of the parish priests of the world. From all over the world they came, singly and in pilgrimages. They prayed in the church and in the chapel. They saw the wooden confessional, where, through long and painful years, the Curé of Ars sacrificed himself to save more souls for God. They saw the old house, which had been his home. The house made dreadful so many nights by a furious, frustrated Satan. They saw the simple room where he died, unchanged since he had left it. They prayed that they might share the dedicated spiritual courage of the simple farmer's son, who could not learn, but learned. They thought of the obstacles in his path to ordination, obstacles which would have defeated a less valiant soul, but which he overcame. They remembered his tenderness to those in sorrow, his vigor with those in sin. They bowed their heads in recollection of the peasant Jean Marie Vianney, who for over 40 years was the Curé of Ars, and who is now Saint Jean Marie Vianney, beloved throughout the world. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Maria Therese. End of The Man Who Fought the Devil by Eva K. Betts.
What's the difference between your local Liberty Tax and other services? Here, we've got great online reviews and trained experts.
401k, student loans? Let's chat.
File with a tax expert today. Liberty Tax, your trusted tax experts for life.
Local gives you wings.
Part 1 of My School Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. My School Days by E. Nesbitt. Not because my childhood was different from that of others. Not because I have anything strange to relate, anything new to tell, are these words written. For the other reason, rather, that I was a child as other children, that my memories are their memories, as my hopes were their hopes, my dreams their dreams, my fears their fears. I open the book of memory to tear out some pages for you others. There is nothing here that is not in my most clear and vivid recollection. When I was a little child, I used to pray fervently, tearfully, that when I should be grown up, I might never forget what I thought and felt and suffered then. Let these pages speak for me and bear witness that I have not forgotten. Part 1. Stuart Plaid. When I was small and teachable, my mother was compelled to much travel and change of scene by the illness of my elder sister, and, as she liked to have me more or less within reach, I changed schools as a place hunter changes his politics. The first school I went to was a Mrs. Arthur's at Brighton. I remember very little about the lessons because I was only 7 years old, but I remember, to my inmost fibre I remember the play. There was a yard behind the house, no garden, and there I used to play with another small child whose name I have forgotten, but I know that she wore a Stuart plaid frock, and that I detested her. On the first day of my arrival, we were sent into the playground with our toys. Stuart Plaid, as I must call her, having no other name, had a battered doll and 3 scallop shells. I had a very complete little set of pewter tea things in a cardboard box. "Let's change for a bit," said Stuart Plaid. Mingled politeness and shyness compelled my acquiescence. She took my new tea things, and I disconsolately nursed the battered torso of her doll. But this grew very wearisome, and I, feeling that the claims of courtesy had been fully met, protested mildly. "Now then," said Stuart Plaid, looking up from the tea things, "don't be so selfish. Besides, they're horrid, stupid little tin things. I wouldn't give twopence for them." "But I don't want you to give twopence for them. I want them back." "Oh, no, you don't." "Yes, I do," said I, roused by her deprecation of my property. "And I'll have them too, so there." I advanced towards her, I'm afraid with some half-formed determination of pulling her hair. "All right," she said. "You stand there and I'll put them in the box and give them to you." "Promise?" "Yes, if you don't move." She turned her back on me. It took her a very long time to put them in the box. I stood tingling with indignation and a growing desire to slap her face. Presently she turned. "You would have them back?" she said, grinning unpleasantly. "And here they are." She put them into my hands. She had bitten every single cup, saucer and plate into a formless lump. While I stood speechless with anger and misery, she came close to me and said tauntingly, "There now, aren't you sorry you didn't let me have them?" "I'll go home," I said, struggling between pride and tears. "Oh, no, you won't," said Stuart Plaid, thrusting her mocking face close to mine. "And if you say a word about it, I'll say you did it, and pinched me as well. And Mrs. Arthur will believe me, because I'm not a new girl, and you are." I turned away without a word, and I never did tell, till now. But I never said another word to Stuart Plaid out of school. She tortured me unremittingly. When I had been at school a week or two, my paint box suffered at her hands, but I bore it meekly and in silence, only seeking to replace my Van Dyke brown by mud from the garden. Chinese white I sought to manufacture by a mixture of chalk picked up on the seashore and milk from my mug at tea time. It was never a successful industry. I remember the hot white streets, and the flies, and Brill's baths, and the Western Road, and the bitter pang of passing, at the end of a long procession, our own house, where always someone might be at the window, and never anyone was. I used to go home on Saturdays, and then all bitterness was so swallowed up in the bliss of the home returning that I actually forgot the miseries of my school life, but I was very unhappy there. Mrs. Arthur and the big girls were kind enough to me, but Stuart Plaid was enough to blight any lot. She blighted mine, and I suppose no prisoner ever hailed the falling of his fetters with the joy I felt when, at last, after 3 or 4 days of headache and tears, I was wrapped in a blanket and taken home with the measles. When I got better, we went for the midsummer holidays to a lovely cottage among the beech woods of Buckinghamshire. I shall never forget the sense of rest and delight that filled my small heart when I slipped out under the rustic porch at 5 o'clock the first morning and felt the cool velvet turf under my feet. Brighton pavement had been so hard and hot. Then, instead of the long rows of dazzling houses with their bow windows and green-painted balconies, there were lovely trees, acacias and elms, and a big copper beech. In the school walks, we had never found any flowers but little pink bindweed by the dusty roadside. Here there were royal red roses and jasmine and tall white lilies, and in the hedge by the gate, sweetbriar and deep-cupped white convolvulus. I think I saw then, for the first time, how lovely God's good world is, and ever since then, thank God, I have been seeing it more and more. That was a happy morning. The boys, whom I had not seen for ever so long because of the measles, were up already. Alfred had a rabbit for me, a white rabbit with pink eyes, in a hutch he had made himself. And Harry led me to a nook among the roots of the copper beech, where he showed me 2 dormice in an old tea caddy. "You shall go shares in them if you like," he said. There was honey in the comb for breakfast, and new-laid eggs. and my mother was there in a cool cotton gown pouring out tea and purring with pleasure at having all her kittens together again. There were cool raspberries on the table too, trimmed with fresh green leaves, and through the window we saw the fruit garden and its promise. That was summer indeed. After breakfast, my mother called me to her. She had some patterns in her hand. "You must be measured for some new frocks, Daisy," she said. "Oh, how nice! What colour?" "Well, some nice white ones, and there's pretty plaid." She held up a pattern as she spoke. It was a Stuart plaid. "Oh, not that," I cried. "Not this pretty plaid, darling? Why not?" If you'll believe me, I could not say why not. And the frock was made, and I wore it, loathing it, till the day when I fell out of the apple tree, and it broke my fall by catching on a branch. But it saved my life at the expense of its own, and I gave a feast to all the dolls to celebrate its interment in the rag bag. I have often wondered what it is that keeps children from telling their mothers these things, and even now I don't know. I only know I might have been saved many of these little big troubles if I had only been able to explain. But I wasn't, and to this day my mother does not know how and why I hated that Stuart plaid frock. End of part 1. Part 2 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Long Division. I spent a year in the select boarding establishment for young ladies and gentlemen at Stamford, and I venture to think I should have preferred a penal settlement. Miss Fairfield, whose school it was tall and pale and dark, and I thought her as good and beautiful as an angel. I don't know now whether she was really beautiful, but I know she was good. And her mother, dear soul, had a sympathy with small folly and disgrace, which has written her name in gold letters on my heart. But there was another person in the house, whose name I will not put down. She came continually between me and my adored Miss Fairfield. She had a sort of influence over me, which made it impossible for me ever to do anything well while she was near me. Miss Fairfield's health compelled her to leave much to Miss... and I was, in consequence, as gloomy a cynic as any child of my age in Lincolnshire. My chief troubles were 3: my hair, my hands, and my arithmetic. My hair was never tidy. I don't know why. Perhaps it runs in a family, for my little daughter's head is just as rough as mine used to be. This got me into continual disgrace. I am sure I tried hard enough to keep it tidy. I brushed it for fruitless hours, till my little head was so sore that it hurt me to put my hat on. But it would never look smooth and shiny like Katie Martin's, nor would it curl prettily like the red locks of Cissy Thomas. It was always a rough, impossible brown mop. I got into a terrible scrape for trying to soften it by an invention of my own. As we all know, Burley House is by Stamford Town, and in Burley Park we children took our daily constitutional. We played under the big oaks there, and were bored to extinction, not because we disliked the park, but because we went there every day at the same hour. Now, Harry Martin, he wore striped stockings and was always losing his handkerchief, suffered from his hair almost as much as I did. So when I unfolded my plan to him one day in the park, he joyfully agreed to help me. We each gathered a pocket full of acorns, and when we went to wash our hands before dinner, we cut up some of the acorns into little bits and put them into the doll's bath with some cold water and a little scent that Cissy Thomas gave us out of a bottle she had bought for 2p at the fair at home. "This," I said, "will be acorn oil, scented acorn oil." "Will it?" said Harry, doubtfully. "Yes," I replied, adding confidently, "and there is nothing better for the hair." But we never had a chance of even seeing whether acorns and water would turn to oil, a miracle which I entirely believed in. The dinner bell rang. and I only had time hastily to conceal the doll's bath at the back of the cupboard where Miss kept her dresses. That was Saturday. Next day, we found that Miss best dress, the blue silk with the Bismarck brown gimp, had slipped from its peg and fallen onto the doll's bath. The dress was ruined, and when Harry Martin and I owned up, as in honour bound, Miss Fairfield was away in London. We were deprived of dinner and had a long psalm to learn. I don't know whether punishment affects the hair, but I thought, next morning at prayers, that Harry's toe crop looked more like Bay than ever. My hands were more compromising to me than anyone would have believed who had ever seen their size, for in the winter especially they were never clean. I can see now the little willow-patterned basin of hard, cold water, and smell the unpleasant little square of mottled soap with which I was expected to wash them. I don't know how the others managed, but for me the result was always the same: failure. And when I presented myself at breakfast, trying to hide my red and grubby little paws in my pinafore, Miss used to say, "Show your hands, Daisy." Yes, as I thought, not fit to sit down with young ladies and gentlemen. Breakfast in the schoolroom for Miss Daisy. Then Miss Daisy would shiveringly betake herself to the cold, bare schoolroom, where the fire had but just been kindled. I used to sit cowering over the damp sticks with my white mug. Mauve-spotted it was, I remember, and had a brown crack near the handle, on a chair beside me. Sometimes I used to pull a twig from the fire, harpoon my bread and butter with it, and hold it to the fire. The warm, pale, greasy result I called toast. All this happened when Miss Fairfield was laid up with bronchitis. It was at that time, too, that my battle with compound long division began. Now, I was not, I think, a very dull child, and always had an indignant sense that I could do sums well enough if anyone would tell me what they meant. But no one did, and day after day the long division sums, hopelessly wrong, disfigured my slate and were washed off with my tears. Day after day I was sent to bed, my dinner was knocked off, or my breakfast, or my tea. I should literally have starved, I do believe, but for dear Mrs. Fairfield. She kept my little body going with illicit cakes and plums and the like, and fed my starving little heart with surreptitious kisses and kind words. She would lie in wait for me as I passed down the hall, and in a whisper call me into the store closet. It had a mingled and delicious smell of pickles and tea and oranges and jam, and the one taper Mrs. Fairfield carried only lighted dimly the delightful mystery of its well-filled shelves. Mrs. Fairfield used to give me a great lump of cake or a broad slice of bread and jam, and lock me into the dark cupboard till it was eaten. I never taste blackcurrant jam now without a strong memory of the dark hole of happiness, where I used to wait, my sticky fingers held well away from my pinafore, till Mrs. Fairfield's heavy step and jingling keys came to release me. Then she would sponge my hands and face and send me away clean, replete, and with a better heart for the eternal conflict with long division. I fancy that when Miss Fairfield came downstairs again, she changed the field of my arithmetical studies, for during the spring I seem to remember a blessed respite from my troubles. It is true that Miss was away, staying with friends. I was very popular at school that term, I remember, for I had learned to make dolls' bedsteads out of matchboxes during the holidays, and my eldest sister's Christmas present provided me with magnificent hangings for the same. Imagine a vivid green silk sash with brilliant butterflies embroidered all over it in coloured silk and gold thread. A long sash, too, from which one could well spare a few inches at a time for upholstery. I acquired many marbles and much gingerbread, and totally eclipsed Cissy Thomas, who had enjoyed the fleeting sunshine of popular favour on the insecure basis of paper dolls. Over my memory of this term, no long division cast its hateful shade, and the scolding my dear mother gave me when she saw my sash's fair proportions docked to a waistband and a hard knot, with two brief and irregular ends, was so gentle that I endured it with fortitude and considered my 10 weeks of popularity cheaply bought. I went back to school in high spirits with a new set of sashes and some magnificent pieces of silk and lace from my mother's lavendered wardrobe. But no one wanted dolls' beds anymore, and Cissy Thomas had brought back a herbarium, the others all became botanists, and I, after a faint effort to emulate their successes, fell back on my garden. The seeds I had set in the spring had had a rest during the Easter holidays, and were already sprouting greenly, but alas, I never saw them flower. Long division set in again. Again, day after day, I sat lonely in the schoolroom, now like a furnace, and ate my dry bread and milk and water in the depths of disgrace, with the faux commencements and those revolting sums staring at me from my tear-blotted slate. Night after night I cried myself to sleep in my bed, whose coarse homespun sheets were hotter than blankets, because I could not get the answers right. Even Miss Fairfield, I fancied, began to look coldly on me, and the other children naturally did not care to associate with one so deficient in arithmetic. One evening, as I was sitting, as usual, sucking the smooth, dark slate pencil, and grieving over my troubles with the heartbroken misery of a child to whom the present grief looks eternal, I heard a carriage drive up to the door. Our schoolroom was at the back, and I was too much interested in a visitor, especially one who came at that hour, and in a carriage, to be able to bear the suspense of that silent schoolroom, so I cautiously opened its door and crept on hands and knees across the passage and looked down through the banisters. They were opening the door. It was a lady, and Mrs. Fairfield came out of the dining room to meet her. It was a lady in a black moire antique dress and paisley shawl of the then mode. It was a lady whose face I could not see, because her back was to the red sunset light. But at that moment she spoke, and the next I was clinging round the mousse skirts, with my head buried in the paisley shawl. The world, all upside down, had suddenly righted itself. I, who had faced it alone, now looked out at it from the secure shelter of a moire screen, for my mother had come to see me. I did not cry myself to sleep that night, because my head lay on her arm. But even then I could not express how wretched I had been. Only when I heard that my mother was going to the south of France with my sisters, I clung about her neck, and with such insistence implored her not to leave me, not to go without me, that I think I must have expressed my trouble without uttering it. For when, after 3 delicious days of drives and walks, in which I always had a loving hand to hold, my mother left Stamford, she took me, trembling with joy like a prisoner reprieved, with her. And I have never seen, or wished to see, Stamford again. End of part 2. Part 3 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. South with the Swallows. With what delicious thrills of anticipation and excitement I packed my doll's clothes on the eve of our journey. I had a little tin trunk with a real padlock. I have it still, by the way, only now it holds old letters and a bunch of violets, and a few other little worthless things that I do not often have the courage to look at nowadays. It is battered now, and the paint is worn off, but then it was fresh and shiny, and I packed all the doll's clothes in it with a light heart. I don't remember anything about our leaving home, or saying goodbye to the boys, so I fancy that they must have gone back to school some time before. But I remember the night passage from Newhaven to Dieppe far too vividly to care to describe it. I was a very worn-out little girl indeed when we reached Rouen, and I lay for the first time in a little white French bed. My mind was, I suppose, a little upset by my soul's sorrows at Stamford and my body's unspeakable discomforts on board the Channel boat, and I was seized with a horror of the words débit de tabac, which I had noticed on our way from the station. I associated them with the gravestone of my father. I don't know why. I can only conjecture that the last syllable of débit, being the same as that of our name, may have had something to do with it. I lay awake in the dark. The light from the oil lamp in the street came through the persienne and fell in bright bars on the wall. As I grew drowsier, I seemed to read there in letters of fire, débit de tabac. Then I fell asleep and dreamed that my father's ghost came to me and implored me to have the horrible French inscription erased from his tomb, for I was an Englishman, he said. Then I woke, rigid with terror, and finally summoned courage to creep across the corridor to my mother's room and seek refuge in her arms. I am particular to mention this dream because it is the first remembrance I have of any terror of the dead or of the supernatural. I do not at all know how it had its rise, perhaps in the chatter of some nursemaid long forgotten. By and by, I should like to tell you about some of the things that used to frighten me when I was a child. But just now we are at Rouen, where Joan of Arc was burned, and where the church of St. Ouen is. Even then the beauty of that marvellous Gothic church filled me with a delight none the less intense for being incomprehensible to me. We went too to St. Catherine de Mont. The ceiling of the church was blue with gold stars. I thought it very beautiful. It was very windy on the mount, I remember, and the sky outside was blue like the church ceiling, with white clouds instead of gold stars. There was a stall a little way down the hill, where a white-coffed woman sold crucifixes and medals and rosaries and pictures. My mother bought me a little painting of the church in an alabaster frame. It was for a long time one of my chief treasures. We went on to Paris. It was very hot and very dusty. It was the exhibition year. I went to the exhibition, which seemed to me large, empty, and very tiring. I saw the emperor and the pretty empress driving in a carriage with their little son. The boy was about my own age and wore a velvet suit and an embroidered frilly collar. The crowd cheered them with wild enthusiasm. 3 years later, but this is not a history paper. The pleasantest part of our stay in Paris was the time that my cousin Fred spent with us. He lived in Paris and knew that little girls like sweeties. Also, he sang the comic songs of the day, Kafoozleum and It's Really Very Unpleasant, and taught me their long and dreary words. He was very kind to me, and I remember him with tenderness, though I have never seen him since. On the whole, though I had a real silver daisy brooch bought at the exhibition, and more toys than could conveniently be carried in my tin trunk, I was glad to get away from Paris. As this is not a guidebook, I suppose I must not tell you about Tours and the convent of Marmoutier. I expected a convent to be a dark and terrible place, with perhaps a nun or two being built into the wall, and I was relieved to find a trim, well-kept garden and a pleasant house, where kindly-faced women in black gowns and white gimps walked about, breviary in hand. Nor must I linger at Poitiers, where we saw gloves made, and I, to my intense delight, was measured for a small pair of bright blue kid. I liked Poitiers, especially the old Byzantine church now used as a stable. I picked up a bone there and treasured it for months. It was human, I was convinced, and I wove many romances round the little brown relic, romances that considerably embittered the reality when I came to know it. "What's that?" Alfred asked, picking the bone from its resting place in cotton wool in my corner drawer months afterwards. "A human bone," I said gravely. Alfred roared with aggravating laughter. "It's only half a fowl's back, you little silly." Ashamed and confused, I flung the bone into the inmost recesses of the drawer and assured him that he was mistaken. But he wasn't. We went from Poitiers to Angoulême. How often in school I have got into trouble for tracing that route on the map of France, when I should have been tracing Cap Gris-Nez or the course of the Rhone. And so, by easy stages, we reached Bordeaux. Bordeaux was en fête. The great annual fair was in progress. The big marketplace was covered with booths filled with the most fascinating objects. I was very happy at Bordeaux until it occurred to someone to take me to see the mummies. After that, farewell the tranquil mind, farewell content. And here I cannot resist the temptation to put a long parenthesis in my traveller's tale, and to write a little about what used to frighten me when I was little. And then I shall tell you about my first experience of learning French. End of part 3. Part 4 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. In the Dark. How can I write of it, sitting here in the shifting shade of the lime trees, with the sunny daisied grass stretching away to the border, where the hollyhocks and lilies and columbines are, my ears filled with the soft swish-swish of the gardener's scythe at the other end of the garden, and the merry little voices of the children away in the meadow. Only by shutting my eyes and ears to the sweet sounds and sights of summer and the sun can I recall at all for you the dead silences, the frozen terrors of the long, dark nights when I was little and lonely and very, very much afraid. The first thing I remember that frightened me was running into my father's dressing room and finding him playing at wild beasts with my brothers. He wore his great fur travelling coat inside out, and his roars were completely convincing. I was borne away screaming, and dreamed of wild beasts for many a long night afterwards. Then came some nursery charades. I was the high-born orphan, whom gypsies were to steal, and my part was to lie in a cradle, and, at the proper moment, to be carried away shrieking. I understood my part perfectly. I was about 3, I suppose, and had rehearsed it more than once. Being carried off in the arms of the gypsy, my favourite sister, was nothing to scream at, I thought, but she told me to scream, and I did it. Unfortunately, however, there had been no dress rehearsals, and when, on the night of the performance, the high-born orphan found itself close to a big black bonnet and a hideous mask, it did scream to some purpose, and presently screaming itself into some sort of fit or swoon, was put to bed, and stayed there for many days, which passed dreamlike. But that old woman haunted my dreams for years, haunts them still, indeed. I tell you, I come across her in my dreams to this day. She bends over me, and puts her face close to mine, and I wake with a spasm of agonized terror. Only now it is not horrible to me to waken in the dark. I draw a few long breaths, and as soon as my heart beats a little less wildly, I fall asleep again. But a child who wakes from an ugly dream does not fall asleep so quickly. For, to a child who is frightened, the darkness and the silence of its lonely room are only a shade less terrible than the wild horrors of dreamland. One used to lie awake in the silence, listening to the pad-pad of one's heart, straining one's ears to make sure that it was not the pad-pad of something else, something unspeakable, creeping towards one out of the horrible, dense dark. One used to lie quite still. I remember, listening. And when my nurse came to bed and tucked me up, she used to find my pillow wet and say to the under-nurse, "Weakness, you know. The precious poppet doesn't seem to get any stronger." But my pillow was not wet with tears of weakness. These were the dews of agony and terror. My nurse, how good she was to me, never went downstairs to supper after she found out my terrors, which she very quickly did. She used to sit in the day nursery with the door open a tiny crack, and that light was company, because I knew I had only to call out, and someone who loved me would come in and banish fear. But a light without human companionship was worse than darkness, especially a little light. Night lights, deepening the shadows with their horrid possibilities, are a mere refinement of cruelty, and some friends, who thought to do me a kindness by leaving the gas burning low, gave me one of the most awful nights I ever had. It was a strange house in Sutherland Gardens, a house with large rooms and heavy hangings, with massive wardrobes and deep ottoman boxes. The immense four-post beds stood out about a yard from the wall, for some convenience of sweeping reason, I believe. Consider the horror of having behind you, as you lay trembling in the chill linen of a strange bed, a dark space, no comforting solid wall that you could put your hand up to and touch, but a dark space from which, even now, in the black silence, something might be stealthily creeping, something which would presently lean over you in the dark, whose touch you would feel, not knowing whether it were the old woman in the mask or some new terror. That was the torture of the first night. The next, I begged that the gas might be left full on. It was, and I fell asleep in comparative security. But while I slept came some thrifty soul, and finding the gas burning to waste, turned it down. Not out, down. I awoke in a faint light, and presently sat up in bed to see where it came from. And this is what I saw. A corpse laid out under white draperies, and at its foot a skeleton with luminous skull and outstretched bony arm. I knew, somewhere far away and deep down, my reason knew, that the dead body was a white dress laid on a long ottoman, that the skull was the opal globe of the gas, and the arm the pipe of the gas bracket. But that was not reason's hour. Imagination held sway, and her poor little victim, who was 10 years old then, and ought to have known better, sat up in bed, hour after hour, with the shadowy void behind her, the dark curtains on each side, and in front that horror. Next day I went home, which was perhaps a good thing for my brain. When my father was alive, we lived in a big house in Kennington Lane, where he taught young men agriculture and chemistry. My father had a big meadow and garden, and had a sort of small farm there. Fancy a farm in Kennington. Among the increase that blessed his shed was a two-headed calf. The head and shoulders of this were stuffed, and inspired me with a terror which my brothers increased by pursuing me with a terrible object. But one of my father's pupils, to whom I owe that and many other kindnesses, one day seized me under one arm, and the two-headed horror under the other, and thus equipped we pursued my brothers. They fled shrieking, and I never feared it again. In a dank, stone-flagged room, where the boots were blacked, and the more unwieldy chemicals housed, there was nailed on the wall the black skin of an emu. That skin, with its wiry black feathers that fluttered dismally in the draught, was no mere bird's skin to me. It hated me. It wished me ill. It was always lurking for me in the dark, ready to rush out at me. It was waiting for me at the top of the flight, while the old woman with the mask stretched skinny hands out to grasp my little legs as I went up the nursery stairs. I never passed the skin without covering my eyes with my hands. From this terror that walked by night, I was delivered by Mr. Cairns, now public analyst for Sheffield. He took me on his shoulder, where I felt quite safe, reluctant but not resisting, to within a couple of yards of the emu. "Now," he said, "will you do what I tell you?" "Not any nearer," I said evasively. "Now you know I won't let it hurt you?" "Yes." "Then will you stroke it, if I do first?" I didn't want to. To please me? That argument was conclusive, for I loved him. Then we approached the black feathers, I clinging desperately to his neck and sobbing convulsively. No, 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 not any nearer. But he was kind and wise and insisted. His big hand smoothed down the feathers. Now, Daisy, you know you promised. Give me your hand. I shut my eyes tight and let him draw my hand down the dusty feathers. Then I opened my eyes a little bit. Now you stroke it. Stroke the poor emu. I did so. Are you afraid now? Curiously enough, I wasn't. Poor Mr. Cairns paid dearly for his kindness. For several weeks I gave him no peace, but insisted on being taken, at all hours of the day and night, to stroke the poor emu. So proud is one of a new courage. After we left Kennington, I seemed to have had a period of more ordinary terrors, of dreams from which to awaken was mere relief, not a horror scarcely less than that of the dream itself. I dreamed of cows and dogs, of falling houses and crumbling precipices. It was not till that night at Rouen that the old horror of the dark came back, deepened by superstitious dread. But all this time I have not told you about the mummies at Bordeaux, and now there is no room for them here. They must go into the next chapter. End of part 4. Part 5 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. The Mummies at Bordeaux. It was because I was tired of churches and picture galleries, of fairs and markets, of the strange babble of foreign tongues and the thin English of the guidebook, that I begged so hard to be taken to see the mummies. To me, the name of a mummy was as a friend's name. As one Englishman travelling across a desert seeks to find another of whom he has heard in that far land, so I sought to meet these mummies who had cousins at home, in the British Museum, in dear, dear England. My fancy did not paint mummies for me, apart from plate glass cases, camphor, boarded galleries, and kindly curators, and I longed to see them as I longed to see home, and to hear my own tongue spoken about me. I was consumed by a fever of impatience for the 3 days which had to go by before the coming of the day on which the treasures might be visited. My sisters, who were to lead me to these delights, believed too that the mummies would be chiefly interesting on account of their association with Bloomsbury. Well, we went. I in my best blue silk frock, which I insisted on wearing to honour the occasion, holding the hand of my sister and positively skipping with delicious anticipation. There was some delay about keys, during which my excitement was scarcely to be restrained. Then we went through an arched doorway and along a flagged passage, the old man who guided us explaining volubly in French as we went. What does he say? He says they are natural mummies. What does that mean? They are not embalmed by man, like the Egyptian ones, but simply by the peculiar earth of the churchyard where they were buried. The words did not touch my conception of the glass cases and their good-natured guardian. The passage began to slope downward. A chill air breathed on our faces, bringing with it a damp, earthy smell. Then we came to some narrow stone steps. Our guide spoke again. What does he say? We are to be careful. The steps are slippery and mouldy. I think even then, my expectation still was of a long, clean gallery, filled with the white light of a London noon, shed through high skylights on Egyptian treasures. But the stairs were dark, and I held my sister's hand tightly. Down we went, down, down. What does he say? We are under the church now. These are the vaults. We went along another passage, the damp, mouldy smell increasing, and the clasp of my sister's hand grew closer and closer. We stopped in front of a heavy door barred with iron, and our guide turned a big reluctant key in a lock that grated. "Le voilà," he said, throwing open the door and drawing back dramatically. We were in the room before my sisters had time to see cause for regretting that they had brought me. The vision of dry boards and white light and glass cases vanished, and in its stead I saw this. A small vault, as my memory serves me, about 15 feet square, with an arched roof, from the centre of which hung a lamp that burned with a faint blue light and made the guide's candle look red and lurid. The floor was flagged like the passages, and was as damp and chill. Round 3 sides of the room ran a railing, and behind it, standing against the wall, with a ghastly look of life in death, were about 200 skeletons. Not white, clean skeletons hung on wires, like the one you see at the doctor's, but skeletons with the flesh hardened on their bones, with their long, dry hair hanging each side of their brown faces, where the skin in drying had drawn itself back from their gleaming teeth and empty eye sockets. Skeletons draped in mouldering shreds of shrouds and grave clothes, their lean fingers still clothed with dry skin seemed to reach out towards me. There they stood, men, women, and children, knee-deep in loose bones collected from the other vaults of the church and heaped round them. On the wall, near the door, I saw the dried body of a little child hung up by its hair. I don't think I screamed, or cried, or even said a word. I think I was paralysed with horror, but I remember presently going back up those stairs, holding tightly to that kindly hand, and not daring to turn my head, lest one of those charnel house faces should peep out at me from some niche in the damp wall. It must have been late afternoon, and in the hurry of dressing for the table d'hôte, my stupor of fright must have passed unnoticed, for the next thing I remember is being alone in a large room, waiting as usual for my supper to be sent up. For my mother did not approve of late dinners for little people, and I was accustomed to have bread and milk alone, while she and my sisters dined. It was a large room, and very imperfectly lighted by the 2 wax candles in silver candlesticks. There were 2 windows and a curtained alcove, where the beds were. Suddenly, my blood ran cold. What was behind that curtain? Beds. Yes, whispered something that was I, and yet not I. But suppose there are no beds there now. Only mummies, mummies, mummies. A sudden noise. I screamed with terror. It was only the door opening to let the waiter in. He was a young waiter, hardly more than a boy, and had always smiled kindly at me when we met, though hitherto our intercourse had not gone farther. Now I rushed to him and flung my arms round him, to his immense amazement, and the near ruin of my bread and milk. He spoke no English, and I no French, but somehow he managed to understand that I was afraid, and afraid of that curtained alcove. He set down the bread and milk, and he took me in his arms, and together we fetched more candles, and then he drew back the awful curtain, and showed me the beds lying white and quiet. If I could have spoken French, I should have said, "Yes, but how do I know it was all like that just now, before you drew the curtain back?" As it was, I said nothing, only clung to his neck. I hope he did not get into any trouble that night for neglected duties, for he did not attempt to leave me until my mother came back. He sat down with me on his knee, and petted me and sang to me under his breath, and fed me with the bread and milk, when, by and by, I grew calm enough to take it. All good things be with him wherever he is. I like best to think of him in a little hotel of his own, a quiet little country inn standing back from a straight road, bordered with apple trees and poplars. There are wooden benches outside the door, and within a whitewashed kitchen, where a plump, rosy-faced woman is busy with many cares, never busy enough, however, to pass the master of the house without a loving word or a loving look. I like to believe that now he has little children of his own, who hold out their arms when he opens the door, and who climb upon his knees clamouring for those same songs which he sang, out of the kindness of his boyish heart, to the little frightened English child such a long, long time ago. The mummies of Bordeaux were the crowning horror of my childish life. It is to them, I think, more than to any other thing, that I owe nights and nights of anguish and horror, long years of bitterest fear and dread. All the other fears could have been effaced, but the shock of that sight branded it on my brain, and I never forgot it. For many years I could not bring myself to go about any house in the dark, and long after I was a grown woman I was tortured in the dark watches by imagination and memory, who rose strong and united, overpowering my will and my reason as utterly as in my baby days. It was not till I had 2 little children of my own that I was able to conquer this mortal terror of darkness, and teach imagination her place under the foot of reason and the will. My children, I resolved, should never know such fear, and to guard them from it, I must banish it from my own soul. It was not easy, but it was done. It is banished now, and my babies, thank God, have never known it. It was a dark cloud that overshadowed my childhood, and I don't believe my mother ever knew how dark it was, for I could not tell anyone the full horror of it while it was over me, and when it had passed, I came from it, as one who has lived long years in an enchanter's castle, where the sun is darkened always, might come forth into the splendour of noontide. Such a one breathes God's sweet air, and beholds the free heavens with joyous leaps of the heart, but he does not speak soon, nor lightly, of what befell in the dark, in the evil days, in the castle of the enchanter. End of part 5. Part 6 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6. She was the most beautiful person in the world. She had brown eyes and pink cheeks, a blue silk dress, and a white bonnet with orange blossoms in it. She had 2 pairs of shoes and 2 pairs of stockings, and she had 2 wigs, a brown and a flaxen one. All her clothes took off and on, and there was a complete change of them. I saw her first at a bazaar, and longed to possess her, but her price was 2 guineas, and no hope mingled with my longing. Here, let me make a confession. I had never really loved a doll. My affections, up to that time, had been lavished on a black and white spotted penny rabbit, bought at a Kentish fair. But when I saw Renee, it seemed to me that if I could love a doll, this would be the one. We were at Pau then, in a select boarding house. I was bored with travel, as I believe all children are. So large a part of a child's life is made up of little familiar playthings and objects. It has little of that historic and artistic sense which lends colour and delight to travel. I was tired of wandering about, and glad to think we were to stay in Pau for the winter. The bazaar pleased me. It was got up by the English residents, and their fancy work was the fancy work of the church bazaars in England, and I felt at home among it. And when my eyes rested on Renee, I saw the most delightful object I had seen for many weeks. I looked and longed, and longed and looked. And then suddenly, in a moment, one of the great good fortunes of my life happened to me. The beautiful doll was put up to be raffled, and my sister won her. I trembled with joy as she and her wardrobe were put into my hands. I took her home. I dressed and undressed her 20 times a day. I made her play the part of heroine in all my favourite stories. I told her fairy tales and took her to bed with me at night for company. But I never loved her. I have never been able to love a doll in my life. My mother came to me the next day as I was changing Renee's wig and said, Don't you think it's almost time that you began to have some lessons again? I don't want my little girl to grow up quite ignorant. You wouldn't like that yourself, would you? I don't know, I said doubtfully, feeling that ignorance in a grown-up state was surely to be preferred to a return to Stamford and long division. I'm not going to send you to school, my mother hastened to add, doubtless seeing the clouds that gathered in my face. I know a French lady here who has a little girl about your age, and she says that you can go and live with her for a little while and learn French. Is she a nice little girl? I asked. What is she like? Well, she's rather like your new doll, my mother laughed, when it has the flaxen wig on. Think how nice it will be to write letters home in French. I knew Miss could not write letters in French, and the prospect of crushing her with my new literary attainment filled my wicked little heart. I should like to go and live with a little girl who is like my new dolly, I said, if you will come and see me every day. So I went, my doll's clothes packed in their little tin trunk. And I stood, stealing shy side glances at Marguerite, who was certainly very like my doll, while my mother and her mother were exchanging last civilities. I was so pleased with the new surroundings, the very French interior, the excitement of being received as a member by a real French family, that I forgot to cry till the wheels of my mother's carriage had rolled away from the door. Then I was left, a little English child, without a word of French, in the bosom of a French family, and as this came upon me, I burst into a flood of tears. Madame Lourdes could speak no English, but she knew the universal language, the language of love and kindness. She drew me to her ample lap, wiped my eyes, smiled at me, and chattered volubly in her own tongue, words whose sense was dead to me, but whose tone breathed of tenderness and sympathy. By the time Mademoiselle Lourdes, the only English-speaking member of the family, came home from her daily round of teaching, Marguerite and I were unpacking my doll's clothes together, and were laughing at our vain efforts to understand each other. I learned French in 3 months. All day I was with Madame Lourdes or Marguerite, neither of whom knew a word of English. It was French or silence, and any healthy child would have chosen French as I did. They were 3 happy months. I adored Marguerite, who was, I think, the typical good child of the French storybooks. She wore her hair in a little yellow plait down her back. I do not think we ever got into wilful mischief. For instance, our starving the cat was quite unintentional. We were playing bandits in a sort of cellar that opened from the triangular courtyard in front of the house, and it occurred to us that Mimi would make an excellent captive princess, so we caught her and put her in a hamper at the end of the cellar, and when my mother called to take us home to tea with her, we rushed off and left the poor princess still a prisoner. If we hadn't been out that evening, we must have been reminded of her existence by the search for her, but Madame Lourdes, failing to find the cat, concluded that she must have run away, or met with an accident, and did not mention the matter to us out of consideration for our feelings. So that it was not until 2 nights later that I started up in bed about midnight and pulled Marguerite's yellow pigtail wildly. "Oh, Marguerite!" I cried. "Poor Mimi!" I had to pull at the pigtail as though it was a bell rope, and I had pulled 3 times before I could get Marguerite to understand what was the matter with me. Then she sat up in bed, rigid with a great purpose. "We must go down and fetch her," she said. It was winter. The snow was on the ground. Marguerite thoughtfully put on her shoes and her dressing gown, but I, with some vague recollection of barefooted pilgrims, and some wild desire to make expiation for my crime, went down barefooted in my nightgown. The crime of forgetting a cat for 3 days was well paid for by that expedition. We crept through the house like little shivering mice, across the courtyard thinly sprinkled with snow, and into that awful black, yawning cellar where nameless horrors lurked behind each bit of shapeless lumber, ready to leap out upon us as we passed. Marguerite did not share my terrors. She only remarked that it was very cold and that we must make haste. We opened the hamper, fully expecting to find the captive dead, and my heart gave a leap of delight when, as we raised the lid, the large white Mimi cracked out and began to rub herself against us with joyous purrings. I remember so well the feeling of her soft, warm fur against my cold little legs. I caught the cat in my arms, and as I turned to go back to the house, my half-frozen foot struck against something on the floor. It felt silky. I picked it up. It was Renee. She had also been a captive princess in our game of bandits. She also had been shut up here all this time, and I had never missed her. We took the cat and the doll back to bed with us and tried to get warm again. Marguerite was soon asleep, but I lay awake for a long time, kissing and crying over the ill-used cat. I didn't get up again for a fortnight. My barefooted pilgrimage cost me a frightful cold and the loss of several children's parties to which we had been invited. Marguerite, throughout my illness, behaved like an angel. I only remember one occasion on which I quarrelled with her. It was on the subject of dress. We were going to a children's party, and my best blue silk was put out for me to wear. "I wish you wouldn't wear that," said Marguerite, hesitatingly. "It makes my grey cashmere look so old." Now, I had nothing else to wear but a brown frock, which I hated. "Never mind," I said, hypocritically. "It's better to be good than smart. Everybody says so." And I put on my blue silk. When I was dressed, I pranced off to the kitchen to show my finery to the cook, and under her admiring eyes executed my best curtsy. It began, of course, by drawing the right foot back. It ended in a tub of clothes and water that was standing just behind me. I floundered out somehow, and my first thought was how funny I must have looked, and in another moment I should have burst out laughing. But as I scrambled out, I saw Marguerite in the doorway smiling triumphantly, and heard her thin little voice say, "The blue silk can't mock the poor grey cashmere now." An impulse of blind fury came upon me. I caught Marguerite by her little shoulders, and before the cook could interfere, I had ducked her head first into the tub of linen. Madame Lourdes behaved beautifully. She appeared on the scene at this moment, and, impartial as ever, she slapped us both. But when she heard from the cook the rights of the story, my sentence was bed. "But Marguerite," said her mother, "has been punished enough for an unkind word." And Marguerite was indeed sobbing bitterly, while I was dry-eyed and still furious. "She can't go," I cried. "She hasn't got a dress." "You have spoiled her dress," said Madame Lourdes coolly. "The least you can do is to lend her your brown one." And that excellent woman actually had the courage to send her own daughter to a party in my dress, an exquisite punishment to us both. Marguerite came to my bedside that night. She had taken off the brown dress and wore her little flannel dressing gown. "You're not cross now, are you?" she said. "I did beg Mother to let you come, and I've not enjoyed myself a bit, and I've brought you this from the party." It was a beautiful little model of a coffee mill made in sugar. My resentment could not withstand this peace offering. I never quarrelled with Marguerite again, and when my mother sent for me to join her at Bagneray, I wept as bitterly at leaving Madame Lourdes as I had done at being left with her. "Cheer up, my darling, my cabbage," said the dear woman, as the tears stood in her own little grey eyes. "I have an instinct, a presentiment, which tells me we shall meet again." But we never have. End of part 6. Part 7 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7. Disillusion. I was sent with a servant from Pau to Bagneray. She soon dried my tears by reminding me of the hideous blue and white knitted cuffs, which my hot and rebellious fingers had for weeks been busy in knitting for my mother, and which I should now be able to present personally. They were of a size suitable to the wrist of a man of about 8 feet, and the irregularities at the edge, where I had forgotten to slip the stitch, were concealed by stiff little ruchings of blue satin ribbon. I thought of them with unspeakable pride. We reached Bagnères after dark, and my passion of joy at seeing my mother again was heightened by the knowledge that I had so rich a gift to bestow upon her. We had late dinner, in itself an event to me, and then I tasted for the first time the delicious chemin de fen, a kind of open tart made of almond paste and oranges, covered with a crisp icing or caramel. I have never tasted this anywhere else, and though I have tried again and again to reproduce it in my own kitchen, I have never obtained even a measure of success. Even to this delicacy, the thought of those blue and white cuffs added flavour. After dinner, I slipped away and made hay of the contents of my box till I found the precious treasures. I returned solemnly to the room where my mother was sitting by the bright wood fire, with the wax candles on a polished table. "Mamma," I said, we called our mothers Mamma in the 60s, "I have made you a present all my very own self, and it's in here." "Whatever can it be?" said my mother, affecting an earnest interest. She undid the paper slowly. "Oh, what beautiful cuffs! Thank you, dear. And did you make them all your very own self?" My sisters also looked at and praised the cuffs, and I went happy to bed. When I was lying between the sheets, I heard one of my sisters laughing in the next room. She was talking, and I knew she was speaking of my precious cuffs. "They would just fit a coal heaver," she said. She never knew that I heard her, but it was years before I forgave that unconscious outrage to my feelings. Bagnères de Bigorre is built in the midst of mountain streams. Streams cross the roads, streams run between the houses, under the houses. Not quiet, placid little streams, such as meander through our English meadows, but violent, angry, rushing, boiling little mountain torrents that thunder along their rocky beds. Sometimes one of these streams is spanned by a dark arch, and a house built over it. What good fortune that one of these houses should have been the one selected by my mother, on quite other grounds, of course. And oh, the double good fortune, even I, was to sleep in the little bedroom actually built on the arch itself that spanned the mountain stream. It was delightful, it was romantic, it was fascinating. I could fancy myself a princess in a tower by the rushing Rhine, as I heard the 4-foot torrent go thundering along, with a noise that would not have disgraced a full-grown river. It had every charm the imagination could desire, but it kept me awake till the small hours of the morning. It was humiliating to have to confess that even romance and a rushing torrent did not compensate for the loss of humdrum, commonplace sleep. But I accepted that humiliation, and slept no more in the little room overhanging the torrent. The next day was, I confess, tiresome to me, and I, in consequence, tiresome to other people. The excitement of coming back to my mother had quickly worn off. My mother was busy letter writing, so were my sisters. I missed Marguerite, Mimi, even my lessons. There was something terribly unhomelike about the polished floor, the polished wooden furniture, the marble-topped chest of drawers with glass handles, and the cold greyness of the stone-built houses outside. I wandered about the suite of apartments, every now and then rubbing myself like a kitten against my mother's shoulder, and murmuring, "I don't know what to do." I tried drawing, but the pencil was bad and the paper greasy. I thought of reading, but there was no book there that I cared for. It was one of the longest days I ever spent. That evening, my sister said to me, "Daisy, would you like to see a shepherdess, a real live shepherdess?" Now, I had read of shepherdesses in my Conte de Fées. I knew that they wore rose-wreathed Watteau hats, short satin shirts, and flowered silk overdresses. that spinning was part of their daily toil, and that they danced in village festivals, generally at moments when the king's son was riding by to the hunt. "Oh, I should like to see a shepherdess," I said. "But do you mean a real one, who keeps sheep and spins and everything?" "Oh, yes. She stands at her cottage door and spins while she watches her sheep, and eats a beautiful kind of yellow bread made of maize that looks and tastes like cake. I dare say she would give you some if you asked her." The mention of the shepherdess dissipated my boredom. I climbed on my sister's knee and begged for a fairy story. "And let it be about shepherdesses," I said. My sister had a genius for telling fairy stories. If she would only write them now, as she told them all then, all the children in England would insist on having her fairy stories and none others. She told me a story that had a shepherdess in it, and a king's son, of course, a wicked fairy, a dragon, and a coach, and many other interesting and delightful characters. I went to bed happy in the knowledge that the fairy world was stooping to earth, and that the fairy world and this world of ours would touch tomorrow, and touch at the point where I should behold the shepherdess. I spent the next morning, happily enough, in drawing fancy portraits of the shepherdess, the king's son, and the wicked fairy. My sister lent me her paint and her best sable brush, and life blossomed anew under the influence of a good night's rest. In the afternoon, we started out to see the shepherdess. Over the cobblestones of the streets, among the little mountain torrents, we picked our way, and came at last to green pastures at the foot of the mountains. The Pyrenees were so bright in their snowcoats, touched by the sun, that our eyes could not bear to look at them. "We shall soon come to the shepherdess," said my sister cheerfully. "You must not expect her to be like the ones in fairy tales, you know." "Of course not," said I, but in my heart I did. We came presently to a sloping pasture, strewn with fragments of rock. "There she is," said my sister, "sitting on a stone, spinning with her sheep round her." I looked, but could see no one save one old woman, the witch probably. "Where? I don't see her," I said. By this time we were close to the old woman. "There's your shepherdess," said my sister in English. "Look at her nice quaint dress and the spindle and distaff." I looked, but such a sight had no charms for me. Where was my flowered silk, watto-hatted maiden? Where was her crook with the pink ribbons on it? And as for the king's son, his horse could never have ridden up this steep hillside. It was a disenchanted world where I stood gazing sadly at a wrinkle-faced old woman in a blue woolen petticoat and coarse linen apron, a gay-coloured shawl crossed on her breast, a gay-coloured handkerchief knotted round her head. She had wooden shoes, and her crook was a common wooden one, with a bit of iron at the end, and not a ribbon nor a flower on it. But she was very kind. She took us up to her little hut among the rocks, and gave us milk and maize bread at my sister's request. The maize bread was like sawdust, or a bath bun of the week before last, but had it been ambrosia, I could not have tasted a second mouthful. My heart was too full. I came home in silence. My sister was sad because the little treat had not pleased me. I did not mean to be ungrateful. I was only struggling savagely with the misery of my first disillusion. Like Mrs. Over-the-Way, I had looked for pink roses, and found only feuilles mortes. End of part 7. Part 8 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, in Auvergne. We were to leave Bagneray. Imagine my delight when I found we were to travel not by train, but in an open carriage. In this, we were to drive through the mountains, the mysterious, snow-clad mountains, into Spain, where the Alhambra was, and oranges and Spanish nuts, and all sorts of delightful things. But alas for my hopes. My brother at home in England chose to have whooping cough, and so our horses' heads were turned north, and farewell forever to my visions of Spain. We drove through lovely country to the other Bagnères de Luchon. On the way we passed a large Yellowstone castle on a hill. Most of the castle was in ruins, but a great square tower, without door or window, still stood as strong and firm as on the day when the last stone was patted into place with the trowel. We wandered around this tower in vain, trying to find a door. "But it is that there is no door," said our driver at last. "Within that tower is buried a treasure. Some day a great wind will blow, and then that tower will fall to the ground, and then the folks of the village will divide the treasure and become kings of France. It is an old prophecy." "But," suggested my mother, "has no one tried to get in and see if there really is a treasure?" The driver crossed himself. "The saints forbid," he said. "Who are we that we should interfere with the holy prophecy? Besides, the tower is haunted." We could not help wondering how far the ghost and prophecy would have protected that tower from English village boys. We drove on. Presently we stopped at a little wayside shrine with a painted image of St. John in it and a little shell of holy water. At the side of that shrine was a stone with an iron ring in it. Nothing more was needed to convince me that this was the entrance to a subterranean passage leading to the tower where the treasure was. Imagine the dreams that occupied me for the rest of the drive. If I could creep back at the dead of night to the shrine, a thing which, as a matter of fact, I would much rather have died than attempted. If I should pull up that heavy stone and go down the damp subterranean passage and find the treasure in iron boxes, rubies and diamonds and emeralds and beautiful gold and silver dishes, then we should all be very rich for the rest of our lives, and I could send Marguerite a talking doll that opened and shut its eyes, and a pony carriage, and each of the boys should have a new paint box with real moist colours and as many sable brushes as they liked, 20 each if they wanted them, and I should have a chariot drawn by 4 tame zebras in red and silver harness, and my mother should have a gold crown with diamonds for Sundays and a silver one with rubies and emeralds for every day, and I imagine I fell asleep at this point, and awoke to find myself lifted out of the carriage at Bagnères de Luchon. I didn't go back and lift up the stone with the iron ring, but the dream was a serviceable one, and did duty nobly in idle hours for many a long year. In fact, I come across it unexpectedly, sometimes even now. We spent a day or two at Bagnères de Luchon, and I believe it rained all the time. We drove in a drizzling rain across a rather gloomy country to see the Cascade d'Enfer. As my memory serves me, we crossed a dreary plain and entered a sort of theatre or semicircle of high black rocks. In the centre of the horseshoe, down the face of the rock, ran a thin silver line. This was the Cascade d'Enfer, eminently unimpressive on first view, but when we got out of our carriage and walked across the rough ground and stood under the heavy shadow of the black cliffs, the thin white line had changed and grown to a dense body of smoothly falling water that fell over the cliff's sheer edge and disappeared like a column of green glass into a circular hole at the foot of the cliff. "That hole goes down, down," said our guide. "No one knows how far, except the good God who made it." The water did not fill up the hole. An empty black space, some yards wide, was between us and the falling water. Our guide heaved a lump of rock over the edge. "You not hear it strike water," he said, and though we listened for some time, we did not hear it strike anything. That was the horror of it. We drove on the next day to St. Bertrand de Comminges, a little town on a hill with many steeples, whose bells answered each other with sweet jangling voices as we reached its gates in the peace of the evening. Most of this driving tour has faded from my mind, but I shall never forget the drive from Aurelec to Murat. We started late in the afternoon because my sisters wished to see the Auvergne Mountains by moonlight. We had a large open carriage with a sort of rumble behind and a wide box seat in front. The driver, a blue-bloused ruffian of plausible manners, agreed to take us and our luggage to Murat for a certain price, which I have forgotten. All our luggage was packed upon his carriage. We too were packed in it, and we started. About 5 miles from the town, the driver halted and came to the door of the carriage. "Miss Dame," he said, "a young relative of mine will join us here. He will sit on the box with me." My mother objected that as we were paying for the carriage, we had a right to refuse to allow his friend to enter it. "As you will, madame," he said calmly, "but if you refuse to accommodate my stepson, a young man of the most high distinction, I shall place you and your boxes in the middle of the road and leave you planted there." 3 English ladies and a little girl, alone in a strange country, 5 miles from any town. What could we do? My mother consented. A mile or 2 further on, 2 blue-bloused figures got up suddenly from their seat by the roadside. "My father and brother-in-law," said our driver. My mother saw that protest was vain, so these 2 were stowed in the rumble, and the carriage jolted on more heavily. We now began to be seriously frightened. I know I endured agonies of torture. No doubt these were highwaymen, and at the nearest convenient spot, they would stop the carriage and murder us all. In the next few miles, 2 more passengers were added to our number, a cousin and an uncle. All wore blue blouses and had villainous-looking faces. The uncle, who looked like a porpoise and smelt horribly of brandy, was put inside the carriage with us because there was now no room left in any other part of the conveyance. The family party laughed and jolted in a patois wholly unintelligible to us. I was convinced that they were arranging for the disposal of our property and our bodies after the murder. My mother and sisters were talking in low voices in English. "If we only get to the halfway house safe," she said, "we can appeal to the landlord for protection." And, after a seemingly interminable drive, we got to the halfway house. It was a low, roughly built, dirty auberge, with an uneven earthen floor, the ceilings, benches and tables black with age, just the place where travellers are always murdered in Christmas stories. My teeth chattered with terror, but there was a certain pleasure in the excitement all the same. We ordered supper. It was now near midnight, and while it was being prepared, my mother emptied her purse of all, save the money promised to the driver, and a 10-franc piece to pay for our suppers. The rest of the money she put into a canvas bag, which hung round her neck, where she always carried her banknotes. The supper was like something out of a fairy tale. A clean cloth, in itself an incongruous accident in such a place. New milk, new bread, and new honey. When the woman brought in our bill, my mother poured out her woes, and confessed her fear of the driver's intention. "Nonsense," said the woman briskly. "He's the best man in the world. He's my own son. Surely he has a right to give his own relations a lift in his carriage if he likes." "But we had paid for his carriage. He has no right to put other people in when we are paying for it." "Oh yes, he has," retorted the woman shortly. "You paid him so much to take you to Murat, and he will take you to Murat, but there was nothing said about his not taking anyone else. And he says now he won't take you on to Murat unless you pay him double the fare you agreed for. His horses are tired." "I should think they were," muttered my sister, "considering the number of extra passengers they have dragged." My mother emptied her purse on the table. "You see," she said, "here is only the money I promised your son, and enough to pay for our suppers. But when we get to Murat, I shall find money waiting for me, and I will give him what you ask." I believe this conduct of my mother saved us at any rate from being robbed by violence. The inn stood quite by itself in one of the loneliest spots in the mountains of Auvergne. If they had believed that we were worth robbing, and had chosen to rob us, nothing could have saved us. We started again. My mother now began to make light of the adventure, and my terror subsided sufficiently for me to be able to note the terrible grandeur of the scenery we passed through. Vast masses of bare volcanic rock, iron grey in the moonlight, with black chasms and mysterious gorges, each one eloquent of bandits and gnomes, and an absolute stillness, save for the rattle of our carriage, as though, with vegetation, life too had ceased, as though indeed we rode through a land death still, under the enchantment of some evil magician. The rocks and the mountains beyond them towered higher and higher on each side of the road. The strip of flat ground between us and the rocks grew narrower, till presently the road wound between two vast black cliffs, and the strip of sky high up looked bright and blue. The tall cliffs were on either side, and presently I saw with dismay that in front of us the dark cliff stretched right across the road. We seemed to be driving straight into the heart of the rock. In another moment, with a crack of the whip and an encouraging word or two, the driver urged his horses to a gallop, and we plunged through a dark archway into pitch darkness, for, with a jolt, the carriage lamps went out. We had just been able to see that we had passed out of the night air into a tunnel cut in the solid rock. Oh, how thankful we were then that the porpoise and all the rest of our driver's relations had been left behind at the halfway house. The driver lighted the lamps again almost immediately. He seemed in a better temper than before, and explained to us that this was the Great Arch under the mountains, and to me he added, "It will be something for you to remember, and to tell your children about when you are old," which was certainly true. That tunnel was unbearably long. As we rattled through its cavernous depths, I could not persuade myself that at any moment our driver's accomplices might not spring out upon us and kill us there and then. Who would ever have known? Oh, the relief of seeing at last a faint pinprick of light. It grew larger and larger and larger, and at last, through another arch, we rattled out into the moonlight again. Of course, I shall never know now how many of the terrors of that night were imaginary. It is not pleasant, even now, to think of what might have happened. At last, we reached our journey's end, a miserable, filthy inn, and with a thankful heart saw the last of our blue-bloused driver. The landlady objected very strongly to letting us in, and we objected still more strongly to the accommodation, which she at last consented to offer us. The sheets were grey with dirt, and the pillows grimed with the long succession of heads that had lain on them. A fire was the only good thing that we got at Murat. To go to bed was impossible. We sat round the fire, waiting for daylight and the first morning train. My mother took me on her knee. I grew warm and very comfortable, and forgot all my troubles. "Ah," I said, with sleepy satisfaction, "this is very nice. It's just like home." The contrast between my words and that filthy, squalid inn must have been irresistibly comic, for my mother and sisters laughed till I thought they would never stop. My innocent remark, and some bread and milk, the only things clean enough to touch, cheered us all up wonderfully, and in another 24 hours my mother and sisters were all saying to each other that perhaps, after all, there had been nothing to be frightened about. But all the same, I don't think any of that party would ever have cared to face another night drive through the mountains of Auvergne. End of Part 8. Part 9 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. La Haye. After our experience in Auvergne, the rest of our travel was so flat as to have faded almost entirely from my memory. As soon as we reached England, I was sent to a school of which I shall have more to say presently. There were only 20 girls. Mrs. McBean was one of the best and kindest women who ever lived, a devoted Christian with a heart large enough to take in all her girls. If I could have been happy at any school, I should have been happy there. And I was not actively unhappy, for I lived on my mother's promise that in July I should go back to her again. Where she was, I didn't know, but I knew she was looking for a pretty home for us all. I used to write letters to her addressed to St. Martin's-le-Grand, which I think I believed to be in Paris. At last the news came that she had decided to live at Dinan in Brittany, and that in 2 short days I was to go by boat and join her. 1 day passed. The next day at dinner I was hugging myself on the thought of the morrow. "Tomorrow," I said to the girl next to me, "I shall be going to my mother in France." "Oh no, dear," said the governess at the foot of the table. "Miss McBean says you're not going till Wednesday." With a crash, my card castle came tumbling about my ears. Wednesday might as well have been next year. It seemed so far off. I burst into passionate weeping, just as the servant placed a large plate of steaming blackcurrant pudding before me. I saw through my tears how vexed Miss McBean looked. She hadn't meant to break the news to me in this way. "Come, Daisy," she said after a while. "Don't cry, dear. Have some blackcurrant pudding. Nice blackcurrant pudding." "I don't want any blackcurrant pudding," I cried. "I hate it. I never want any pudding again." And with that, I rushed from the room. And from that day to this, I have never been able to tolerate blackcurrant pudding. Everyone was very kind to me, but there was not anyone there who could at all understand the agony that that delay cost me. I didn't care to eat. I didn't care to sleep or play or read. When my mother met me at Saint-Malo on the following Thursday, her first words were, "Why, how pale and ill the child looks." My sister suggested that it was the steamboat, but I don't believe it was. I believe it was the awful shock that came to me over the blackcurrant pudding. A long drive on a diligence, by miles and miles of straight white road. The fatigue of the journey forgotten, in the consciousness that I was going home, not to a hotel, not to a boarding house, but home. The small material objects that surround one's daily life have always influenced me deeply. Even as a child, I found that in a familiar entourage one could be contented, if not happy. But hotels and boarding houses and lodgings have always bored me to extinction. Of course, as a matter of theory, one ought to carry one's intellectual atmosphere with one and be independent of surroundings. But, as a matter of practice, it can't be done, at least by me. I have a cat-like fondness for things I am accustomed to, and I am not singular in this respect. I once knew a woman who, after years of genteel poverty and comfortless economy, had an opportunity of a new life in comparatively affluent circumstances. "Why ever don't you accept it?" I said, when she told me of it. "I can't make up my mind to it," she said. "You see, I should have to leave the furniture." I felt some sympathy for her, though I hoped that in her place I should have been strong-minded enough to make another choice. At last, the diligence drew up at a crossroads, where a cart was waiting, and to this our luggage was transferred. It turned up one of the side roads, and we followed on foot. Up a hill wound the road, a steep wooded slope on one side, and on the other, a high clay bank set with dainty ferns. Here and there a tiny spring trickled down to join the little stream that ran beside the road. We turned a corner by a farm, through a herd of gaunt pigs nearly as big as donkeys, the sight of which made me clasp my mother's hand more tightly. Each pig had a bar of wood suspended from his neck by a string, so that if he tried to stray through the hedge, the bar would catch and hold him back. All the pigs tried to walk over this bar as it hung against their forelegs. They never succeeded, but the action gave them all the air of high-stepping carriage horses. Then we walked a little further along the white road, and the cart turned in at a wooden gate. We followed along the carriage drive, which ran along outside the high red wall of the big garden. then through a plantation of huge horse-chestnut trees. To the left I could see ricks, cows and pigs, all the bustle and colour of a farmyard. 2 great brown gates swung back on their hinges, and we passed through them into the courtyard of the dearest home of my childhood. The courtyard was square. One side was formed by the house. Dairy, coach house and the chicken house formed the second side. On the third side was stable, cow house and goat shed. On the fourth, woodshed, dog kennel, and the great gates by which we had entered. The house itself was an ordinary, whitewashed, slate-roofed French country house, with an immense walled fruit garden on the other side of it. There never was such another garden, there never will be. Peaches, apricots, nectarines and grapes of all kinds lined the inside walls. The avenue that ran down the middle of it was of fig trees and standard peach trees. There were raspberries, cherries and strawberries, and flowers mingling with fruits and vegetables in a confusion the most charming in the world. Along the end of the garden was a great arcade of black clipped yews, so thick and strong that a child could crawl on the outside of it without falling through. Above the dairy and coach house was an immense hayloft, a straw loft over the stable and cow house. What playrooms for wet days! Beyond the chicken house was the orchard, full of twisted grey apple trees, beneath whose boughs in due season the barley grew. Beyond, a network of lanes, fringed with maidenhair, led away into fairyland. My brothers eagerly led me around to show me all the treasures of the new home. There was a swing in the orchard, there were trees full of cherries, white and black. "And we may eat as many as we like," said Alfred. That afternoon, we gathered a waste paper basket full of cherries, and, with strenuous greed, set ourselves to empty it. We didn't succeed, of course, but the effort, so far as I remember, was attended by no evil consequences. We gave what we couldn't eat to the little black English pig, another of the treasures of the new home. There was a little black cow. There was a goat, who resented with her horns my efforts after goat's milk. I learnt to milk her afterwards, though, and she grew very kind and condescending. Then there were 2 ponies, Punch and Judy, and Punch, my brothers told me proudly, was for us to ride. This was the crowning happiness. We had never had a pony of our own before. He was a tiresome, pig-headed little beast, that pony, but we loved him dearly. He had a way of pretending to be frightfully thirsty when you were out riding him, and when, in the kindness of your heart, you let him bend his head to a wayside pond for a drink, he would kick up his wicked little heels, and over his head you had to go. If he could rub you off against a tree as you rode across the fields, he would do it with all the pleasure in life. He was rather good at jumping, and he and I had some pleasant cross-country expeditions. But if anything in the nature of the obstacle you put him at happened to strike his fancy disagreeably, he had a clever way of stopping short at the last moment, when of course you went over his head. He threw me 3 times in this way one morning, but after that I was up to him. End of part 9. Part 10 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10. Pirates and Explorers. That summer was an ideally happy one. My mother, with a wisdom for which I shall thank her all my days, allowed us to run wild. We were expected to appear at meals with some approach to punctuality, and with hands and faces moderately clean. Sometimes when visitors were expected, we were seized and scrubbed and clothed, and made to look something like the good little children we were not. Then my brothers fidgeted awkwardly on their chairs, and tried to conceal their hands and feet, while I nibbled a biscuit or cake in an agony of shyness, not quite unrelieved by a sneaking appreciation of my fine dress, an appreciation for which my brothers would never have forgiven me had I been foolish enough to show it. But, as a rule, we were left to go our own way, and a very happy way it was. I don't mean that we were neglected. My eldest sister was always a refuge on wet days, when a fairy story seemed to be the best thing to be had. In the midst of all the parties, picnics and gaieties in which our elders were plunged, my other sister found time to read aloud to us, and to receive such confidences as we deemed it wise to make concerning our plans and plays. We had gauged the possibilities of the lofts correctly. With trusses of hay or straw, a magnificent fort could be made. I usually held the fort when the boys had built it, and the weakness of the garrison was lessened by the introduction of the 2 dogs, who defended it with me nobly, understanding perfectly the parts they had to play. We got the black pig up once, but that was a failure. When there was no time to organise a play, when it was not worthwhile to begin anything, because dinner or breakfast would be ready in a few minutes, it was a constant delight to scale the wall behind the stable and watch the great wooden wheel slowly dragged round the circular stone trough where the apples for cider lay. The old, blind, white horse harnessed to the wheel went sleepily round and round. You could hear the crunch, crunch of the apples as the great wooden wheel went over them, and smell the sweet scent of the crushed fruit as you sat swinging your legs on the wall among the yellow stonecrop and sulphur-coloured snapdragon. Or, if you had the time to spare, what rapture to balance yourself on the edge of the stone trough and walk round it just behind the big wheel, knowing that if you slipped, you might fall on a muddy track outside, but that you were much more likely to fall into the trough itself, in which case your pinafore and stockings, we wore white stockings then, would be richly stained with apple juice to the colour of red rust. If the farmer were in a good temper, he would sometimes take you in to see the apples put in the press. You had to climb up by rough steps cut in the beams if the press was nearly full. At the top, on a little platform, stood the farmer, drawing up the crushed apples from below by buckets full, and spreading them on their bed of clean straw with a wooden shovel. A layer of straw and a layer of apples, and when the press was full, the big beams screwed down, we hastened below to see the russet juice run out from its stone channel into the great vats. Though the farm adjoined our house, it was not our property, but as far as we children were concerned, it was just as good as ours, for the farmer allowed us the same privileges that he accorded to his own children. That is to say, if the farmer were in a good temper, we might watch any of the farming operations. If he were not, his own children had to keep out of the way, and so had we. There was a delightful pond in the field where the farm horses went to drink. It had a trampled muddy shore on one side, and on the other a high bank of yellow clay. We made a raft, of course, out of an old door and 2 barrels, and successfully sailed across to the yellow cliffs. How nice it would be, I said, if there were a cave in these cliffs. We could have no end of a good time, and be pirates and things. You don't suppose, said Alfred scornfully, that a pirate chief would wait to find a cave if he wanted one. He would make one, of course. I shall make one. I don't believe you can, said Harry and I in a breath. All right, said my brother. You'll see. Next morning, when Harry and I went out to the field, there was Alfred, ankle deep in water, shovelling out clay from the bank. What a big hole you've made, said I. I believe I could get into it if I curled up very much. Ah, said my brother grimly, you thought I couldn't do it. Do you mean to say you aren't going to let us go shares? Said Harry, reading his brother's tone instantly. Not a share, said Alfred firmly. This is going to be my cave, and if I find anyone in it without my leave, I'll throw him to the alligators. There aren't any alligators, said Harry. There are only ducks. And indeed there were several swimming about the yellow waters of the pond. All right, said Alfred cheerfully, sending a large spadeful of clay splashing into the pond. I'll throw you to the ducks then. I dare say they'll do just as well. Alfred worked with what seemed to us superhuman vigour, and before evening there really was a hole in the clay bank big enough for him to get into, if, as I said, he curled himself up very much. He'll be tired of it tomorrow, said Harry to me privately, reasoning from his former experience of his brother, and then he'll let us have it. But the next day, we found that the roof of the cave had fallen in. No one need want to have it now, I said, but I was mistaken. The landslip, while filling up, had enlarged the hole, so that when the loose clay was cleared out, there was a space large enough for us all to have got in, even with the dogs. Alfred twisted some straw into a rope and made it with string into a rough mat. This he put at the bottom of his rough cave. I timidly offered to help with this, but my offers were sternly rejected. "You said I couldn't do it," he said, "and I'll jolly well show you I can." Harry came to me a little later when I was feeding my rabbits. "He's got it all so nice," he said. "He's roofed it over with a hurdle, and he's put a bit of old tarpaulin over it, and he's fastening it down with big stones like the people in the Swiss Family Robinson. I wish he'd let us share in it." "Look here," I said. "Let's walk into town and get him a present. Then he'll see we're sorry we said he couldn't do it." In the broiling sun, we walked the 5 miles into the town and back, returning with a large green sugar stick wrapped in coloured paper, which had taken all our halfpence to buy. With this, we approached the pond. Alfred was sitting in his cave with the raft moored at his feet. I waved the sugar stick in the air. "Look here, Alfred," I said. "Here's a sucre de pomme for you. We've been all the way to Dinan to get it, and we're sorry we said you couldn't." "You little duffers," he cried. "I don't want your sucre de pomme. I only wanted you to say you were sorry. You needn't have walked 5 miles in a broiling sun to do that. You'd like to come over, wouldn't you?" he added, unmooring the raft. "We really didn't mean to vex you," I said, as he came across. "Not another word," he said handsomely, and rowed us to the cave. It was a very soft cave, and we had no means of breaking the sucre de pomme, so we took it in turns to suck it. Alfred, after some persuasion, consenting to join us in the feast, so as not to hurt our feelings, he said. That cave was a joy to us for many a day, though there was generally at least half an inch of water in it, and we didn't abandon it till the autumn rains had swelled the pond water and raised it above the level of our cave. It was a grand day for us when we first discovered our stream. It was 3 or 4 fields from our house, and ran through a beautiful meadow with sloping woods on each side. Its bottom was partly of shining sand and stone, and in some places of clay. We built dams and bridges with the clay. We caught fish with butterfly nets in the sandy shallows. We called it the Nile and pretended there were crocodiles in it, and that the rocks among the woods were temples and pyramids. One day, Alfred proposed that we should try and find the source of it. "We shall have to travel through a very wild country," he said. "Explorers always do, and we shall want a good lot of provisions, for I don't suppose we shall get back before dinner time. So you kids had better sneak as much bread and butter as you can at breakfast, and I'll sneak what I can out of the larder, and we'll start directly after breakfast tomorrow." We secured a goodly stock of provisions in an old nose bag, which we found in the stables. But it was so heavy that we were glad to hide it under the second hedge that we passed, and go on with only what we could carry in our pockets. We struck the river at the usual point. "I think we ought to wade up," said Alfred. "There are no crocodiles in this part of the river, but the lions and tigers on the banks are something awful." So we waded upstream, which is tiring work, let me tell you. "I don't see a single lion," I said presently, "but I'm sure I saw a crocodile just now under that bank." So we got out and walked by the stream's edge, on the fine, short, sun-warmed turf. But presently we came to the end of the field. The stream ran through a wood that we had to take to wading again, but the water was much shallower, and it was easy. We ate some of our provisions sitting upon a large, flat, moss-covered stone in the middle of the stream. Then we went on again. Harry began to get rather tired. "We shall never find the source of the stream," he said. "I shouldn't wonder if it's thousands of miles away. Somewhere up by Paris, I dare say. I vote we turn back." But his suggestion was howled down by the exploring party, and we went on. Through a meadow where the flax was drying in stocks, then through another wood we followed the stream, and then, with a thrill of delight, we saw that the water ran from a little brick tunnel the mouth of which was draped in a green veil of maidenhair. I suppose it was about 4 feet high. "You'll turn back now," said Harry triumphantly. For an answer, Alfred stooped and plunged into the darkness of the little tunnel. I followed, and Harry brought up the rear. It was back-breaking work, but the floor was smooth. If we had had to pick our way, we could never have done it, for Alfred had only a few matches, and lighted one very occasionally. At last we found ourselves again in the dazzling sunlight, and behold, our stream was meandering through a wonderful swamp full of grasses and curious flowers, whose like I have never seen elsewhere. Our stream got narrower and narrower, but we followed it faithfully, and at last, crashing through a hedge, found ourselves in a roadway. Opposite us, in the high bank, was a little stone basin, into which water trickled from above. From this basin, a narrow stream of water, not more than a foot wide, ran across the road and under the hedge. This was the source of our stream. This, a wayside well we had passed 1,000 times. We finished our provisions, and knowing now where we were, went home by road. The swamp had coated us with black mud, almost from head to foot, and in this condition we marched gaily into the garden, where my mother was entertaining a company of rather smart friends at afternoon tea. The sequel was bed. End of part 10. Part 11 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. The happy memories of that golden time crowd thickly upon me. I see again the dewy freshness as of an enchanted world that greeted us when we stole down, carrying our shoes in our hands long before the rest of the household was astir. I smell the scents of dead leaves and wood smoke, and it brings back to me the bonfires on autumn evenings when we used to play at Red Indians and sit round the fire telling stories. And when that palled, dig out from the grey and red ashes the potatoes we had put there to roast, and eat the half-cooked, blackened, smoke-flavoured dainties with keenest appreciation. The rare days when we went to Dinard and paddled in the shallow waters of the bay between blue sky and gold sand, picking limpets from the rocks and wishing for wooden spades, which Dinard then, at least, did not produce. A part of the infinite charm of those days lies in the fact that we were never bored, and children are bored much more often and much more deeply than their elders suppose. I remember an occasion when some well-meaning friends persuaded my mother that my education was being neglected. I was sent to a select French school, Mademoiselle Fauchet's in Divan, but owing to some misunderstanding, I arrived 5 days before the other girls. Mademoiselle Fauchet kindly consented to overlook the mistake and keep me till the other girls arrived. I had a paint box, which pleased me for the first day, but the boredom of the other 4 days is branded on my memory in grey letters. Mademoiselle Fauchet was busy in visiting her friends and receiving them. She took me out for a serious walk every day. We walked for an hour, and then Mademoiselle Fauchet returned to her visiting, and I to the bare schoolroom. I had brought few books with me, and these I devoured in an hour or 2. There were no books in the schoolroom but lesson books, thumbed, dog's-eared and ink-stained. There was no one to talk to save the severe cook, who was kind to me in her way, but didn't understand children. There was a grey-walled garden full of fruit that I must not touch, and a locked bookcase in Mademoiselle Fauchet's salon, full of books that I must not read. I was not conscious of being unhappy, only bored to extinction. On the 4th day, I persuaded Mademoiselle Fauchet to vary our prim walk round the town. She asked me where I would like to go, and I said La Fontaine. Mademoiselle Fauchet meant to be kind according to her lights, but she was the ideal schoolmistress, grey-haired, prim, bloodless. However, she conceded this to me, and I was grateful. we started for La Fontaine. La Fontaine is one of the show places of Divan, as it has a natural fountain of mineral water. There is a casino where balls and fetes and merrymakings are held, where bands play and little coloured lamps glimmer in the trees. All this awakened no associations, stirred nothing in me, for I had never been to a fete at La Fontaine. But below the platform on which the casino is built ran a stream, our Nile, on its way to join the river. The sight of it was too much for me. I remembered our happy exploring parties, the muddy dams we had built across it. I thought of the rabbits and the garden at home, and my brothers and my mother. And in the midst of one of Mademoiselle's platitudes on the beauty of the scene, I began to run. Mademoiselle Fauchet called after me. She even ran a little, I believe, but the legs of 50 are not a match for the legs of 10. I ran faster and faster down the avenue of chestnuts. I reached our meadow where our stream ran just the same as in the days when I was free to make a paradise of it. I ran on and on, up the slope, over the cornfield, across the road, through our own meadow, and never stopped till I flung myself into my sister's arms. Then, and not till then, the fact dawned upon me that I had run away from school. I don't recall the explanations that must have followed on my return. I know that I cried a great deal and felt that I had committed an awful crime. I couldn't explain my feelings to myself, but I knew that in the same circumstances I should have done the same again, though I wept heartfelt tears of penitence for having done it at all. I think my mother must have understood something of what I went through, for she did not send me back. Another period of acute boredom came to me some years later, when I went to stay with some friends of my mother's in the north of London. They lived in a dreary square apart from the main thoroughfare, so that if you looked out over the brown wire blinds, you never saw anything pass but butchers' and bakers' carts. If I went for a walk, the sordid ugliness of Islington outraged the feelings of a child who had always found her greatest pleasures and life's greatest beauties in the green country. The people with whom I was staying were the kindest-hearted people in the world. They would have done anything to please me if they had only known what I wanted. But they didn't know. That was just it. The dining room was mahogany and leather, with 2 books in it, the Bible and Family Prayers. They stood on the sideboard, flanked on one side by a terracotta water bottle, oozing sad tears all day into a terracotta saucer, and on the other by a tea caddy. Upstairs, in the drawing room, which was only used on Sundays, were a few illustrated gift books, albums, and types of beauty, arranged on a polished, oval, walnut centre table. The piano was kept locked. There were a few old-bound volumes of good words, which I had read again and again. The master of the house, a doctor, was, my mother tells me, a man of brains, but I only saw him at meals, and then he seldom spoke. The lady of the house had a heart full of kindness, and a mind full of court circular. She talked of nothing else. Her daughters were kind to me in their way, and the games I had with them were my only relaxation. The doctor talked very occasionally of his patients, and this interested me. One night I went into the surgery, and found the bottles of medicine which his assistant had made up, standing in a row waiting for their white paper wrappers. I didn't in the least realise what I was doing, when I thought to escape from my boredom by mixing the contents of these bottles in a large jug, and then impartially filling up the bottles again with the mixture. When I had filled and corked them all, I slipped away. It was done in pure mischief, with no thought of consequences. But when I woke that night in bed, and suddenly remembered that I had heard that medicines that were given for some complaints were bad for others and absolutely harmful, my heart stood still. Suppose some poor sick person died, whom doctor would have cured, because I had mixed his medicine with something else. I fully resolved to own up the next morning. But the next morning I reflected that perhaps, Some of the people that had taken my mixture might die of it, and then I should be hanged for murder. It seemed to me wiser to wait and see what happened. If anyone did die, and Doctor were accused of poisoning his patients, I would come forward in a court of justice, as people did in the books, and own that I, and I alone, had been to blame, making my confession among the sympathetic tears of usher and jury, the judge himself not remaining dry-eyed. This scene so much appealed to me that I almost forgot that, before it could be enacted, somebody would have to die of my mixture. When I remembered this, I wept in secret. When I thought of the scene in which I should nobly own my guilt, I secretly exulted. I was not bored now. Whatever else might be the effect of my mixtures, they had certainly cured my boredom. Day after day passed by in spasms of alternate remorse and daydreaming. Every day I expected Doctor to announce at dinner that some of his patients had breathed their last in inexplicable circumstances. But he never said anything of the kind, and when a week had passed, I was convinced that so good a doctor never gave anybody any medicine that could do them any harm in any condition, and that one of his medicines was as good for any complaint as any others. Whether this was so, or whether someone had been a witness of my act in the surgery and had remade the mixtures, I shall never know. But in a reaction following my anxiety, boredom settled down upon me more heavily than ever. I wrote a frantic letter to my mother, begging her to take me away, for I was so miserable I wished I was dead. Not having any stamps, I gave this letter to post. I don't suppose she thought she was doing any harm when she opened and read it, and I hope she was gratified by its contents. She added a note to my mother, begging her to accede to my request and to take me away at once. It was years before I forgave her for reading that letter, and to this day, I am afraid she has never forgiven me for writing it. My mother was at Penshurst at the time. I was sent down to her in deep disgrace, and my mother received me with gentle reproaches that cut me to the heart. My sister was exceedingly angry with me, perhaps with some cause, and pointed out to me how ungrateful it was to repay Mrs. by writing such a letter. I defended myself stoutly. I wrote it for Mama and not for her. And though I was sorry for having hurt the feelings of one I knew had tried to be kind to me, yet I fear the verdict of my unregenerate heart was, serve her right. I felt that I was being unjustly blamed, and though I was sorry, I would not say so. And the next morning I wandered up through Penshurst churchyard and through a little wicket gate into the park, where the splendour of a blaze of buttercups burst upon me. The may trees were silver white, the skylarks singing overhead. I sat down under a white may tree. The spirit of spring breathed softly round me, and when I got up to go back, I was in love and charity with all men and all women, except Mrs. I'm sorry if I have been naughty, I said to my sister. I didn't mean to be, but... That will do, she said, skillfully stopping my confidences. Now I do hope you are going to try and be a good girl, and to not make dear Mama unhappy. I will be good, I said. Oh, I will indeed. And as long as I stayed among the golden buttercups and silver may bushes, I believe I was moderately good. End of part 11. Part 12 of My School Days by E. Nesbit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12. When I began to write of the recollections of my childhood, I thought that all of those days which I remember could well be told in these 12 chapters. But the remembrances of that long ago time crowded thickly on me, and I wandered in the pleasant fields of memory, where time ceases to be. So my 12th chapter is reached, and finds me still only 10 years old, and finds me, moreover, with not 1/10 of the events of those 10 years recorded. If only one's memory were as good for the events of yesterday, of last week, of last year. I have left myself no space to tell you of my adventures in Germany and France during the War of 1870, of my English school days, of much that is not ever to be forgotten by me. Since I must needs choose one out of many remembrances, I choose my Kentish home, dearer to me than all. After many wanderings, my mother took a house at Halstead. The Hall it was called, but the house itself did not lend itself to the pretensions of its name. A long, low, red brick house that might have been commonplace, but for the roses and ivy that clung to the front of it, and the rich, heavy jasmine that covered the side. There was a smooth lawn with chestnut trees round it, and a big garden, where flowers and fruit and vegetables grew together, as they should, without jealousy or class distinction. There were never such peonies as grew among our currant bushes, nor such apricots as hung among the leaves on the sunny south wall. From a laburnum tree, in the corner of the lawn, we children slung an improvised hammock, and there I used to read and dream, and watch the swaying green gold of leaf and blossom. Our garden ran round 3 sides of a big pond. Perhaps it was true that the pond did not make the house more healthy. It certainly made it more interesting. Besides the raft, which was but a dull thing when the boys were away at school, there were nooks among the laburnums and lilacs that grew thickly round the pond, nooks where one could hide with one's favourite books, and be secure from the insistent and irritating demands so often made on one's time by one's elders. For grown-up people never thought of spoiling their clothes by penetrating the shrubbery. Here, on many a sunny day, have I lounged away the morning, stifling conscience with Mrs. Ewing's tales, and refusing to remember the tangle of untidiness in which I had left my room involved. For I had a little room of my own, a little room, with a long low window and window ledge, where bright plants in pots, encouraged by the western sun, withstood the intermittence of my attentions, and blossomed profusely. My bookcase stood by this window, an old mahogany bookcase with a deep top drawer that let down to form a writing table. Here I used to sit and write, verse, verse, always verse, and dream of the days when I should be a great poet, like Shakespeare or Christina Rossetti. Ah me, that day is long in coming, but I never doubted then that it would come. Here I wrote and dreamed, and never showed my verses or told my dreams for many a long month. But when I was 15, I ventured to show some verses to my mother. She showed them to Mr. Jam, then editor of Good Words and the Sunday Magazine. And never shall I forget the rapture of delight and of gratitude with which I received the news that my verses had been accepted. By and by they were printed, and I got a cheque for £1, a whole guinea, think of it. Now the day when I should be a poet seemed almost at hand, had I not had a poem printed. Besides the desk and the well-oiled key that formed so excellent a defence against the boys, for what young poet could ever set down a line with the possibility of even the best-loved brothers looking over her shoulder? My little room had another feature, by terms a terror and a charm. A little trapdoor in the ceiling led to that mysterious and delightful region between the roof and the beams, a dark passage leading all round the house, and leading to, oh deep and abiding joy, to a little door that opened on the roof itself. This, until the higher powers discovered it, was a safer haven than even the shrubbery. Enclosed by 4 pointed roofs of tiles was a central space, safe, secluded, whence one could see the world around, oneself invisible, or at least unseen. Another trapdoor, from the linen closet by the boys' bedroom, afforded them an equal access to this same paradise. We kept a store of books and good things in the hollow of the roof, and many a pleasant picnic have we enjoyed there. Happy, vanished days, when to be on the roof and to eat tinned pineapple in secret constituted happiness. It was an uneventful, peaceful, pleasant time. The only really exciting thing was the presence, within a stone's throw of our house, of our landlady's son, who lived all alone in a little cottage standing in the fields. He was reported mad by the world, eccentric by his friends, but, as we found him, perfectly harmless. His one delusion, as far as I know, was that he was the rightful owner, nay, more, the rightful tenant of our house, and about once in 6 months he used to terrify the whole household by appearing with a carpet bag at the front door and announcing that he had come to take possession. This used to alarm us all very much, because if a gentleman is eccentric enough to wish to take possession of another person's house, there is no knowing what he may be eccentric enough to do next. But he was always persuaded to go away peaceably, and I don't think we need have been so frightened. Once, when he was in the drawing room, being persuaded by my mother, I peeped into the carpet bag he had left in the hall. It contained 3 empty bottles that had held mixed pickles, a loaf of bread, and a barrister's wig and gown. Poor gentleman, I'm afraid he was very eccentric indeed. Did I say that his existence was our only excitement? Is it possible that I have forgotten the dreadful day when my brother Alfred shot a fox? He drew me mysteriously aside one morning after breakfast. "Daisy," he said, "can you keep a secret?" "I could," I asseverated. He drew me into his room, locked the door, and then opening a cupboard, displayed the body of a big dog fox. "Where did you get it?" "I shot it." "Oh, poor thing." "Poor thing indeed," repeated my brother indignantly. "Don't you know no one would ever speak to me again if they knew I had shot a fox?" "Then why did you?" was the natural rejoinder. "I didn't mean to. I was out this morning after wood pigeons, and I saw something move in the bushes. I thought it was a rabbit, and I fired, and it was this. What shall I do with it?" "Bury it. We can have a splendid funeral," I said. "You baby." I was constantly forgetting that Alfred, at 17, was grown up, and that our old games no longer interested him. "Well, stuff it then." You will hardly believe it, but we really did try to stuff that fox. My brother skinned it, skillfully enough, and we buried the body. We bought a shilling book on taxidermy. We spent many shillings on chemicals. We nailed the fox's skin to the inside of the cupboard door and operated on it. My interest in the process was not lessened by the fact that I felt the fox, when stuffed, must be kept from all eyes but our own, hidden forever in the depths of that cupboard, lest the world in general should find out that Alfred had shot a fox and that I had been an accessory after the fact, and so should decline to ever speak to us again. But we never stuffed it. We never even succeeded in curing the skin, which, after a while, cried aloud for vengeance so unmistakably that we had to take it out and bury it secretly beside the body it had covered. Both interments were conducted in the very early morning, before even the maids were stirring, when the dew was grey on the grass and the scent of the wet earth was sweet and fresh. When all the fox was buried, I breathed more freely. Perhaps no one would ever know, and people would go on, speaking to us. I remember after the burial of the skin, we went for a walk through the long wet grass, and came home with wet feet and happy hearts. Oh, those dewy mornings, the resurrection of light and life in the woods and fields. Would that it were possible for all children to live in the country, where they may drink in, consciously or unconsciously, the dear delights of green meadow and dappled woodland. The delight in green things growing, in the tender beauty of the evening light on grey pastures, the glorious splendour of the noonday sun on meadows golden with buttercups, the browns and purples of winter woodlands. This is a delight that grows with one's growth, a delight that age cannot wither nor custom stale. a delight that the years who take from us so much can never take away, can but intensify and make more keen and precious. Nature never did betray the heart that loved her. My book of memory lies open always, at the page where are the pictures of Kentish cherry orchards, field and farm, and gold-dim woodlands starred with primroses, light copses where the bluebells and windflowers grow. Yes, bluebells and windflowers to me and to all who love them. Botanists who pull the poor pretty things to pieces may call them hyacinths and anemones. And most plainly of all, among the dream pictures, shows our old garden at home. There is a grey-walled garden far away, from noise and smoke of cities, where the hours pass with soft wings among the happy flowers, and lovely leisure blossoms every day. There, tall and white, the septral lily blows. There grow the pansy pink and columbine, brave hollyhocks and star-white jessamine, and the red glory of the royal rose. There, greeny glowworms gem the dusky lawn. The lime trees breathe their fragrance to the night. Pink roses sleep and dream that they are white, till they wake to colour with the dawn. There, in the splendour of the sultry noon, the sunshine sleeps upon the garden bed, where the white poppy droops a drowsy head, and dreams of kisses from the white full moon. And there, all day, my heart goes wandering, because there, first, my heart began to know the glories of the summer and the snow, the loveliness of harvest and of spring. There may be fairer gardens, but I know there is no other garden half so dear, because 'tis there, this many, many a year, the sacred sweet white flowers of memory grow. End of part 12. End of My School Days by E. Nesbitt. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Section 0 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carmen H. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times by Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Preface. In these progressive days, when so much energy and discussion are devoted to what is termed equality and the rights of women, it is well to remember that there have been in the distant past women and girls, even who by their actions and endeavors proved themselves the equals of the men of their time in valor, shrewdness, and ability. This volume seeks to tell for the girls and boys of today the stories of some of their sisters of the long ago, girls who by eminent position or valiant deeds became historic even before they had passed the charming season of girlhood. Their stories are fruitful of varying lessons, for some of these historic girls were willful as well as courageous, and mischievous as well as tender-hearted. But from all the lessons and from all the morals, one truth stands out most clearly. The fact that age and country, time and surroundings make but little change in the real girl nature that has ever been impulsive, trusting, tender, and true, alike in the days of the Syrian Zenobia and in those of the modern American schoolgirl. After all, whatever the opportunity, whatever the limitation, whatever the possibilities of this same never-changing girl nature, no better precept can be laid down for our own bright young maidens. as none better can be deduced from the stories herewith presented than that phrase in Kingsley's noble yet simple verse. Be good, sweet maid, and let who will be clever do noble things, not dream them all day long, and so make life, death, and the past forever one grand, sweet song. Grateful acknowledgment is made by the author for the numerous expressions of interest that came to him from his girl readers as the papers now gathered into book form appeared from time to time in the pages of St. Nicholas. The approval of those for whom one studies and labors is the pleasantest and most enduring return. End of preface.
Section 1 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times. By Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Zenobia of Palmyra, the girl of the Syrian desert. Afterward known as Zenobia Augusta, Queen of the East, AD 250. Many and many miles and many days' journey toward the rising sun, over seas and mountains and deserts, farther to the east than Rome, or Constantinople, or even Jerusalem and old Damascus, stand the ruins of a once mighty city, scattered over a mountain-walled oasis of the great Syrian desert, 1,300 feet above the sea, and just across the northern border of Arabia. Look for it in your geographies. It is known as Palmyra. Today the jackal prowls through its deserted streets, and the lizard suns himself on its fallen columns, while 30 or 40 miserable Arabian huts huddle together in a small corner of what was once the great courtyard of the magnificent Temple of the Sun. And yet, 16 centuries ago, Palmyra, or Tadmor, as it was originally called, was one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Nature and art combined to make it glorious. Like a glittering mirage, out of the sand-swept desert arose its palaces and temples and grandly sculptured archways, with aqueducts and monuments and gleaming porticos, with countless groves of palm trees and gardens full of verdure, with wells and fountains, markets and circus, with broad streets stretching away to the city gates, and lined on either side with magnificent colonnades of rose-colored marble. Such was Palmyra in the year of our Lord 250, when, in the soft Syrian month of Nisan, or April, in an open portico in the great colonnade, and screened from the sun by gaily coloured awnings, 2 young people, a boy of 16 and a girl of 12, looked down upon the beautiful street of the 1,000 columns, as lined with bazaars and thronged with merchants it stretched from the wonderful Temple of the Sun to the triple gateway of the Sepulchre, nearly a mile away. Both were handsome and healthy, true children of old Tadmor, that glittering fairy-like city which, Arabian legends say, was built by the genie for the great King Solomon ages and ages ago. Midway between the Mediterranean and the Euphrates, it was the meeting place for the caravans from the east and the wagon trains from the west, and it had thus become a city of merchant princes, a wealthy commercial republic, like Florence and Venice in the Middle Ages, the common toll gate for both the east and west. But, though a tributary colony of Rome, it was so remote a dependency of that mighty mistress of the world, that the yoke of vassalage was but carelessly worn and lightly felt. The great merchants and chiefs of caravans who composed its senate and directed its affairs, and whose glittering statues lined the sculptured cornice of its marble colonnades, had more power and influence than the far-off emperor at Rome, and but small heed was paid to the slender garrison that acted as guard of honor to the strategy of special officers who held the colony for Rome and received its yearly tribute. And yet so strong a force was Rome in the world, that even this free-tempered desert city had gradually become Romanized in manners as in name, so that Tadmor had become first Adrianopolis and then Palmyra, and this influence had touched even these children in the portico, for their common ancestor, a wealthy merchant of a century before, had secured honor and rank from the Emperor Septimus Severus, the man who walled in England, and of whom it was said that he never performed an act of humanity or forgave a fault. Becoming, by the Emperor's grace, a Roman citizen, this merchant of Palmyra, according to a custom of the time, took the name of his royal patron as that of his own. Fad, or family, and the father of young Odhainat in the portico, as was Odhainat himself, was known as Septimus Odenathus, while the young girl found her Arabic name Bath Sabai, Latinized into that of Septima Zenobia. But as, thinking nothing of all this, they looked lazily on the throng below, a sudden exclamation from the lad caused his companion to raise her flashing black eyes inquiringly to his face. "What troubles you, my Odhainat?" "There, look there, Bath Sabai," replied the boy excitedly, "coming through the Damascus arch, and we thought him to be in Emesa." The girl's glance followed his guiding finger, but even as she looked, a clear trumpet peal rose above the din of the city, while from beneath a sculptured archway that spanned a colonnaded cross-street, the bright April sun gleamed down upon the standard of Rome, with its eagle crest and its SPQR design beneath. There was a second trumpet peal, and swinging into the great street of the Thousand Columns, at the head of his light-armed legionaries, rides the centurion Rufinus, lately advanced to the rank of tribune of one of the chief Roman cohorts in Syria. His coming, as Odhainat and even the young Bath Sabai knew, meant a stricter supervision of the city, a reinforcement of its garrison, and the assertion of the mastership of Rome over this far eastern province on the Persian frontier. "But why should the coming of the Romans so trouble you, my Odhainat?" she asked. "We are neither Jew nor Christian that we should fear his wrath, but free Palmyrians who bend the knee neither to Roman nor Persian masters." "Who will bend the knee no longer, be it never so little, my cousin," exclaimed the lad hotly, "as this very day would have shown, had not this crafty Rufinus, may great Solomon's genie dash him in the sea, come with his cohort to mar our measures. Yet see, who cometh now?" he cried, and at once the attention of the young people was turned in the opposite direction as they saw, streaming out of the great fortress-like courtyard of the Temple of the Sun, another hurrying throng. Then young Odhainat gave a cry of joy. "See, Bath Sabai, they come, he cried. "It is my father, Odhainat the Esquirus, with all the leaders and all the bowmen and spearmen of our father, armed and in readiness. This day we will fling off the Roman yoke and become the true and unconquered lords of Palmyra. And I too must join them," he added. But the young girl detained him. "Wait, cousin," she said. "Watch and wait. Our father will scarce attempt so brave a deed today, with these new Roman soldiers in our gates. That were scarcely wise." But the boy broke out again. "So they have seen each other," he said. "Both sides are pressing on." "True, and they will meet under this very portico," said Bath Sabai, and moved both by interest and desire, this dark-eyed Syrian girl, to whom fair was never known, standing by her cousin's side, looked down upon the tossing sea of spears and lances, and glittering shields and helmets that swayed and surged in the street below. "So, Odenathus," said Rufinus, the tribune, reining in his horse and speaking in harsh and commanding tones. "What meaneth this array of armed followers? Are the movements of Septimus Odenathus, the head man, of such importance to the noble tribune that he must need question a free merchant of Palmyra as to the number and manner of his servants?" asked Odenathus haughtily. "Dog of a Palmyrian, slave of a camel driver," said the Roman angrily, "trifle not with me. Were you 10 times the free merchant you claim, you should not thus reply. Free, forsooth, none are free but Romans. Have a care, O Rufinus," said the Palmyrian boldly. "Choose wiser words if you would have peaceful ways. Palmyra brooks no such slander of her foremost men. And Rome brooks no such men as you, traitor, said Rufinus. Aye, traitor, I say, he repeated, as Odenathus started at the word. Think not to hide your plots to overthrow the Roman power in your city and hand the rule to the base saper of Persia. Everything is known to our great father, the emperor, and thus doth he reckon with traitors. Macrinus, strike! And at his word, the short Gallic sword in the ready hand of the big German foot soldier went straight to its mark, and Odenathus, the head man of Palmyra, lay dead in the street of 1,000 columns. So sudden and so unexpected was the blow that the Palmyrians stood as if stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. But the Roman was swift to act. Sound trumpets! Down pikes! He cried. As the trumpet peal rose loud and clear, fresh legionaries came hurrying through the Damascus arch, and the Pilum and Sparta of Rome bore back the shields and lances of Palmyra. But before the lowered pikes could fully disperse the crowd, the throng parted, and through the swaying mob there burst a lithe and flying figure, a brown-skinned maid of 12 with streaming hair, loose robe, and angry flashing eyes. Right under the lowered pikes she darted, and, all flushed and panting, defiantly faced the astonished Rufinus. Close behind her came an equally excited lad who, when he saw the stricken body of his father on the marble street, flung himself weeping upon it. But Bathsheba's eyes flashed still more angrily. Assassin! Murderer! She cried. You have slain my kinsman and Odhainat's father. How dare you! How dare you! She repeated vehemently, and then, flushing with deepest scorn, she added, Roman, I hate you! Would that I were a man, then should all Palmyra know how— Scourge these children home, broke in the stern Rufinus, or fetch them by the ears to their nurses and their toys. Let the boys and girls of Palmyra beware how they mingle in the matters of their elders, or in the plots of their fathers. Men of Palmyra, you who today have dared to think of rebellion, look on your leader here and know how Rome deals with traitors. But because of the merchant Odenathus bore a Roman name and was of Roman rank, ho, soldiers! Bear him to his house, and let Palmyra pay such honour as befits his name and station. The struggling children were half led, half carried into the sculptured atrium of the palace of Odenathus, which, embowed in palms and vines and wonderful eastern plant, stood back from the marble colonnade on the street of 1,000 columns. And when in that same atrium the body of the dead merchant lay embalmed and draped for its long home there, kneeling by the stricken form of the murdered father and kinsman, and with uplifted hand, after the vindictive manner of these fierce old days of blood, Odenathus and Zenobia swore eternal hatred to Rome. Hatred, boys and girls, is a very ugly as it is a very headstrong fault, but as there is a good side even to a bad habit, so there is a hatred which may rise to the height of a virtue. Hatred of vice is virtue. Hatred of tyranny is patriotism. It is this which has led the world from slavery to freedom, from ignorance to enlightenment, and inspired the words that have found immortality alike above the ashes of Bradshaw, the regicide, and of Jefferson, the American. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. But how could a fatherless boy and girl, away off the edge of an Arabian desert, hope to resist successfully the mighty power of imperial Rome? The story of their lives will tell. If there are some people who are patriots, there are others who are poltroons, and such a one was Herion, the elder brother of young Odhainat, when, succeeding to his dead father's wealth and power, he thought less of Roman tyranny than of Roman gold. Revenge ourselves on their purses, my brother, and not on their pikes, he said. 'Tis easier and more profitable to sap the Romans' gold than to shed the Romans' blood. But this submission to Rome only angered Odhainat, and to such a conflict of opinion did it lead that at least Hieron drove his younger brother from the home of his father, and the lad, an Esau among the Jacobs of Tadmor, so the record tells us, spent his youth amid the roving Bedouin of the Arabian deserts and the mountaineers of the Armenian hills, waiting his time. But, though a homeless exile, the dark-eyed Bath-Sabai did not forget him. In the palace of another kinsman, Septimus Wurud, the lord of the markets, she gave herself up to carefully study and hoped for the day of Palmyra's freedom. As rich in powers of mind as in the graces of form and face, she soon became a wonderful scholar of those distant days, mistress of 4 languages, Coptic, Syriac, Latin, and Greek, while the fiery temper of the girl grew into the nobler ambitions of the maiden. But above all things, as became her mingled Arabic and Egyptian blood, for she could trace her ancestry back to the free chiefs of the Arabian desert and to the dauntless Cleopatra of Egypt, she loved the excitement of the chase, and in the plains and mountains beyond the city she learned to ride and hunt with all the skill and daring of a young Diana. And so it came to pass that when the Emperor Valerian sent an embassy from Rome to Ctesiphon, bearing a message to the great king, as Sapor, the Persian monarch, was called, the embassy halted in Palmyra, and Septimus Hiram, now the head man of the city, ordered, in the name of the Senate and people of Palmyra, a grand venatio, or wild beast hunt, in the circus near the street of the 1,000 Columns, in honor for his Roman guests. And he dispatched his kinsman, Septimus Sabai, the soldier, to the Armenian hills to superintend the capture and delivery of the wild game needed for the hunt. With a great following of slaves and huntsmen, Sabai the soldier departed, and with him went his niece, Bath-Sabai, or Zenobia, now a fearless young huntress of 15. Space will not permit to tell of the wonders and excitement of that wild beast hunt, a hunt in which none must be killed, but all must be captured without mar or wound. Such a trapping of wolves and bears and buffaloes was there, such a setting of nets and pitfall for the mountain lion and the Syrian leopard, while the Arab hunters beat and drove and shouted, or lay in wait with net and blunted lance, that it was rare sport to the fearless Zenobia, who rode her fleet Arabian horse at the very head of the chase, and, with quick eye and practised hand, helped largely to swell the trophies of the hunt. What girl of today, whom even the pretty little jumping mouse of Syria would scare out of her wits, could be tempted to witness such a scene? And yet this young Palmyrian girl loved nothing better than the chase, and the records tell us that she was a passionate hunter, and that she pursued with ardour the wild beasts of the desert, and thought nothing of fatigue or peril. So, through dense Armenian forests and along rugged mountain paths, down rock-strewn hill slopes and in green low-lying valleys, the chase swept on, and one day, in one of the pleasant glades which, half sun and half shadow, stretch away to the Lebanon hills, young Bath-Sabai suddenly reined in her horse, in full view of one of the typical hunting scenes of those old days. A young Arabian hunter had enticed a big mountain lion into one of the strong meshed nets of stout palm fibers, then used for such purposes. His trained leopard or cheetah had drawn the beast from his lair, and by cunning devices had led him on until the unfortunate lion was half entrapped. Just then, with a sudden swoop, a great golden eagle dashed down upon the preoccupied cheetah and buried his talons in the leopard's head. But the weight of his victim was more than he had bargained for. The cheetah, with a quick upward dash, dislodged one of the great bird's talons, and, turning as quickly, caught the disengaged leg in his sharp teeth. At that instant the lion, springing at the struggling pair, started the fastenings of the net, which, falling upon the group, held all 3 prisoners. The eagle and the lion, thus ensnared, sought to release themselves, but only ensnared themselves the more, while the cunning cheetah, versed in the knowledge of the hunter's net, crept out from beneath the meshes as his master raised them slightly, and with bleeding head crawled to him for praise and relief. Then the girl, flushed with delight at this double capture, galloped to the spot, and in that instant she recognized in the successful hunter her cousin the exile. Well snared, my Titan, she said, the first exclamation of surprise over. She stood beside the brown-faced and sturdy young hunter. The Palmyrean leopard hath bravely trapped both the Roman eagle and the Persian lion. See, is it not an omen from the gods? Face valor with valor, and craft with craft, O Odhainat. Have you forgotten the vow in your father's palace full 3 years ago? Forgotten it? Not he. And then he told Bath Sabai how in all his wanderings he had kept their vow in mind, and with that, too, are the words of counsel. Watch and wait. He told her that, far and wide, he was known to all the Arabs of the desert and the Armenians of the hills, and how, from sheikh to camel boy, the tribes were ready to join with Palmyra against both Rome and Persia. Your time will indeed come, my Odhainat, said the fearless girl, with proud looks and ringing voice. See, even thus our omen gives to proof. And she pointed to the net, beneath whose meshes both eagle and lion, fluttering and panting, lay wearying with their struggles, while the cheetah kept watch above them. Now make your peace with Hiram, your brother. Return to Palmyra once again, and still let us watch and wait. 3 more years passed. Valerian, Emperor of Rome, leading his legions to war with Sapor, whom men called the Great King, had fallen a victim to the treachery and traps of the Persian monarch, and was held a miserable prisoner in the Persian capital, where, richly robed in the purple of the Roman emperors and loaded with chains, he was used by the savage Persian tyrant as a living horseblock for the sport of an equally savage court. In Palmyra, Havran was dead, and young Odhainat, his brother, was now Septimus Odeanathus, headman of the city, and to all appearances the firm friend of Rome. There were great rejoicings in Palmyra when wise Zenobia, still scarce more than a girl, and the fearless young headman of the desert republic were married in the marble city of the palm trees, and her shrewd counsels brought still greater triumphs to Odenathus and to Palmyra. In the great marketplace or forum, Odenathus and Zenobia awaited the return of their messengers to Sapor, for the great king, having killed and stuffed the captive Roman emperor, now turned his arms against the Roman power in the east, and, destroying both Antioch and Emesa, looked with an evil eye toward Palmyra. Zenobia, remembering the omen of the eagle and the lion, repeated her counsel of facing craft with craft, and letters and gifts had been sent to Sapor, asking for peace and friendship. There is a hurried entrance through the eastern gate of the city, and the messengers from the Palmyrean Senate rush into the marketplace. Your presents to the great king have been thrown into the river, O Odenathus, they reported, and thus saith Sapor of Persia, who is this Odenathus, that he should thus presume to write to his lord? If he would obtain mitigation of the punishment that awaits him, let him fall prostrate before the foot of our throne, with his hands bound behind his back. Unless he doeth this, he, his family, and his country shall surely perish. Swift to wrath, and swifter still to act, Zenobia sprang to her feet. Face force with force, Odenathus. Be strong and sure, and Palmyra shall yet humble the Persian. Her advice was taken. Quickly collecting the troops of Palmyra, and the Arabs and Armenian, who were his allies, the fearless headman fell upon the army of the haughty Persian king, defeated and despoiled it, and drove it back to Persia. As Gibbon, the historian, says, the majesty of Rome, oppressed by a Persian, was protected by an Arab of Palmyra. For this he was covered with favors by Rome, made supreme commander in the east, and, with Zenobia as his advisor and helper, each year made Palmyra stronger and more powerful. Here, rightly, the story of the girl Zenobia ends. A woman now, her life fills one of the most brilliant pages of history. While her husband conquered for Rome in the north, she, in his absence, governed so wisely in the south as to ensure the praise of all. And when the time was ripe, and Rome, ruled by weak emperors and harassed by wild barbarians, was in dire stress, the childish vow of the boy and girl made years before found fulfillment. Palmyra was suddenly declared free from the dominion of Rome, and Odenathus was acknowledged by Senate and people as Emperor and King of Kings. But the hand of an assassin struck down the son as it had stricken the father. Zenobia, ascending the throne of Palmyra, declared herself Zenobia Augusta, the Empress of the East, and, after the manner of her time, extended her empire in every direction until, as record says, a small territory in the desert, under the government of a woman, extended its conquest over many rich countries and several states. Zenobia, lately confined to the barren plains about Palmyra, now held sway from Egypt in the south to the Bosphorus and the Black Sea in the north. But a new emperor ruled in Rome, Aurelian, soldier and statesman. Rome, he said, shall never lose a province. And then the struggle for dominion in the east began. The strength and power of Rome, directed by the emperor himself, at last triumphed. Palmyra fell, and Zenobia, after the most heroic defense of her kingdom, was led a prisoner to Rome. Clad in magnificent robes, loaded with jewels and with heavy chains of gold, she walked, regal and undaunted still, in the great triumphal procession of her conqueror, and, disdaining to kill herself as did Cleopatra and Dido, she gave herself up to the noble work of the education and culture of her children, and led for many years, in her villa at Tibur, the life of a noble Roman matron. Such, in brief, is the story of Zenobia. You must read for yourself the record of her later years, as it stands in history, if you would know more of her grandeur in her days of power, and her moral grandeur in her days of defeat. And with Zenobia fell Palmyra. Centuries of ruin and neglect have passed over the once fairy-like city of the Syrian oasis. Her temples and colonnades, her monuments and archways and wonderful buildings are prostrate and decayed, and the site even of the glorious city has been known to the modern world only within the last century. But while time lasts and the record of heroic deeds survives, neither fallen column nor ruined arch, nor all the destruction and neglect of modern barbarism can blot out the story of the life and worth of Bath Sabai, the brave girl of the Syrian desert, whom all the world honors as the noblest woman of antiquity, Zenobia of Palmyra, the dauntless queen of the East. End of section 1. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 15th of January 2012.
Section 2 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times by Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Helena of Britain, the Girl of the Essex Fells, Part 1. Afterward known as Saint Helena, the mother of Constantine, AD 255. Ever since that far-off day in the infancy of the world, when lands began to form and rivers to flow seaward, the little river Colne has wound its crooked way through the fertile fields of Essex eastward to the broad North Sea. Through hillland and through moorland, past Moynes and Great Yeldham, past Halstead and Chapel, and the walls of Colchester, turning now this way and now that, until it comes to Mersey Island and the sea. The little river flows today, even as it sped along one pleasant summer morning, 1640 years ago, when a little British princess, only fairly in her teens, reclined in comfortable contentment in her gilded barge and floated down the river from her father's palace at Colchester to the strand at Wivenlow. For this little girl of 14, Helena the princess, was a king's daughter, and, according to all accounts, a very bright and charming girl besides, which all princesses have not been. Her father was Cole, second Prince of Britain and King of that part of ancient England, which includes the present shires of Essex and of Suffolk, about the river Colne. Not a very large kingdom this, but even as small as it was, King Cole did not hold it in undisputed sway. For he was one of the tributary princes of Britain, in the days when Roman arms and Roman law and Roman dress and Roman manners had place and power throughout England, from the Isle of Wight to the Northern Highlands, behind whose forest-crowned hills those savage natives, known as the Picts, the tattooed folk, held possession of ancient Scotland and defied the eagles of Rome. The monotonous song of the rowers, keeping time with each dip of the broad-bladed oars, rose and fell in answer to the beats of the master's silver baton, and Helena too followed the measure with a tap, tap of her sandaled foot. Suddenly there shot out around one of the frequent turns in the river the gleam of other oars, the high prow of a larger galley, and across the water came the oar song of a larger company of rowers. Helena started to her feet. "Look, Leon," she cried, pointing eagerly towards the approaching boat. "'Tis my father's own trireme. Why this haste to return, thinkst thou?" "I cannot tell, little mistress," replied the freedman Cleon, her galley master. "The king thy father must have urgent tidings to make him return thus quickly to come unload on him." Both the girl and the galley master spoke in Latin, for the language of the empire was the language of those in authority or in official life, even in its remotest provinces, and the galley master did but use the name which the Roman lords of Britain had given to the prosperous city on the Colne, in which the native prince King Cole had his court, the city which today is known under its later Saxon name of Colchester. It was indeed a curious state of affairs in England. I doubt if many of my girl and boy readers, no matter how well they may stand in their history classes, have ever thought of the England of Hereward and Ivanhoe, of Poldomy and Tom Brown, as a Roman land. And yet, at the time when this little Flavia Julia Helena was sailing down the river Colne, the island of Britain, in its southern section at least, was almost as Roman in manner, custom, and speech as was Rome itself. For nearly 500 years, from the days of Caesar the Conqueror to those of Honorius the Unfortunate, was England, or Britain as it was called, a Roman province, broken only in its allegiance by the early revolts of the conquered people or by the later usurpations of ambitious and unprincipled governors. And at the date of our story, in the year 255 AD, the beautiful island had so far grown out of the barbarisms of ancient Britain as to have long since forgotten the gloomy rites and open-air altars of the Druids and all the half-savage surroundings of those stern old priests. Everywhere Roman temples testified to the acceptance by the people of the gods of Rome, and little Helena herself each morning hung the altar of the emperor god Claudius with garlands in the stately temple which had been built in his honour in her father's palace town, asked the protection of Cybele, the heavenly virgin, and performed the rites that the empire demanded for the 1,000 gods of Rome. Throughout the land, south of the massive wall, which the great Emperor Hadrian had stretched across the island from the mouth of the Solway to the mouth of the Tyne, the people themselves who had gathered into or about the 30 growing Roman cities which the conquerors had founded and beautified, had become Roman in language, religion, dress, and race, while the educational influences of Rome, always following the course of her conquering eagles, had planted schools and colleges throughout the land, and laid the foundation for that native learning which in later years was to make the English nation so great and powerful. And what a mighty empire must have been that of Rome that, in those far-off days, when rapid transit was unknown, and steam and electricity both lay dormant, could have entered into the lives of two bright young maidens so many leagues removed from one another, Zenobia the dusty Palmyrean of the east, and Helena the fresh-faced English girl of the west. But to such distant and widely separated confines had this power of the vast empire extended, and to this thoughtful young princess, drifting down the winding English river, the sense of Roman supremacy and power would come again and again. For this charming young girl, said later to have been the most beautiful woman of her time in England, though reared to Roman ways and Roman speech, had too well furnished a mind not to think for herself. She spake, so says the record, many tongues and was replete with piety. The only child of King Cole, her doting old father had given her the finest education that Rome could offer. She was, even before she grew to womanhood, so we are told, a fine musician, a marvellous worker in tapestry, in hammered brass and pottery, and was altogether as wise and wonderful a young woman as even these later centuries can show. But for all this grand education, she loved to hear the legends and stories of her people that in various ways would come to her ears, either as the simple tales of her British nurse or in the wild songs of the wandering bards or singers. As she listened to these, she thought less of those crude and barbaric ways of her ancestors that Rome had so vastly bettered, than of their national independence and freedom from the galling yoke of Rome. And, as was natural, she cherished the memory of Boadicea, the warrior queen, and made a hero of the fiery young Caractacus. It is always so, you know. Every bright young imagination is apt to find greater glories in the misty past, or grander possibilities in a still more misty future than in the too practical and prosaic present, in which both duty and destiny lie. And so Helena the princess, leaning against the soft cushions of her gilded barge, had sighed for the days of the old-time British valour and freedom, and, even as she looked off toward the approaching trireme, she was wondering how she could awake to thoughts of British glory, her rather heavy-witted father Cole the King, an hereditary prince of that ancient Britain in which he was now, alas, but a tributary prince of the all-too-powerful Rome. Now, old King Cole, as Mother Goose tells us, for young Helena's father was none other than the veritable old King Cole of our nursery jingle, was a jolly old soul, and a jolly old soul is very rarely an independent or ambitious one. So long as he could have his pipe and his bowl, not, of course, his long pipe of tobacco that all the Mother Goose artists insist upon giving him, but the reed pipe upon which his musicians played, so long, in other words, as he could live in ease and comfort, undisturbed in his enjoyment of the good things of life by his Roman overlords, he cared for no change. Rome took the responsibility, and he took things easily. But this very day, while his daughter Helena was floating down the river to meet him on the strand at Wivenlow, he was returning from an unsuccessful boar hunt in the Essex woods, very much out of sorts, cross because he had not captured the big boar he had hoped to kill, cross because his favourite musicians had been confiscated by the Roman governor or proprietor at Londinium, as London was then called, and still more cross because he had that day received dispatches from Rome demanding a special and unexpected tax levy, or tribute, to meet the necessary expenses of the new Emperor Diocletian. Something else had happened to increase his ill temper. His jolly old soul, vexed by the numerous crosses of the day, was thrown into still greater perplexity by the arrival, just as he stood fretful and chafing on the shore at Wivenlow, of one who even now was with him on the trireme, bearing him company back to his palace at Camalodunum, Carausius the Admiral. This Carausius the Admiral was an especially vigorous, valorous, and fiery young fellow of 21. He was cousin to the Princess Helena, and a prince of the blood royal of ancient Britain. Educated under the strict military system of Rome, he had risen to distinction in the naval force of the empire, and was now the commanding officer in the northern fleet that had its central station at Gesoriacum, now Boulogne, on the northern coast of France. He had chased and scattered the German pirates who had so long ravaged the northern seas, had been named by the Emperor Admiral of the North, and was the especial pride, as he was the dashing young leader of the Roman sailors along the English Channel and the German shores. The light barge of the princess approached the heavier boat of the king her father. At her signal, the oarsmen drew up alongside, and scarce waiting for either boat to more than slacken speed, the nimble-footed girl sprang lightly to the deck of her father's galley. Then bidding the obedient Cleon take her own barge back to the palace, she hurried at once and without question, like the petted only child she was, into the high-raised cabin at the stern, where beneath the Roman standards sat her father the king. Helena entered the apartment at a most exciting moment, for there, facing her portly old father, whose clouded face bespoke his troubled mind, stood her trimly built young cousin Carausius the Admiral, bronzed with his long exposure to the sea blasts, a handsome young Viking, and, in the eyes of the hero-loving Helen, very much of a hero because of his acknowledged daring and his valorous deeds. Neither man seemed to have noticed the sudden entrance of the girl, so deep were they in talk. I tell thee, uncle, the hot-headed admiral was saying, it is beyond longer bearing. This new emperor, this Diocletian, who is he to dare dictate to a prince of Britain, a foot soldier of Illyria, the son of slaves, and the client of 3 coward emperors, an assassin, so it hath been said, who from chief of the domestics hath become by his own cunning emperor of Rome. And now hath he dared to accuse me, a free Briton and a Roman citizen as well, a prince and the son of princes, with having taken bribes from these German pirates whom I have vanquished. He hath openly said that I, Carausius the admiral, have filled mine own coffers, while neglecting the revenues of the state. I will not bear it. I am a better king than he, did I but have my own just rights, and even though he be Diocletian the emperor, he needeth to think twice before he dare accuse the Prince of Britain with bribe-taking and perjury. True enough, good nephew, said King Cole, as the admiral strode up and down before him, angrily playing with the hilt of his short Roman sword. True enough, and I too have little cause to love this low-born emperor. He hath taken from me both my players and my gold, when I can illy spare either for my comfort or my necessities. 'Tis a sad pass for Britain, but Rome is mistress now. What may we hope to do? The Princess Helena sprang to her father's side, her young face flushed, her small hand raised in emphasis. Do, cried she, and the look of defiance flamed on her fair young face. Do! Is it thou, my father, thou, my cousin, princes of Britain both, that ask so weak a question? Oh, that I were a man! What did that brave enemy of our house, Caviselanus, do? What Caractacus? What the brave Queen Boadicea? When the Roman drove them to despair, they raised the standard of revolt, sounded their battle cries, and showed the Roman that British freemen could fight to the death for their country and their home. And thus should we do, without fear or question, and see here again in Britain a victorious kingdom ruled once more by British kings. Nay, nay, my daughter, said cautious King Cole, your words are those of an unthinking girl. The power of Rome. But the Prince Carausius, as the girl's brave words rang out, gave her an admiring glance, and crossing to where she stood, laid his hand approvingly upon her shoulder. The girl is right, uncle, he said, breaking in upon the king's cautious speech. Too long have we bowed the neck to Roman tyranny. We, free princes of Britain that we are, have it even now in our power to stand once again as altogether free. The fleet is mine, the people are yours if you will but amuse them. Our brothers are groaning under the load of Roman tribute, and are ripe to strike. Raise the cry at Camalodunum, my uncle, cry, havoc and death to Rome. My fleet shall pour its victorious sailors upon the coast. The legions, even now full of British fighters, shall flock out to united standards, and we shall rule emperors in the north, even as do the Roman conquerors rule emperors in the south. Young blood often sways and leads in counsel and in action, especially when older minds are overcautious or sluggish in decision. The words of Carausius and Helena carried the day with Cole the king, already smarting under a sense of ill treatment by his Roman overlords. End of section 2. Recording by Petra. Section 3 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times by Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Helena of Britain, the Girl of the Essex Fells, Part 2. The standard of revolt was raised in Camalodunum. The young admiral hurried back to France to make ready his fleet, while Cole the king, spurred on to action by the patriotic Helena, who saw herself another Boadicea, though in truth a younger and much fairer one, gathered a hasty following, won over to his cause by the British-built legion in his palace town, and, descending upon the nearest Roman camps and stations, surprised, captured, scattered, or brought over their soldiers, and proclaimed himself free from the yoke of Rome and supreme prince of Britain. Ambition is always selfish. Even when striving for the general good, there lies too often beneath this noble motive the still deeper one of selfishness. Carausius the admiral, though determined upon kingly power, had no desire for divided supremacy. He was determined to be sole emperor, or none. Crafty and unscrupulous, although brave and high-spirited, he deemed it wisest to delay his part of the compact until he could see how it fared with his uncle the king, and then, upon his defeat, to climb to certain victory. He therefore sent to his uncle promises instead of men, and when summoned by the Roman governor to assist in putting down the revolt, he returned loyal answers but sent his aid to neither party. King Cole, after his first successes, knew that unaided he could not hope to withstand the Roman force that must finally be brought against him. Though urged to constant action by his wise young daughter, he preferred to do nothing, and satisfied with the acknowledgement of his power in and about his little kingdom on the Colne, he spent his time in his palace with the musicians that he loved so well, and the big bowl of liquor that he loved, it is to be feared, quite as dearly. The musicians, the pipers and the harpers, sang his praises, and told of his mighty deeds, and, no doubt, their refrain was very much the same as the one that has been preserved for us in the jingle of Mother Goose. Oh, none so rare as can compare with King Cole and his fiddlers three. But if the pleasure-loving old king was listless, young Helena was not. The misty records speak of her determined efforts, and though it is hard to understand how a girl of 15 can do anything towards successful generalship, much can be granted to a young lady who, if the records speak truth, was, even while a girl, a Minerva in wisdom and not deficient in statecraft. So while she advised with her father's boldest captains, and strengthened so wisely the walls of ancient Colchester or Camalodunum, the traces of her work still remain as proof of her untiring zeal. She still cherished the hope of British freedom and release from Rome. And the loving old king, deep in his pleasures, still recognized the will and wisdom of his valiant daughter, and bade his artists make in her honour a memorial that should ever speak of her valour. And this memorial, lately unearthed, and known as the Colchester Sphinx, perpetuates the lion-like qualities of a girl in her teens who dared withstand the power of imperial Rome. And still no help came from her cousin, the admiral. But one day, a galley speeding up the Colne brought this unsigned message to King Cole. To Cole, Camalodunum, greeting. Save thyself. Constantius the sallow-faced, prefect of the Western Praetorians, is even now on his way from Spain to crush thy revolt. Save thyself. I wait. Justice will come. Thou seest, O daughter, said King Cole, as Helena read the craven missive. The end cometh as I knew it would. Well, man can but die. And with this philosophic reflection, the jolly old soul only dipped his red nose still deeper into his big bowl, and bade his musicians play their loudest and merriest. But Helena, not deficient in statecraft, thought for both. She would save her father, her country, and herself, and shame her disloyal cousin. Discretion is the better part of valour. Let us see how discreet a little lady was this fair young Princess Helena. The legions came to Camalodunum. Across Gaul and over the choppy channel they came, borne by the very galleys that were to have succoured the British king. Up through the mouth of Thames they sailed, and landing at Londinium, marched in close array along the broad Roman road that led straight up to the gates of Camalodunum. Before the walls of Camalodunum was pitched the Roman camp, and the British king was besieged in his own palace town. The Roman trumpet sounded before the gate of the beleaguered city, and the herald of the prefect, standing out from a circle of guards, cried the summons to surrender. Cole of Britain, traitor to the Roman people and to thy lord the emperor, hear thou. In the name of the Senate and people of Rome, I, Constantius the prefect, charge thee to deliver up to them, ere this day's sun shall set, this their city of Camalodunum, and thine own rebel body as well. Which done, they will in mercy pardon the crime of treason to the city, and will work their will and punishment only upon thee, the chief rebel. And if this be not done within the appointed time, then will the walls of this their town of Camalodunum be overthrown, and thou and all thy people be given the certain death of traitors. King Cole heard the summons, and some spark of that very patriotism that had inspired and incited his valiant little daughter flamed in his heart. He would have returned an answer of defiance. I can at least die with my people, he said, but young Helena interposed. Leave this to me, my father, she said. As I have been the cause, so let me be the end of trouble. Say to the prefect that in 3 hours' time the British envoy will come to this camp with the king's answer to his summons. The old king would have replied otherwise, but his daughter's entreaties and counsels of his captains, who knew the hopelessness of resistance, forced him to assent, and his herald made answer accordingly. Constantius the prefect, a manly, pleasant-looking young commander called Chlorus, or the Sallow, from his pale face, sat in his tent within the Roman camp. The 3 hours' grace allowed had scarcely expired when his sentry announced the arrival of the envoy of Cole of Britain. Bid him enter, said the prefect. Then, as the curtains of his tent were drawn aside, the prefect started in surprise, for there before him stood not the rugged form of a British fighting man, but a fair young girl, who bent her graceful head in reverent obeisance to the youthful representative of the imperial Caesars. What wouldst thou with me, maiden? Asked the prefect. I am the daughter of Cole of Britain, said the girl, and I am come to sue for pardon and for peace. The Roman people have no quarrel with the girls of Britain, said the prefect. Hath then King Cole fallen so low in state that the maiden must plead for him? He hath not fallen at all, O prefect, replied the girl proudly. The king my father would withstand thy force, but that I, his daughter, know the cause of this unequal strife, and seek to make terms with the victors. The girl's fearlessness pleased the prefect. For Constantius Chlorus was a humane and gentle man, fierce enough in fight, but seeking never to needlessly wound an enemy or lose a friend. And what are thy terms, fair envoy of Britain? He demanded. These, O prefect, replied Helena. If but thou wilt remove thy cohorts to Londinium, I pledge my father's faith and mine, that he will within 5 days deliver to thee as hostage for his fealty, myself and 20 children of his counsellors and captains. And further, I, Helena the princess, will bind myself to deliver up to thee, with the hostages, the chief rebel in this revolt, and the one to whose counselling the strife with Rome is due. Both the matter and the manner of the offered terms still further pleased the prefect, and he said, Be it so, princess. Then, summoning his lieutenant, he said, Conduct the envoy of Cole of Britain with all courtesy to the gates of the city. And with a herald's escort, the girl returned to her father. Again, the old king rebelled at the terms his daughter had made. I know the ways of Rome, he said. I know what their mercy meaneth. Thou shalt never go as hostage for my faith, O daughter, nor carry out this hazardous plan. I have pledged my word and thine, O king, said Helena. Surely a Briton's pledge should be as binding as a Roman's. So she carried her point, and in 5 days' time, she, with 20 of the boys and girls of Camalodunum, went as hostages to the Roman camp in London. Here be thy hostages, fair princess, said Constantius the prefect as he received the children, and this is well. But remember the rest of thy compact. Deliver to me now, according to thy promise, the chief rebel against Rome. She is here, O prefect, said the intrepid girl. I am that rebel, Helena of Britain. The smile upon the prefect's face changed to sudden sternness. Trifle not with Roman justice, girl, he said. I demand the keeping of thy word. It is kept, replied the princess. Helena of Britain is the cause and motive of this revolt against Rome. If it be rebellion for a free prince to claim his own, if it be rebellion for a prince to withstand for the sake of his people the unjust demands of the conqueror, if it be rebellion for one who loveth her father, to urge that father to valiant deeds in defence of the liberties of the land over which he ruleth as king, then I am a rebel. For I have done all these, and only because of my words did the king my father take up arms against the might and power of Rome. I am the chief rebel. Do with me as thou wilt." And now the prefect saw that the girl spoke the truth, and that she had indeed kept her pledge. "Thy father and his city are pardoned," he announced after a few moments of deliberation. "Remain thou here, thou and thy companions, as hostages for Britain, until such time as I shall determine upon the punishment due to one who is so fierce a rebel against the power of Rome." So the siege of Camalodunum was raised, and the bloodless rebellion ended. Constantius the prefect took up his residence for a while within King Cole's city, and at last returned to his command in Gaul and Spain, well pleased with the spirit of the little maiden whom, so he claimed, he still held in his power as the prisoner of Rome. Constantius the prefect came again to Britain, and with a greater following, fully 10 years after King Cole's revolt, for now again rebellion was afoot in the island province. Carausius the admiral, biding his time, sought at last to carry out his scheme of sole supremacy. Sailing with his entire war fleet to Britain, he won the legions to his side, proclaimed himself Emperor of Britain, and defied the power of Rome. So daring and successful was his move that Rome for a time was powerless. Carausius was recognized as associate emperor by Rome, until such time as she should be ready to punish his rebellion, and for 7 years he reigned as Emperor of Britain. But ere this came to pass, Helena the princess had gone over to Gaul, and had become the wife of Constantius the prefect, "Since only thus," said he, "may I keep in safe custody this prisoner of Rome." The imperial power of Carausius was but short-lived. Crafty himself, he fell a victim to the craft of others, and the sword of Alectus, his chief minister and most trusted confidant, ended his life when once again the power of Rome seemed closing about the little kingdom of Britain. Constantius became governor of Britain, and finally Caesar and emperor. But long before that day arrived, the Princess Helena had grown into a loyal Roman wife and mother, dearly loving her little son Constantine, who, in after years, became the first and greatest Christian emperor of Rome. She bestowed much loving care upon her native province of Britain. She became a Christian even before her renowned son had his historic vision of the Flaming Cross. When more than 80 years old, she made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. There she did many good and kindly deeds, erected temples above the sepulchre of the Saviour, at his birthplace at Bethlehem, and on the Mount of Olives. She is said also to have discovered upon Calvary the cross upon which had suffered and died the Saviour she had learned to worship. Beloved throughout her long and useful life, she was canonized after her death, and is now recognized one of the saints of the Romish Church. Today, in the city of London, you may see the memorial church reared to her memory, the Church of Great St. Helena in Bishopgate. A loving, noble, wonderful, and zealous woman, she is a type of the brave young girlhood of the long ago, and however much of fiction there may be mingled with the fact of her life story, she was, we may feel assured, all that the chroniclers have claimed for her, one of the grandest women of the earlier centuries. End of section 3. Recording by Petra.
Section 4 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Kervin. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times, by Eldridge Streeter Brooks. Pulcheria of Constantinople, the Girl of the Golden Horn, afterward known as Pulcheria Augusta, Empress of the East, AD 413. There is trouble and confusion in the imperial palace of Theodosius, the Little Emperor of the East. Now, this Theodosius was called the Little Emperor because, though he bore the name of his mighty grandfather, Theodosius the Great, Emperor of both the East and West, he has had yet done nothing worthy any other title than that of the little or the child. For Theodosius, emperor though he was called, was only a boy of 12, and not a very bright boy at that. His father, Arcadius the emperor, and his mother, Eudoxia the empress, were dead. And in the great palace of Constantinople, in this year of grace, 413, Theodosius, the boy emperor, and his 3 sisters, Pulcheria, Marina, and Arcadia, uphold the tottering dignity and the empty name of the once mighty empire of the East, which their great ancestors, Constantine and Theodosius, had established and strengthened. And now there was confusion in the imperial palace, for word came in haste from the Dacian border that Ruas, king of the Huns, sweeping down from the east, was ravaging the lands along the upper Danube, and with his host of barbarous warriors, was defeating the legions and devastating the lands of the empire. The wise Anthemius, prefect of the east, and governor or guardian of the young emperor, was greatly disturbed by the tidings of this new invasion. Already he had repelled at great cost the first advance of these terrible Huns, and had quelled into a sort of half-submission the less ferocious followers of Ulpin the Thracian. But now he knew that his armies along the Danube were in no condition to withstand the hordes of Huns that, pouring in from distant Siberia, were following the lead of Ruas, their king, for plunder and booty, and were even now encamped scarce 250 miles from the 7 gates and the triple walls of splendid Constantinople. Turbaned Turks, mosques and minarets, muftis and cadis, veiled Eastern ladies, Mohammedans and muezzins, Arabian nights and attar of roses, bazaars, dogs, and donkeys. These, I suppose, are what Constantinople suggests whenever its name is mentioned to any girl or boy of today. The capital of modern Turkey, the city of the Sublime Porte. But the greatest glory of Constantinople was away back in the early days, before the time of Muhammad, or of the Crusaders, when it was the center of the Christian religion, the chief and gorgeous capital of a Christian empire, and the residence of Christian emperors. From the days of Constantine the Conqueror to those to the Justinian, the lawgiver of the Irene the Empress. It was the metropolis of the eastern half of the great Roman Empire, and during this period of over 500 years, all the wealth and treasure of the East poured into Constantinople, while all the glories of the empire, even the treasures of old Rome itself, were drawn upon to adorn and beautify this rival city by the Golden Horn. And so in the days of Theodosius the Little, the court of Constantinople, although troubled with fear of a barbarian invasion and attack, glittered with all the gorgeousness and display of the most magnificent empire in the world. In the great Daphne, or central space of the imperial palace, the perfect Anthemius, with the young emperor, the 3 princesses, and their gorgeously arrayed nobles and attendants, awaited one day the envoys of Ruas the Hun, who sought lands and power within the limits of the empire. They came at last, great, fierce-looking fellows, not at all pleasant to contemplate, big-boned, broad-shouldered, flat-nosed, swarthy, and small-eyed, with cloaks of shaggy skins, leathern armor, wolf-crowned helmets, and barbaric decorations, and the royal children shrunk from them in terror, even as they watched them with wondering curiosity. Imperial guards, gleaming in the golden armor, accompanied them, while the envoys came also as escort, a small retinue of Hunnish spearmen. And in the company of these, the Princess Pulcheria noted a lad of 10 or 12 years, short, swarthy, big-headed and flat-nosed like his brother barbarians, but with an air of open and hostile superiority that would not be moved even by all the glow and glitter of an imperial court. Then Eslaw, the chief of the envoys of King Ruas the Hun, made known his master's demand. So much land, so much treasure, so much in the way of concession and power over the lands along the Danube. Or Ruas the king would sweep down with his warriors and lay waste the cities and lands of the empire. These be bold words, said Anthemius the Perfect. And what if our lord the emperor shall say thee nay? But ere the chief of the envoys could reply, the lad whose presence in the escort of the Princess Pulcheria had noted sprang into the circle before the throne, brandishing his long spear in hot defiance. Dogs and children of dogs, ye dare not say us nay, he cried harshly, except we be made the friends and allies of the emperor, and are given full store of southern gold and treasure. Ruas the king, overturn these your palaces, and make you all captives and slaves. It shall be war between you and us forever. Thus saith my spear. And as he spoke, he dashed his long spear upon the floor until the mosaic pavement rang again. Boy emperor and princesses, perfect and noble and imperial guards, sprang to their feet as the spear clashed on the pavement, and even the barbarian envoys, while they smiled grimly at their young comrade's energy, pulled him hastily back. But ere the perfect Anthemius could sufficiently master his astonishment to reply, the young Princess Pulcheria faced his savage envoys, and pointing to the cause of the disturbance, asked calmly, "Who is this brawling boy? And what doth he here in the palace of the emperor?" And the boy made instant and defiant answer, "I am Attila, the son of Munzuk, kinsman to Ruas the king, and deadly foe to Rome." "Good Anthemius," said the clear, calm voice of the unterrified girl, "were it not wise to tell this wild young prince from the northern forest that the great emperor hath gold for his friends, but only iron for his foes? 'Tis ever better to be friend than foe. Bid, I pray, that the arras of the hippodrome be parted, and let our guests see the might and power of our arms." With a look of pleased surprise at this bold stroke of the princess, the perfect clapped his hands in command, and the heavily brocaded curtain that screened the gilded columns parted as if by unseen hands, and the Hunnish envoys, with a gaze of stolid wonder, looked down upon the great hippodrome of Constantinople. It was a vast enclosure, spacious enough for the marshalling of an army. Around its side ran tiers of marble seats, and all about it rose gleaming statues of marble, of bronze, of silver, and of gold. Augustus and the emperors, gods and goddesses of the old pagan days, heroes of the Eastern and Western empires. The bright oriental sun streamed down upon it, and as the trumpet sounded from beneath the imperial balcony, there filed into the arena the glittering troops of the empire, gorgeous in color and appointments, with lofty crests and gleaming armor, with shimmering spear tips, prancing horses, towering elephants, and mighty engines of war and siege, with archers and spearmen, with sounding trumpets and swaying standards, and high over all, the purple laborum, woven in gold and jewels, the sacred banner of Constantine, marching and countermarching around and in and out, until it seemed well nigh endless. The martial procession passed before the eyes of the northern barbarians, watchful of every moment, eager as children to witness this royal review. "These are but as a handful of dust aimed at the sands of the sea to the troops of the empire," said the perfect Anthemius, when the glittering rear guard had passed from the hippodrome, and the Princess Pulcheria added, "And these, O men from the north, are to help and succor the friends of the great emperor, even as they are for the terror and destruction of his foes. Bid the messenger from Ruas the king consider, good Anthemius, whether it were not wiser for their master to be friend rather than the foe of the emperor. Ask him whether it would not be in keeping with his valor and his might to be made of the great captains of the empire, with a yearly stipend of many pounds of gold, as the recompense of the empire for his services and his love." Again, the perfect looked with pleasure and surprise upon this wise young girl of 15, who had seen so shrewdly and so well the way to the hearts of these northern barbarians, to whom gold and warlike display were as meat and drink. You hear the words of this wise young maid, he said. Would it not please Ruas the king to be the friend of the emperor, a general of the empire, and the acceptor on each reoccurring season of the Circensian Games? A full 200 pounds of gold as recompense for services and friendship? Say, rather 300 pounds, said Isla, the chief of the envoys, and our master may, perchance, esteem it wise and fair. Nay, it is not for the great emperor to chaffer with his friends, said Pulcheria the princess. Bid that the stipend be fixed at 350 pounds of gold, good Anthemius, and let our guests bear to Ruas the king pledges and tokens of the emperor's friendship.
And bid to that they do leave yon barbarian boy at our court as hostage of their faith,
demanded young Theodosius the emperor, now speaking for the first time and making a most stupid blunder at a critical moment. For, with a sudden start of revengeful indignation, young Attila the Hun turned to the boy emperor. I will be no man's hostage, he cried. Freely I came, freely I will go. Come down from thy bauble of a chair, and thou and I will try, even in your circus yonder, which is the better boy, and which should rightly be hostage for faith and promise given.
How now?
Exclaimed the boy emperor, altogether unused to such uncourtier-like language.
This to me?
And the hasty young Hun continued, Aye, this and more I tell thee, boy, that I were Ruas the king. The grass should never grow where the hooves on the warlike horse trod. Scythia should be mine, Persia should be mine, Rome should be mine. And look you, Sir Emperor, the time shall surely come when the king of the Huns shall be content not with paltry tribute and needless office, but with naught but Roman treasure and Roman slaves. But into this torrent of words came Pulcheria's calm voice again. Nay, good Attila, and nay, my brother and my lord, she said. 'Twere not between friends and allies to talk of tribute nor of slaves, nor yet of hostage. Freely didst thou come, and as freely shalt thou go. And let this pledge tell of friendship between Theodosius the emperor and Ruas the king. And with a step forward, she flung her own broad chain of gold around the stout and swarthy neck of the defiant young Attila. So, through a girl's ready tact and quiet speech, was the terror of barbarian invasion averted. Ruas, the Hun, rested content for years with his annual salary of 350 pounds of gold, or over $70,000, and his title of General of the Empire, while not for 20 years did the hot-headed young Attila make good on his threat against the Roman Empire. Anthemius the Perfect, like the wise man he was, recognized the worth of the young Princess Pulcheria. He saw how great was her influence over her brother the Emperor, and noted with astonishment and pleasure her words of wisdom and her rare common sense. Rule thou in my place, O Princess, he said, soon after this interview with the barbarian envoys. Thou alone, of all in this broad empire, art best fitted to take lead and direction in the duties of its governing. Pulcheria, though a wise young girl, was prudent and conscientious. Such high authority is not for a girl like me, good Anthemius, she replied. Rather let me shape the ways and the growth of the emperor my brother, and teach him how best to maintain himself in a deportment befitting his high estate, so that he may be a wise and just ruler. But be thou bear sway for him until such time as he may take the guidance on himself. Nay, not so, princess, the old prefect said. She who can shape the ways of a boy may guide the will of an empire. Be thou then regent and Augusta, and rule this empire as becometh the daughter of Arcadius and the granddaughter of the great Theodosius. And as he desired, so it was decided. The Senate of the East decreed it, and in long procession over flower-strewn pavements and through gorgeously decorated streets, with the trumpets sounding their loudest, with swaying standards and rank upon rank of imperial troops, with great officers of the government and throngs of palace attendants, this young girl of 16, on the 4th day of July, in the year 414, proceeded to the church of the holy apostles, and was there publicly proclaimed Pulcheria Augusta, regent of the East, solemnly accepting the trust as a sacred and patriotic duty. And now, many days after, before the high altar of this same church of the holy apostles, Pulcheria the princess stood with her younger sisters Arcadia and Marina, and with all the impressive ceremonial of the Eastern Church, made a solemn vow to devote their lives to the keeping of their father's heritage and the assistance of their only brother, to forswear the world and all its allurements, never to marry, and to be in all things faithful and constant to each other in this their promise and their pledge. And they were faithful and constant. The story of those 3 determined young maidens, yet scarcely in their teens, reads almost like a page from Tennyson's beautiful poem, The Princess, with which many of my girl readers are doubtless familiar. The young regent and her sisters, with their train of attendant maidens, renounced the vanity of dress. Wearing only plain and simple robes, they spent their time in making garments for the poor and embroidered work for church decorations, and with song and prayer and frugal meals, interspersed with frequent fasts, they kept their vow to forswear the world, its allurements, in an altogether strict and monotonous manner. Of course, this style of living is no more to be recommended to healthy, hearty, fun-loving girls of 15 than is its extreme of gaiety and indulgence. But it had its effect, and in those bad old days of dissipation and excess, and the simplicity and soberness of this wise young girl's life, in the very midst of so much power and luxury, made even the worst elements in the empire respect and honor her. It would be interesting, did space permit, to sketch at length some of the devisings and doings of this girl regent at 16. She superintended with extraordinary wisdom, says the old chronicler Sozman, the transactions of the Roman government, and afforded the spectacle, says Ozanam, a later historian, of a girlish princess of 16, granddaughter and sole inheritor of the genius and the courage of Theodosius the Great, governing the empires of the East and West, and being proclaimed on the death of her brother, Augusta, Imperatrix, and Mistress of the World. This last event, the death of Theodosius the Younger, occurred in the year 449, and Pulcheria ascended the golden throne of Constantinople, the first woman that ever ruled as sole empress of the Roman world. She died July 18, 453. That same year saw the death of her youthful acquaintance, Attila the Hun, that fierce barbarian whom men had called the Scourge of Gold. His mighty empire stretched from the Great Wall of China to the Western Alps. But though he ravaged the lands of both Eastern and Western Rome, he seems to have been so managed or controlled by the wise and peaceful measures of the girl regent that his destroying hordes never troubled the splendid city of the Golden Horn, which offered so rare and tempting a booty. It is not given to the girls of today to have anything like the magnificent opportunities of the young Pulcheria, but duty in many a form faces them again and again, while not unfrequently the occasion comes from sacrifice of comfort or for devotion to a trust. To all such the example of this fair young princess of old Constantinople, who, 15 centuries ago, saw her duty plainly, and undertook it simply and without hesitation, comes to strengthen and incite. And the girl who feels herself overwhelmed by responsibility, or who is fearful of her own untried powers, may gather strength, courage, wisdom, and will from the story of this historic girl of the long ago, the wise young regent of the East, Pulcheria of Constantinople. End of section 4. Section 5 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Kerbin. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times by Eldridge Streeter Brooks. Clotilda of Burgundy, the girl of the French vineyards, afterwards known as Saint Clotilda, the first queen of France, AD 485. It was little more than 1400 years ago, in the year of our Lord 485, that a little girl crouched trembling and terrified at the feet of a pitying priest in the palace of the kings of Burgundy. There has been many a sad little maid of 10 before and since the days of the fair-haired Princess Clotilda, but surely none had greater cause for terror and tears than she. For her cruel uncle, Gundebald, waging war against his brother, Chilperic, the rightful king of Burgundy, and with a band of savage followers burst into his brother's palace, and after the fierce and relentless fashion of those cruel days, had murdered King Chilperic, the father of little Clotilda, the queen, her mother, and the little princess, her brothers, and was now searching for her and her sister Sedelinda to kill them also. Poor Sedelinda had hidden away in some other far-off corner, but even as Clotilda hung for protection to the robe of the good stranger priest Ugo of Rheims, whom the king, her father, had lodged in the palace on his homeward journey from Jerusalem, the clash of steel drew nearer and nearer. Through the corridor came the rush of feet. The arras in the doorway was rudely flung aside, and the poor child's fierce pursuers, with her cruel uncle at their head, rushed into the room. "Hallo, here hides the game," he cried in savage exultation. "Thrust her away, Sir Priest, or thou diest in her stead. Not one of the tyrant's brood shall live, I say it." "And who art thou to judge of life or death?" demanded the priest sternly, as he still shielded the trembling child. "I am Gundebald, king of Burgundy, by the grace of mine own good sword and the right of succession," was the reply. "Trifle not with me, Sir Priest, but thrust away the child. She is my lawful prize to do with as I will. Ho, Sigbert, drag her forth." Quick as a flash, the brave priest stepped before the cowering child, and with one hand resting protectingly on the girl's fair hair, he raised the other in stern and fearless protest, and boldly faced the murderous throng. "Back, mid of blood," he cried, "back, nor dare to lay a hand on this young maid who hath here sought sanctuary." Footnote: under the Goths and Franks, the protection of churches and priests, when extended to persons in peril, was called the right of sanctuary, and was respected even by the fiercest of pursuers. End footnote. Fierce and savage men always respect bravery in others. There was something so courageous and heroic in the act of that single priest, in thus facing a ferocious and determined band, in defense of a little girl, for girls were but slightingly regarded in those far-off days, that it caught the savage fancy of the cruel king. And this, joined with his respect for the church's right of sanctuary, and with the lessening of his thirst for blood, now that he had satisfied his first desire for revenge, led him to desist. "So be it then," he said, lowering his threatening sword. "I yield her to thee, Sir Priest. Look to her welfare and thine own. Surely a girl can do no harm." But King Gundebald and his house lived to learn how far wrong was that unguarded statement. For the very lowering of his murderous sword that thus brought life to little Princess Clotilda meant the downfall of the kingdom of Burgundy and the rise of the great victorious nation of France. The memories of even a little maid of 10 are not easily blotted out. Her sister Sedelinda had found refuge and safety in the convent of Annay, near at hand, and there too Clotilda would have gone. But her uncle, the new king, said no, the maidens must be forever separated. He expressed a willingness, however, to have the Princess Clotilda brought up in his palace, which had been her father's, and requested the priest Ugo of Rheims to remain a while, and look after the little girl's education. In those days, a king's request was a command, and the good Ugo, though stern and brave in the face of real danger, was shrewd enough to know that it was best for him to yield to the king's wishes. So he continued in the palace of the king, looking after the welfare of his little charge, until suddenly the girl took matters into her own hands and decided his future and her own. The kingdom of Burgundy in the days of Princess Clotilda was a large tract of country now embraced by southern France and western Switzerland. It had been given over by the Romans to the Goths, who had invaded it in the year 413. It was a land of forests and vineyards, of fair valleys and sheltered hillsides, and of busy cities that the fostering hand of Rome had beautified, while through its broad domain, the Rhone, pure and sparkling, swept with a rapid current from Swiss lake and glacier southward to the broad and beautiful Mediterranean. Lyons was its capital, and on the hill of Fervor, overlooking the city below it, rose the marble palace of the Burgundian kings, near to the spot where today the ruined forum of the old Roman days is still shown to tourists. It had been a palace for centuries. Roman governors of imperial Gaul had made it their headquarters and their home. 3 Roman emperors had cooed and cried as babies within its walls, and it had witnessed also many a feast and foray, and the changing fortunes of Roman, Gallic, and Burgundian conquerors and overlords. But it was no longer home to the little Princess Clotilda. She thought of her father and mother, and of her brothers, the little princes with whom she had played in this very palace, as it now seemed to her so many years ago. And the more she feared her cruel uncle, the more did she desire to go far, far away from his presence. So, after thinking the whole matter over, as little girls of 10 can sometimes think, she told her good friend Hugo, the prince, of her father's youngest brother, Godegisel, who ruled the dependent principality of Geneva, far up the valley of the Rhone. Yes, child, I know the place, said Hugo. A fair city indeed, on the blue and beautiful Lake Lemanus, walled in by mountains, and rich in corn and vineyards. Then let us fly thither, said the girl. My uncle Godegisel I know will succor us, and I shall be free from my fears of King Gundebald. Though it seemed at first to the good priest only a child's desire, he learned to think better of it when he saw how unhappy the poor girl was in the hated palace, and how slight were her chances for improvement. And so, one fair spring morning in the year 486, the two slipped quietly out of the palace, and by slow and cautious stages, with help from friendly priests and nuns, and frequent rides in the heavy ox wagons, that were the only means of transport other than horseback, they finally reached the old city of Geneva. By telling his bright young charge of all the wonders and relics he had seen in his journeyings in the East, but especially did the girl love to hear him tell of the boy king of the Franks, Clodowic, or Clovis, who lived in the priest's own boyhood home of Tournai, in far-off Belgium, and who, though so brave and daring, was still a pagan when all the world was fast becoming Christian. And as Clotilda listened, she wished that she could turn this brave young chief away from his heathen deities, Thor and Odin, to worship of the Christians' God. And revolving strange fancies in her mind, she determined what she would do when she grew up, as many a girl since her day has determined. But even as they reached the fair city of Geneva, then half Roman, half Gaelic in its buildings and its life, the wonderful news met then how this boy King Clovis, sending a challenge to combat to the perfect Syagrius, the last of the Roman governors, had defeated him in battle at Soissons and broken forever the power of Rome in Gaul. War, which is never anything but terrible, was doubly so in those savage days, and the plunder of the captured cities and homesteads was the chief return for the barbarian soldiers followed their leaders. But when the Princess Clotilda heard how, even in the midst of his burning and plunder, the young Frankish chief spared some of the fairest Christian churches, he became still more her hero, and again, the desire to convert him from paganism and to revenge her father's murder took shape in her mind. For, devout though she was, this excellent little maiden of the year 485 was by no means the gentle-hearted girl of 1888, and like most of the world about her, had but two desires: to become a good church helper, and to be revenged on her enemies. Certainly, 14 centuries of progress and education have made us more loving and less vindictive. But now that the good priest Ugo of Reims saw that his own homeland was in trouble, he felt that there lay his duty. And Godegiso, the under-king of Geneva, feeling uneasy alike from the nearness of this boy conqueror and the possible displeasure of his brother and overlord, King Gundebald, declined longer to shelter his niece in his palace at Geneva. "And why may I not go with you?" the girl asked of Ugo. But the old priest knew that a conquered and plundered land was no place to which to convey a young maid for safety, and the princess therefore found refuge among the sisters of the Church of St. Peter in Geneva. And here she passed her girlhood, as the record says, in works of piety and charity. So 4 years went by. In the north, the boy chieftain, reaching manhood, had raised aloft on the shields of his fair-haired and long-limbed followers, and with many a hail and shout had been proclaimed King of the Franks. In the south, the young Princess Clotilda, now nearly 16, had washed the feet of pilgrims, ministered to the poor, and afterward the manner of her day, had proved herself a zealous church worker in that low-roofed convent near the old church of St. Peter, high on the same hill in Geneva, where today, hemmed in by narrow streets and tall houses, the cathedral of St. Peter, twice rebuilded since Clotilda's time, overlooks the quaint city, the beautiful lake of Geneva, and the rushing Rhone, and sees across the valley of the Arve the gray and barren rocks of the Petite Salive and the distant snows of Mont Blanc. One bright summer day, as the young princess passed into the hospitium, or guest room for poor pilgrims, attached to the convent, she saw there a stranger dressed in rags. He had the wallet and staff of a mendicant, or begging pilgrim, and coming toward her he asked for charity in the name of the blessed St. Peter, whose church thou servest. The young girl brought the pilgrim food, and then, according to the custom of the day, kneeling on the earthen floor, she began to bathe his feet. But as she did so, the pilgrim, bending forward, said in a low voice, "Lady, I have great matters to announce to thee, if thou deign to permit me to reveal them." Pilgrims in those days were frequently made the bearers of special messages between distant friends, but this poor young orphan princess could think of no one from whom a message to her might come. Nevertheless, she simply said, "Say on." In the same low tone the beggar continued, "Clovis, King of the Franks, sends thee greeting." This beggar must be a madman, she thought. But the eyes of the pilgrim looked at her reassuringly, and he said, "In token whereof, he sendeth thee this ring by me, his confidant, and comitatus." Footnote: one of the king's special bodyguard, from which comes the title Comte, Count. End footnote. Aurelian of Soissons. The Princess Clotilda took, as if in a dream, the ring of transparent jacinth, set in solid gold, and asked quietly, "What would the King of Franks with me?" "The king, my master, hath heard from the holy Bishop Remy and the good priest Ugo of thy beauty and discreetness," replied Aurelian, "and likewise of the sad condition of one who is the daughter of a royal line. He bade me use all my wit to come nigh to thee, and to say that if it be the will of the gods, he would fain raise thee to his rank by marriage." Those were the days of swift and sudden surprises, when kings made up their minds in royal haste, and princesses were not expected to be surprised at whatever they might hear. And so we must not feel surprised to learn that all the dreams of her younger days came into the girl's mind, and that, as the record states, she accepted the ring with great joy. "Return promptly to thy lord," she said to the messenger, "and bid him, if he would fain unite me to him in marriage, to send messengers without delay to demand me of my uncle King Gundebald, and let those same messengers take me away in haste, so soon as they shall have obtained permission." For this wise young princess knew that her uncle's word was not to be long depended upon, and she feared too that certain advisors at her uncle's court might counsel him to do her harm before the messengers of King Clovis could have conducted her beyond the borders of Burgundy. Aurelian, still in his pilgrim's disguise, for he feared discovery in a hostile country, hastened back to King Clovis, who, the record says, was pleased with his success and with Clotilda's notion, and at once sent a deputation to Gundebald to demand his niece in marriage. As Clotilda foresaw, her uncle stood in too much dread of this fierce young conqueror of the north to say him nay, and soon the palace at Lyons so full of terrible memories to this orphan girl, the courteous Aurelian, now no longer in beggar's rags, but gorgeous in white silk and a flowing sagum, or mantle of vermilion, publicly engaged himself as the representative of King Clovis to the Princess Clotilda, and according to the curious custom of the time, cemented the engagement by giving the young girl a sou and a denier. Footnote: 2 pieces of old French coin, equaling about a cent and a meal in American money. End footnote. Now deliver the princess into our hand, O king, said the messenger, that we may take her to King Clovis, who waiteth for us even now at Chalons to conclude these nuptials. So, almost before he knew what he was doing, King Gundebald had bidden his niece farewell, and the princess, with her escort of Frankish spears, was rumbling away in a clumsy basterne, or covered ox wagon, toward the frontier of Burgundy. But the slow-moving ox van by no means suited the impatience of this shrewd young princess. She knew her uncle, the king of Burgundy, too well. When once he was roused to action, he was fierce and furious. "Good Aurelian," she said at length to the king's ambassador, who rode by her side, "if that thou wouldst take me into the presence of thy lord, the king of the Franks, let me descend from this carriage, mount me on horseback, and let us speed hence as fast as we may, for never in this carriage shall I reach the presence of my lord the king." And none too soon was her advice acted, upon for the counselors of King Gundebald, noticing Clotilda's anxiety to be gone, concluded that after all they had made a mistake and betrothing her to King Clovis. "Thou shouldst have remembered, my lord," they said, "that thou didst slay Clotilda's father, her mother, and the young princes, her brothers. If Clotilda becomes powerful, be sure she will avenge the wrong that thou hast wrought her." And forthwith the king sent off an armed band with orders to bring back both the princess and the treasure he had sent with her as her marriage portion. But already the princess and her escort were safely across the Seine, where in the Campania, or plain country later known as the province of Champagne, she met the king of the Franks. I'm sorry to be obliged to confess that the first recorded desire of this beautiful, brave, and devout young maiden, when she found herself safely among the fierce followers of King Clovis, was a request for vengeance. But we must remember, girls and boys, that this is a story of half-savage days when, as I have already said, the desire for revenge on one's enemies was common to all. From the midst of his skin-clad and green-robed guards and nobles, young Clovis, in a dress of crimson and gold and milk-white silk, and with his yellow hair coiled in a great topknot on his uncovered head, advanced to meet his bride. "My lord king," said Clotilda, "the bands of the king of Burgundy follow hard upon us to bear me off. Command, I pray thee, that these, my escort, scatter themselves right and left for 20 miles, and plunder and burn the lands to the king of Burgundy." Probably in no other way could this wise young girl of 17 have so thoroughly pleased the fierce and warlike young king. He gladly ordered her wishes to be carried out, and the plunderers forthwith departed to carry out the royal command. So her troubles were ended, and this prince and princess, Chlodowig, or Clovis, meaning the warrior youth, and Chlodowhild, or Clotilda, meaning the brilliant and noble maid, in spite of the wicked uncle Gundebald, were married at Soissons, in the year 493, and, as the fairy stories say, lived happily ever after. The record of their later years has no place in this sketch of the girlhood of Clotilda, but it is one of the most interesting and dramatic of the old-time historic stories. The dream, that sad little princess in the old convent of Geneva, to make her boy hero a Christian and to be revenged on the murder of her parents, was in time fulfilled. For on Christmas Day in the year 493, the young king and 3,000 of his followers were baptized amid gorgeous ceremonial in the great church of Saint Martin at Reims. The story of the young queen's revenge is not to be told in these pages, but, though terrible, it is only one among the many tales of vengeance that show us what fierce and cruel folk our ancestors were, in the days when passion instead of love ruled the hearts of men and women, and of boys and girls as well. And how favored are we of this 19th century in all the peace and prosperity and home happiness that surround us. But from this conversion, as also from this revenge, came the great power of Clovis and Clotilda. For ere his death, in the year 511, he brought all the land under his sway from the Rhine to the Rhone, the ocean, and the Pyrenees. He was hailed by his people with the old Roman titles of Consul and Augustus, and reigned victorious as the King of France. Clotilda, after years of wise counsel and charitable works, upon which her determination for revenge seems to be the only stain, died long after her husband in the year 545. And today, in the city of Paris, which was even then the capital of New France, the church of St. Clotilda stands as her memorial, while her marble statue may be seen by the traveler in the great palace of the Luxembourg. A typical girl of those harsh old days of the long ago, loving and generous toward her friends, unforgiving and revengeful to her enemies, reared in the midst of cruelty and of charity, she did her duty according to the light given her, made France a Christian nation, and so helped on the progress of civilization. Certainly, a place among the world's historic girls may rightly be accorded to this fair-haired young princess of the summer land of France, the beautiful Clotilda of Burgundy. End of section 5. Section 6 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by T.K. Kervin. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times, by Eldridge Streeter Brooks. Wu of Huang Ho, the girl of the Yellow River. Afterwards, the great Empress Wu of China, A.D. 635. Thomas the Historian had been in many lands and in the midst of many dangers, but he had never before found himself in quite so unpleasant a position as now. 6 ugly Tartar horsemen with very uncomfortable-looking spears and appalling shouts, and mounted on their swift Kurtz ponies, were charging down upon him, while neither the rushing Yellow River on the right, nor the steep dirt cliffs on the left could offer him shelter or means of escape. These dirt cliffs, or loess, to give them their scientific name, are remarkable banks of brownish-yellow loam, found largely in northern and western China, and rising sometimes to a height of 1,000 feet. Their peculiar yellow tinge makes everything look huang, or yellow, and hence yellow is a favorite color among the Chinese. So, for instance, the emperor is Huang Ti, the lord of the Yellow Land. The imperial throne is the Huang Hui, or Yellow Throne of China. The great river, formerly spelled in your school geographies Huang Ho, is Huang Ho, the Yellow River, etc. These Huang cliffs, or dirt cliffs, are full of caves and crevices, but the good priest could see no convenient cave, and he had therefore no alternative but to boldly face his fate, and like a brave man calmly meet what he could not avoid. But just as he had singled out as his probable captor one peculiarly unattractive-looking horseman whose crimson sheepskin coat and long horsetail plume were streaming in the wind, and just as he had braced himself to meet the onset against the great Lois, or Dirtcliffe, he felt a twitch at his black upper robe, and a low voice, a girl's, he was confident, said quickly, "Look not before nor behind thee, good Olopum, but trust to my word and give a backward leap." Thomas, the Nestorian, had learned two valuable lessons in his much wandering about the earth: never to appear surprised, and always to be ready to act quickly. So knowing nothing of the possible results of his action, but feeling that it could scarcely be worse than the death from Tartar spears, he leaped back as bidden. The next instant, he found himself flat upon his back in one of the low-ceilinged cliff caves that abound in western China, while the screen of vines that had concealed its entrance still quivered from his fall. Picking himself up and breathing a prayer of thanks for his deliverance, he peered through the leafy doorway, and behold, in surprise, 6 much astonished Tartar robbers, regarding with looks of puzzled wonder a defiant little Chinese girl, who had evidently darted out of the cave as he had tumbled in. She was facing the enemy as boldly as he had, and her little almond eyes fairly danced with mischievous delight at their perplexity. At once he recognized the child. She was Wu, the high-spirited or dauntless one, the bright young girl whom he had often noticed in the throng at his mission house in Tengzhou, the little city by the Yellow River where her father, the bannerman, held guard at the Dragon Gate. He was about to call out to the girl to save herself, when with a sudden swoop, the Tartar, who had braced himself to resist, bent in his saddle and made a dash for the child. But agile little Wu was quicker than the Tartar horseman. With a nimble turn and a sudden spring, she dodged the Tartar's hand, darted under his pony's legs, and with a shrill laugh of derision, sprang up the sharp incline and disappeared in one of the many cliff caves before the now doubly baffled horseman could see what had become of her. With a grunt of discomfiture and disgust, the Tartar riders turned their ponies' heads and galloped off along the road that skirted the yellow waters of the swift-flowing Huanghe. Then a little yellow face peeped out of the cave further up the cliff. A black-haired, tightly braided head bobbed and twitched with delight, and the next moment the good priest was heartily thanking his small ally for so skillfully saving him from threatened capture. It was a cool September morning in the days of the great Emperor Tai, 1250 years ago, and the great emperor was Tai Sung, though few, if any, of my young readers ever heard his name. His splendid palace stood in the midst of lovely gardens in the great city of Chang'an, that old city that for over 2,000 years was the capital of China, and which you can now find in your geographies under its modern name, Singanfu. And in the year 635, when our story opens, the name Tai Sung was great and powerful throughout the length and breadth of Chengkuo, the Middle Kingdom, as the Chinese for nearly 30 centuries have called their vast country, while the stories of his fame and power had reached the western courts of India and of Persia, of Constantinople, and even of distant Rome. It was a time of darkness and strife in Europe. Already what historians have called the Dark Ages had settled upon the Christian world, and among all the races of men, the only nation that was civilized and learned and cultivated and refined in this 17th century of Christian era was this far eastern empire of China, where schools and learning flourished, and arts and manufacturers abound, when America was as yet undiscovered and Europe was sunk in degradation. And here, since the year 505, the Nestorians, a branch of the Christian Church, originating in Asia Minor in the 5th century and often called the Protestants of the East, had been spreading the story of the life and love of Christ. And here, in this year of grace 635, in the city of Chang'an, and in all the region about the Yellow River, the good priest Thomas the Nestorian, whom the Chinese called Olopun, the nearest approach they could give to his strange Syriac name, had his Christian mission house, and was zealously bringing to the knowledge of a great and enlightened people the still greater and more helpful light of Christianity. My daughter, said the Nestorian after his words of thanks were uttered, this is a gracious deed done to me, and one that I may not easily repay. Yet would I gladly do so if I might. Tell me, what wouldst thou like above all other things? The answer of the girl was as ready as it was unexpected. To be a boy, O master, she replied. Let the great Sancti, footnote, Almighty Being, in footnote, who might thou teachest, make me a man that I may have revenge. The good priest had found strange things in his mission in this far eastern land, but this wonderful demand of an excited little maid was full as strange as any. For China is ever and has been a land in which the chief things taught to the children are subordination, passive submission to the law, to parents, and to all superiors, and a peaceful demeanor. Revenge is not for men to trifle with, nor maids to talk of, he said. Harbor no such desires, but rather come with me, and I will show thee more attractive things. This very day doth the great emperor go forth from the China of peace. Footnote. The meaning of Chang'an, the ancient capital of China, is the city of continuous peace. End footnote. To the banks of the Yellow River, come thou with me to witness the splendor of his train, and perchance even to see the great emperor himself, and the young Prince Cao, his son. That I will not then, cried the girl, more hotly than before. I hate this great emperor, as men do wrongfully call him, and I hate the young Prince Cao. May Lung Huang, the god of the dragons, dash them both beneath the Yellow River, ere yet they leave its banks this day. At this terrible wish on the lips of a girl, the good master very nearly forgot even his most valuable precept, never to be surprised. He regarded his defiant young companion in sheer amazement. Have a care, my daughter, he said at length. The blessed St. James telleth us that the tongue is a little member, but it can kindle a great fire. How mayst thou hope to say such direful words against the Son of Heaven? Footnote. The Son of Heaven is one of the chief titles of the Chinese emperor. End footnote. And live. The Son of Heaven killed the emperor, my father, said the child. The emperor thy father? Thomas the Nestorian almost gasped in this latest surprise. Is the girl crazed, or does she sport with one who seeketh her good? And amazement and perplexity settled upon his face. The Princess Wu is neither crazed, nor doth she sport with the master, said the girl. I do but seeketh the truth. Great is Tai Sung, whom he slayeth, and whom he keepeth alive. And then she told the astonished priest that the bannerman at the Dragon Gate was not her father at all. For, she said, as she had lain awake only the night before, she had heard enough in talk between the bannerman and his wife to learn her secret, how that she was the only daughter of the rightful emperor, the Prince Kang Ti, whose guardian and chief advisor the present emperor had been, how this trusted protector had made away with poor Kang Ti in order that he might usurp the throne, and how she, the Princess Wu, had been flung into the swift Huang Ho, from the turbid waters of which she had been rescued by the bannerman of the Dragon Gate. This may or may not be so, Thomas the Nestorian said, uncertain whether or not to credit the girl's surprising story. But even were it true, my daughter, how couldst thou right thyself? What can a girl hope to do? The young princess drew up her small form proudly. Do? She cried in brave tones. I can doeth much, wise Olopun, girl though I am. Did not a girl save the divine books of Confucius? When the great emperor Qi Huangdi did command the burning of all the books in the empire? Did not a girl, though but a soothsayer's daughter, raise the outlaw Lu Peng straight to the yellow throne? And shall I, who am the daughter of emperors, fail to be as able or as brave as they? The wise historian was shrewd enough to see that here was a prize that might be worth the fostering. By the assumption of mystic knowledge, he learned from the bannerman of the Dragon Gate the truth of the girl's story, and so worked upon the good bannerman's native superstition and awe of superior power as to secure the custody of the young princess and to place her in his mission house of Tung Chao for teaching and guidance. Among the early Christians, the Nestorians held peculiarly helpful and elevating ideas of the worth and proper condition of woman. Their precepts were full of mutual help, courtesy, and fraternal love. All these the Princess Wu learned under her preceptor's guidance. She grew to be even more assertive and self-reliant, and became also expert in many sports in which, in that woman-despising country, only boys could hope to excel. One day, when she was about 14 years old, the Princess Wu was missing from the Nestorian mission house by the Yellow River. Her troubled guardian, in much anxiety, set out to find the truant, and finally, in the course of his search, climbed the high bluff from which he saw the massive walls, the many gateways, the gleaming roofs and porcelain towers of the imperial city of Chang'an, city of continuous peace. But even before he had entered its northern gate, a little maid in loose silken robe, peaked cap, and embroidered shoes had passed through that very gateway, and slipping through the thronging streets of the great city, approached at last the group of picturesque and glittering buildings that composed the palace of the great Emperor Tai. Just within the main gateway of the palace rose the walls of the Imperial Academy, where 8,000 Chinese boys received instruction under the patronage of the Emperor, while just beyond extended long, low range of the archery school, in which even the Emperor himself sometimes came to witness or take part in the exciting contests. Drawing about her shoulders the yellow sash that denoted alliance with royalty, the Princess Wu, without a moment's hesitation, walked straight through the palace gateway, past the wandering guards, and into the boundaries of the archery court. Here, the young Prince Cao, an indolent and lazy lad about her own age, was cruelly goading on his trained crickets to a ferocious fight within their gilded bamboo cage, while, just at hand, the slaves were preparing his bow and arrows for his daily archery practice. Now, among the rulers of China, there are 3 classes of privileged targets: the skin of the bear for the emperor himself, the skin of the deer for the princes of the blood, and the skin of the tiger for the nobles of the court. And thus, side by side in the imperial archery school at Chang'an, hung the 3 targets. The girl with the royal sash and the determined face walked straight up to the Prince Cao. The boy left off goading his fighting crickets and looked in astonishment at the strange and highly audacious girl, who dared to enter a place from which all women were excluded. Before the guards could interfere, she spoke. "Are the arrows of the great Prince Cao so well fitted to the cord," she said, "that he dares to try his skill with one who, although a girl, hath yet the wit and right to test his skill?" The guards laid hands upon the intruder to drag her away, but the prince, nettled at her tone, yet glad to welcome anything that promised novelty or amusement, bade them hold off their hands. "No girl speaketh thus to the Prince Cao and liveth," he said insolently. "Give me instant test of thy boast, or the wooden collar." Footnote: the wooden collar was the Kia, or Kang Hu, a terrible instrument of torture used in China for the punishment of criminals. End footnote. In the palace torture house shall be thy fate. Give me the arrows, prince, the girl said bravely, and I will make good my words. At a sign, the slaves handed her a bow and arrows, but as she tried the cord and glanced along the polished shaft, the prince said, Yet, stay, girl, here is no target set for thee. Let the slaves set up the people's target. These are not for such as thou. Nay, prince, fret not thyself, the girl coolly replied. My target is here. And while all looked on in wonder, the undaunted girl deliberately towed the practice line, twanged her bow, and with a sudden whiz, sent her well-aimed shaft quivering straight into the small white center of the great bearskin, the imperial target itself. With a cry of horror and rage at such sacrilege, the guards pounced upon the girl archer and would have dragged her away, but with the same quick motion that had saved her from the Tartar robbers, she sprang from their grasp, and standing full before the royal target, she said commandingly, Hands off, slaves, nor dare to question my right to the bearskin target. I am the Empress. It needed but this to cap the climax. Prince, guards, and slaves looked at this extraordinary girl in open-mouthed wonder. But ere their speechless amazement could change to instant seizure, a loud laugh rang from the imperial doorway, and a hearty voice exclaimed, Braved, and by a girl! Who is thy empress, prince? Let me too salute the Saiting. Footnote, the sovereign divine, an imperial title. End footnote. Then a portly figure, clad in yellow robes, strode down to the targets, while all within the archery lists prostrated themselves in homage before one of China's greatest monarchs, the Emperor Taisong Wen Wuti. Footnote, our exalted ancestor, the literary martial emperor. End footnote. But before even the emperor could reach the girl, the bamboo screen was swept hurriedly aside, and into the archery lists came the anxious priest, Thomas the Nestorian. He had traced his missing charge even to the imperial palace, and now found her in the very presence of those he deemed her mortal enemies. Prostrate at the emperor's feet, he told the young girl's story, and then pleaded for her life, promising to keep her safe and secluded in his mission home at Tung Chau. The Emperor Tai laughed a mighty laugh, for the bold front of this only daughter of his former master and rival suited his warlike humor. But he was a wise and clement monarch withal. Nay, wise Olopun, he said, such rivals to our throne may not be at large, even those sheltered in the temples of the Hung Bao. Footnote, the light-haired ones, an old Chinese term for the Western Christians. End footnote. The royal blood of the House of Sui. Footnote, the name of the former dynasty. End footnote. Flows safely only within palace walls. Let the proper decree be registered, and let the gifts be exchanged. For tomorrow thy ward, the Princess Wu, becometh one of our most noble queens. And so at 14, even as the records show, this strong-willed young girl of the Yellow River became one of the wives of the great Emperor Tai. She proved a very gracious and acceptable stepmother to young Prince Cao, who, as the records also tell us, grew so fond of the girl queen that within a year from the death of his great father, and when he himself had succeeded to the Yellow Throne as Emperor Supreme, he recalled the Queen Wu from her retirement in the mission house at Tung Chau and made her one of his royal wives. 5 years after, in the year 655, she was declared empress, and during the reign of her lazy and indolent husband, she was the power behind the throne. And when, in the year 683, Cao Sung died, she boldly assumed the direction of the government, and, ascending the throne, declared herself Wu Hao, Sai Ting Hu, the Empress Supreme and Sovereign Divine. History records that this Zenobia of China proved equal to the great task. She governed the empire with discretion, extended its borders, and was acknowledged as empress from the shores of the Pacific to the borders of Persia, of India, and of the Caspian Sea. Her reign was one of the longest and most successful in that period, known in history as the Golden Age of China. Because of the relentless native prejudice against a successful woman, in a country where girl babies are ruthlessly drowned as the quickest way of ridding the world of useless encumbrances, Chinese historians have endeavored to blacken her character and undervalue her services. But later, scholars now see that she was a powerful and successful queen who did great good to her native land and strove to maintain its power and glory. She never forgot her good friend and protector Thomas the Nestorian. During her long reign of almost 50 years, Christianity strengthened in the kingdom and obtained a footing that only the great Mahometan conquests of 5 centuries later entirely destroyed. And the Empress Wu, so the chronicles declare, herself offered sacrifices to the great God of all. When hundreds of years after, the Jesuit missionaries penetrated into the most exclusive of all the nations of the earth, they found near the palace at Chang'an the ruins of the Nestorian Mission Church, with the cross still standing, and preserved through all the changes of dynasties, an abstract in Syriac characters of the Christian law, and with it the names of 72 attendant priests who had served the church established by Olopun. Thus, in a land in which, from the earliest ages, women have been regarded as little else but slaves, did a self-possessed and wise young girl triumph over all difficulties and rule over her many millions of subjects in a manner becoming a great prince. This, even her enemies admit. Lessening the miseries of her subjects, so the historians declare, she governed the wide empire of China wisely, discreetly, and peacefully, and she displayed upon the throne all the daring wit and wisdom that had marked her actions when years before she was nothing but a sprightly and determined little Chinese maiden on the banks of the turbid Yellow River. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times by Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Edith of Scotland, the girl of the Northern Abbey. Afterward known as the Good Queen Maud of England, AD 1093. On a broad and deep window seat in the old Abbey guest house at Gloucester sat 2 young girls of 13 and 10. Before them, brave-looking enough in his old-time costume, stood a manly young fellow of 16. The 3 were in earnest conversation, all unmindful of the noise about them, the romp and riot of a throng of young folk, attendants or followers of the knights and barons of King William's court. For William Rufus, son of the Conqueror and second Norman King of England, held his Whitsuntide Gemot, or summer council of his lords and lieges, in the curious old Roman-Saxon-Norman town of Gloucester, in the fair vale through which flows the noble Severn. The city is known to the young folk of today as the one in which good Robert Raikes started the first Sunday school more than 100 years ago. But the Gemot of King William the Red, which was a far different gathering from good Mr. Raikes' Sunday school, was held in the great chapter house of the old Benedictine Abbey, while the court was lodged in the Abbey guest houses, in the grim and fortress-like Gloucester Castle, and in the houses of the quaint old town itself. The boy was shaking his head rather doubtfully as he stood, looking down upon the 2 girls on the broad window seat. Nay, nay, Beausire. Footnote. Fair sir. An ancient style of address used especially toward those in high rank in Norman times. End footnote. Shake not your head like that, exclaimed the younger of the girls. We did escape that day, trust me, we did. Edith here can tell you I do speak the truth, for sure, 'twas her device. 13-year-old Edith laughed merrily enough at her sister's perplexity, and said gaily, as the lad turned questioningly to her, Sure then, Beausire, 'tis plain to see that you are southern-born, and know not the complexion of a Scottish mist. Yet 'tis even as Mary said, for, as we have told you, the maiden's castle standeth high placed on the crag of Edwin's bog, and hath many and devious pathways to the lower gate. So when the Red Donald's men were swarming up the step, my uncle, the Atheling, did guide us, by ways we knew well, and by twists and turnings that none knew better, straight through Red Donald's array, and all unseen and unnoted of them, because of the blessed thickness of the gathering mist. And this was your device? Asked the boy admiringly. Aye, but anyone might have devised it too, replied young Edith modestly. Sure, 'twas no great device to use a Scotch mist for our safety, and 'twere wiser to chance it than stay and be stupidly murdered by Red Donald's men. And so it was, good Robert, even as Mary did say, that we came forth unharmed from amidst them and fled here to King William's court, where we at last are safe. Safe, say you? Safe? Exclaimed the lad impulsively. Aye, as safe as in a mouse nests in a cat's ear, as safe as is a rabbit in a ferret's hutch. But that I know you to be a brave and dauntless maid, I should say to you. But ere Edith could know what he would say, their conference was rudely broken in upon. For a royal page, dashing up to the three, with scant courtesy seized the arm of the elder girl, and said hurriedly, Haste ye, your lady! Our Lord's King is even now calling for you to come before him in the banquet hall. Edith knew too well the rough manners of those dangerous days. She freed herself from the grasp of the page and said, Nay, that may I not, master page. 'Tis neither safe nor seemly for a maid to show herself in a baron's hall or in a king's banquet room. Safe and seemly it may not be, but come you must, said the page rudely. The king demands it, and your nay is not. And so hurried along whether she would or no, while her friend Robert Fitz-Godwine accompanied her as far as he dared. The young Princess Edith was speedily brought into the presence of the King of England, William H., called from the colour of his hair and from his fiery temper, Rufus or the Red. For Edith and Mary were both princesses of Scotland, with a history, even before they had reached their teens, as romantic as it was exciting. Their mother, an exiled Saxon princess, had, after the conquest of Saxon England by the stern Duke William the Norman, found refuge in Scotland, and had there married King Malcolm Canmore, the son of that King Duncan whom Macbeth had slain. But when King Malcolm had fallen beneath the walls of Alnwick Castle, a victim to English treachery, and when his fair brother Donald Bane, or Donald Red, had usurped the throne of Scotland, then the good Queen Margaret died in the great castle on the rock of Edinburgh, and the 5 orphan children were only saved from the vengeance of their bad Uncle Donald by the shrewd and daring device of the young Princess Edith, who bade their good Uncle Edgar, the Atheling, guide them, under the cover of the mist, straight through the Red Donald's knights and spearmen to England and safety. You would naturally suppose that the worst possible place for the fugitives to seek safety was in Norman England, for Edgar the Atheling, a Saxon prince, had twice been declared King of England by the Saxon enemies of the Norman conquerors, and the children of King Malcolm and Queen Margaret, half Scotch, half Saxon, were, by blood and birth, of the two races most hateful to the conquerors. But the Red King, in his rough sort of way, hot today and cold tomorrow, had shown something almost like friendship for this Saxon Atheling, or royal prince, who might have been King of England had he not wisely submitted to the greater power of Duke William the Conqueror and to the Red William, his son. More than this, it had been rumoured that some 2 years before, when there was a truce between the kings of England and of Scotland, this harsh and headstrong English king, who was as rough and repelling as a chestnut burr, had seen, noticed, and expressed a particular interest in the 11-year-old Scottish girl, this very Princess Edith, who now sought his protection. So, when this wandering uncle boldly threw himself upon Norman courtesy, and came with his homeless nephews and nieces straight to the Norman court for safety, King William Rufus not only received these children of his hereditary foreman with favour and royal welcome, but gave them comfortable lodgment in quaint old Gloucester town, where he held his court. But even when the royal fugitives deemed themselves safest, were they in greatest danger. Among the attendant knights and nobles of King William's court was a Saxon knight known as Sir Ordgar, a thane or baronet of Oxfordshire, and because those who changed their opinions, political or otherwise, often proved the most unrelenting enemies of their former associates, it came to pass that Sir Ordgar, the Saxon, conceived a strong dislike for these orphan descendants of the Saxon kings, and convinced himself that the best way to secure himself in the good graces of the Norman King William was to slander and accuse the children of the Saxon Queen Margaret. And so that very day in the great hall, when wine was flowing and passions were strong, this false knight, raising his glass, bade them all drink. Confusion to the enemies of our liege the king, from the base Philip of France to the baser Edgar the Atheling and his Scottish brat. This was an insult that even the heavy and peace-loving nature of Edgar the Atheling could not brook. He sprang to his feet and denounced the charge. None here is truer or more legal to you, Lord King, he said, than I am, Edgar the Atheling, and my charges your guests. But King William Rufus was of that changing temper that goes with jealousy and suspicion. His flushed face grew still more red, and, turning away from the Saxon prince, he demanded, "Why make you this charge, Sir Ordgar?" "Because it is truth, your sire," said the faithless knight. "For what other cause hath this false Atheling sought sanctuary here, save to use his own descent from the ancient kings of this realm to make head and false among your lieges? And his eldest king's girl here, the Princess Edith, has she not been spreading a trumpery story about the young folk of how some old Verdvif footnote, witchwife or seeress, end footnote, had said that she who is the daughter of kings shall be the wife and mother of kings? And is it not further true that when her aunt, the abbess of Romsey, bade her wear the holy veil, she hath again and yet again torn it off, and affirmed that she, who was to be a queen, could never be made a nun? Children and fools, 'tis said, do speak the truth, Borsire, and in all this do I see the malice and the vice of this false Atheling, the friend of your rebellious brother Duke Robert, as you do know him to be, and I do brand him here in this presence as traitor and recreant to you, his lord." The anger of the jealous king grew more unreasoning as Sir Ordgar went on. "Enough," he cried. "Seize the traitor. Or stay, children and fools, as you have said, Sir Ordgar, do indeed speak the truth. Having the girl, then let us hear the truth. Not seemly, Sir Atheling," he broke out in reply to some protest of Edith's uncle. "What is seemly that the king doth wish? Holla, Raoul, Damien, Sirrah pages, run one of you and seek the Princess Edith, and bring her here forthwith." And while Edgar the Atheling, realizing that this was the gravest of all his dangers, strove, though without effect, to reason with the angry king, Damien the page, as we have seen, hurried after the Princess Edith. "How now, mistress?" broke out the Red King, as the young girl was ushered into the banquet hall, where the disordered tables, strewn with fragments of the feast, showed the ungentle manners of those brutal days. "How now, mistress? Do you prate of kings and queens and of your own designs, you who are but a beggar guest? Is it seemly or wise to talk? Nay, keep you quiet, Sir Atheling. We will have naught from you. To talk of thrones and crowns as if you did even now hope to win the realm from me, your only protector." The Princess Edith was a very high-spirited maiden, as all the stories of her girlhood show. And this unexpected accusation, instead of frightening her, only served to embolden her. She looked the angry monarch full in the face. "'Tis a false and lying charge, Lord King," she said, "from whomsoever it may come. Naught have I said but praise of you and your courtesy to us motherless folk. 'Tis a false and lying charge, and I am ready to stand test of its proving, come what may." "Even to the judgment of God, girl?" demanded the king. And the brave girl made instant reply, "Even to the judgment of God, Lord King." Then, skilled in all the curious customs of those warlike times, she drew off her glove. "Whosoever my accuser be, Lord King," she said, "I do denounce him as forsworn and false, and thus do I throw myself upon God's good mercy, if it shall please him to raise me up a champion." And she flung her glove upon the floor of the hall, in face of the king and all his barons. It was a bold thing for a girl to do, and a murmur of applause ran through even that unfriendly throng. For, to stand a test of a wager of battle, or the judgment of God, as the savage contest was called, was the last resort of anyone accused of treason or of crime. It means no less than a duel to the death between the accuser and the accused or their accepted champions, and upon the result of the duel hung the lives of those in dispute. And the Princess Edith's glove, lying on the floor of the Abbey Hall, was her assertion that she had spoken the truth and was willing to risk her life in proof of her innocence. Edgar the Atheling, peace-lover though he was, would gladly have accepted the post of champion for his niece, but, as one also involved in the charge of treason, such action was denied him. For the moment, the Red King's former admiration for this brave young princess caused him to waver, but those were days when suspicion and jealousy rose above all nobler traits. His face grew stern again. "Ordgar of Oxford," he said, "take up the glove." And Edith knew who was her accuser. Then the king asked, "Who standeth as champion for Edgar the Atheling and this maid, his niece?" Almost before the words were spoken, young Robert Fitz Godwine had sprung to Edith's side. "That would I, Lord King, if a young squire might appear against the belted knight." "Ordgar of Oxford fights not with boys," said the accuser contemptuously. The king's savage humour broke out again. "Face him with your own page, Sir Ordgar," he said with a grim laugh. "Boy against boy would be a fitting wager for a young maid's life." But the Saxon knight was in no mood for sport. "Nay, boss, sire, this is no child's play," he said. "I care not for this girl. I stand as champion for the king against yon traitor Atheling, and if the maiden's cause is his, why then against her too. This is a man's quarrel." Young Robert would have spoken yet again, as his face flushed hot with anger at the knight's contemptuous words. But a firm hand was laid upon his shoulder, and a strong voice said, "Then it is mine, Sir Ordgar. If between man and man, then will I, with the gracious permission of our lord the king, stand as champion for this maiden here, and for my good lord, the noble Atheling, whose liegeman and whose man I am, next to you, Lord King." And taking the mate to the glove, which the Princess Edith had flung down in defiance, he thrust it into the guard of his cap, lion or iron skull cap, in token that he, Godwine of Winchester, the father of the boy Robert, was the young girl's champion. 3 days after, in the tilt-yard of Gloucester Castle, the wager of battle was fought. It was no gay tournament show with streaming banners, gorgeous lists, gaily dressed ladies, flower-bedecked balconies, and all the splendid display of a tourney of the knights, of which you read in the stories of romance and chivalry. It was a solemn and sombre gathering in which all the arrangements suggested only death and gloom, while the accused waited in suspense, knowing that halter and faggot were prepared for them should their champion fall. In quaint and crabbed Latin, the old chronicler, John of Ferdon, tells the story of the fight, for which there is neither need nor space here. The glove of each contestant was flung into the lists by the judge, and the dispute committed for settlement to the power of God and their own good swords. It is a stirring picture of those days of daring and of might, when force took the place of justice, and the deadliest blows were the only convincing arguments. But, though supported by the favour of the king and the display of splendid armour, Ordge's treachery had its just reward. Virtue triumphed, and vice was punished, even while treacherously endeavouring, after being once disarmed, to stab the brave Godwine with a knife which he had concealed in his boot. The false Sir Ordgar was overcome, confessed the falsehood of his charge against Edgar the Atheling and Edith his niece, and, as the quaint old record has it, the strength of his grief and the multitude of his wounds drove out his impious soul. So young Edith was saved, and, as is usually the case with men of his character, the Red King's humour changed completely. The victorious Godwine received the arms and lands of the dead Ordgar. Edgar the Atheling was raised high in trust and honour. The throne of Scotland, wrested from the Red Donald, was placed once more in the family of King Malcolm, and King William Rufus himself became the guardian and protector of the Princess Edith. And when, one fatal August day, the Red King was found pierced by an arrow under the trees of the New Forest, his younger brother, Duke Henry, whom men called Beauclerc, the good scholar, for his love of learning and of books, ascended the throne of England as King Henry I, and the very year of his ascension, on the 11th of November, 1100, he married in the Abbey of Westminster the Princess Edith of Scotland, then a fair young lady of scarce 21. At the request of her husband, she took, upon her coronation day, the Norman name of Matilda, or Maud, and by this name she is known in history and among the queens of England. So scarce 34 years after the Norman conquest, a Saxon princess sat upon the throne of Norman England, the loving wife of the son of the very man by whom Saxon England was conquered. Never, since the Battle of Hastings, says Sir Francis Palgrave, the historian, had there been such a joyous day as when Queen Maud was crowned. Victors and vanquished, Normans and Saxons, were united at last, and the name of good Queen Maud was long an honoured memory among the people of England. And she was a good queen. In the time of bitter tyranny, when the common people were but the serfs and slaves of the haughty and cruel barons, this young queen laboured to bring in kindliest manners and more gentle ways. Beautiful in face, she was still more lovely in heart and life. Her influence upon her husband, Henry the Scholar, was seen in the wise laws he made, and the Charter of King Henry is said to have been gained by her intercession. This important paper was the first step toward popular liberty. It led the way to Magna Carta, and finally to our own Declaration of Independence. The boys and girls of America, therefore, in common with those of England, can look back with interest and affection upon the romantic story of good Queen Maud, the brave-hearted girl who showed herself wise and fearless both in the perilous mist at Edinburgh and, later still, in the yet greater dangers of the black lists of Gloucester. End of section 7. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 13th of July, 2012.
Section 8 of Historic Girls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Dolan. Historic Girls. Stories of girls who have influenced the history of their times, by Elbridge Streeter Brooks. Jacqueline of Holland, the girl of the land of fogs, AD 1414. Count William of Hainault, of Zeeland and Friesland, Duke of Bavaria and Sovereign Lord of Holland, held his court in the great straggling castle which he called his hunting lodge, near to the German Ocean and since known by the name of the Hague. The footnote reads, the Hague is a contraction of the Duchess Gravenhage, a hawk or hunting lodge of the Graf or Count. Count William was a gallant and courtly knight, learned in all the ways of chivalry, a model of the younger cavaliers, handsome in person, noble in bearing, the surest lance in the tilting yard, and the stoutest arm in the foray. Like Jephthah, judge of Israel, of whom the mock-mad Hamlet sang to Polonius, Count William had one fair daughter and no more, the which he loved passing well. And, truth to tell, this fair young Jacqueline, the little lady of Holland, as men called her, but whom Count William, because of her fearless antics and boyish ways, called Dame Jacob, loved her knightly father with equal fervor. As she sat that day in the great hall of the knights in the massive castle at The Hague, she could see among all the knights and nobles who came from far and near to join in the festivities of Count William's court, not one that approached her father in nobility of bearing or manly strength, not even her husband. Her husband? Yes, for this little maid of 13 had been for 8 years the wife of the Dauphin of France, the young Prince John of Touraine, to whom she had been married when she was scarce 5 years old, and he barely 9. Surrounded by all the pomp of an age of glitter and display, these royal children lived in their beautiful castle of Quesnoy in Flanders, now northeastern France, when they were not, as at the time of our story, residents at the court of the powerful Count William of Holland. Other young people were there too, nobles and pages and little ladies in waiting, and there was much of the stately ceremonial and flowery talk that in those days of knighthood clothed alike the fears of cowards and the desires of heroes. For there have always been heroes and cowards in the world. And so, between all these young folk, there was much boastful talk and much harmless gossip, how the little lady of Courtrai had used the wrong corner of the towel yesterday, how the fat Duchess of Unkoisen had violated the laws of all etiquette by placing the wrong number of finger bowls upon her table on St. Jacob's Day, and how the stout young Hubert of Malsen had scattered the rascal merchants of Dort at the Shroptide Fair. Then uprose the young Lord of Arkle. "Hold there," he cried hotly. "This Hubert of Malsen is but a craven, sir, as if he doth say the merchants of Dort are rascal cowards. Had they been fairly mated, he had no more dared to put his nose within the gates of Dort than dare one of you here to go down yonder amid Count William's lions." "Have a care, friend Otto," said the little lady of Holland with warning finger. "There is one here, at least, who dareth to go amid the lions, my father, sir." "I said nothing of him, madam," replied Count Otto. "I did mean these young red hats here, who do no more dare to bait your father's lions than to face the cods of Dort in fair and equal fight." At this bold speech there was instant commotion, for the nobles and merchants of Holland, 4 centuries and a half ago, were at open strife with one another. The nobles saw in the increasing prosperity of the merchants the end of their own feudal power and tyranny. The merchants recognized in arrogant nobles the only bar to the growth of Holland's commercial enterprise. So each faction had its leaders, its partisans, its badges, and its followers. Many and bloody were the feuds and fights that raged through all these low-lying lands of Holland, as the nobles, or hooks as they were called, distinguished by their big red hats, and the merchants, or cods, with their slouch hats of quiet gray, struggled for the lead in the state. And how they did hate one another. Certain of the younger nobles, however, who were opposed to the reigning House of Holland, of which Count William, young Jacqueline's father, was the head, had espoused the cause of the merchants, seeing in their success greater prosperity and wealth for Holland. Among these had been the young Lord of Arkle, now a sort of half-prisoner at Count William's court because of certain bold attempts to favor the cods in his own castle of Arkle. His defiant words, therefore, raised a storm of protest. "Nay, then, Lord Arkle," said the Dauphin John, "you who prate so loudly would better prove your words by some sign of your own valor. You may have dared fight your lady mother, who so roundly punished you therefore, but a lion hath not the tender ways of a woman. Face you the lions, Lord Count, and I will warrant me they will not prove as forbearing as did she." It was common talk at Count William's court that the brave lady of Arkle, mother of the Count Otto, had made her way disguised into a wee castle of her son, and had herself lowered the drawbridge, admitted her armed retainers, overpowered and driven out her rebellious son, and that then, relenting, she had appealed to Count William to pardon the lad and to receive him at court as hostage for his own fealty. So this fling of the Dauphin's cut deep. But before the young Otto could return an angry answer, Jacqueline had interfered. "Nay, nay, my lord," she said to her husband, the Dauphin, "'tis not a knightly act thus to impeach the honor of a noble guest." But now the Lord of Arkle had found his tongue. "My lord prince," he said, bowing low with stately courtesy, "if, as my lady mother and good Count William would force me, I am to be loyal vassal to you, my lieges here, I should but follow where you dare to lead. Go you into the lion's den, Lord Prince, and I will follow you, though it were into old Hercules' very teeth. It was a shrewd reply, and covered as good a double dare as ever one boy made to another. Some of the manlier of the young courtiers indeed even dared to applaud, but the Dauphin John was stronger in tongue than in heart. Peste, he cried contemptuously, 'tis a fool's answer and a fool's will, and well shall we see how you will sneak out of it all. See, Lord of Arkle, you who can prate so loudly of cods and lions, here before all I dare you to face Count William's lions yourself. The young Lord of Arkle was in his rich court suit, a tight-fitting, great-sleeved silk jacket, rich violet shoes or tights, and pointed shoes. But without a word, with scarce a look toward his challenger, he turned to his nearest neighbor, a brave Zealand lad, afterward noted in Dutch history, Francis von Borselen. "Lend me your gabardine, friend Franz, will you not?" he said. The young von Borselen took from the back of the settle over which it was flung his gabardine, the long, loose gray cloak that was a sort of overcoat in those days of queer costume. "It is here, my Otto," he said. The Lord of Arkle drew the loose gray cloak over his rich silk suit and turned toward the door. "Otto van Arkle lets no one call him fool or coward, Lord Prince," he said. "What I have dared you all to do, I dare do, if you do not. See now, I will face Count William's lions." The Princess Jacqueline sprang up in protest. "No, no, you shall not," she cried. "My Lord Prince did but jest, as did we all. John," she said, turning appealingly to her young husband, who sat sullen and unmoved, "tell him you meant no such murderous test. My father," she cried, turning now toward Count William, whose attention had been drawn to the dispute, "the Lord of Arkle is pledged to face your lions." Count William of Holland dearly loved pluck and nerve. "Well, daughter of mine," he said, "then he will keep his pledge. Friend Otto is a brave young gallant, else had he never dared raise spear and banner as he did against his rightful liege." "But my father," persisted the gentle-hearted girl, "spear and banner are not lion's jaws, and surely you may not in honor permit the willful murder of a hostage." "Nay, madam, have no fear," the Lord of Arkle said, bending in courteous recognition of her interest. "That which I do of mine own free will is no murder, even should it fail." And he hastened from the hall. A raised gallery looked down into the spacious enclosure in which Count William kept the living specimens of his own princely badge of the lion, and here the company gathered to see the sport. With the gray gabardine drawn but loosely over his silken suit so that he might, if need be, easily slip from it, Otto van Arkle boldly entered the enclosure. "So ho, Juno, up Hercules, hollo up Ajax," cried Count William from the balcony. "Here cometh a right royal playfellow. Up, up, my beauties." And the great brutes, roused by the voice of their master, pulled themselves up, shook themselves awake, and stared at the intruder. Boldly and without hesitation, while all the watchers had eyes but for him alone, the young Lord of Arkle walked straight up to Hercules, the largest of the three, and laid his hand caressingly upon the shaggy mane. Close to his side pressed Juno, the lioness, and so, says the record of the old Dutch chronicler von Hildespark, the lions did him no harm. He played with them as if they'd been dogs. But Ajax, fiercest of the three, took no notice of the lad. Straight across his comrades he looked to where, scarce a rod behind the daring lad, came another figure, a light and graceful form, in clinging robes of blue and undergown of cloth of gold, the Princess Jacqueline herself. The watchers in the gallery followed the lion's stare, and saw with horror the advancing figure of this fair young girl. A cry of terror broke from every lip, the Dauphin John turned pale with fright, and Count William of Holland, calling out, "Down, Ajax, back, girl, back!" sprang to his feet as if he would have vaulted over the gallery rail. But before he could act, Ajax himself had acted. With a bound, he cleared the intervening space and crouched at the feet of the fair young Princess Jacqueline. The lions must have been in remarkably good humor that day, for as the records tell us, they did no harm to their visitors. Ajax slowly rose and looked up into the girl's calm face. Then the voice of Jacqueline rang out fresh and clear, as standing with her hand buried in the lion's tawny mane, she raised her face to the startled galleries. "You who could dare and yet dared not to do," she cried. "It shall not be said that in all Count William's court, none save the rebel Lord of Arkle dared to face Count William's lions." The Lord of Arkle sprang to his comrade's side. With a hurried word of praise, he flung the gabardine about her, grasped her arm, and bade her keep her eyes firmly fixed upon the lions. Then, step by step, those two foolhardy young persons backed slowly out of the danger into which they had so thoughtlessly and unnecessarily forced themselves. The lion's gate closed behind them with a clang. The shouts of approval and welcome sounded from the thronging gallery, and over all they heard the voice of the Lord of Holland, mingling commendation and praise with censure for the rashness of their action. And it was a rash and foolish act, but we must remember that those were days when such feats were esteemed as brave and valorous. For the Princess Jacqueline of Holland was reared in the school of so-called chivalry and romance, which in her time was fast approaching its end. She was, indeed, as one historian declares, the last heroine of knighthood. Her very titles suggest the days of chivalry. She was daughter of Holland, Countess of Ponthieu, Duchess of Berry, Lady of Crevecoeur, of Montague, and Arlo. Brought up in the midst of tilts and tournaments, of banquets and feasting, and all the lavish display of the rich Bavarian court, she was, as we learn from her chroniclers, the leader of adoring knights and vassals, the idol of her parents, the ruler of her soft-hearted boy husband, an expert falconer, a daring horsewoman, and a fearless descendant of those woman warriors of her race, Margaret the Empress and Philippa the Queen, and of a house that traced its descent through the warlike Hohenstaufen back to Charlemagne himself. All girls admire bravery, even though not themselves personally courageous. It is not, therefore, surprising that this intrepid and romance-reared young princess, the wife of a lad for whom she never especially cared, and whose society had, for political reasons, been forced upon her, should have placed as the hero of her admiration, next to her own fearless father, not the Dauphin John of France, but this brave young rebel lad, Otto, the Lord of Arkell. But the joyous days of fête and pleasure at Quesnoy, at Paris, and The Hague were fast drawing to a close. On the 4th of April, 1417, the Dauphin John died by poisoning in his father's castle at Compiègne, the victim of these terrible and relentless feuds that were then disgracing and endangering the feeble throne of France. The dream of future power and greatness as Queen of France, in which the girl wife of the Dauphin had often indulged, was thus rudely dispelled, and Jacqueline returned to her father's court in Holland, no longer crowned princess and heiress to a throne, but simply Lady of Holland. But in Holland, too, sorrow was in store for her. Swiftly following the loss of her husband, the Dauphin, came the still heavier blow of her father's death. On the 30th of May, 1417, Count William died in his castle of Beauchamp in Hainaut, and his sorrowing daughter, Jacqueline, now a beautiful girl of 16, succeeded to his titles and lordship as Countess and Lady Supreme of Hainaut, of Holland, and of Zealand. For years, however, there have been throughout the Low Countries a strong objection to the rule of a woman. The death of Count William showed the Cods a way toward greater liberty. Rebellion followed rebellion, and the rule of the Countess Jacqueline was by no means a restful one. And chief among the rebellious spirits, as leader and counselor among the Cods, appeared the brave lad who had once been the companion of the princess in danger, the young Lord of Arkell. It was he who lifted the standard of revolt against her regency, placing the welfare of Holland above personal friendship and sinking in his desire for glory even the chivalry of that day, which should have prompted him to aid rather than annoy this beautiful girl. He raised a considerable army among the knights of the Cods, or Liberal party, and the warlike merchants of the cities, took possession of many strong positions in Holland, and occupied, among other places, the important town of Gorkum on the Maas. The stout citadel of the town was, however, garrisoned with loyal troops. This the Lord of Arkell besieged, and demanding its surrender, sent also a haughty challenge to the young countess, who was hastening to the relief of her beleaguered town. Jacqueline's answer was swift and unmistakable. With 300 ships and 6,000 knights and men-at-arms, she sailed from the old harbor of Rotterdam, and the lion flag of her house soon floated above the loyal citadel of Gorkum. Her doughty Dutch general, von Bredrode, counseled immediate attack, but the girl countess, though full of enthusiasm and determination, hesitated. From her station in the citadel, she looked over the scene before her. Here, along the low bank of the river Maas, stretched the camp of her own followers and the little gaily colored boats that had brought her army up the river from the red roofs of Rotterdam. There, stretching out into the flat country beyond the straggling streets of Gorkum, lay the tents of the rebels. And yet they were all her countrymen, rebels and retainers alike. Hollanders all, they were ever ready to combine for the defense of their homeland when threatened by foreign foes or by the destroying ocean floods. Jacqueline's eye caught the flutter of the broad banner of the House of Arkell that waved over the rebel camp. Again she saw the brave lad who, alone of all her father's court save she, had dared to face Count William's lions. Again the remembrance of how his daring had made him one of her heroes filled her heart, and a dream of what might be possessed her. Her boy husband, the French Dauphin, was dead, and she was pledged by her dying father's command to marry her cousin, whom she detested, Duke John of Brabant. But how much better, so she reasoned, that the name and might of her house as rulers of Holland should be upheld by a brave and fearless knight. On the impulse of this thought, she summoned a loyal and trusted vassal to her aid. Von Leyenburg, she said, go you in haste and in secret to the Lord of Arkell, and bear from me this message for his ear alone. Thus says the Lady of Holland, were it not better, Otto of Arkell, that we join hands in marriage before the altar, than that we spill the blood of faithful followers and vassals in a cruel fight? It was a singular, and perhaps to our modern ears, a most unladylike proposal. But it shows how, even in the heart of a sovereign countess and a girl general, warlike desires may give place to gentler thoughts. To the Lord Arkell, however, this unexpected proposition came as an indication of weakness. My lady countess fears to face my determined followers, he thought. Let me but force this fight, and the victory is mine. In that is greater glory and more of power than being husband to the Lady of Holland. And so he returned a most